Amidst the vast, unending mountains of the northern Julu continent, there lies a desolate realm, devoid of spiritual veins and the outpouring of ethereal energy. Yet, in this forsaken land, a modest temple is situated, spanning merely over 1,000 feet. Within this humble sanctuary, more than 100 meditation cushions are arranged in a pleasingly chaotic manner, each occupied by a myriad of extraordinary beings. Most of these creatures are scorned and derided by celestial beings and deities, regarded merely as beasts of burden. However, the entity imparting teachings to this assembly of demons and spirits upon the cushions is nothing short of terrifying. This individual possesses a visage so strikingly beautiful it resembles flawless jade. His slanted eyes, when opened and closed, radiate like the sun and moon, embodying the interplay of yin and yang. Though he does not display anger, an inherent majesty emanates from him, instilling a profound reverence in all beings of the three realms. This individual is none other than the recently renowned demon master of the entire demon race, Li Yushu. Master Li Yushu speaks with fervor, and those who listen closely are bound to be astounded. Failing to bow before the emperor signifies the loss of your true destiny. Your name is inscribed upon the reincarnation stele with every step. Bow in reverence, and your transgressions shall be halved on the path to rebirth, safeguarding your true spirit. Even if I bear the weight of the primordial imperial city and plunge into the abyss, I remain invincible in this realm, who stands as the peak at the end of the celestial path. Upon witnessing the void of the primordial Tao, all becomes nothingness. Li Yushu, merely a wretched soul who traversed through time, fortuitously consumed a celestial herb, and after enduring for several centuries, finally attained the status of a celestial being. Moved by the plight of the demon race, he began to impart his wisdom here. Yet, Li Yushu's modest cultivation stems from sheer luck, raising the question of what profound teachings he could possibly offer. Nevertheless, he unexpectedly gained fame among the demon race, revered as the demon master of northern Julu, drawing an ever-increasing number of demons and spirits eager to hear his teachings. Observing these stillion-evolved demons, he finds himself both amused and bewildered. They believe he is imparting supreme, celestial scriptures, transmitting the essence of the 3,000 paths. Little do they know, Li Yushu is recounting tales from his previous life stories of epic battles between celestial emperors and divine kings. As he concludes the tale of the heavenly emperor, the beings upon the cushions gaze on in bewilderment. Yet their expressions brim with fervor and excitement, as though they have heard the sound of the great Tao. A subtle smile graces Li Yushu's lips. Is it truly possible for them to grasp the Tao through this? Perhaps to these beings, the more obscure and incomprehensible the teachings, the more they perceive it as the evolution of the grand Tao. Feeling the fervent gazes directed at him, Li Yushu sighs inwardly, alas, what a bunch of naive souls. Since the listeners exhibit genuine intent, Li Yushu naturally feels compelled to continue. Raising an eyebrow, his demeanor shifts to solemnity, as if transported back to his previous life. Clearing his throat, he begins to impart further teachings. Now, let us delve into calculus during the Divine War. Lei Zhenzi wielded direct current, which led to the demise of numerous disciples from the Jie Jiao. Direct current refers to a type of electric current whose magnitude and direction vary periodically over time. Just as Lei Gong and Jianmu strike you, that is alternating current. They follow the heavenly mandate, subject to periodic changes over time. Remember, odd changes remain unchanged, and symbols must be interpreted according to their quadrants. As Li Yushu recounts memories from his past life, his words flow like a relentless river, discussing trigonometric functions for 3 days and nights without pause. His devoted students listen with rapt attention, some furrowing their brows in concentration, while others appear to experience epiphanies, as if understanding trigonometric functions would lead them to immediate ascension. Had there been an outsider present, they would surely be astounded to their core. The ability to convey the Tao and facilitate enlightenment among the demon race is a feat only achievable by the ancient demon master Kunpeng of the celestial realm. Yet here stands a mere demon who has yet to reach the status of a Deluo golden immortal, accomplishing the same. Suddenly, Li Yushu halts his teachings, a sense of urgency tightening within him as he furrows his brow and addresses his disciples. Recently, the calamity of the journey to the west has commenced. Sun Wukong has escaped from the Five-Finger Mountain. This is a celestial chess game devised by the gods and Buddhas to seize the fate of the three realms. You must not involve yourselves in its peril. Only then do the demons awaken from the profundity of their master's teachings, responding in unison with reverent voices. We shall heed the master's decree. In this calamity of the journey to the west, even the heavenly court and dragon race find themselves ensnared. Li Yushu's disciples are likely to become mere pawns, offering themselves as sacrifices to Sun Wukong and his companions in their quest for merit. Li Yushu lifts his gaze toward the void, as if sensing something, and gestures for everyone to depart, saying, "Hasten back to your abodes and deeply contemplate the teachings I have imparted. I, too, must retreat for a period of seclusion." Though the demons feel a mix of reluctance and admiration for their master, there is also a hint of trepidation. Who would dare to defy this master who risks his life to help them attain the Tao? Such defiance would mean enmity with the entire demon race. Yet, these disciples regard Li Yushu as a second parent, turning back every few steps, their eyes brimming with reluctance. "Master, please permit your disciple to call you father." With this farewell, who knows when we shall again hear the master's teachings? Suddenly, a remarkably handsome, golden-winged roc kneels, tears streaming down his face as he speaks. With a chorus of rustling, over 100 disciples bow in reverence. "Father?" Upon hearing this, Li Yushu's heart warms slightly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he smiles gently. "You may depart with ease. There will surely be a day when we meet again." Li Yushu never intended to gain anything from these demons and spirits. The sole hope he harbors is that his disciples might evade the calamity of the journey to the west. In saying this, Li Yushu genuinely acknowledges the group of demon disciples who dedicate themselves to the study of the Tao day and night. "Thank you, Master. Take care of yourself, Master." Only then do these 100 demon disciples reluctantly take their leave. Li Yushu gazes at the familiar figures departing, shaking his head as he murmurs, "It's a pity that in this calamity of the journey to the west, I must also seek refuge within these mountains. If only there were a system, I would certainly impart the ancient methods of the 10 fiends to protect you all for millennia." During the time spent imparting teachings, Li Yushu finds immense enjoyment, as it alleviates the solitude within his heart. Now that he has concluded lessons on trigonometric functions and calculus, he finds himself lacking further teachings to bestow. Instead, the congregation of so many demons here could attract the attention of the heavenly court. It must be remembered that those celestial executioners regularly accumulate merit by slaying demons. Even at the foot of the mountain, these demon beings have become like brothers, having shared so much over the days. "Old Hay, do you truly wish to return to the Blackwind Cave?" A demon king adorned with golden horns hesitates before posing the question. "It matters not. I have comprehended the grand Tao imparted by the master, and I fear not that foul monkey. Curse those 81 trials with the master's methods at hand. How can I not sever the path of this westward journey?" A robust figure, as massive as a mountain, responds with a deep voice. The golden-horned demon king, upon hearing this, shares the same indignation, exclaiming, "The master once said, the gods and Buddhas are heartless, viewing all beings as mere ants. Why must we become stepping stones for him, the one who seeks the scriptures?" The other demon disciples echo their sentiments. "Why should the Jade Emperor sit upon the celestial throne while our master cannot? Indeed, my 3 brothers shall return to Shizhuo Ridge and immediately rally the demon race. If they press us too hard, what's the harm in devouring that Tang Sung? Do the celestial gods and Buddhas truly possess the audacity?" Chapter 2. At the pinnacle of immortality, proudly overlooking the world, Li Yushu spat out his tea, his face a portrait of astonishment as he murmured to himself, after several centuries of waiting. The coveted golden finger has finally arrived. Before he could ponder further, the system's notification chimed in succession like the crack of firecrackers. Ding! Disciple Nine-Headed Worm comprehends the ancient technique of the 10 fiends. The Nine Netherhound, congratulations to the host for receiving a 10,000-fold return. The host acquires the 10 fiends technique of the eternal heavens. Ding! Disciple Blue-Furred Lion King, comprehends the devouring heaven demon art. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10,000-fold return. The host acquires the Imperial Law of Devouring Heaven, Ding, Disciple Golden-Winged Great Pong. The system's notifications echoed for a full quarter of an hour before finally ceasing. The demonic beings who had come to listen to Li Yushu's teachings had each grasped their own understanding from the ancient myths and calculus. Truly, all else pales in comparison. The pursuit of knowledge reigns supreme. Having studied calculus, one could even elucidate the Eternal Sutra. Indeed, the system is terrifyingly formidable. As Li Yushu felt the overwhelming returns bestowed by the system, his eyes sparkled with divine light, and he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh heartily. With this transmission of enlightenment, he could comprehend the depths of knowledge and receive a 10,000-fold return from the miraculous system. Perhaps, after hundreds of years of lurking in this mountain, constantly on edge, Li Yushu could finally settle down in peace. However, given Li Yushu's cautious nature, he understood that this was the world of journey to the west, rife with powerful quasi-saint beings. Until he attained sainthood, he would never dare to expose himself and openly challenge the celestial deities. He forcibly restrained his exhilaration and redirected his gaze to the system's notification page, only to be startled by the names of his disciples. The Black Bear Demon who stole Tang Seng's brocade kasaya? That is one of the 3 demons from Lion Camel Ridge. Even the disciples of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, are among them. The more Li Yushu looked, the more he found it amusing, as if the system were playing a jest upon him. Almost all the monsters from the 81 trials of the journey were gathered, with only Zhu Beiji and Sha Monk missing. This so-called calamity of the journey to the west was no longer merely about Tang Sang seeking scriptures and Sun Wukong overcoming the trials. It had transformed into a game of chess between Li Yushu and the Jade Emperor of Heaven. As well as the Buddha, with him pitted against two, Li Yushu maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With the golden finger in hand, he would undoubtedly make the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm aware of the shifting tides of fortune. Yet, at present, there was no time to worry about the safety of his disciples or strategize for the fortune of the 81 trials. Instead, he needed to prepare for the arrival of a guest. Since the true monarch had come, why not make an appearance and share a cup of tea? Li Yushu arranged the tea and, addressing the void before him, inquired with a smile, "Buzz," the void rippled, emanating an aura of terrifying power, as if a sovereign of heaven and earth were materializing. A formidable figure, enveloped in protective divine light, stepped forth from the depths of the void. This individual was none other than the true monarch Yang Jian, sent by the heavenly court to suppress the demon race. Yang Jian's expression was impassive, resembling a glacier that had endured for millennia, evoking an involuntary sense of dread. Without directly launching an attack, he took a seat, his piercing gaze fixed unflinchingly upon Li Yushu, and coldly remarked, "Truly impressive, esteemed demon master. Though you are not yet a quasi-saint, you have managed to attract over 100 minor demons from the journey to the west to your side, all eager to learn your so-called calculus and trigonometry. According to the heavenly court's decree, the demon energy here was overwhelming, indicative of a great demon causing turmoil, prompting Yang Jian's mission to eradicate it and accumulate merit. Yet, upon arriving in this mountain, he found himself deeply captivated by the teachings of Li Yushu. Li Yushu was well aware of this. Otherwise, given Yang Jian's temperament, he would have long since made his move rather than remain seated. Li Yushu chuckled, shaking his head leisurely as he sipped his tea and replied nonchalantly, "True monarch, you have already been here for several days listening to my teachings. I wonder what insights you have gained?" Yang Jian's expression shifted slightly. He slammed his hand on the table, snorted coldly, and retorted, "I am a Daluo Golden Immortal, not to be swayed by your demonic words, however, that elder brother of the heavenly emperor." Sure, observing Yang Jian's awkwardness and clinging to his pride, Li Yushu could not suppress his laughter, straightening up and exclaiming, "Ha ha. Then allow me to elaborate on the innate dual-eyed Sure with dual pupils. One is already invincible. Why borrow the bones of others?" Gradually, Yang Jian became entranced, akin to a diligent student journeying great distances in pursuit of knowledge, attentively listening. Meanwhile, in the Black Wind Mountain, within the Black Wind Cave, the once turbulent atmosphere had transformed into an eerie silence. The bodies of demons were piled high, rivers of blood flowed, presenting a horrific scene reminiscent of the 18 layers of hell. Strangely, despite the decree from Bodhisattva Guanyin that the brocade Kasaya had been stolen by the Black Bear Demon, and that the demon horde had been slaughtered, the Black Bear Demon itself was notably absent. Perhaps it was in fear. Sun Wukong, wielding his blood-soaked golden cudgel, was meandering through the heap of demon corpses in search of the brocade Kasaya. Just then, at the pinnacle of immortality, proudly surveying the world, there resided my Anlin, and with that, heaven would follow. A terrifying celestial sound, vast as the thunderous roar of the primordial heavens, reverberated across 1,000,000 miles. Boom! A robust creature, resembling an ancient divine mountain, was pulling an ancient war chariot, traversing the void. Upon the chariot stood a towering figure, filled with fury and bathed in unparalleled divine light, as if he were propping up the vast sun and moon. The immortal aura he exuded began to cause the very fabric of this realm to tremble. Sun Wukong, you, without discernment, heed slanderous words and obliterate my black-winged cave. I shall surely subdue you and your master. To pay homage to the spirits of my demon kin in heaven, the Black Bear Demon, channeling its indomitable divine might, gazed upon the bloodied corpses of its kin, its heart shattered with rage and sorrow. As it howled skyward, Sun Wukong was momentarily daunted by the overwhelming presence of the Black Bear Demon, taking a moment to regain his composure before angrily retorting, "Halt! How could the words of Bodhisattva Guanyin wrongfully accuse you? Beast, cease your theatrics and prepare to face my staff." Boom! Sun Wukong manifested his towering Dharma form, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, which transformed to resemble the unyielding Mount Buzhou, severing the heavens and crossing vast distances. As he struck fiercely at the Black Bear Demon, in an instant, the world lost its color, the sun and moon dimmed, and the demonic energy surged. The earth trembled across 1,000,000 miles, having comprehended the Anlin law. The Black Bear Demon roared, shaking the very stars and sun. Red Peak Spear, indestructible shield, vanquish the immortal kings and annihilate the 9 heavens. Boom! The Black Bear Demon unleashed its overwhelming divine might. Akin to a supreme sovereign overlooking eternity, wielding a fearsome blood spear that erupted from its very veins, aimed directly at Sun Wukong for extermination. This was the Red Peak Spear, born from the understanding of the Anlin law, capable of slaying gods and demons alike. Chapter 3. The Fall of the Dual-Eyed Shi-E-Boom. A sound resonating through the cosmos erupted like the reopening of heaven and earth. Amidst the celestial brilliance, the Red Peak Spear crossed the imperishable void, striking Sun Wukong down into the abyss, blood splattering across the skies, as his Dharma form shattered. Both Sun Wukong and the Black Bear Demon were at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Sun Wukong could have subdued the Black Bear Demon through divine powers and a postnatal merit treasure. Yet, at this moment, the Black Bear Demon had transcended all Tai Golden Immortals. This was all thanks to the profound insights gained from the teachings of the esteemed Demon Master. After slaying Sun Wukong, the Black Bear Demon found its rage still unquenched, its terrifying eyes filled with killing intent as it slowly raised its gaze towards the 9 heavens, bellowing, "Do the celestial gods and Buddhas possess any courage? Why must my master be denied the throne of the 9-5? Boom! Such audacious words summoned a divine thunderbolt from above. As the thunder crackled around the Black Bear Demon, it was met with an indomitable pressure that shattered the very air surrounding it. The Black Bear Demon had slain Sun Wukong, severing the journey to the west. This event resounded like a purple cloud thunderclap throughout the 3 realms, causing countless mighty beings to tremble in disbelief. It is important to note that the Black Bear Demon was merely a creature that had fortuitously gained some power, cast into the 81 trials. It was a stroke of immense luck. Yet, this demon, already intended to be a stepping stone by the sages, in a fit of rage, had slain the scripture seeker, Sun Wukong. This was akin to a seemingly inconsequential ant suddenly slaying a colossal elephant. Like a serpent devouring a dragon, in the heavenly court, within the Lingshao Palace, the Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, his cold, emotionless gaze surveying the myriad beings of the 3 realms. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor's golden eyes narrowed in shock, exclaiming, "What kind of divine ability is this, to wield such terrifying power? That Black Bear Demon, a mere beast, has actually slain Sun Wukong." In the past, during the ruckus at Lingshao Palace, although it was orchestrated by the heavenly saints. It is essential to remember that this Sun Wukong was the direct disciple of Patriarch Bodhi, who had once engaged in fierce clashes with the protector Wang Lingguan. Even in Huagua Mountain, he battled fiercely with Yang Jian, demonstrating that the prowess of this stone monkey was not something a mere demon king could easily handle. Moreover, Sun Wukong had the entire Buddhist realm backing him. Even later, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, disciples of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, dared not lay a finger on him. Such a significant upheaval could affect the entirety of the journey to the west, even influencing the great calamity of the journey. Slowly, a vision of the Black Bear demon surfaced in the cold, unyielding eyes of the Jade Emperor, a smirk creeping across his lips as he scoffed. Do the celestial gods and Buddhas possess any courage? Your master wishes to sit upon my dragon throne? How audacious, truly audacious. Almost simultaneously, the faces of the celestial deities within the hall turned grave. With a hint of panic visible among them, the existence of a master for the Black Bear monster is utterly astonishing, a notion previously unimagined. What kind of terrifying power could possibly train a mere black bear to slay the spirit-bright stone monkey? Could it be the intervention of a sage? Otherwise, how could a black bear disrupt the journey to the west? Within the realms, the number of quasi-saintly beings is exceedingly few. The possibility of a quasi-saint capable of enlightening a black bear to such an awe-inspiring extent, capable of vanquishing Sun Wukong, seems utterly implausible. Even the current Kunping demon master would be unable to achieve such a feat. Could it be? The Jade Emperor suddenly sensed something, his pupils narrowing slightly, instinctively glancing towards the 33 heavens above. Across the entire three realms, such a shocking event could only be orchestrated by a handful of sages. At the great thunder sound temple, the Buddha was filled with fury, devoid of his usual compassion. What sinister force is pulling the strings from behind? Could this black bear monster be a remnant of the chaos demon god, stirring up trouble on the journey to the west? At this moment, the expression of the Tathagata was one of terrifying wrath, as if he were a heavenly king in a fit of rage. Could it be that the black bear monster is indeed the reincarnation of the chaos demon god? This should not be the case. Avalokiteshvara displayed a look of panic, hesitating thrice before bravely declaring, respectfully, "World-honored one." The black bear monster exhibited this grand transformation only days after departing from the Black Wind Cave. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata's countenance darkened instantaneously, and he responded in a grave tone. It seems this black bear monster has a formidable power backing it, opposing our Buddhist sect. The deities and Buddhas, upon hearing this, were visibly taken aback. One must understand that the Buddhist sect is currently flourishing due to the journey to the west, compelling even the great heavenly sovereign, the Jade Emperor, to concede. What kind of terrifying existence dares to defy the heavens and challenge the celestial court? A mere black bear monster, after acquiring such bestowed abilities, has audaciously slain the pilgrim Sun Wukong. In an instant, the meditative hearts of numerous deities and Buddhas began to waver. The journey to the west encountered a significant setback at the hands of a black bear. This was indeed an inauspicious beginning. Furthermore, the master mentioned by the black bear monster left the entire Buddhist sect in a state of unease, as if being scrutinized by a ferocious beast lurking in the darkness. Rest assured, Master, I, Avalokiteshvara, am willing to venture to the Black Wind Cave and subdue that aberration. The ability to take a beast as a disciple must hold immense power. Avalokiteshvara clasped her hands together, her face stern with determination. This was not the time to bolster another's reputation while diminishing one's own spirit. The Tathagata merely cast a cold glance at Avalokiteshvara and stated, "This is your only chance. Should there be any further missteps, do not seek my presence." Avalokiteshvara's divine form trembled slightly, and she replied respectfully, "Disciple obeys." With that, Avalokiteshvara stepped onto her lotus platform and headed towards the Black Wind Cave. At this moment, the entire three realms were stirred by the death of Sun Wukong, with countless undercurrents surging forth. Ancient and terrifying auras began to awaken, observing the Black Wind Cave and the movements of the Buddhist sect and the celestial court. The fate of humanity is not solely coveted by the Buddhist sect. Amidst the impending storm outside, within the vast mountains, the one speculated by many to be the true mastermind behind the black bear monster, Liu Shu, was engrossed in recounting tales of the ancient dual-eyed beings. Go repay the Emperor of Heaven for the karmic ties of his childhood. Shi willingly perished in battle, his blood splattering upon the true form of the Emperor. The dual-eyed being has already attained invincibility. What need is there to borrow the bones of others? Thus, the dual-eyed being Shi has fallen. Li Yushu sighed in lamentation, shaking his head as he spoke. Meanwhile, the listener, Yang Jin, found himself deeply engulfed in the sorrow of Shi's demise, a glimmer of divine light flickering in the eye on his forehead. Time passed, and eventually, Yang Jin emerged from his sorrow. But the icy demeanor on his face had vanished, replaced by a sense of wistfulness. Furrowing his brow, Yang Jin hesitated for a moment before slowly asking, "Sir, can Shi be considered a case of mending the fold after the sheep have strayed?" He paused, as if recalling some painful matter, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "Was Shi a good elder brother?" Li Yushu observed Yang Jin's reaction with some astonishment. This Yang Jin, known as the god of slaughter among the demon race. Having subdued 1,200 grass-headed deities and vanquished countless demons, now addressed himself as Sir to a demon master. To earn the respect of this proud second son of the heavenly family is indeed a rare occurrence. Moreover, Yang Jin's final question held profound implications. Li Yushu furrowed his brow, quickly realizing, the third holy mother, Yang Chan. Something must have happened to her. A sudden shock coursed through Li Yushu's heart. In this alternate world of the journey to the west, it seems that Yang Chan has likely become involved with Lu Yanchong. Could it be that after the journey to the west concludes, the tale of Chun Xiang rescuing his mother will unfold? Li Yushu shook his head, suppressing his swirling thoughts, and regarded Yang Jin with a meaningful glance, saying, "In the past, Shi forcibly seized the supreme bone of Shi Hao, nearly leading to the fall of a generation of sovereigns. In his earlier years, Shi committed grave errors, for which he cannot absolve himself. Yet in this final battle, he demonstrated great righteousness, as the two brothers cast aside past grievances and fought valiantly. To sacrifice oneself for a brother, to die for the sake of all living beings. He is indeed a good elder brother." Seated upon the meditation cushion, Yang Jin listened to the demon master imparting wisdom, and the tension in his previously furrowed brow gradually eased. The long-suppressed knots in his heart began to dissipate alongside Shi's sacrifice. For the sake of family reunion, what does it matter if a mother does not regard me as her child? Or a sister does not see me as her brother? Thank you, sir, for your enlightenment. I humbly bow to you. Yang Jin exhaled deeply, as if releasing years of burdensome worries, and respectfully bowed. How proud Yang Jin was. Yet he was able to set aside his identity as the second son of the heavenly family to bow to a demon master. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish countless celestial beings. The demon master smiled as he accepted Yang Jin's BOW. No matter that Yang Jin is a disciple of the 3 generations of the Chan sect and a student of the Jieding Zhenren. Li Yushu, imparting the path of the dual-eyed to him to quell his inner demons, is worthy of this bow. Yang Jin had pressing matters to attend to and took his leave for the time being. As he stepped onto the clouds, Yang Jin suddenly halted, turning back, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "I wonder if in the future, I may still listen to Sir's teachings." Li Yushu, seemingly having acquired a feather fan without notice, gently waved it, smiling as he replied, "Of course." Yang Jin laughed heartily. "Today, the kindness of your enlightenment, sir, I shall never forget in this lifetime." With that, Yang Jin transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing into the void. Having already regarded me as a master and sought my teachings, does this mean he has officially become my disciple? Once Yang Jin fully comprehends the dual-eyed path, rewards should certainly follow. Li Yushu sat alone on the meditation cushion, murmuring to himself. Yang Jin is among the few who can physically become a saint during the Fengshen calamity. Even if he had not become Li Yushu's disciple, as long as he had received this impartation of knowledge, even should the celestial court dispatch 100,000 heavenly soldiers to hunt him down, Yang Jin would be there to stand in front of him. Throughout the 3 realms, it is rare to find someone like Yang Jin, who retains loyalty and righteousness after attaining sainthood. It is a pity that the Jieding Zhenren treats this disciple as merely a tool for harvesting merit, failing to cherish him properly. Li Yushu sighed helplessly. If it were not for his intervention, Yang Jin would have likely faced a tragic fate of abandonment. Just as Li Yushu was lost in contemplation over Yang Jian, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! The disciple, the black bear monster, has slain Sun Wukong. Li Yushu's expression changed instantly. The burly figure who had been intrigued by Anlin was actually the black bear monster intending to steal the cassock. Li Yushu was utterly astonished, as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. He was situated in these vast mountains, a staggering distance of 100,000 li from the Black Wind Cave. How could the black bear monster have managed to traverse such a distance to learn trigonometry and calculus? Moreover, having comprehended the Anlin Emperor's teachings, it has now slain the pilgrim Sun Wukong. This act would surely enrage the Buddhist sect, and he must bring the black bear monster back. Li Yushu furrowed his brow, a sense of concern emerging for the black bear monster's safety. Regardless of the numerous days spent imparting teachings or the 100,000 years of cultivation he had gained, elevating him to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, Li Yushu felt compelled to rescue the black bear monster from the impending blade of the Buddhist sect. The Black Wind Cave should be in the West Nyohajo region. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Yushu's eyes as he took a step forward, his entire being transformed into a golden light. Traversing thousands of miles towards the West Nyohajo, perhaps due to Li Yushu's never having ventured beyond these 10,000 mountains, even with the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Seeking the Black Wind Cave proved somewhat challenging. Whether it was the Black Wind Cave or the subsequent Lion Camel Ridge, these were all perilous locations along the journey to the west. Shrouded in heavenly mysteries, to intercept those destined for the journey to the west without considerable means would render it exceedingly difficult to locate these fated places. After all, even the ancestor of the myriad immortals, Zhen Yuanzi, had been ruthlessly plotted against by the Buddhist sect and the heavenly saints, vanishing without a trace. Originally intending to seek out the Black Wind Cave, a place teeming with demons and monsters, he now found himself confronted by a towering mountain, like a pillar supporting the heavens. This divine mountain radiated resplendent brilliance, with countless auspicious birds and mythical beasts dwelling within, as if it were the birthplace of the sun, attracting myriad wondrous phenomena to descend upon the world. Amidst the sacred mountains, there stands a Taoist temple that exudes an ethereal grandeur. Li Yushu, positioned outside the temple, gazes at a couplet and cannot help but recite aloud. The abode of immortals, where one achieves eternal life, a family of Taoists, sharing longevity with the heavens. A subtle change crosses Li Yushu's countenance as he instantly recognizes his whereabouts. He is indeed at the temple of the Grand Master of all immortals, Wanshou Mountain. Wuzhuang Temple. This is a place of disputes, and one should not linger. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, Li Yushu turns to leave the Wuzhuang Temple. It is well known that Zhen Yuanzi is one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud's palace. A contemporary of the Three Pure Ones, a formidable being in the quasi-saint realm. During this tumultuous epoch of the journey to the west, it is not merely the Buddhist sect or the heavenly court that schemes against Zhen Yuanzi, but rather the saints themselves. Just as Li Yushu is about to depart, a voice resonant like a thunderous bell suddenly calls out from nearby. As a fellow Taoist has come from afar, why not step inside for a visit? With a resounding rumble, the grand gate, forged from the treasures of heaven and earth, slowly creaks open. From within, a radiant beam of light unfurls like a carpet. Two young acolytes emerge, bowing respectfully as they announce, "Esteemed Taoist, our master requests your presence." Li Yushu shakes his head in resignation and slightly bows, saying, "I apologize for the disturbance." After uttering this, he strides forward onto the radiant path, leisurely following the two acolytes. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi sits high atop the ginseng fruit tree, eloquently imparting supreme Taoist teachings. Below him, 300 disciples sit cross-legged upon their mats, each one enraptured. Zhen Yuanzi, with his white hair and youthful visage, radiates an aura of Taoist elegance, his every gesture reminiscent of the sun and moon, emanating an unparalleled might. Suddenly, Zhen Yuanzi opens his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarks, "I have long heard that in Beiju Luzhou, there exists a great immortal imparting the supreme Tao. Anyone with intelligence may listen to his teachings. His disciples are said to number in the millions, encompassing all beings of the demon race. Thus he is revered as the demon master." Upon hearing these words, the earth immortals seated upon their mats are filled with admiration as they cast respectful glances towards Li Yushu. Moreover, given that Li Yushu is currently at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. He would be honored as a distinguished guest both in the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist realm. This is not an era when Great Luo Golden Immortals roamed freely in the ancient wilderness. The quasi-saint is already the apex of existence within the three realms, while a Great Luo Golden Immortal possesses the terrifying ability to regard all beings as mere ants and dogs. Yet, before the presence of a quasi-saint, Li Yushu remains unfazed, bowing with a smile and saying, "Zhenyuan Desian, you flatter me. I am merely a storyteller and cannot bear the title of Demon Master." It is worth noting that the renowned Kuanpeng, who was once conferred the title of Demon Master by the ancient Heavenly Court, has long since concealed himself in the northern wilderness with the river map and Luo book. If Li Yushu were to suddenly emerge and claim such a grand title in the three realms, it would undoubtedly attract the ire of the Jade Emperor, who holds a deep-seated wariness of the ancient demon court. Not to mention the remnants of the ancient witch clan still residing within the Pango Hall on Mount Buzhou. Merely the ancient great demons lurking within Beiju Luzhou would stop at nothing to target Li Yushu. The title of Demon Master is not one that brings fortune to its bearer. Rather, in this realm, it resembles a death warrant. While outsiders may speculate, Li Yushu would never acknowledge such a claim. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes shimmer with celestial energy as he strokes his long beard, his interest piqued. He smiles gently and says, "I have only heard of storytellers among the human race, yet I have yet to witness one whose tales can lead beings to attain the Great Luo. Might I be fortunate enough to listen?" As the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Zhen Yuanzi's status in the human realm is unparalleled. Naturally, Li Yushu's every action while imparting teachings within the vast mountains has not escaped his notice. This is why Zhen Yuanzi, a seasoned quasi-saint of equal standing with the three pure ones, treats Li Yushu with such courtesy. Ultimately, it is the hidden power of Li Yushu, akin to the tip of an iceberg, that intrigues Zhen Yuanzi, instilling within him a hint of trepidation. The mere act of storytelling has the potential to enable the Black Bear Demon to slay Sun Wukong, a true calamity. This is far more potent than consuming ginseng fruit. Before Li Yushu could refuse, over 100 Earth Immortals bowed deeply in unison, imploring, "We beseech you, esteemed Demon Master, to enlighten us with your teachings." Faced with such earnest invitations, Li Yushu finds it difficult to decline. Zhen Yuanzi does not seem to be testing him. Rather, it appears he wishes to cultivate a rapport at Li Yushu's mind races as he contemplates. Zhen Yuanzi, a quasi-saint, is undeniably a top-tier existence within the three realms. However, amidst the 81 trials of the journey to the west, it would be a disgrace for such a being to ally with that monkey Sun Wukong. Zhen Yuanzi cannot be oblivious to the impending tribulations. He has foreseen the heavenly secrets and wonders if Li Yushu could aid Wuzhuang Temple in evading the calamity of the journey to the west. Before Li Yushu could delve deeper into his thoughts, Zhen Yuanzi, noticing Li Yushu's hesitation, chuckles knowingly. "A fellow Taoist has journeyed from afar to preach here," s the host. "I must not neglect my duties. Let the gentle winds and bright moon bring forth a ginseng fruit for the esteemed Demon Master to savor." Zhen Yuanzi issues a decree, and the two attendants, Qingfeng and Mingyue, tremble in astonishment, exchanging wide-eyed glances. It is known that ginseng fruit is exceedingly precious, fit only for the most exalted of celestial beings, in the current three realms. Only a handful of distinguished guests are worthy of such a delicacy. Yet, this suddenly emerging demon master is granted a ginseng fruit by their master. Li Yushu, upon witnessing Zhen Yuanzi's actions, instantly comprehends the underlying meaning. He exchanges knowing glances with Zhen Yuanzi, both revealing the cunning smiles of wily old foxes. Understanding dawns, and Li Yushu humbly bows, expressing his gratitude. Qingfeng and Mingyue respectfully present the ginseng fruit. After thanking them, Li Yushu proceeds to refine and consume it, though in truth, he merely stores it within his system space. Currently, Li Yushu does not require such innate spiritual treasures to elevate his realm, with his golden finger in hand. Consuming this ginseng fruit would not yield optimal benefits. Instead, it would be far more advantageous for one of his favored disciples to consume it, resulting in a 100-fold return. That would be the true mastery of utilization. Li Yushu is invited to a mat, while Qingfeng and Mingyue burn incense behind him. Zhen Yuanzi, with a beaming smile, sits quietly at his side. The hundreds of Earth Immortals eagerly anticipate the stories to be shared by the esteemed Demon Master, whom their master holds in high regard. Gazing at the assembly, Li Yushu's mind races with countless captivating tales. This is it. A sudden spark ignites in his eyes as he clears his throat and proclaims, "Fellow Taoists, today we shall speak of the first innate sacred body in Tao throughout history." As the tale unfolds, Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifts slightly. This innate sacred body in Tao, could it be a veiled reference to my essence as the quintessence of innate earth? Having achieved enlightenment to the great Luo in a mere 500 years, he wonders how Li Yushu has come to know of his profound secrets. Within Zhen Yuanzi's heart, turbulent waves surge forth as he regards Li Yushu with newfound caution and a hint of menace. Until Li Yushu utters a phrase that causes Zhen Yuanzi's eyes to sparkle with intensity, dispelling any trace of hostility, the end of the immortal path, who stands at the summit. Upon encountering the primordial Tao, all becomes void. The primordial emperor stands resolute above the eternal river of time. The resounding voice of Li Yushu's storytelling fills the Wuzhuang temple, silencing the once resounding Tao bell, leaving the entire universe seemingly reduced to the singular presence of Li Yushu. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Yang Jian strides across the void, preparing to report to the Jade Emperor. Yet, before he can step through the southern heavenly gate, he sees the star of Taibai approaching with a decree in hand. True monarch, His Majesty has issued a command. Taibai's countenance beams with warmth, his smile akin to a gentle spring breeze, evoking no feelings of disdain. Even when his expression turns indifferent, none dare show disrespect. For Taibai is a favored figure beside the Jade Emperor. Yang Jian's demeanor remains impassive as he takes the decree, stating flatly, "Thank you, immortal." Taibai, accustomed to Yang Jian's icy demeanor, responds with a congenial smile. This decree concerns the Black Bear Demon, who has slain the pilgrim and brazenly declared that he would elevate the so-called Demon Master to the 9th rank. This was issued in the wake of the Emperor's fury. Yang Jian had anticipated this news, yet upon hearing that the Black Bear Demon, who had merely listened for a few days, managed to slay Sun Wukong, his expression subtly shifts. Taibai notices Yang Jian's reaction and inquires thoughtfully, "True monarch, may I ask about the Demon Master in the 10,000 Great Mountains?" Yang Jian, prepared with a retort, coldly replies, "The remnant of the ancient demon court, Kuinpeng, ensnared me within a great formation for several days. But he has now departed." Taibai does not rush to respond, his calm gaze fixed on Yang Jian, as if finally grasping some underlying truth. This favored figure of the Jade Emperor exhales a sigh of relief before bursting into laughter. That wretched creature, hiding in the northern wilderness with a supreme treasure, is perhaps the only one in the 3 realms capable of engaging you in a protracted struggle. True monarch, since a resolution has been reached, I shall go forth to report." Yang Jian watches Taibai's retreating figure, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he lets out a cold chuckle. At that moment, Yang Jian decreed a command and set forth towards the mouth of the Guan River. Summoning the 6 monsters of Meishan and ordering them to lead 1,200 grass-headed deities to the Black Wind Cave, in the heart of Black Wind Mountain. The interior of the cave was adorned with brilliant lights, teeming with countless demons reveling in merriment. Fox spirits, transformed into enchanting maidens, danced gracefully amidst the wine pools. Powerful monsters engaged in wrestling, seeking to subdue their opponents through sheer strength. Temptingly fragrant delicacies were piled high like small mountains, available for indulgence. Yet, upon a grand share, the Black Bear monster did not partake in the festivities. Instead, he was absorbed in a message from a celestial crane. "This king of Yellow Wind is a friend of mine from the same sect. He now advises me to temporarily retreat from the limelight and to visit him at Yellow Wind Ridge." The Black Bear monster burned the letter, contemplating deeply, a scholarly figure in white, having set down his wine bowl, inquired with confusion, "Why does the King of Yellow Wind not come to our Black Wind Cave to unite in great enterprise and vanquish the heavenly court?" The Black Bear monster sighed in resignation and replied, "You are unaware that 100 miles from here lies Fulling Mountain. My master once spoke of a pig demon within Fulling Mountain, who is the reincarnation of Marshal Tianpeng, a designated seeker of scriptures. Should the King of Yellow Wind venture here recklessly, he would surely fall victim to an ambush." The Black Bear monster was acutely aware that he had already drawn the attention of the heavenly court and the Buddhist order. His fellow disciples were scattered far and wide, and the nearest, the King of Yellow Wind, was separated by Fulling Mountain. Despite this, the Black Bear monster harbored no regrets about his earlier decision. Just as he pondered how to confront his challenges, the entire Black Wind Cave suddenly fell into a state of stasis. A figure, enveloped in surging violet energy and exuding an aura of terrifying might, slowly emerged from the void. This presence struck the black bear monster with overwhelming dread, prompting an involuntary surge of fear within him. "Who is it?" The black bear monster strained to maintain his composure, refusing to kneel before such imposing power, a stubborn one who, despite causing some trouble, has not brought me disgrace, the figure observed from above. Looking down at the black bear monster with a faint smile, devoid of reproach, yet imbued with a sense of relief. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the black bear monster's heart raced as he looked up in astonishment. "Master." Li Yushu nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a fruit radiating resplendent light, causing the very heavens to tremble, materialized from the void. This fruit resembled a newborn child, seemingly capable of emitting cries. The ginseng fruit? The black bear monster's pupils dilated in shock. This ginseng fruit tree belonged to the great deity Zhenyuan, and even ordinary quasi-saints would find it unattainable. Merely inhaling its fragrance could grant a mortal an additional 360 years of life, and consuming it would bestow a lifespan of 48,000 years. This celestial fruit, born from innate spiritual roots, could alter the fate of living beings. Regrettably, throughout the eons, only 30 fruits had ever been born. Yet now, it was unexpectedly produced by his reclusive master. With this aid, you can achieve the Tao of the Great Luo. The black bear monster understood that attaining the Great Luo would ensure his survival amidst calamities. Sparing him from a tragic fate, Li Yushu gestured, granting the ginseng fruit to him. Subsequently, the figure, formed of magical essence, dissipated into the cosmos. "Master. Thank you, Master. Your profound grace, I can never repay in this life. In the next, I shall serve you by holding your reins." The black bear monster was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, genuinely moved. Before he could bow in gratitude any further, the figure of his master vanished from sight, leaving only the ginseng fruit, a boon for attaining the Great Luo. "Rest assured, Master, I shall ensure you ascend to the throne of the 9-5. With resolute determination, the black bear monster vanished into the void, commencing the process of refining the ginseng fruit. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Li Yushu, engaged in storytelling, almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon sensing the black bear monster's sincerity. However, recognizing his heartfelt devotion, Li Yushu would never forcibly summon him back into seclusion. On Black Wind Mountain, amidst a chaotic dance of demons, the word spread that the Black King possessed extraordinary powers, drawing hordes of monsters from across 100 miles to seek refuge. This influx resulted in an overwhelming presence of demon soldiers, with several powerful demon kings at the celestial level roaring to showcase their strength. Tio, the Heavenly Court, and the Buddhist Order. The demon race was seen as a source of merit. Even the slightest transgression could result in a massacre, should a celestial being require merit for crafting artifacts. Now, the gathered demons, desperate to ally with a formidable force to avoid slaughter, flocked to Black Wind Mountain. Among them were those who had heard of the black bear monster's resolve to fight the Buddhist Order and Heavenly Court to the bitter end, vowing vengeance. The convergence of so many demons unleashed a tidal wave of demonic energy that obscured the heavens for miles. From a distance, Black Wind Mountain appeared akin to the abyss of hell, teeming with demons and spirits. Even the Guanyin Zen temple at the foot of the mountain had its doors tightly shut, its monks retreating under the Bodhisattva's divine protection, lest they become prey to the demons. Suddenly, a small demon noticed something unusual at the temple's base. Great King, the monk's temple is glowing." Though the small demon's voice was faint, it instantly captured the attention of countless monsters. Indeed, the Guanyin Zen temple radiated with brilliant light. Across the heavens, ethereal and sacred sounds of Buddhist chants resonated. Following this, a torrent of Buddhist clouds surged from the west, showering golden light upon the land. The previously dense demonic energy was dispersed upon contact with the divine light, melting away like ice under the sun. Such a formidable display could only signify the arrival of a true powerhouse from the Buddhist Order. This is bad. The Buddhist Order seeks vengeance. The terrifying spectacle prompted cries of alarm among the demons. "It must be a bodhisattva! Run!" The entire demon population on Black Wind Mountain scattered in panic. Yet, some demons, undeterred by fear, glared defiantly at the encroaching Buddhist clouds. A demon king at the celestial level stepped forward, his aura transforming into flames capable of incinerating the heavens. "You bald donkeys love to play tricks." The demon king summoned his power, conjuring flames that could scorch the earth towards the billowing Buddhist clouds. "How dare you meddle?" A voice of rebuke rang out. Boom! A beam of light, infused with supreme Buddhist power, descended from the clouds, striking the demon king with overwhelming force. Chapter 7. Manjushri and Samantabhadra punish the 10,000 demons. Manifesting compassion, the Buddhist light bore a terrifying might, tearing through the layers of void, transcending the immortal realm, and descending upon the demon king with unrelenting force. The flames capable of incinerating everything were instantly extinguished beneath the brilliance of the Buddhist light. In the eyes of countless fearful onlookers, the radiant light pierced through the body of the demon king who had boasted of waging war against the Buddhist order. It is worth noting that this was a demon king who had reached the celestial level. The morale of the demon horde on Black Wind Mountain plummeted, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed towards the Buddhist clouds. There, amidst the resplendent clouds, stood a bodhisattva wielding a wisdom sword. His expression one of compassion, radiating countless beams of loving kindness from the halo above his head, gazing down upon the demon king of Black Wind Mountain with pity. Beside him, another bodhisattva, hands clasped in prayer, lowered his gaze, revealing a fearsome aspect of divine power. In the cloud sea, hundreds of protective arhats and thousands of Buddhist disciples sat in meditation, continuously reciting supreme scriptures to empower the two bodhisattvas. That is Manjushri and Samantabhadra. The realization struck like lightning. The two bodhisattvas had joined forces. Flee! The remaining demons, who had entertained thoughts of battling the Buddhist order or clinging to the slightest hope, finally scattered at the sight of the two bodhisattvas' divine forms. These were two of the three great disciples of the Buddhist order. Both had attained the Tao of the Great Luo, their renown established long before during the Fengshan War. They were disciples of the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Chan school, ranking among the 12 golden immortals. Though they had been trapped in the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation and stripped of their essence, post-Fengshan War, they turned to the Buddhist order, reclaiming their status as bodhisattvas and returning to the Great Luo realm. The current three realms were no longer the era of abundant Great Luo golden immortals. Now, quasi-saints were the supreme beings within the three realms, exceedingly rare. In the wake of the Fengshan War, only a handful had achieved quasi-saint status. The Great Luo golden immortal had become an existence that towered above all others. With a mere thought, they could condemn countless beings to utter despair. Flee! It is Manjushri and Samantabhadra. How could they be stirred, brothers? I shall take my leave first. Thousands of demons, upon witnessing the golden-bodied bodhisattva, completely crumbled and scattered in all directions. Within the demon race, who did not know the preferences of Manjushri and Samantabhadra, they favored crafting artifacts from the flesh of demons, Namo Amitba, as a long chant echoed. Beams of light, formed from Buddhist radiance, descended from the heavens, sealing off the entirety of Black Wind Mountain. "This is terrible. We are sealed." A great demon howled in despair. The smaller demons attempted to dig tunnels or cut through the light barrier with weapons. All in vain. Their fates were sealed. A pack of wretches, seeing that I do not bow, dare to flee? Manjushri, wielding his sword of law, surveyed the multitude of demons on the mountain with a disdainful sneer. "You mere insects, easily crushed at my whim." Samantabhadra lowered his brow, revealing a compassionate demeanor, and sighed. "You have committed countless atrocities, bringing harm to the land. How could I allow you to escape?" "Well said." Wanshu and Puxian showed no mercy, leaving no escape route for these wretched creatures. Even if they fought like cornered beasts, it was akin to mayflies attempting to shake a tree. A formidable demon surged into the sky, seeking to carve a bloody path for its kin. Among them, a three-headed dragon of the Tai golden immortal realm stood out with its fierce might, conjuring torrential rains. The three-headed dragon boldly confronted two bodhisattvas of golden stature without a hint of fear, furiously demanding, "Killing sins? I am the Eastern Lake Dragon, having bestowed clouds and rain upon the people for 3 centuries. What crime have I committed? Just because you have not visited our temple, you slaughter my Eastern Lake demon kin. 48,000 of us have perished at your hands. We gather here merely to seek justice. What sin is there in that? You two are but hypocritical Asuras. The other terrified demons were momentarily stunned, gazing at the figure in the sky that sought to avenge them, their eyes brimming with tears. They were born as demons, yet had committed no sins, dedicating themselves instead to cultivation. Whenever the common folk faced hardship, they would lend a helping hand. Why, then, were they deemed wretched beasts in the eyes of the Buddha, labeled as murderous demons? Wan Shu, intrigued, regarded the dragon with a smirk. Mocking, you creatures, born of wet eggs, dare to speak of the heavenly way and justice before me. Your tongue is quite clever. I happen to require a dragon sinew to forge a binding rope for immortals. Puxian, unwilling to engage in further discourse, summoned his great power, conjuring a colossal hand to suppress the dragon. With a thunderous roar, the three-headed dragon attempted to unleash its divine abilities, but the colossal hand descended from the void, pinning it within the realm of emptiness. What followed was a horrifying scene that shattered the hearts of all demons present. Puxian gruesomely extracted the dragon's sinew from its flesh, splattering dragon blood across the sky. With a final, anguished cry, the three-headed dragon fell silent, a mighty demon of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm reduced to mere insect-like vulnerability in Puxian's grasp. Puxian surveyed the sinew in his hand, nodding in satisfaction, before coldly addressing the multitude of demons. Who else wishes to offer their treasures? The throngs of demons were engulfed in sorrow and rage. Though they were demons, they understood that those who gather firewood for others cannot be left to freeze in the snow. They had to avenge the dragon and carve out a path for themselves. Brothers, join me in avenging the dragon. Though we may perish today, let these two Asuras pay the price. Kill, one by one. The great demons descended into madness, revealing their terrifying true forms, charging towards the two golden bodhisattvas like moths drawn to a flame, seeking their own demise. Wan Shu let out a cold laugh as the light of the Buddha surged forth to strike. With each beam of light that fell, hundreds of great demons were pierced through, plummeting from the sky. Yet, the multitude of demons continued their fearless assault, until only a sea of mangled corpses remained. Puxian further utilized his powers to assemble the severed heads of the demons into a blood-soaked monument. Wan Shu gazed at the monument with a hint of regret, lamenting, over 10,000 wretched beings. And this lone sinew is all that remains usable, truly a pity. Wan Shu Ti as a crisp sound, reminiscent of porcelain shattering, echoed through the air. The chiefing spear first pierced the towering 12-armed Dharma image, which stood a staggering 1,000,000 miles tall. It then, with a force capable of crumbling the very foundations of existence, shattered the second Dharma image, which was fortified by a full 12 Buddhist treasures. Waves of terrifying power, akin to ancient divine mountains, rebounded from the shattered images, striking against the true form of Manjushri Bodhisattva. It is worth noting that even an ordinary Deluo Golden Immortal, with the aid of immense magical power or divine abilities, could merely sustain a single Dharma image. Yet, this Manjushri Bodhisattva had summoned the collective will of sentient beings to uphold two such images. Now that both images had been breached in succession, the backlash he suffered was exponentially amplified. The terrifying might of the chiefing spear erupted upon the true form of Manjushri Bodhisattva. Puff! Even the Bodhisattva's true form struggled to withstand it. As Manjushri spat forth a stream of golden Buddhist blood, his complexion paling dramatically. The sound of his physical body fracturing echoed continuously. His millennia-old Zen heart trembled uncontrollably, on the brink of collapse. How could this be possible? A look of horror crossed Manjushri's face. He was a disciple of the sage, having attained the golden body of Buddhism and ranking among the three great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist pantheon. How could his mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal cultivation be suppressed by a mere beast that had just stepped into the early stages of Deluo Immortal Sword? A profound humiliation. Seeing Manjushri's defeat, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was equally astounded and exclaimed in anger, "This is terrible. That beast must be practicing some nefarious arts." Nefarious arts? The black bear monster scoffed in rage. "You dare to slander the great path passed down by my master with your incessant accusations. The king shall not be insulted. Time to eradicate." The black bear monster traversed the void, the might of the chiefing spear radiating fiercely. The very fabric of this realm began to collapse under the presence of the black bear monster. Blood rained from the heavens, and the yellow springs surged from the earth, A terrifying aura of demonic energy erupted from his true form, scattering the Buddhist clouds that stretched for miles. Even the Buddhist disciples and arhats, upon slight contact with the demonic energy, felt as if they were engulfed in raging flames, wishing for nothing more than to escape the torment. Slash! The black bear monster swung the chiefing's spear down once more. Before Samantabhadra Bodhisattva could summon his treasure, the spear had already crossed the void. Puff! The chiefing's spear pierced straight through Samantabhadra's true form, suppressing him within this realm as if he were mere plaything. Easily dispatched. Everything transpired with such swiftness. No one could have anticipated that a creature from the trials of the journey to the west could wield such power. Beast, how dare you? Manjushri Bodhisattva forcibly channeled his magical power, draining the 6 Buddhist realms from his grasp, as countless rays of Buddhist light surged into his being. With the sword of sentient being's will in hand, and standing upon a lotus, he struck down with a single direct blow. This strike bore no trace of magical power or Buddhist law. Instead, it was a concentrated will of countless Buddhist followers, intent on erasing this black bear monster from existence. Should he be struck down? Even the Tathagata Buddha would be unable to intervene, ensuring his demise without question. Yet, the black bear monster merely cast a cold glance, his hand sweeping through the air, boom. An indestructible shield, as formidable as an ancient divine mountain, appeared, forcibly blocking the sword of sentient being's will. Ants! The black bear monster sneered, swinging the chiefing spear to decapitate the terrified Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Slay gods and demons, eradicate the heavens. The black bear monster surged forth again. The chiefing spear cutting through the void. It pierced straight through Manjushri Bodhisattva's true form, binding him within the void, unable to escape, left to be slaughtered at will. For the first time, the compassionate Bodhisattva's face displayed a look of fear. Wasn't he merely a beast fortunate enough to attain enlightenment? How could he possess such divine prowess? What sort of terrifying force could allow a beast to wield such might? Surely, it must be the machinations of the sages. Had I known this would happen, I should have refrained from intervening and let Guanyin come to suppress him. This is all Guanyin's fault. She must be scheming against me. Fear and madness contorted Samantabhadra's visage. Despite his profound regret, he lamented, had I known this day would come, I would not have acted as I did. The chiefing spear had completely pierced his golden body, suppressing all his magical power, rendering self-detonation a mere fantasy. Bang! Manjushri Bodhisattva's true form shattered in the blink of an eye. 2 bodhisattvas of the Buddhist pantheon had perished on this Black Wind Mountain. 2 Deluo golden immortals met a tragic end at the hands of the black bear monster, while the hundreds of protective arhats and countless Buddhist disciples had long since been annihilated by the monster's demonic aura. How unfortunate! The black bear monster gazed into the void in that expanse. 2 golden lotuses blossomed, safeguarding the remnants of the soul imprints of Manjushri and Samantabhadra. The Deluo golden immortal is inherently immortal, even if their true forms and soul imprints are obliterated. As long as a trace remains in the river of time, they can be resurrected. Those 2 golden lotuses were undoubtedly the handiwork of the Tathagata Buddha of Lingshan. After all, these 2 held special status and possessed profound Buddhist nature. They could not simply perish without reason. Yet, what use is the revival of Manjushri and Samantabhadra? This battle has profoundly shaken the 3 realms. In the void, numerous divine minds were astounded. How had this black bear monster accomplished such feats? Those were 2 bodhisattvas of the Buddhist pantheon, Manjushri and Samantabhadra. What kind of divine ability did the black bear monster cultivate to wield such horrific destructive power? Could it be true, as he claimed, that he was the foremost among Deluo golden immortals? If a disciple is so terrifying, how much more formidable must his master be, initially thought to be a mere ripple caused by the calamities of the journey to the west? This terrifying achievement was enough to stir up great waves. Chapter 9. The great path must be realized. In the heavenly court, within the Lingshao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, listened to the report of the Tai by Star. His eyes were closed, deep in thought. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen. A somewhat anxious voice suddenly pierced the stillness. Startling the Jade Emperor, his expression darkened, and he coldly inquired, "What is so alarming?" The crowd turned to see that the speaker was the Thousand-Mile Eye. responsible for monitoring the mortal realm. Hastily kneeling, Thousand Mile I steadied his emotions and said, "Your Majesty, it is terrible. That black bear monster has not only attained the Daluo, but has also slain the Buddhist bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra." Boom. The moment these words escaped, it was as if a colossal stone had plunged into the Lingshao treasure hall, creating ripples of shock. The celestial beings were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Even the Jade Emperor, who had maintained a placid demeanor for millennia, exhibited a trace of astonishment. Who among them did not know that the black bear monster was merely a mountain-dwelling demon king? Though he possessed a modicum of wisdom and bore a hint of the bloodline of an ancient great demon, he had been chosen by the Buddhist sect to serve as a challenge for Sun Wukong. Ultimately, he had been favored by Guanyin and brought back to the sacred Mount Puto in the South Sea. But now, this black bear monster, who should have been no match for Sun Wukong, had not only slain him at the outset, but had also attained the Daluo, killing the three great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, Manjushri and Samantabhadra. Given the cultivation of Manjushri and Samantabhadra, even in the heavenly court, they would not be considered weak. They could even rank among the top tier below the quasi-sages. With a wave of his hand, the Jade Emperor summoned a beam of precious light from his sleeve. The artifact was the Haotian Mirror, capable of monitoring the three realms. Within the Haotian Mirror, myriad heavenly secrets manifested, and the scene of the black bear monster slaying Manjushri and Samantabhadra emerged successively. As the celestial beings beheld this sight, they were rendered speechless. Particularly, the black bear monster's declaration of the king shall not be insulted instilled a sense of supreme terror, as if it were a force that looked down upon the ages. However, the Jade Emperor noted the reference to the black bear monster's master. "Interesting, this game is becoming increasingly intricate," he mused, his eyes narrowing with a slow smile. At that moment, the Tai Bai Star, suddenly realizing something, hastily asked, "Your Majesty, should we summon the Erlang Shen back?" The Jade Emperor returned to his indifferent demeanor, speaking leisurely, "Let Yang Jian handle it. How much trouble can a reckless demon cause?" Upon hearing this, the celestial beings understood the intention of this great deity. The current Jade Emperor seemed eager to escalate the situation, perhaps even wishing for Yang Jian to add fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, among the ranks of celestial beings, Zhao Gongming of the Jiejiao pondered quietly, "Could this black bear monster be one of my disciples?" In the Wuzhuang Temple, the primordial emperor turned his back to the multitude. His life had been spent in warfare, suppressing ancient foes, all to protect the countless human beings beneath the stars. Even when faced with boundless, invincible adversaries, this emperor remained steadfast, using his own strength to subdue the heavens. A lifetime of slaughter was merely to provide the human race with a fleeting chance at survival. The overwhelming bloodshed was for that ephemeral glimmer of hope amidst the vast web of destiny. After recounting the life of the primordial emperor, Li Yushu sighed for this great figure. The Earth Immortals, completely immersed in the tragic tale of the primordial emperor, found it hard to extricate themselves. Some even wept uncontrollably, their sorrow palpable. The two small Taoist boys, Qing Feng and Ming Yue, had red-rimmed eyes, embracing each other as they wept. Only Zhen Yuanzi remained seated on his mat, his eyes tightly shut, having received a hundredfold return of cultivation from the black bear monster. Li Yushu had reached the quasi-saint realm. With a single glance, he discerned that Zhen Yuanzi had entered a profound state of enlightenment. Yet, with Zhen Yuanzi's quasi-saint late-stage strength, it would be challenging for him to attain the pinnacle of quasi-saint within these few hours. However, the ability to glean divine insights or comprehend the Tao from the primordial emperor hinges entirely on the personal of Zhen Yuanzi. Even during Li Yushu's teachings in the 10,000 Great Mountains, not all beings present could grasp the Tao. Rarely, like that black bear monster, did one receive the complete inheritance from an unparalleled power. This varies from person to person and can indeed be explained through the concept of fate. Li Yushu has already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Although his true form resides at Wuzhuang Temple, he is fully aware of all that transpires within the Black Wind Mountain. The slaying of Wanshu and Puxian by that black bear monster has taken me somewhat by surprise. Li Yushu mused, narrowing his eyes. He had anticipated that after the black bear monster attained the status of a Daluo golden immortal, it would choose to retreat from the limelight, leading the myriad demons of Black Wind Mountain to hide elsewhere or seek refuge with other senior brothers, thus avoiding the scrutiny of the Buddhist sect. After all, While the black bear monster killed Sun Wukong, it merely interrupted the journey to the west, not committing an irreparable calamity. The Buddhist sect dispatched 2 Deluo golden immortal bodhisattvas merely to serve as a warning. Sun Wukong, born from the stone of the sky patched by the Saint Nuwa, though his physical body may perish, his primordial spirit remains indestructible. Little did I expect that the black bear monster, filled with filial piety, would insist on elevating his master to the throne of supremacy. Of course, this also stems from the deep-seated enmity he bears as a creature of the demon race. Master, our revered teacher, Qingfeng, noticing that Xinyuanzi remained deep in contemplation, inquired with a trace of confusion. His master is indeed a being of the late quasi-saint stage, one of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace back in the day. Even in the presence of myriad Tao laws, a single thought could lead to enlightenment. Liu rose from his meditation cushion, stretched lazily, and smiled lightly. Your master will surely achieve enlightenment this time. Having said that, he knew he must continue his journey to Black Wind Mountain without further delay. The black bear monster's decapitation of Wenshu and Puxian would undoubtedly incite the Buddha's wrath, prompting the dispatch of bodhisattvas or even the Buddha himself to suppress it at that point. No amount of ginseng fruit trees would save that bear's life. Furthermore, Liu Shu had another reason for not remaining at Wuzhuang Temple. His golden finger required disciples to come under his tutelage to receive the feedback of his teachings. The Erlang god was manageable, but this figure before him is Zhenyuan Daxian, a powerful being at the late quasi-saint stage. If one were to consider his master, it would be none other than the foremost individual of the current primordial era. Daozu Hongjun. Liu Shu recognized that he was not yet capable of contending with Daozu Hongjun for disciples. Moreover, having merely accepted a black bear as a disciple had already entangled him in a multitude of troubles, specifically causing calamities for him. The thought of incurring significant karmic consequences with Xinyuanzi was daunting for Liu Shu. Just the enmity of Xinyuanzi's foremost adversary, Kuanpeng, was sufficient to leave Liu Shu in a state of disarray. Chapter 10. Stepping into the pinnacle of quasi-saint. After thanking the disciples of Wuzhuang Temple, Liu Shu transformed into a beam of rainbow light, vanishing into the heavens. Time passed, though how much, he could not tell. Suddenly, Xinyuanzi opened his eyes, purple aura surging around him. Within the opening and closing of his gaze lay the essence of Penga's creation of the heavens. Above the 33 heavens, auspicious clouds descended, showering the world in celestial flowers, with purple energy flowing from the east. Countless Tao laws transformed into towering pillars, landing upon Mount Wanshou. Such a terrifying phenomenon could only occur when a quasi-saint like Xinyuanzi attained enlightenment. Master has attained the Tao. Qingfeng and Mingyue, the 2 little ones, were overwhelmed with excitement, forgetting their usual composure, grinning widely, their right fists pounding their left palms as they paced back and forth, unable to settle down. With a resounding crash, 100 Earth Immortals knelt, congratulating their master. As the sound of the Tao bell echoed throughout the heavens, countless mighty beings were shaken to their cores. A terrifying visage, adorned with a Tao bell atop its head, sat with its back to the myriad beings, dominating the eternal river of time, instilling awe in all living creatures. The aura emanating from its quasi-saint pinnacle presence compelled all beings in the 3 realms to bow in reverence. Even the few saints from beyond the heavens were taken aback. It's he the end of the immortal path, who stands at the summit. One glance, and the primordial Tao becomes void. A profound voice resonated. Xinyuanzi's attainment of the Tao unexpectedly led him to step into the pinnacle of quasi-saint, leaving Liu Shu, who was still en route, without any feedback from the system. Congratulations, Master, on attaining the Tao. The disciples were elated, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Yet, Xinyuanzi appeared somewhat lost in thought, gazing at the empty meditation cushion before him. As a teacher, how should I impart the fruits of my quasi-saint pinnacle Tao? Waves of ripples stirred within Xinyuanzi's heart as he contemplated the tribulations that lay ahead. Comparable to those of the primordial emperor, I bow to my disciple. Xinyuanzi performed the ritual of bowing to his departing disciple. This act left Qingfeng and Mingyue in utter shock, realizing their master had truly been imparted teachings by that storyteller. Liu Shu, traversing the realms, suddenly halted. Sensing a connection, he smiled faintly, accepting the bow. Ding, congratulations, host. Your disciple Zenyuanzi has successfully attained enlightenment of the primordial emperor's methods, stepping into the pinnacle of quasi-saint realm. The host has received 100-fold cultivation feedback. Congratulations, host, for stepping into the pinnacle of quasi-saint realm. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Li Yushu's mind, particularly the phrase about entering the pinnacle of quasi-saint realm, which brought him a sigh of relief. This was indeed 100-fold feedback of Zenyuanzi's Dao fruits. At this moment, had there been primordial purple energy, Li Yushu might have been able to attain the status of a saint. Unfortunately, the last trace of primordial purple energy dissipated from the world following the death of Zenyuanzi's close friend, Hong Yun. Some speculated that this trace of primordial purple energy was one of the 49 pathways of the Tao. Even possessing that trace would invoke the heavenly tribulation, making it difficult to achieve the status of a saint. The example of ancestor Hong Yun stood as a testament. Receiving 100-fold feedback entangled him in karmic ties with Zenyuanzi. Plans have changed. Li Yushu gazed towards the setting sun of the Golden Crow. A glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. In the heavenly court, within the Lingshao Palace, the atmosphere had grown particularly tense. Countless celestial beings sensed the terrifying murderous intent emanating from the Jade Emperor. Zenyuanzi, a peer of the three purities and a powerful being at the late quasi-saint stage, was revered in the mortal realm as the ancestor of Earth Immortals, nearly transcending the authority of the heavenly court. Countless Earth Immortals regarded Zenyuanzi as their forebear. Zenyuanzi had always been a thorn in the Jade Emperor's side in a plot against the Buddhist sect. The aim was to use the journey to the west to eliminate Zenyuanzi. Yet now, Zenyuanzi had stepped into the pinnacle of quasi-saint realm. Unless a saint personally intervened, it would be impossible to suppress Zenyuanzi. Furthermore, Zenyuanzi now possessed the strength to turn the tables. The Jade Emperor sat high upon his dragon throne. Observing the silent crowd of celestial beings and coldly declared, "I shall not permit any existence that dares to defy the heavenly laws." This statement was quite subtle. Henceforth, it was a matter of mutual non-interference with Zenyuanzi. Zenyuanzi's dominion was merely a matter of personal dissatisfaction. However, it was essential to recognize that the most troublesome aspect remained with the Buddhist sect. After all, Mount Wanshou was a crucial location in the journey to the west. Just the thought of it was terrifyingly bizarre. A Tai golden immortal monkey could sever the foundation of a quasi-saint pinnacle being's path to enlightenment. This was 1,000 times more outrageous than Sun Wukong's havoc in the heavenly palace. Initially, to allow this monkey to cause a scene and earn a good blame, the heavenly court had let more water flow than the 4 seas combined. In the west, in the land of ultimate bliss, 2 towering golden figures were engulfed in fury. Impossible! The current heavenly fate belongs to our Buddhist sect's flourishing. Why has Zenyuanzi, one of the calamities, attained the Tao? The saint of guidance was exceedingly enraged, calculating the heavenly secrets with his fingers. Yet, these secrets still indicated the flourishing of the Buddhist sect, their fate destined to return to the west. The saint of purity, peering through the river of time, with golden holy eyes aglow with golden lotuses, gazed upon Mount Wanshou, chuckling coldly. Zenyuanzi is a castaway of the Tao, devoid of fortune and merit, yet he can attain the Tao amidst our journey to the west. It seems he has a powerful benefactor behind him. Only a few beings could be regarded as such by the saints. The expression of the saint of guidance shifted slightly, but those words were forbidden. The saint of purity closed his eyes and smiled. "You worry too much. Perhaps ancestor Hong Yun has bestowed his Tao fruits upon him, and the fleeing primordial purple energy resides within Zenyuanzi. Let the Tathagata observe our esteemed Taoist friend. On Kunlun Mountain, in the Yushu Palace, he has indeed attained the Tao." The primordial heavenly sovereign slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance at the 3 realms. Then, he gently closed them again, as if nothing could stir even the slightest ripple in the heart of this saint. The only reason he opened his eyes was due to the fact that during the Buddhist tribulations, it was this primordial heavenly sovereign who brought Zenyuanzi to Yushu Palace to listen to the Tao, thus granting Sun Wukong the opportunity to act. Zenyuanzi's Tao was far too terrifying. Even the saints were reluctant to see him continue to grow within the 3 realms in Black Wind Mountain. Within the Black Wind Cave, the black bear monster sat alone upon a grand chair. The previously bustling cave now hosted only a few small demons still attending to him. "Alas, if only my master were here." The black bear monster lamented, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He realized he had underestimated the Buddhist sect and overestimated the current strength of the demon race. He had thought that with his own power and the support of several thousand demons, they could withstand the onslaught of the Buddhist sect while awaiting reinforcements from other senior brothers. Yet reality proved to be as harsh as it was unforgiving. Chapter 11. Do nobility and rank not have their own qualities? Amidst the multitude of demon clans, only a few formidable demon kings have ascended to the profound celestial realm, yet before the towering presence of the Buddhist sect, they are unable to stir even the faintest ripple. Indeed, with but a mere thought, the illustrious Manjushri and Samantabhadra could annihilate the entire demon populace of Black Wind Mountain. Should I seek out my fellow brothers, or venture to the northern land of Luozhou in search of the Bull Demon King? The Black Bear Demon wore a troubled expression. He comprehended that he had become a wanted fugitive of the Buddhist sect, destined to be relentlessly hunted down, a cautionary tale to quell the chaos of the journey to the west. His brothers would undoubtedly accept him, yet the Black Bear Demon was loath to implicate them. Conversely, the Bull Demon King of the northern land was renowned, commanding an army of 100,000 demons. Having established his own dominion and revered as the great sage equal to heaven. Not only was the Bull Demon King immensely powerful, a true celestial of the highest order, but his character was also remarkably generous, frequently leading his demons to fend off the assaults of heaven and the Buddhist sect. Were he to seek refuge, the Bull Demon King would assuredly take him in, perhaps even anticipating the arrival of a demon king with such formidable combat prowess to join forces. Yet suddenly, the Black Bear Demon recalled a crucial detail point. 500 years prior, the Bull Demon King had likely foreseen the impending calamity of the journey to the west and had gone to Huagua Mountain to forge a brotherhood with Sun Wukong. Having just slain his sworn brother, could he now turn to seek refuge? Would the Bull Demon King be able to accept him? Ultimately, he was but a solitary figure. The Black Bear Demon downed a bowl of yellow wine, wiped the remnants from his lips, and sighed deeply in resignation. If only his master were here, to provide him with guidance. Abruptly, the Black Bear Demon sensed something amiss and jerked his head up. Time within the cave had seemingly come to a standstill. Several small demons, still engaged in their playful scuffle, were suspended mid-air. To suppress 2 Buddhist bodhisattvas with his own strength was a feat that justified his master's efforts. Li Yushu stepped forth from the void, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he regarded the Black Bear Demon. Master! Master! The Black Bear Demon exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, rushing forward to kneel in reverence. Nearly moved to tears, Li Yushu hastily motioned for him to cease, feigning anger as he remarked, I did not come here for you to cling to my leg and weep. Only then did the Black Bear Demon realize his indiscretion in the presence of his master. Hastily wiping away his tears with his large, furry hand, I have acted inappropriately, master. Please take your seat. The Black Bear Demon steadied himself and invited his master to sit upon the elevated throne. Li Yushu settled into the grand chair and raised a hand, gesturing for the Black Bear Demon to sit as well, admonishing him not to be so easily startled. Had the Black Bear Demon displayed such a demeanor during their teachings in the Great Mountain, he would have been promptly expelled by the other attendees. You dare to make such bold claims, demanding that I take the exalted throne? Li Yushu took a sip of yellow wine and cast a deliberate glance at the Black Bear Demon. Inquiring coldly, bold claims? The Black Bear Demon trembled slightly, instinctively wishing to apologize, but then sensed something was amiss. Have I truly erred? Master, you once said, do nobles and monarchs possess any innate superiority? The emperor's reign rotates. Next year it shall be my turn. This is also the teaching you imparted. The Black Bear Demon's voice dwindled to a whisper. Li Yushu nearly spat out his drink. The position of the Jade Emperor was decreed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. It was not something to be rotated among mere mortals. In an effort to prevent the Jade Emperor from becoming a mere figurehead, a calamity of divine ordination was orchestrated. Certainly, this was only one of the reasons to suppress the influx of immortals to the Western Paradise. The Dragon Throne of the Lingshao Palace was not a seat for just anyone. Even if one were to ascend it, what would it matter? The current Jade Emperor appeared to be the sovereign of the 3 realms. Yet his authority within heaven was far from secure. The disciples of the and continued to engage in overt and covert conflicts, and even the Renjiao had ceased to heed the commands of heaven. Marshal Tianpong was a living testament to this. acting with impunity in heaven due to his lineage as a third-generation disciple of the Rangjiao. Now, with the Buddhist sect rising to prominence, the Jade Emperor must contend with them. Ensuring he does not relinquish any power, Li Yushu had no desire to become a second Zhao Kuangyin, of course. In the journey to the West world that he had traversed into, Zhao Kuangyin had yet to exist. Li Yushu remained silent, merely observing the Black Bear demon. Even though he had harnessed the system's power to completely conceal his quasi-saint aura, even the true form of the Buddha would perceive him as an ordinary mortal. Yet, the aura emanating from his eyes seemed to exert a natural suppression over the Black Bear demon. The Black Bear demon finally recognized his misstep, collapsing to his knees in terror. "Please, master, punish me," he stammered. Fearing that his master had come to take him back to the Great Mountain for punishment, he was unaware that Li Yushu's intentions were far from that. Upon hearing the words master uttered by Xinyuanzi, Li Yushu understood that his fate had been irrevocably altered. To survive in this journey to the West world was now an unrealistic fantasy. Setting aside the karmic ties that Xinyuanzi bore, the predicament created by the Black Bear demon had compelled Li Yushu to emerge from seclusion. This realization also clarified why Bodhi Patriarch had warned Sun Wukong upon expelling him from Fengsuan Mountain. In the future, should you cause trouble, do not involve your master. Li Yushu had long since devised a plan. Though he was of human origin, ever since his arrival, he had been in the company of demons. Following the fall of the demon court, the status of demons had plummeted, now regarded as no different from livestock, subject to the whims of gods and Buddhas. Even if Li Yushu chose to remain in seclusion, the Buddhist sect would inevitably seek to incorporate the northern land of Luozhou and its demons. The Dragon Clan had already been thoroughly schemed against, with the last hope of returning to their ancestral bloodline placed upon Ao Lai, who was ultimately positioned as a scripture seeker. The end result, however, was merely being enshrined as the 8-part heavenly dragons, eternally bound to the Buddhist sect's pillars, serving as loyal guardians. The remaining fortunes of the Dragon Clan, along with their merits in bestowing rain upon humanity, had all been absorbed into the Buddhist sect's 8-treasure pool of merits. Looking at this foolish yet exceedingly filial disciple, Li Yushu felt a touch of exasperation and remarked, "This sin shall be noted against you. Rise. What are your plans henceforth?" The Black Bear demon was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Did Master support his course of action? The Black Bear demon, brimming with excitement, stood up and relayed his 2 options to Li Yushu. However, upon hearing them, Li Yushu's expression darkened. Setting aside the first option, seeking out the Bull Demon King was akin to courting death. The Bull Demon King had originally sought to evade the calamity of the journey to the west by forming a brotherhood with Sun Wukong at Huagua Mountain. Yet, in the end, his own son, the Red Boy, was taken by Guanyin to serve as a benefactor. Chapter 12. What of Guanyin? How could she overshadow a king? Even Princess Ironfan had been humiliated by Sun Wukong, and the next turn of events could be as dire as one could imagine. Moreover, Li Yushu was aware that the Old Bull was a disciple of the, which had historically been allied with the demon clans during the primordial era. Most of the disciples were also of demon lineage. Until the rise of humanity, these disciples had descended to aid the human emperor in pacifying the world. At present, Li Yushu was reluctant to entangle himself in any of their karmic affairs. Furthermore, the Bull Demon King, while appearing simple, was, in truth, exceedingly cunning. With the Buddhist sect harboring an intense hatred for the Black Bear demon, wishing to consume him whole, would the Bull Demon King dare to offend the Buddhist sect on his behalf? As for the first option, Li Yushu contemplated briefly. It was indeed a feasible course of action, provided that the Black Bear demon could completely withdraw from Black Wind Mountain and escape to Yellow Wind Ridge. Only then would the Buddhist sect hesitate, granting the Black Bear demon a glimmer of hope. Just then, a quasi-saint aura suddenly descended upon Black Wind Mountain. The Black Bear demon's expression shifted slightly, and a surge of murderous intent erupted from him as he bellowed, "Master, allow me to slay that monk." Li Yushu, fingers crossed as he contemplated the situation, replied coolly, "First, go outside and ascertain who that person is." The Black Bear demon paused for a moment before striding confidently out of the cave. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Black Wind Mountain awash in radiant Buddhist light, as if enveloped in a celestial paradise. Above the billowing Buddhist clouds stood a bodhisattva, majestically positioned upon an 8-petal golden lotus, exuding an air of compassion. A golden wheel of merit radiated from behind, casting down countless beams of pure light to alleviate the suffering of the world. The visitor was none other than one of the three great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, the presiding figure of the journey to the West, Guanyin, also known as Zhihong Daoren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school during the Fengshan War. Guanyin was revered as the most likely candidate to attain Buddhahood amidst the trials of the journey to the West. Within the Buddhist sect, there were even whispers that after 2 more epochs of tribulation, the title of the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas would inevitably fall to this bodhisattva. Although she had only just entered the quasi-saint realm, the golden wheel of merit behind her left even the most seasoned quasi-saints feeling inadequate. Upon seeing the black bear demon, Guanyin maintained her compassionate demeanor and sighed gently, "Black bear spirit, you were born of heaven and earth, your intellect newly awakened. Why do you engage in wanton slaughter?" Her voice was imbued with profound compassion, causing the small demons that had accompanied the black bear demon to kneel and weep uncontrollably. The black bear demon, too, appeared somewhat bewildered, as the resonant sounds of the Buddhist realm echoed in his mind. From his once menacing eyes, 2 golden lotus blossoms now emerged. "I pity the world." Guanyin, cradling a jade vase of purest white, sighed with a heavy heart. As her words fell, the black bear demon revealed his true form, trembling and kneeling on the ground in a rather comical manner. Such was the terrifying gulf between a quasi-saint and a great Luo golden immortal. The quasi-saint regarded the great Luo golden immortal as mere cattle. With a mere thought, she could slaughter countless beings. "Come, return to the southern sea with me, and cleanse yourself of this sin." Guanyin chanted another Buddhist incantation, urging the black bear demon to seek refuge within. Suddenly, the black bear monster broke free from the restraints of the Buddha's teachings and let out a furious roar that echoed through the heavens. Boom! A colossal golden-backed wild bull, akin to a divine mountain, surged forth from the void. The black bear monster stood defiantly atop the war chariot drawn by the golden-backed bull, bathed in resplendent divine light, as if propping up the very heavens. What of Guanyin? Could she suppress the king? With one hand, the black bear monster lifted the red peak spear, shattering myriad shackles, and charged forth through the river of time. Guanyin, unperturbed, observed the black bear monster that had suddenly broken free from its constraints, her eyes flickering with a hint of astonishment. What extraordinary power is this, to enable a mere Daluo to break through my sacred Buddhist restrictions? Although Guanyin did not wield the might of a quasi-saint, the suppression of a millennium of Buddhist teachings was not something an ordinary Daluo Jingxian could easily shake off. Without a trace of magical fluctuation emanating from her, Guanyin merely waved the willow branch in her hand as if bending with the wind. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted above the Buddhist clouds. The black bear monster seemed to be struck by countless ancient divine mountains, its massive form plummeting from the sky. Even the golden-backed wild bull and the ancient war chariot, exuding an aura of immortality, were reduced to dust in an instant. Had it not been for Guanyin's prior selection of the black bear monster as the guardian of Mount Putuo, it would have perished 1,000 times over. Lost in its delusions, with a gentle sigh, Guanyin prepared to capture the black bear monster. Just then, from the layers of the 9 heavens, a path opened as if slicing through the firmament like steps. On each level of the celestial realm stood the fierce and menacing grass-headed deities, brandishing weapons and shaking great flags. Guanyin Bodhisattva, hold on, spoke Erlang Shen, wielding the Fangtian painting halberd and standing resolutely in the 9 heavens. His expression indifferent as he began to speak slowly. Behind him, the 6 saints of Meishan manifested a terrifying visage that soared to the heavens, obscuring the sun. Upon witnessing Erlang Shen's formidable presence, Guanyin's expression shifted slightly, revealing a trace of displeasure. Were it any other celestial deity or Daluo Jingxian, Guanyin would have scarcely glanced their way. However, Erlang Shen was no ordinary Daluo Jingxian. He was renowned as the foremost among them. Trained under the tutelage of the Jading Zhanren of the 12 Golden Immortals, he perfected the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, unmatched by anyone in the entire Chan sect. With the 3-pronged dual-edged knife in hand, he carved a path through the entire Fengshan calamity, achieving great deeds for King Wu of Zhou. This individual was even on the path to achieving sainthood through his physical form, with hopes of attaining the realm of quasi-saint. Alas, Erlang Shen was too proud and unruly, unwilling to ascend to the heavenly court, instead listening only to the commands at Guanjin port. His sister, Yang Chan, was the sole direct disciple of the Saint Enhua. The current Jade Emperor was her uncle. In terms of lineage, Guanyin was Erlang Shan's master's uncle. Yet, Guanyin now possessed a male form while retaining a feminine appearance. Might I inquire what brings the true monarch to Black Wind Mountain? Guanyin asked gently, a smile gracing her face. Erlang Shen did not rush to respond but instead directed his gaze towards the severely injured and unconscious black bear monster. Upon seeing it still held a glimmer of life, he finally replied at a measured pace, "By the decree of His Majesty, I have come to capture the black bear monster." Guanyin's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, responding with a faint smile. "The black bear monster has slaughtered members of my Buddhist sect. This matter shall be handled by us, so there is no need for the true monarch to intervene." In terms of power, Guanyin was a quasi-saint, and Erlang Shen's demeanor before her was indeed too audacious. However, Erlang Shen was inherently a proud individual, and he held a position in the heavenly court, having been conferred the title of Qingwen Miaodao True Monarch. He had come at the behest of the Jade Emperor's decree. Before the Jade Emperor, even the Tathagata Buddha referred to himself as a subject. Chapter 13. The one with double pupils, a saint. Erlang Shen merely smiled and replied, "Guanyin Bodhisattva, I, Yang Jian, am merely carrying out my duties. The Jade Emperor has issued his decree. I cannot simply capture the black bear monster and report back." Although Erlang Shen's face, akin to an iceberg, forced a smile, the chilling aura of lethal intent surrounding him showed no signs of abating. The 6 saints of Meishan behind him also maintained their formidable presence. The sun-swallowing god and the howling celestial dog activated their divine powers, swallowing the sun and moon, as if to demonstrate their might. Guanyin's expression changed slightly, her gaze turning solemn as she spoke. "True monarch, I kindly request that you hand over the black bear monster to my Buddhist sect. I will personally explain the situation to the Lingxiao Hall and the Grand Heavenly Sovereign." Erlang Shen shook his head, the cold light emanating from his 3-pronged dual-edged knife flaring brightly, showing no intention of retreating. Who among them did not know that Erlang Shen was infamous for being fearless within the 3 realms? He was also known as one of the most combative beings. His mastery of the 8-9 mysterious arts was honed through countless life and death struggles. Moreover, Erlang Shen had achieved sainthood through his physical form, rendering him even less fearful. "Yang Jian," Guanyin exclaimed, her displeasure evident as she cried out. Previously, Guanyin had regarded Erlang Shen with some respect, even permitting him to speak as an equal. She had already taken 1,000 steps back. To her surprise, Erlang Shen was refusing her goodwill. What of the Jade Emperor's decree? If she were resolute in her intent to take the black bear monster back, could a mere Daluo Jingxian stand in her way? "My Buddhist compassion." Guanyin raised one hand before her, her expression filled with compassion as she recited a Buddhist chant. In an instant, the heavens and earth resonated with the sound of mantras, as if one were immersed in the boundless Buddhist realm. In the void, countless golden lotuses, exuding a sacred radiance, began to sway and bloom. Such overwhelming quasi-saint pressure bore down upon the entire world. Yet Erlang Shen merely smiled coldly, and then opened his celestial eye. Buzz! A beam of divine light erupted within the universe, as if reenacting the primordial chaos, in Erlang Shen's icy gaze. The phenomenon of double pupils manifested once more, just as the 2 terrifying phenomena were about to collide. A decree from the west descended, suppressing the might of both Guanyin and Erlang Shen. By the decree of the Grand Heavenly Sovereign. The decree was straightforward and clear. Guanyin's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, and she promptly responded respectfully, "I shall abide by the Master's decree." The Master referred to by Guanyin was, of course, the Lord of the 10,000 Buddhas, the Tathagata Buddha. Erlang Shen furrowed his brow slightly, clasping his hands in salute and said, "Thank you, Buddha." Although Erlang Shen was reluctant and held disdain for the Buddhist sect, he still maintained a certain level of respect, or perhaps fear, in the face of the Tathagata Buddha's decree. After all, he was a formidable being at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Furthermore, this time, the Tathagata Buddha had shown leniency to As for the reason behind this concession, it was something Erlang Shen could not comprehend. Guanyin noticed Erlang Shen's earlier peculiarity, especially the manifestation of his double pupils. Not only in his eyes, but even the divine eye on Erlang Shen's forehead had reappeared with the double pupil phenomenon. Those with double pupils are saints, the emperor of humanity, Xuanqiu, was indeed a double pupil bearer. Half of Erlang Shan's bloodline belonged to the innate human race. Guanyin suppressed her thoughts and, after glancing at the unconscious black bear monster, clasped her hands together. Following this, her esteemed form vanished from the realm. Upon witnessing Guanyin's departure, Erlang Shan finally let out a long breath. Confronting a quasi-saint was no easy task. Meanwhile, the howling celestial dog hurriedly released the sun and moon, exclaiming, "The power of Guanyin Bodhisattva is indeed as terrifying as the legends suggest." Erlang Shan looked at the foolish dog and couldn't help but smile, addressing everyone. "You all should return to Guanjin Port swiftly. I will handle the black bear monster myself. Remember, continue the search for the man named Lu Yanchong. Heed the decree of the second master." The deities responded in unison. Once again, this man named Lu Yanchong. Recently, the second master seemed to bear a significant enmity towards Lu Yanchong. Every time his name was mentioned, a wave of chilling murderous intent would surface, instilling dread in all, even the eldest of the 6 saints of Meishan. Kong Laoda dared not inquire further, hastily conjuring clouds and mist to return with his brethren. Erlang Shan sheathed his weapons and set up restrictions over the land, as long as one was not overly idle or seeking a long life. Even the presence of a Daluo Jingxian would not wish to provoke this god of slaughter. Ever since the War of the Gods, Erlang Shan's disposition seemed to have shifted slightly, becoming increasingly decisive in his killing, even to the point of bloodlust. Erlang Shan slowly approached the black bear monster, his expression indifferent as he calmly spoke. "Get up." The moment those words left his lips, it seemed as though the very law of nature adhered to them. The black bear monster slowly opened its eyes, and upon seeing Erlang Shan present, its expression grew complex. Earlier, the black bear monster had not been merely injured and unconscious, but had been trapped within its own physical form by Guanyin's Buddhist restrictions. "I never anticipated that it would be you who saved me," the black bear monster murmured, lowering its head, its voice a low rumble, tinged with a hint of defiance. After all, after Erlang Shan was conferred the title of Qingyun Miaodao True Monarch, he had returned to Guanjin Port, continuously slaying demons and monsters, including the 1,200 grass-headed deities who had reigned as formidable demon kings in the mountains. Yet now, they had been subdued by Erlang Shan and turned into his hounds. Although Erlang Shan only targeted those demons tainted by karma, the sheer number of kills he had amassed instilled fear throughout the demon race. The black bear monster wiped the blood from its body, glanced at the taciturn Erlang Shan, and coldly stated, "You saved my life. Now you seek to take my head to report to the Jade Emperor. Come, then, I shall not utter a word of protest." Erlang Shan regarded the black bear monster with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool, before turning his gaze towards the depths of the Black Wind Cave and respectfully declaring, "Disciple Yang Jian pays respect to my master, pays respect to my master." The black bear monster looked around in confusion. Wasn't Erlang Shan's master the Jieding Zhenren? Could it be that the Jieding Zhenren had arrived? In the next moment, a familiar figure emerged from within the cave. "Unexpectedly, you would intervene to rescue this bear," Li Yushu remarked with a faint smile. "What?" The black bear monster felt as if his mind was about to explode. This Yang Jian is my fellow disciple." Yang Jian hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "It was merely a trivial effort. This disciple wishes to invite the master to Mount Hua." Yang Jian had long anticipated the time when his disobedient sister would ascend to immortality, yet her worldly tribulations were far from over. Little did he expect that this very tribulation would be manipulated by others. Yang Jian was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his mother. He had only this one sister left. Sensing his concerns, Li Yushu did not refuse and nodded. "Perfect, let us bring this black bear along to help him avoid the storm." Chapter 14. Romeo and Juliet. After their departure, Guanxian suddenly began to calculate with her fingers. Indeed, the vitality of the black bear monster had completely vanished. However, recalling Yang Jian's arrogant demeanor in her presence ignited a murderous intent within Guanxian. She was one of the few who had successfully attained the quasi-saint realm after the deification calamity. And what of Yang Jian? What did it matter that he had attained the saintly body? Was he not merely an immortal of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm now? Yet, this murderous intent soon dissipated. Guanxian turned her gaze toward Mount Hua and sneered. "What of your profound skills? Yang Jian, your sister, Yang Chan, cannot escape her doom. At the foot of Mount Hua, within a tea house, the Holy Mother of Sia blessed countless people, ensuring favorable weather and a prosperous life for the citizens, which in turn fostered the flourishing incense offerings at Mount Hua. The tea house at the mountain's base thrived with business, as countless pilgrims came to rest here daily. There were even rumors that our Holy Mother of Sia enjoyed transforming into a mortal woman to experience the earthly atmosphere in this tea house. Today, it remains uncertain whether the Holy Mother has graced us with her presence. However, 3 guests arrived from afar. One was remarkably handsome but exuded an icy demeanor that kept others at a distance. Another was a burly man with a dark complexion, resembling a stout bear, who silently trailed behind the group, his face reflecting his dissatisfaction. The last was a young Taoist clad in a robe, his kind eyes suggesting he was a benevolent soul who delighted in helping others. "Excuse me, young Taoist, could you tell my fortune?" A middle-aged man inquired cautiously after sipping his tea. The dark-faced man was about to unleash his fury, but the young Taoist kicked him subtly, signaling him to be quiet. "All right then." The young Taoist instructed the man to extend his palm and began to examine the lines with a furrowed brow. Yang Jian observed with curiosity. The one revered by the demon clan as a master of demons, and who was at least a terrifying quasi-saint, was now humbling himself to tell a mortal's fortune. The middle-aged man, noticing Li Yushu's troubled expression, felt an uneasy apprehension and asked nervously, "Taoist, am I to suffer another calamity?" Li Yushu nearly laughed at this. "Not at all. I see great fortune in your palm. A life filled with blessings and progeny. Return home and warm your bed with your wife, and you shall surely bear 10 or 8 children." 10 or 8 children? Both Yang Jian and the black bear monster were taken aback. How could one be foretold to bear so many children? Was he being treated like livestock? Surely no one could have 10 or 8 children. This was inviting ridicule. Yet, the middle-aged man did not grow angry. Instead, he beamed with joy. "Taoist, is that true? I come here daily to pray for the Holy Mother of Sia to bless me with more children." The middle-aged man was overjoyed. Li Yushu slightly nodded. "I do not deceive. If you do not bear 10 children, you may come to Jiangkou to seek me. I will certainly believe your words, Taoist." The middle-aged man was now grinning from ear to ear. Even growing impatient, "Boss, I will pay for the tea for these 3. I must hurry home to find my wife." He dropped a handful of coins and hurried toward the mountain's base, prompting laughter from those in the tea house. The black bear monster frowned as he watched the man depart and asked, "Master, why could I not see that man would have 10 children? Did he not suffer?" Before he could finish, Li Yushu gestured for him to silence himself. Yang Jian glanced helplessly at the black bear monster. How could such a fool have comprehended such formidable powers to suppress the likes of Manjushri and Samantabhadra? And how had he been accepted as Li Yushu's disciple with such intellect? If the man couldn't bear children, couldn't he use his magical power to assist? "I am quite accurate in my fortune-telling." Li Yushu replied leisurely, sipping his tea and savoring its delicate aroma on his palate. Just as Yang Jian was about to speak, a voice echoed in his mind, urging him to return to report back to the heavenly court. After all, Yang Jian had ventured forth on a sacred mission and had even attracted the attention of the Buddha. Li Yushu interjected before Yang Jian could open his mouth, "You may return to report. I shall wait for you here. Once you return, we can seek out that girl and recount the tale of Romeo and Juliet." Romeo? Juliet? Yang Jian had never heard of such names and thought they might be some ancient text that could aid his younger sister in severing her ties to worldly troubles. After Yang Jian departed, the tea patrons, who had initially been intimidated by his aloof demeanor, gathered around Li Yushu merrily now that he had left. "Young Taoist, could you take a look at my fortune too? I'll treat you to dinner tonight." "Taoist, could you provide a talisman to cure my mother's illness?" "This handsome Taoist, could you tell me if I can ever become a local official in this lifetime?" The tea patrons chattered excitedly around Li Yushu. Yet, rather than growing annoyed, Li Yushu laughed heartily. "Do not crowd. One at a time. Today, I shall read your fortunes and explore the riches of this mortal realm." Li Yushu gazed at the outstretched palms and began to indulge in this unorthodox endeavor. "Young man, it's not that you lack the fate for children. Rather, you have a deficiency in your kidneys. Return home and consume more goji berries to nourish yourself, and remember to steep them in warm water. I see in your palm the signs of harmony. Your family will be blissful. You must be surnamed Wang, right?" "What? Taoist, my surname is Chen. Beside them, the black bear monster was perplexed, sharing Yang Jian's confusion. Why did his master wish to engage with these mortals? Each time Li Yushu touched someone's palm, he would channel his power to alter their fate. This alteration merely ensured that person would live a life of peace and health. Perhaps the black bear monster had forgotten. Li Yushu was not a demon master, nor was he a quasi-saint. In a world devoid of gods and demons, he might simply be a physician, or perhaps a storyteller beneath a bridge. This scene at the foot of the mountain caught the attention of a figure above. After all, this was the sacred ground of the Holy Mother of Siya. How could an unknown Taoist suddenly intrude upon the incense offerings? To put it bluntly, it was as if a Taoist were to recite a sutra for the dead in a monk's temple, an invitation to disaster. Sitting nearby was a bear demon. Why can I not perceive the cultivation of this person? A mere mortal? A divine thought resonated in the void. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yushu had already piqued the curiosity of the master of Siya. After Li Yushu finished reading the fortunes of the crowd, Chapter 15. Meet Silk and Jekyll, Taoist, can you tell stories too? Did you come from the Tang dynasty? Surely you have encountered numerous demons and monsters on your journey? Taoist, have a sip of water. Could you tell us about the plays from the Tang dynasty? Indeed. Those immortals do not need to eat or relieve themselves, right? The patrons grew increasingly intrigued. Even the owner, accompanied by several assistants, snacked on sunflower seeds while attentively watching Li Yushu. Li Yushu, seated comfortably, took a large bowl of tea and cheerfully inquired, "Shall I regale you with a tale?" Yes, please, go on." The patrons, filled with enthusiasm, made way for Li Yushu, clearing a large space. The owner even prepared a grand master chair for him, leaving the black bear monster astounded. Li Yushu cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Now, dear friends, listen well, for today I shall tell the tale of the Titanic. Let me share with you the unforgettable love that persists in life and death." Thus, this master who had imparted wisdom to countless great demons began to narrate tales to a gathering of mortals at the foot of Mount Hua. The black bear monster sat upright, ready to absorb this teaching on the mountain. A figure leaned against the railing, basking in the mountain breeze, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The Holy Mother of Siya gazed at the storyteller, captivated by the eloquence with which he recounted a heart-wrenching tale of love. Love? Yang Chan felt a touch of confusion. Since childhood, she had been taken to the palace of Nuwa to cultivate. Even the deification calamity had failed to disturb her pure and unblemished heart. Though Yang Chan had attained immortality, she had only truly experienced familial love. Time sped by. The unsinkable Titanic lay in eternal slumber within the river of time. A couple, forever entwined, bade their final farewell in the face of life and death, as the saying goes. In the reverse flow of the river, myriad immortals retreat. No law can rival the tears of the mandarin ducks. At long last, the final verse from Li Yushu fell, thus concluding this awe-inspiring and heart-wrenching rendition of a primordial Titanic. Yet, while Li Yushu had finished his tale, the patrons of the tea-house remained immersed in the depths of this tragic love story. The tea-house owner, with eyes glistening with tears, lamented, "Macy possesses a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, yet even she cannot escape the pangs of love's departure." Macy? Li Yushu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Where on earth did this mention of Macy come from? One by one, the guests wept profusely, shedding tears for this moving and heroic love tale. In contrast, Li Yushu maintained an air of indifference, continuing to savor his tea. Beside him, the black bear demon, eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them in confusion and inquired, "Master, why can I glean nothing from this?" Li Yushu shot the black bear demon a disdainful glance and asked, "How long have you been cultivating?" The black bear demon counted on his fingers and replied, 200 years to date. 200 years of solitary existence, and you haven't even brushed against the fur of a mother bear. How could you possibly comprehend the path of love? Li Yushu remarked with a hint of scorn. The black bear demon felt a piercing pain, far more intense than any suffering inflicted by Guanyin. "Master, I am entirely devoted to my cultivation." Li Yushu interrupted him, gesturing as if to say, "I understand. No need for further words." The black bear demon wished only to find a crevice to hide in. Was this truly the play of Chang'an? A melodious sound, reminiscent of a yellow oriole song, suddenly filled the air, evoking an immediate fondness. The black bear demon's expression shifted dramatically, as though facing a formidable adversary. But Li Yushu forcefully quelled him, and an unparalleled figure slowly emerged from the void. The patrons of the tea house vanished without a trace. The woman, clad in white as snow, with cascading tresses akin to a waterfall, possessed an unparalleled beauty, resembling flawless jade. It seemed as though she embodied the very essence of heaven and earth. A Tai golden immortal? Having entered the quasi-saint realm, Li Yushu could naturally deduce the true identity of this person. The Holy Mother of Mount Huashan, Yang Chan. Just as the lady had mentioned, it was merely a play. Li Yushu took a delicate sip of his tea and smiled lightly. Yang Chan nodded slightly and sat down across from Li Yushu, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she scrutinized this young Taoist, who was rather fond of crude jokes. Noticing Yang Chan's curious gaze, Li Yushu set down his teacup and inquired with a smile, "My dear lady, do I have something on my face?" Yang Chan's cheeks flushed slightly, suddenly realizing her rudeness. She hurriedly replied, "It was a misunderstanding. I was merely curious about how you knew so much about plays." Yang Chan was of exceptionally good nature and quite innocent. Even in the presence of mortals, especially a stranger, she treated them with great courtesy. This navette led her into a perilous predicament within her own worldly tribulations, jeopardizing even her only brother. Li Yushu chuckled, signaling that it was of no consequence. He was not so petty as to deny someone a glance. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chan asked, "Do you know about matters in the heavens?" Li Yushu raised an eyebrow. "Do you enjoy the gossip of the celestial beings?" Yang Chan, not fully grasping the term gossip, softly replied, "I am merely curious." Having cultivated from a young age in the palace of Nuwa, she had taken residence upon Mount Huashan after her emergence, being conferred the title of Holy Mother. The three realms were still somewhat unfamiliar to her, particularly the heavens. Her second brother also held a position in the heavenly court, and the goddess Nuwa had warned her that the heavenly court was a complex place. Many deities who perished during the investiture of the gods had since been resurrected as legitimate deities of the heavenly court. Li Yushu smiled. "Feel free to ask. I shall speak without reservation." "Really? I have learned to speak without embellishment." Yang Chan's spirits lifted as she eagerly asked, "Is Li Jing truly the father of Neza?" "Of course not. Li Jing's surname is Li, and Neza's surname is Na. How could that be possible?" "Ah, that makes sense. But is Guanyin a man or a woman?" "Neither male nor female, possessing both forms." One dared to inquire, and the other dared to respond. The content Li Yushu shared was truly astonishing. What left the Black Bear demon in a state of dread was that this girl appeared to believe every word. Having asked countless questions about gossip, Yang Chan soon lost interest in the celestial beings, sighing, "It seems these deities are not so different from mortals. They are equally mundane." Li Yushu chuckled, "However, the deities you inquire about are not the supreme powers. Why not ask about Yang Jian instead?" Yang Chan's brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, "Could it be that Erlang Shun, like Li Jing, raises a golden-haired rat demon in the mortal realm?" Chapter 16. Please stay on Mount Huashan tonight. Allow me to host you. Well, Yang Chan was somewhat flustered, nearly revealing too much, and cast a furtive glance at Li Yushu. She noticed that this young Taoist, well-versed in gossip, was leisurely enjoying his fruits, seemingly oblivious to her slip. Li Yushu discarded the fruit peel in his hand, stating, "I am not only knowledgeable about gossip, but also have some understanding of celestial secrets." Yang Chan struggled to suppress a laugh. This young Taoist, though still quite young, had a surprisingly grandiose air about him. Little did she know that this some understanding in the eyes of great powers represented an omniscient capability. Only those like the heavenly saints or Bai Zhe, who now resided in the northern region, could truly claim such vast knowledge. Yang Chan, taking it as a jest, leaned on the table, her gaze fixed on Li Yushu, and playfully asked, "Little Taoist, what celestial secrets do you know regarding Erlang Shun?" Li Yushu smiled mysteriously, instinctively clearing his throat, and declared, as the poem goes, "With lofty ambitions, he does not acknowledge the celestial kin. Proud in nature, he dwells among the divine in the Guan River. The radiance of Qi Cheng is profound, manifesting boundlessly as Erlang. He appears carefree, yet bears the deep-seated enmity of the Yang family. His love for the beautiful Yang Chan leads to worldly tribulations, drawing Yang Jian into an inescapable abyss. Thus, Yang Jian finds himself estranged from father and sister." Yang Chan's smile abruptly vanished, her expression growing increasingly grave. The divine light in her beautiful eyes faded, replaced by a flicker of dread. Impossible. How could I turn against my second brother? No, I would never fall in love with a mortal, nor would I harm my brother for an outsider. You are speaking nonsense. Yang Chan's delicate form trembled in fear, her voice quivering. The celestial secrets revealed by Li Yushu were far too terrifying. Her second brother was her last remaining kin in this world. He was the only one who treated her with utmost kindness. How could she abandon her brother as the little Taoist suggested? It was unthinkable. For the first time, Yang Chan lost her composure. Unable to bear listening any longer, she exclaimed, "Vile Taoist, stop speaking." Yet, Li Yushu had already finished revealing the celestial secrets he had deduced. The black bear demon stood up cautiously, warily observing the seemingly harmless girl before him. As for why he did not act, it was because he had realized that this seemingly innocuous girl was none other than the direct disciple of the goddess Nuwa, Yang Chan, the one who had saved his life. Yang Jin was her older brother. "My lady, you have lost your composure." Li Yushu slowly rose, his expression becoming remarkably serene as he spoke. Yang Chan suddenly realized her own overreaction. It was she who had insisted on the little Taoist's discourse. She had believed his words so foolishly. "I apologize. I apologize." This little Taoist, to make amends, please stay on Mount Huashan tonight, and allow me to host you well. Yang Chan, blushing, lowered her head, speaking somewhat timidly. It was hard to imagine that this girl, who resembled a blooming flower, was a disciple of a saint. The innate spiritual treasure she held, the lotus lamp, was enough to deter anyone beneath the quasi-saint level from opposing her. Li Yushu, observing this bashful Yang Chan, suddenly understood why Yang Jian harbored such hatred for Lu Yinchang. His precious younger sister, a disciple of a saint, and a Tai golden immortal at that, had been deceived by a disheveled scholar, lured away with mere sweet words, jeopardizing her future. That Yang Jian did not consume Lu Yinchang alive was a testament to his immense restraint. Seeing Yang Chan's foolishly adorable demeanor, Li Yushu felt a twinge of affection. After all, she was the precious sister of his disciple, and he ought to take good care of her. "Very well, your sincerity shall determine my response. Otherwise, I may become quite displeased." Li Yushu shrugged in resignation. Yang Chan beamed with delight, eagerly nodding, "Absolutely." In the heavenly court, within the Lingshao Palace, Yang Jian had come to report back. However, the atmosphere in the grand hall felt exceedingly strange, with waves of murderous intent surging unabated. Within the Haotian mirror, two voices echoed in conversation. Li Jing's surname is Li, and Neza's surname is Na. How could he possibly be his father? The barefoot immortal has athlete's foot, which is why he walks barefoot. What of Li Gang? Is he not merely a pure-hearted sycophant? Yet, the ensuing dialogue was abruptly interrupted by a formidable force, so powerful that even the Haotian mirror could not pierce through it. As if these words were deliberately released to disgust any eavesdroppers. "Your Majesty, that Taoist speaks arrogantly. I shall capture him and deliver him to the execution platform for immortals." Li Jing, dragging the exquisite pagoda, emerged from the celestial assembly with an air of palpable menace. "Your Majesty, I second the motion." A multitude of celestial beings, outraged by the slanderous rumors, rose in indignation. Even the rumored deity of love, Yu Lao, was so incensed that he stomped his foot and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I find that Taoist to be utterly arrogant. For the sake of the greater good, I implore you to allow me to challenge him to a duel." The Jade Emperor glanced at the Haotian mirror, feeling a tinge of helplessness, and promptly erased that segment of dialogue in contrast. Yang Jian remained stoic, observing with a detached demeanor, as if nothing concerned him. The furious celestial beings dared only to confront the young Taoist, who lacked influence or connections, yet none dared to challenge Yang Jian, who stood nearby as the elder brother of Yang Chan. The Jade Emperor surveyed the hall, and in an instant, the atmosphere turned solemn once more. "Yang Jian, why did you bring the black bear monster to Mount Hua?" the Jade Emperor inquired. Yang Jian, unfazed and composed, replied, "Your Majesty, as you have observed, the black bear monster possesses profound cultivation. Killing him would be a waste, so I sent him to Mount Hua to serve as a mountain deity." With a faint smile, the Jade Emperor remarked, "And that Taoist was also invited by you to Mount Hua as a storyteller to entertain the Third Holy Mother." Upon hearing the name of the Third Holy Mother from the Jade Emperor's lips, Yang Jian's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he coldly retorted, "She is my sister. What is wrong with requesting a storyteller for her? If I were to slay every celestial being for her, so be it." This declaration left the assembly in shock, particularly inciting Li Jing's fury as he felt Yang Jian was indirectly criticizing him. The usually silent Queen Mother of the West suddenly opened her eyes, casting a gaze filled with profound compassion upon Yang Jian. Yang Chan's earthly tribulation was not merely a violation of heavenly laws. It touched upon the very struggle of the Tao. Chapter 17. Yang Jian. Bring the sorcerer here. Even a formidable being like Zhen Yuanzi, at the peak of quasi-sainthood, could be ensnared by the schemes of the Buddha during the trials of the westward journey. This undoubtedly involved the machinations of a saint. Likewise, Yang Chan's tribulation could not be devoid of saintly influence, as it appeared to target her but was, in fact, orchestrated by the divine Yuhua. What did it matter that Yang Jian had achieved physical sanctification and was the foremost among the great Luo golden immortals? In the face of the saint's scheming tribulations, any action taken would be futile, akin to a mantis trying to block a chariot. The Jade Emperor's gaze grew complex as he regarded his own nephew in the hall. In an instant, he recalled the innocent question posed years ago. "Your Majesty, is the love and affection in the mortal realm truly so terrifying?" Yet, such emotions flickered and vanished in the depths of the Jade Emperor's golden eyes. The Jade Emperor is the sovereign of heaven, the one who commands all realms. "Yang Jian, bring the sorcerer here," the Jade Emperor spoke slowly. Yang Jian did not reply, turning to depart. Silence enveloped the hall as the celestial beings watched his retreating figure. Some filled with pity, others with regret, while others still reveled in schadenfreude and hatred. Mount Hua. Yang Chan had prepared a lavish banquet, inviting Li Yushu and the black bear monster. The feast was replete with Mount Hua's unique spiritual fruits and various delicacies. Even the black bear monster, seeing such an abundance for the first time, disregarded any sense of propriety and indulged heartily in food and drink. Li Yushu, however, refrained from eating, instead observing Yang Chan with a mysterious smile. As expected, after much hesitation, Yang Chan chose to inquire further. "Fellow Taoist, was your earlier prophecy merely a fabrication?" Deep down, she struggled to believe that a Taoist lacking any spiritual power could perceive such profound truths. Such terrifying insights, intertwined with her own tribulations, were so obscure that even she could not deduce them. Could it be that this young Taoist was intentionally concealing his strength? Was he perhaps a powerful being come to enlighten her? Li Yushu smirked. "What, do you wish to learn?" Yang Chan's expression shifted, her delicate brows furrowing as she asked, "Senior, who exactly are you?" Li Yushu merely smiled in silence, raising his hand to cast an immense barrier that completely isolated the heavenly secrets of Mount Hua. "Does the third Holy Mother wish to hear me speak of the merciless Emperor?" He continued, "Tio, hear how that unparalleled woman contended against heaven, earth, and herself, single-handedly vanquishing all kings and standing unyieldingly in the heavens." In his eyes, the grandeur of the Tao materialized, and the brilliance of his aura illuminated the surroundings. The 3,000 great Tao bells appeared behind him in the void, their resonant tones vibrating through the heavens. Such a terrifying phenomenon left Yang Chan in awe, yet she instinctively sensed that this Taoist, who feigned simplicity, bore no ill will towards her. With her teeth clenched, Yang Chan resolutely declared, "Disciple Yang Chan wishes to hear my master's teachings." Here, Yang Chan played a subtle game. The one who imparts knowledge is the master, while the one who receives it is the disciple. Should Li Yushu's teachings captivate this saintly disciple, she would undoubtedly address him as her master. Yet, if he merely pretended to be profound and was merely a storyteller, then her calling him master would merely be a gesture of respect. Li Yushu chose not to expose this Na'vi girl's cunning thoughts, but instead began his tale. The merciless emperor, true to his name, wielded a ruthless aura that suppressed the ages, vanquishing all kings and becoming the most inscrutable woman in history, fiercely protective of her brother, willing to stand against the world for him. At that moment, Mount Hua was shrouded in an unfathomable and overwhelming sacred might. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, having just arrived at Mount Hua, felt an inexplicable joy upon witnessing this scene. Clearly, his master intended to accept Yang Chan as a disciple. The goddess Nuwa had already sent Yang Chan from the Nuwa Palace to experience mortal trials. Rather than simply being a mentor, the goddess Nuwa acted more like a nurturing mother, deeply caring for Yang Chan. Yang Chan's decision to take on another master would not provoke Nuwa's displeasure. With the power of his master, the tribulations facing his sister could undoubtedly be resolved. Yang Jian murmured to himself. However, he chose not to linger at the foot of Mount Hua, but instead went to a nearby tea house. Although the tea house had closed for the night, shadows still lingered within. Second master, we have captured Lu Yinchong. Old Kong said respectfully, pointing to a large burlap sack on the ground. The celestial hound snorted disdainfully, without hesitation, delivering several harsh kicks to the sack. Fortunately, he controlled his strength, allowing only the muffled cries of pain from within. Otherwise, a single kick from this Sun Wukong would have been enough to obliterate even a common mountain deity, a scholar who neglects his studies and instead dallies about. How bold! The celestial hound cursed a few more times. Preparing to kick again, Yang Jian seized the hound, his voice low and stern. Killing Lu Yinchong would be futile. There will only be another Lu Yinchong, a third Lu Yinchong to take his place. Old Kong inquired, then, Second Master, how should we deal with him? Yang Jian summoned a strand of his spiritual power, placing a mark upon Lu Yinchong, and coldly instructed, first, give him a few hard slaps to encourage him to study diligently. Grant him some wealth and send him away from Mount Hua. Following this, the sound of resounding slaps echoed like thunderclaps, reminiscent of the firecrackers of the Spring Festival, though far less melodious. While Li Yushu continued imparting his teachings on Mount Hua, the Wuzhuang Temple was once again stirring with activity. The number of quasi-saints within the three realms was already exceedingly limited. Now, with the emergence of a peak quasi-saint, how would the previously divided benefits be redistributed? To put it plainly, the three realms could not allow beings more formidable than Buddha and the Jade Emperor to exist. At this moment, atop Mount Wanshou, radiant light illuminated the sky, and the brilliance of the Buddha shone brightly. Two towering figures of quasi-saints stood above the sea of clouds, gazing down upon countless sentient beings. One, resplendent in Buddha light, was the compassionate Avalokitesvara. The other, however, possessed power far surpassing her own. Avalokitesvara looked at this imposing figure with an unmistakable sense of reverence. This individual rode upon a celestial crane, holding a whisk, exuding an ethereal presence. Guang Chengzi, following the master's decree, has come to pay respects to my uncle, he said with a serene expression and a smile. Guang Chengzi, the foremost disciple of the Chan teaching and the leader among the 12 golden immortals, possessed unparalleled wisdom and insight, earning the favor of the primordial lord. He was also the teacher of the Emperor Xianyuan, rendering him nearly untouchable in the three realms due to his numerous titles and connections. Of course, Guang Chengzi's strength was terrifyingly formidable as well. Otherwise, even Avalokitesvara, having attained quasi-saint status, would not dare to regard this former senior brother with anything but caution. Upon completing his introduction, Guang Chengzi descended from the clouds to stand outside Wuzhuang Temple, a gesture of sincerity. This was the humility expected when addressing a peak quasi-saint. Avalokitesvara followed closely behind, never daring to overstep her bounds. Chapter 18. Even saints may come to listen to my master's teachings. As Guang Chengzi took a step forward, the surrounding scenery twisted and distorted as if the heavens themselves were shifting. When they regained their sense of place, the two found themselves above the starry river. There, Zhen Yuanzi sat serenely, observing his disciple with a gentle smile. In just a mere millennium, I did not expect you to have attained the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, he remarked. Guang Chengzi bowed deeply, respectfully replying, it is merely a stroke of luck, master. Spending day and night in your presence, absorbing your teachings, has led to this breakthrough. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, glancing at Avalokitesvara only briefly. The truth was, Zhen Yuanzi harbored no fondness for Avalokitesvara. During the tribulations of the Fengshen, she was originally a disciple of the Chan teaching but was later stripped of her powers and turned to the Western teachings after witnessing the devastation inflicted upon the Chan and intercepting teachings. Thus, she was deemed a traitor. Furthermore, within the celestial secrets elucidated by Zhen Yuanzi, those who sever their foundational paths include none other than Guanyin. Additionally, regarding Guanyin's prowess, although both exist within the quasi-saint realm, Guanyin perceives Zhen Yuanzi as a mere mayfly before the vast sky. The purpose of this visit is to congratulate my esteemed uncle on his breakthrough. The master has graciously bestowed upon him the treasure. The celestial and earthly Xianhuang Bell, The radiant brilliance emanating from Guang Chengxi's hands is resplendent. The celestial and earthly Xinhuang Bell, a post-heavenly artifact, was forged by the primordial heavenly venerable using the essence of the celestial and earthly Xinhuang, subsequently tempered with the spiritual energy of the teachings amidst the boundless chaos. This treasure signifies a profound sincerity. Zhen Yuanzi gazed upon the celestial being, a genuine smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Thank you, Saint, for the bestowed treasure." After receiving the artifact, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes as he inquired with a smile, "Does the saint wish to invite me to the Yushu Palace for a discourse on the doctrines?" Guang Chengxi's expression shifted momentarily but quickly returned to normal, responding respectfully. "The master has specially arranged a venue for my uncle, dedicating 3 days to impart teachings. The saint himself preparing a venue in Yushu Palace and personally lecturing Zhen Yuanzi for 3 days is a rare honor. Even formidable beings at the late quasi-saint stage find it hard to refuse. Moreover, the intent of this invitation is abundantly clear. In the original Celestial Secrets, the Buddhist sect aimed to eliminate the thorn represented by Wanshou Mountain in the southern Jianbu and the western Nuhuzu. The heavenly court, too, is unwilling to witness a quasi-saint level earth immortal acting recklessly in the mortal realm. Meanwhile, the primordial heavenly venerable seeks a quasi-saint to traverse the 3 realms, revitalizing the teachings. Hence, if the root of Zhen Yuanzi's path, the ginseng fruit tree, is severed, he would lose his independence, compelled to submit to the primordial heavenly venerable. However, the situation has shifted. Zhen Yuanzi has ascended to the peak of the quasi-saint realm and possesses the capability to overturn the table. Should a late quasi-saint fail to sever their foundational path, Zhen Yuanzi might harbor some trepidation. Yet now, he can obliterate the teaching's legacy in the 3 realms with a mere word, even overturn the western spirit mountain. Even if the myriad saints descend in wrath, unless in their true forms, Zhen Yuanzi remains unfazed. Should the myriad saints appeal to the Zixiao Palace, Zhen Yuanzi stands on solid ground. This is the confidence of a seasoned quasi-saint. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled lightly, stating, "No need for that. Tomorrow, I shall invite my master to Wuzhuang Temple to continue imparting teachings." Upon hearing this, Guang Chengxi was momentarily taken aback. "Master." Guang Chengxi's complexion changed dramatically. His face a mask of astonishment. Zhen Yuanzi's master, not the revered Dao ancestor Hongjun, who reclines amidst the 9-fold clouds. Has he truly reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm due to the teachings of the Dao ancestor? Guang Chengxi's heart raced with disbelief. Even Guanyin, who had been silently observing, now appeared ashen-faced. The thought of facing an enraged peak quasi-saint filled her with dread. She feared that if she perished, even her ashes would be unworthy of being scattered by Zhen Yuanzi. Not even fit to serve as fertilizer for the ginseng fruit tree. Zhen Yuanzi raised his hand to bid farewell, smiling. "My master possesses the bearing of a saint, imparting teachings and resolving doubts. In the myriad realms, none can compare to him in the slightest. Should the saint not disdain, you may also come to listen to my master's doctrines." Guang Chengxi was utterly stunned in the past. Such words from Zhen Yuanzi would have been deemed blasphemous. The heavenly Dao would have seemed poised to strike down with divine thunder. Yet now, the heavenly Dao remained silent. Even Guang Chengxi could sense from the words that this uncle, whose teachings had transcended the heavens, was neither being ironic nor boasting, but genuinely possessed a master who had imparted teachings for a century, or perhaps merely a few years. This master had directly enabled this uncle, who had lingered in the late quasi-saint stage for over 10,000 years, to break through within this realm, starved of fortune. Guang Chengxi quickly steadied his mind, bowing deeply. "Then I shall take my leave." With that, Guang Chengxi hastily summoned his celestial crane and departed towards the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, leaving Guanyin standing alone above the starry river, her expression grim. Zhen Yuanzi, with an understanding of the celestial secrets, was already aware of everything. However, he did not react as Guanyin had anticipated, lashing out at her. Instead, Zhen Yuanzi's expression softened, regarding Guanyin, who had become androgynous, with a tinge of compassion. "Zihong, why have you come to this?" Guanyin abruptly lifted her head, meeting Zhen Yuanzi's gaze filled with pity and sorrow, causing her heart to tremble. She realized she had not heard the name Zihong for an eternity, having abandoned it after cultivating Buddhism for a millennium. In that moment, Guanyin failed to notice the subtle cracks forming in her thousand-year Zen heart. If the heart of Buddhism falters, How can one attain Buddhahood? Yet Guanyin quickly recognized something amiss. A radiant light enveloped her, and resonant mantras echoed from within her being. Why do you undermine my path, Jin Yuanzi? Guanyin exclaimed in terror. Jin Yuanzi shook his head, saying, It is not I who disrupts your path, but your path is inherently flawed. Rising slowly, he resembled the sun ascending, radiating brilliance and auspicious energy. If I wished to end you, it would be as simple as slaughtering a chicken or butchering a dog. In a mere thought? Even if the Western two saints sought retribution, what could they do? Jin Yuanzi turned to depart, leaving behind a single phrase. Time and fate dictate. If the path fails, is it not also heaven's will? Guanyin stood frozen, struck as if by lightning. For 1,000 years, she had witnessed the decline of the teachings, while the Buddhist sect flourished. She had secretly rejoiced, believing she had chosen the right path. Entrusted with a significant responsibility, she became the leader of the pilgrimage to the West, thinking that upon its completion, she would attain Buddhahood, becoming a golden Buddha in the Great Hero Hall. Yet should she become a Buddha? Who would remember Zhihong Taoist? Standing amidst the stars, Guanyin murmured to herself, her Zen heart trembling violently, until a beam of Buddhist light traversed the immortal void, forcefully descending upon her true form. Chapter 19. Waiting for brother's return amidst the mundane world. Namo Amitabha. A profound chant resonated through the heavens and earth. A colossal golden Buddha, towering 1,000,000 feet, stood firm against the currents of time, with countless beings bowing in reverence beneath its divine form. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats gathered beneath the golden Buddha, contemplating the supreme teachings. As the chant echoed, the highest blessings enveloped Guanyin's golden form, awakening her to clarity. Guanyin's face turned pale, devoid of any semblance of quasi-saint grace. As she hastily bowed, disciple humbly welcomes the descent of the world-honored one. The golden form was none other than the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas, the Tathagata Buddha, with hands clasped in reverence. The Tathagata radiated golden light, his compassionate gaze resting upon Wanshou Mountain as he spoke. Jin Yuanzi has attained the Tao. Do not let external matters disturb your Zen heart. The implication was clear. Jin Yuanzi was not someone within the quasi-saint's reach. Disciple understands my error, Guanyin quickly replied. Proceed to Fuling Mountain and enlighten the fated. The Tathagata extended his hand, 3 golden emanations swiftly departing. These were the resurrected Sun Wukong, Tang Sang, and the ill-fated white dragon horse. Disciple shall abide by the decree, Guanyin responded reverently. The Tathagata Buddha cast a cold glance at Guanyin before his divine form transformed into myriad rays of light, dissipating into the cosmos. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi, deep in contemplation beneath the ginseng fruit tree, felt a stirring within and opened his eyes, sneering. What is 1,000 years of Zen heart? It can be shattered with a single word. Your Mahayana Buddhism is but trivial, Mount Hua. After finishing his words, Li Yushu habitually sipped his tea, observing the still contemplative Yang Chan with satisfaction. The path of the fierce emperor is indeed fitting for Yang Chan. As both are warriors who traverse the heavens and suppress the celestial beings, the fierce emperor awaits the return of his brother amidst the mundane world. Yang Chan's heart trembled, and she suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, the heavens showered with blossoms, and the earth erupted with golden lotuses. Countless auspicious creatures celebrated in the void. Yang Chan's 3 flowers burst forth, and the 5 energies coalesced within her, signifying her attainment of the great Luo golden immortal Tao fruit. The entire legacy of the fierce emperor was fully inherited by her. The once clear and naive gaze of Yang Chan vanished, replaced by a terrifying aura capable of perceiving all and subduing the heavens. Disciple Yang Chan pays respects to my master. Yang Chan gazed at the figure, her heart racing with anxiety. Gritting her teeth, she performed the customary bow. This master had indeed been playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. Yet, she had not anticipated that she was the little tiger. Rise, Li Yushu said with a smile. Simultaneously, the system prompt echoed in Li Yushu's mind. The swallowing heaven demonic art and the indestructible heavenly art were instantly comprehended, achieving perfection in cultivation. Within his system's space, the unparalleled imperial artifacts of the fierce emperor, the swallowing heaven demonic jar and the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron, awaited their master's summons. You have joined my sect, thus, I shall bestow upon you a gift for your initiation, Li Yushu produced the Swallowing Heaven demonic jar and directly presented it to Yang Chan. The Swallowing Heaven demonic jar, an imperial artifact, had been enhanced by the system and transported from the myriad realms into this journey to the West world, ranking it among the innate treasures. The jar, plain and unadorned, exuded a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spines of the celestial beings. Its emanating dark light rendered the very heavens and earth unable to bear its weight. Causing ripples in the void, the Swallowing Heaven demonic jar of the fierce emperor? Yang Chan gasped in astonishment. Li Yushu said nothing further. With a flick of his finger, the jar soared into Yang Chan's brow, settling within her great Luo golden body. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing the treasure," Yang Chan exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, yet her heart was filled with curiosity. Why would such a powerful being choose me? Li Yushu discerned the confusion of his young disciple and chuckled. "Your second brother is also one of my disciples." Yang Chan, suddenly enlightened, replied, "It was my second brother who invited you, Master, to impart your teachings here. To help me escape the tribulations of the mortal world, correct?" Li Yushu, however, teased, "Not quite. I merely found you pitiable." Yang Chan made a face in response. "What of pity? I have already become your disciple, naturally vivacious." Yang Chan merely lacked companions. Li Yushu, feeling a sudden inspiration, gazed upwards beyond the 33 heavens. Yang Chan, having attained the status of a Deluo golden immortal in the mortal realm, had achieved profound understanding and severed her ties with worldly calamities. Such a remarkable transformation would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Saint Nuwa, compelling her to summon Yang Chan back. After all, even the revered Nuwa might find it difficult to believe that her direct disciple possessed such insight, likely leading to her exploitation by other saints. Coincidentally, Li Yushu also required Yang Chan's assistance to aid the demon clan. Since the fall of the ancient demon court, Nuwa had become the last bastion of hope for the demon race. The sacred artifact, the 10,000 demon banner, remained in her possession. However, following the divine calamity, Nuwa had retreated into the Hua Huang Palace, ignoring the affairs of the demon clan. This neglect had allowed the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect to oppress the demons with increasing audacity, leading to a period when the existence of celestial demons and golden immortals was nearly annihilated, resulting in a shocking void. Ultimately, Baizhe was compelled to manifest in Beiju Lu State, securing a fragile refuge for the demon race. Furthermore, the one guarding Beiju Lu was the true martial emperor of the heavenly court, who would not indiscriminately slay the innocent as long as the demons refrained from bloodshed. However, with the onset of the Western Journey calamity, many great demons were cast into its trials by the Buddhist sect. The demon race might have reached the brink of survival. Cultivate diligently, and we shall meet again in the future. As the heavenly secrets flickered in his eyes, Li Yushu imparted his parting words to Yang Chan before vanishing from sight, leaving even the Black Bear demon temporarily at Huashan. Yang Chan had yet to react when a decree from a saint materialized from the void. "Chaner, return to Semeet It" was the edict of the Saint Nuwa. Only in the presence of Yang Chan did this saint reveal her nurturing demeanor. Yet, why did this maternal figure favor Yang Chan alone amidst the myriad of demons and humans? This was a question devoid of an answer. Yang Chan glanced at the Black Bear demon and said, "Big Black, you stay here at Huashan until my second brother returns." With that, Yang Chan transformed into a beam of rainbow light and soared toward the heavens beyond. The Black Bear demon, still engrossed in contemplating the methods of the fierce emperor, opened his eyes to find himself utterly bewildered. "Where is everyone? Where is my master? Where is the 3 holy mothers? Have I been abandoned?" The expression on the Black Bear demon's face was truly complex. He had failed to grasp the fierce emperor's techniques and instead seemed to have comprehended Yang Chan's innocent simplicity. Chapter 20. To this day, I have yet to even touch the hand of a young lady. The urgency with which Li Yushu departed stemmed from 2 considerations. First, the Saint Nuwa had already noticed the peculiarities surrounding Huashan, particularly the changes in her direct disciple. Yang Chan Li Yushu surmised that his earlier instruction of the demon race within the 10,000 peaks had inadvertently entangled him with the fate of the demons. The Saint Nuwa must have been aware of his existence long before. Secondly, disturbances were brewing in the west. The journey to the west had resumed its course, and Li Yushu needed to intercept it. This time, the disciple he sought was not the Black Bear demon, nor some clever mouse, nor even an array of spectral beings. With a single thought, he arrived at a humble village, its sign prominently declaring, Gao Laozhuang. Li Yushu maintained the guise of a wandering Taoist, devoid of even an attendant, simply garbed in a plain robe and casually adorned with a Taoist crown. Yet, his striking appearance exuded an ethereal aura. After all, this very attire had deceived even the three holy mothers, including Yang Chan. Is anyone home? Li Yushu gently rapped on the door. Creak. The door swung open, revealing an elderly steward who, upon seeing the Taoist's presence, inquired with a smile, Esteemed Taoist, would you care to stay for a night? Li Yushu replied, Indeed. I am merely passing through this blessed land and have caused quite a disturbance. No worries, please come in. Just in time for a meal, I shall prepare a vegetarian feast for you. The people of Gao Laozhuang were indeed simple and unpretentious, though regrettably ensnared in the calamities of the western journey. Upon entering Gao Laozhuang, Li Yushu was invited to the main table for a meal. The elderly matriarch was particularly insistent, urging him to stay a few more days. Unable to decline, Li Yushu reluctantly acquiesced. Esteemed elder, may I read the fortune of your granddaughter? The matriarch gazed at the leisurely eating Taoist, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Li Yushu finished the last morsel in his bowl, thanked the steward with a handkerchief, wiped his mouth and smiled. Dear matriarch, there is no need for such formality. I observed the fortune of Gao Laozhuang even before entering. The matriarch was elated and quickly inquired, How is the fortune of my Gao family? Just as Li Yushu was about to respond, a loud crash echoed as the door was forcefully flung open. Had it not been for the ironclad reinforcement, the door might have been overturned entirely. The household staff trembled in fear, their grips on their wooden staffs faltering. The matriarch nearly fainted from shock, her spirit almost departing for the afterlife. Entering was a robust middle-aged man, his features rugged and eyes ablaze. Though clad in coarse garments, he could not conceal the innate aura of heroism that surrounded him. This man was none other than the esteemed General Tianpeng, the direct disciple of the Sanjiao and once the commander of the Heavenly Court's vast naval forces. What kind of audacious Taoist dares to make a ruckus in my Gao family? Pigsy stormed in, his fierce gaze landing on Li Yushu as he bellowed, You, fledgling, better vacate Gao family grounds immediately, or else I shall send you to the Duoshui Palace to meet the old lord with a single punch. Fledgling, unfazed by the tiger's den? Li Yushu nearly burst into laughter. This Pigsy, though appearing brutish, had a way with words. Li Yushu chose to ignore Pigsy and instead observed the unfolding drama. The matriarch, seeing Pigsy's brazen demeanor, gathered her courage with the steward's assistance and implored, Esteemed immortal, I beseech you to spare my granddaughter, Cui Lan. This Taoist is merely passing through and intends to leave after a night's stay. Pigsy, surprisingly, was quite affable towards his father-in-law. Hands resting on his waist, he earnestly replied, Father-in-law, your words humble me greatly. Yet, when he gazes at the Taoist, his eyes brim with menace, as if he wishes to devour him whole. Li Yushu slowly rose, smiling as he asked, Tianpeng, do you not recognize who I truly am? Tianpeng? Pigsy's frame trembled, astonishment washing over his face. I am this desolate Gao Laozhuang. Someone actually knew the name of the illustrious commander. He smacked his thigh, excitement bubbling forth. Aha! Could you be my long-lost brother from another mother? Brother from another mother? The matriarch turned pale, her eyes rolling back as she fainted, fearing that this demon would wreak havoc on her daughter. No, grandfather, you mustn't die. The inhabitants of Gao Laozhuang were in a state of panic, rushing forward. However, Pigsy merely cast a glance at his father-in-law and ordered the crowd, What are you all in a fuss for? My father-in-law is still alive. Just support him well and serve him a bowl of hot soup. All the servants, fully aware of the demon's identity, dared not retort, scattering like birds and beasts. Pigsy then scampered over to Li Yushu. His face nearly pressed against Li Yushu's and inquired with a grin, Esteemed brother. No, esteemed Taoist, are you from the Heavenly Court? Li Yushu pushed Pigsy's face away and chuckled, General Tianpeng, cannot you discern my true identity? Pigsy poured himself a cup and, with a flicker of magic in his eyes, realized that the youthful Taoist before him was clearly immortal. If he were truly an ordinary man, how could he recognize the identity of the great commander? Suddenly, enlightenment struck Pigsy, and he approached Li Yushu with a sycophantic demeanor. Dear Taoist, Please do not make it difficult for me, for I am in quite a predicament. Are you not a disciple beside the old lord? Come to rescue me? The old lord, a revered figure among the sages, was considered the ancestral master of Pigsy. Typically, the esteemed Xuandu master spent his days assisting the old lord with alchemy or fending off external demons. However, as the sole heir of the human teachings, someone had to look after him. Thus the burden fell upon the old lord. Li Yushu smiled enigmatically, maintaining an air of mystery. Pigsy, sensing Li Yushu's reticence, feigned sorrow, his face contorted with grievance, tears welling in his eyes. With an exaggerated tone, he lamented, "Though I appear robust, it's all a fa a die in this lifetime. I have yet to even touch the hand of a young lady." Look, look! Chapter 21. This individual is known as the Transcendent of Tribulation. As Li Yushu listened to Zhu Beiji's lamentations, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and pity. Observing Zhu Beiji's somewhat foolish demeanor, a glimmer of insight flashed in Li Yushu's eyes. The phrase "great wisdom appears foolish" could very well describe Zhu Beiji as the direct disciple of the 3 generations of the teaching. Could it be that Zhu Beiji truly relied solely on luck? Merely by virtue of a few strokes of fortune, could he ascend to the position of Marshal Tianpeng? For the Marshal Tianpeng is ranked among the 4 sacred figures of the North alongside the true martial emperor. With tears and snot streaming down his face, Zhu Beiji finally expressed the overwhelming grievances he had borne, and as he wiped away his tears, he cast a furtive glance at his half-brother. Suddenly, he realized why his brother displayed no trace of emotion on his face. Was it due to his cold nature? Or, Zhu Beiji's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Li Yushu, sneering, "Damn it! I nearly let you, this little trickster, deceive me. Speak. Did that old bald donkey on the mountain divulge my identity to you, prompting you to come and trick me?" Ever since Zhu Beiji arrived at Fuling Mountain, he had encountered a peculiar monk. This monk spent his days sitting in a bird's nest, mingling with the birds and beasts of the mountain, preaching day and night, unraveling heavenly mysteries. He was quite intent on taking Zhu Beiji as his disciple, introducing himself as Master Wu Chao. Seeing Zhu Beiji in a rage, Li Yushu maintained an air of nonchalance. Although Zhu Beiji was easily fooled, he was not as gullible as the siblings Yang Jian. Zhu Beiji was famously known for his fear of the strong and propensity to bully the weak. If no decisive measures were taken, it would be truly challenging to subdue this obstinate pig demon. Li Yushu chuckled, "You worry too much. I am merely a wandering Taoist. I happened to overhear a tale regarding the demotion of Marshal Tianpeng. It was merely a coincidence." Zhu Beiji's brow furrowed as he retorted with a cold smirk. "Then how is it that you, this Taoist, remain so composed upon learning of my identity? Are you truly not afraid that Grandfather Pig might consume you?" Long before this, at Mount Hua, Li Yushu had already used his divine powers to deduce Zhu Beiji's secrets. He was aware that Zhu Beiji had been concealing his true abilities, often feigning foolishness before the Jade Emperor. How could a Grand Marshal commanding 100,000 celestial navy stoop to teasing a mere Chang'e in the Guanghan Palace? Did he, the Marshal Tianpeng, truly lack for beauty? Li Yushu leaned back slightly and replied, "Should you consume me, there would be no one left to rescue you from the sea of suffering. Surely, Guanyin has already enlightened you in your dreams. She will soon come to Wuzhuang Temple to seek you out." Zhu Beiji's countenance shifted dramatically, retreating several steps in shock as a hint of panic crossed his face. How could this Taoist know so many celestial secrets? Though Guanyin was a traitor of the Chan teachings, she was nonetheless a quasi-saint. How could this Taoist possibly unravel the celestial mysteries of a quasi-saint? The phrase escaped from the sea of suffering sent chills down Zhu Beiji's spine. Even the Jade Emperor would not dare to claim he could extricate himself from being one of the travelers seeking the scriptures in the West. Who on earth was this person? Zhu Beiji's expression became grave, the earlier foolishness and recklessness vanishing without a trace. "Though you know what will happen if I inform the Bodhisattva Guanyin of your arrogant words. You, this rebellious disciple, will be cast into the Avicii hell, doomed to suffer for eternity." Zhu Beiji's face darkened, his voice icy. A chilling aura of malevolence radiated from him, causing the temperature in the hall to drop significantly. Li Yushu sighed softly, saying, "There is no need for such probing between us. If I wish to harm you—" "Harm me?" Zhu Beiji interrupted, his entire being surging with power as an overwhelming demonic aura erupted forth. A terrifying pig demon manifestation, akin to an ancient divine mountain, roared in the void. Indeed, he was obstinate. With a resigned sigh, Li Yushu released a sliver of quasi-saint energy. This sliver of quasi-saint power descended upon the world like a myriad of ancient mountains suppressing everything beneath them. Ah, Dao Grandpa, why didn't you say so earlier? Dao Grandpa, shall I massage your feet? Would you like a shoulder rub? Dao Grandpa, please don't move. I will serve you. Zhu Beiji, with a face full of flattery, busied himself with attending to Li Yushu, pouring tea, serving water, and kneading his legs and shoulders. Even the venerable Xian Jin Daosher had never received such treatment. Li Yushu gestured for Zhu Beiji to sit down and have a proper talk. However, Zhu Beiji stood rigidly at attention, like the celestial soldiers outside the southern heavenly gate, beaming with flattery. Dao Grandpa, do you have any commands for me? Dao Grandpa Li Yushu was taken aback by Zhu Beiji's audacity. He could only imagine the expressions of the Grand Master of Xian Du and the Supreme Saint upon hearing such a title. Tianpeng, I shall ask you but one question. Are you willing to journey to the west? Li Yushu no longer addressed Zhu Beiji as such, but rather as Tianpeng. Zhu Beiji stood frozen, his face contorting into a wretched expression resembling one on the verge of tears. Dao Grandpa, I was once a carefree being in the heavens, dedicated to repelling the outer celestial demons for the three realms. Although I have no merits, I have certainly toiled. Yet, some covet my position as marshal, fearing my lineage, I am powerless to resist. As Zhu Beiji spoke, a flicker of barely perceptible resentment and malice flashed in his eyes. How had he once promised himself? Merely a temporary leave from the marshal's position for 3 years, he would descend, reincarnate, and become the protector of Tang Song. Returning after the journey to take back his position as marshal, but what of now? Reincarnated and schemed against, he had become this piglet, his foundation utterly destroyed. He was unwilling to accept this. I know of one in this world whose fate is as tragic as yours. Yet he swam against the current. Ultimately, he altered his destiny and became a supreme emperor, standing tall across the ages, gazing down upon billions of gods and Buddhas. Li Yushu spoke slowly. Zhu Beiji's comprehension was astonishing. He immediately knelt, his expression sincere, and respectfully said, Disciple Tianpeng, shall faithfully heed the teachings of my master. Li Yushu inwardly marveled. This Tianpeng was indeed quite astute. That great emperor, whose formations reached the heavens, bore the tribulation skills that endured countless trials and tribulations. His flesh was inscribed with the third killing formation of the world. This individual was known as the Transcendent of Tribulation. Li Yushu began to impart his teachings. Zhu Beiji's eyes gradually closed as he entered a profound state of comprehension. In an instant, the celestial mysteries of the entire Gao Laozhuang became as unfathomable as an immense chaos, eluding all understanding. On Mount Futu, a spirit tree bore a nest of straw, with a spirit deer offering flowers on the left and a mountain monkey presenting fruits on the right. Who could it be? Master Wu Chao opened his eyes, gazing at the Gao Laozhuang, isolated from the celestial mysteries, with a hint of astonishment. In that moment, resplendent Buddhist light erupted from the straw nest, akin to a brilliant sun rising to the ninth heaven, illuminating all directions. Yet, even as Master Wu Chao employed his great powers, he found it challenging to penetrate the veil surrounding Gao Laozhuang. Chapter 22 The Cycle of 5 Lives ultimately culminates in the Great Emperor. How strange! Master Wu Chao's expression shifted slightly as he sensed an anomaly within the celestial mysteries. However, he did not inform the Buddhist sect, instead revealing a smile, murmuring to himself, a great opportunity is at hand. This pig demon is fortunate. Yet outside Gao Laozhuang, a radiant figure of Buddhist light was forcibly obstructed. Was there a quasi-saint present? Guanin's expression shifted slightly, and she immediately clasped her hands in reverence. Addressing, Guanin of the Buddhist sect has come to enlighten the scripture-seeking individual at Gao Laozhuang. Might I inquire as to the presence of the esteemed one here? As a quasi-saint herself, Guanin perceived no need to adopt a lowly demeanor in front of ordinary quasi-saints. Unlike her approach with Zhen Yuanzi, furthermore, while other quasi-saints might fear the Buddhist sect behind Guanin, Zhen Yuanzi was an exception, having slain great beings without hesitation. His peak quasi-saint cultivation was his greatest assurance. Seeing that Gao Laozhuang remained unresponsive, Guanin felt a surge of unease. Could it be that someone dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? As her expression darkened, Guanin's quasi-saint power surged, coalescing into a colossal hand reaching towards Gao Laozhuang to suppress it. Regardless of who you are, unless you are Zhen Yuanzi, you shall not interrupt the tribulation of the journey to the west. Meanwhile, within Gao Laozhuang, Li Yushu furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared he indeed required some protectors. How noisy! Li Yushu cast a cold glance at the gigantic hand, his own power surging. The devouring heaven demon technique was activated. Above Gao Laozhuang, a female emperor's manifestation stood tall amidst the cosmos, trampling upon eternity and gazing down upon all beings. 3,000 strands of hair danced in the cosmic winds, each strand revealing stars, sun, and moon, as if they were born from the very essence of creation. This female emperor's manifestation was the sole sovereign of this realm. As the manifestation manifested a bronze mask, obscuring her world-shattering beauty, she declared with a voice akin to a royal decree, suppression, with a mere gesture. The female emperor's manifestation crushed myriad phenomena. With a resounding boom, Guanin's colossal hand was shattered in the void. A peak quasi-saint manifestation? Guanin was utterly astounded upon witnessing the female emperor's manifestation. When had there emerged a peak quasi-saint who had never before appeared in the three realms? The female emperor's manifestation merely cast a dispassionate glance at Guanin before dissipating. However, that single glance struck Guanin like a divine thunderclap. This was a warning. Should she dare to strike against Gao Laozhuang again, then her quasi-sainthood, reliant on the collective will of sentient beings and the Buddhist sect's fortune, would perish on this very day. Who could it be? Impossible. There were so few quasi-saint powers. Guanin's heart trembled with fear, and within her soul echoed waves of sorrow and indignation. Why did it feel as if all the peak quasi-saints of the three realms were encircling her, as the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara presently wields her formidable powers? She conveys the peculiar occurrences at Gao Laozhuang to the sacred mountain. On the sacred mountain, within the grand hall of the great hero, countless golden statues of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas surround the one known as the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas upon the altar. Is there yet another figure approaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint? Suddenly, the Tathagata Buddha casts his gaze towards the direction of the western Bull Huzhou, chuckling softly. What brings the great immortal Zhenyuan to such a state? Immediately, the Tathagata issues a decree to Avalokitesvara, stating that should the heavenly marshal choose to convert to Buddhism and accompany the Tang monk on his journey to the west, Zhen Yuanzi may act freely. Meanwhile, far away in the western Bull Huzhou, Zhen Yuanzi finds himself in a comical predicament. It seems that with this favor, he may once again seek the teachings of Taoist Master Yushu. With a faint smile, Zhen Yuanzi reflects that since Master Li Yushu began imparting his wisdom at Wuzhuang Temple, many Earth immortals, though they have not succeeded in comprehending the profound teachings of the primordial emperor, have nonetheless gained their own insights. Zhen Yuanzi has not disclosed his apprenticeship to Li Yushu to the other Earth immortals. Thus, Li Yushu's title among them has become that of Taoist Master Yushu. Within the palace of Nuwa, the holy Nuwa sits gracefully upon her mat, her face radiating warmth as she gazes intently at Yang Chan below, attentively listening to her every word. Even though the goddess already knows all that transpires around Yang Chan, she remains patient, relishing the sight of Yang Chan's exuberance. Master, I initially thought that little Taoist was merely pretending to be foolish to deceive the wise. Yet, I never anticipated that his mastery of the Tao would be so profound. Nearly rivaling, Yang Chan exclaims with excitement. Nuwa suddenly smiles, gesturing for Yang Chan to quiet down, saying, "Speak with caution." Yang Chan's face flushes, and she promptly sits up straight, confessing, "Disciple has been unduly forward." The female immortals who have served within the palace of Nuwa for millennia are deeply moved by this scene. Ever since Yang Chan's arrival, the palace has gradually filled with laughter and joy. Only Yang Chan can elicit such smiles from the often melancholic Nuwa. Nuwa nods with a smile, asking, "So, do you genuinely hold affection for this master?" Yang Chan nods earnestly, replying, "Indeed. He seems not only to impart great powers to me and assist me in overcoming tribulations, but I sense there are even greater mysteries about him." Nuwa continues her inquiry. "But do you truly know him?" Yang Chan appears somewhat perplexed, hesitating before saying, "It seems that my lack of understanding only intensifies my desire to know him. I am filled with expectations, much like how, as a child, I yearned to meet my master each day to learn new spells. Seeing her beloved disciple in such a dazed state, Nuwa's heart fills with a hint of sorrow. Silly child. You cannot escape the mundane world. Nuwa refrains from scolding Yang Chan or placing blame. After all, it is merely the affairs of the world, not calamity. With her divine gaze shifting to the human realm, Nuwa murmurs, "Is this person a blessing or a curse for my demon clan? Is it you, tied on this day?" The gates of the palace of Nuwa swing wide open. The Holy One's direct disciple, Yang Chan, descends to the mortal realm and, under Nuwa's guidance, embarks on a journey through the three realms. Should the demon clan find themselves in peril, they may seek the assistance of disciple Yang Chan. This act sends ripples through the three realms. Yang Chan does not return to Mount Hua, but instead chooses to leave a portion of her power as a guardian at Mount Hua and, following Nuwa's command, heads towards Gao Laozhuang. Gao Laozhuang. After 5 cycles of reincarnation, one attains the status of emperor. As Li Yushu completes his final teaching, the brow of Zhu Beiji bears the imprint of 5 cycles of reincarnation. The heavenly technique of tribulation transcending has been fully comprehended by Zhu Beiji, and under the system's enhancement, he possesses 5 reincarnation marks, rendering his strength formidable. Zhu Beiji, filled with excitement, opens his eyes wide. Feeling the 5 reincarnation marks on his brow, exclaiming, "Does this mean that after dying 5 times, I can reincarnate and become a quasi-saintly being? I shall confront that old fellow Tathagata right away." Li Yushu is left speechless. Chapter 23. Quasi-Saint Realm, Grandfather, I have arrived. Avalokitesvara has already made her way to Gao Laozhuang. If you are intent on proceeding westward, you may do so freely. Li Yushu's aura retracts, transforming him once more into a wandering Taoist, exuding an air of tranquility. Zhu Beiji, sensing this, hurriedly approaches Li Yushu, gently kneading his shoulders with a playful grin, saying, "Master, you should take a rest for now. I shall handle that ambiguous monk Avalokitesvara." Li Yushu can only smile wryly, realizing that Zhu Beiji may have truly misunderstood his intentions. Having already accepted Zhu Beiji as his disciple, even as they travel westward to the sacred mountain, Zhu Beiji need not worry about betrayal from the Buddhist realm. The fortunes of the human teaching will be intercepted by Li Yushu, rather than falling into the 8 treasures merit pool of the sacred mountain. "How do you plan to deal with Avalokitesvara?" Li Yushu inquires, raising an eyebrow. After all, no matter the circumstances, Avalokitesvara is still a quasi-saint, not someone Zhu Beiji, as a Tai Golden Immortal, can easily confront. Zhu Beiji, with his sense of justice, declares, "Naturally, I shall win him over with virtue." After preparing a pot of tea for Li Yushu, Zhu Beiji strides confidently towards the outskirts of the village. Meanwhile, Avalokitesvara, who has been lingering outside Gao Laozhuang, has used her powers to probe several times, but has yet to detect any sign of the quasi-saintly being, not even the faintest trace. Upon seeing Zhu Beiji striding toward her, Avalokitesvara resumes her dignified demeanor. However, she is taken aback when Zhu Beiji does not bow but stands at the village entrance, staring at her defiantly, as if to say, "What can you do about it?" Avalokitesvara furrows her brow and speaks sternly. "Zhu Ganglai, why do you not pay your respects to this seat?" When she had contacted Zhu Beiji in a dream, he had shown utmost reverence. Zhu Beiji, however, scoffs, crossing his arms and retorting coldly, "Zhu Ganglai? What stands before you now is the foremost disciple of the 3 generations of the human teaching, the direct disciple of the Master Xianzhen, and the most cherished grand disciple of the Supreme Sage. I am the true Lord of the Heavenly Marshal, the Grand Commander of the Northern Polar and the 5 Directions, the Patriarch of the 9 Heavens." Avalokitesvara is left speechless, her mind racing. Has this fellow knocked his head too hard in his dreams? Indeed, as Zhu Beiji asserts, if one considers his past life, even if Avalokitesvara were to ascend to quasi-saint status, she would have to treat Tianpeng with equal respect, given his formidable connections. Especially the claim of being the most cherished grand disciple of the Supreme Sage leaves Avalokitesvara at a loss for words. If anyone else dared to speak so presumptuously, they would surely face divine retribution. Yet, Tianpeng remains unscathed, for the Supreme Sage genuinely favors him. Avalokitesvara's heart, once serene, now radiates compassion as she states, "Zhu Ganglai, your past life is but a fleeting cloud. You bear the weight of your sins. Fortunately, the Buddha interceded on your behalf, sparing you from execution on the immortal execution platform. If you wish to atone for your transgressions and return to the heavenly court, shedding this demon form, You must. Before she can finish, Zhu Beiji's expression turns to one of anger as he points at Avalokitesvara, rebuking her. Nonsense. Was it truly the Tathagata who interceded for you? Or did he scheme against you? Are you not aware of this? Avalokitesvara's countenance darkens instantly. What has caused Zhu Beiji to transform so dramatically? Were it anyone else, they would have already been subdued by her immense power. Yet, Zhu Beiji is someone she cannot afford to confront. Zhu Ganglai, such reckless words are not for you to utter. This seat has already taken you as a disciple of the Buddhist path in a dream, granted you the Dharma name Beiji. Your actions now are tantamount to betraying your master and your teachings. Should you persist in your ignorance, I shall cast you into the Avicii hell. Avalokitesvara admonishes, her visage filled with anger. Zhu Beiji, upon hearing this, shows no fear of her quasi-saintly authority, instead bursting into laughter. He then puffs out his chest, infusing his words with power as he retorts, I betray my master and my teachings? Avalokitesvara, have you truly forgotten your own identity? Once, the compassionate voyager, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, witnessed the decline of the Chan sect's fortunes. Disregarding the bonds of his sect and the teachings imparted by the sage over the years, he turned and defected to the Western teachings. Now, reduced to an ambiguous form, your very existence is a disgrace. How can one such as you still have the face to bark here? Zhu Beiji's scathing words, amplified by his powers, echo throughout the 3 realms. In that moment, countless powerful beings are stirred, their astonished thoughts converging upon this scene. Such audacity to openly scold Avalokitesvara is unprecedented. Regardless of the formidable Buddhist forces backing Avalokitesvara, she herself is no easy opponent. Yet, upon realizing that it is Tianpeng, the reincarnated figure, they all breathe a sigh of relief. In the heavenly court, within the Lingshao Hall, the Jade Emperor, frowning deeply, gazes at the reflection of Tianpeng in the Haotian mirror. Exclaiming in anger, what is he doing? According to the Jade Emperor's plan, although Tianpeng has been schemed against and reincarnated as a pig, as long as he remains within the party heading westward, he still holds potential value. Now, instead of continuing westward, he audaciously dares to scold Avalokitesvara and reveal his dark past, practically courting death. Of course, within the Lingshao Hall, the one with the darkest expression is none other than the Supreme Old Lord, who wields a whisk. What trouble is this fool stirring now? The Supreme Old Lord remarks, his face a deep shade of blue. Even if Zhu Beiji were to wreak havoc upon the heavens, it would ultimately fall upon Lao Jun to clean up the mess and restore order. This calamity is sufficient to shake the very foundations of the journey to the west. The celestial beings, reveling in misfortune, cast their eyes upon the Supreme Lao Jun. As long as the curtain raiser does not cause further chaos, the interests of the heavenly court may still be safeguarded. Fortunately, that Zhu Beiji is a disciple of the human teaching. At Gao Laozhuang, indeed, he is infatuated and deluded, ensnared by greed, anger, and ignorance. Today, I shall guide you towards enlightenment. Guanin's countenance bore no anger. Instead, she clasped her hands in prayer, lowering her gaze as if to offer blessings for all sentient beings. In an instant, an ominous sight appeared in the heavens. The wrathful gaze of the heavenly king and the bowed head of the Bodhisattva. I shall cast you into the Avicii hell for repentance. Guanyin softly chanted a Buddhist incantation, her sacred powers surging forth. The overwhelming might transformed into countless golden lotuses, blooming furiously across the cosmos. Within each golden lotus lay the power of innumerable stars and celestial bodies, potent enough to obliterate 100,000 deities and Buddhas. Yet, Zhu Beiji, undaunted by the formidable wrath of the quasi-saint, spread his arms wide, a smile gracing his face as he declared, Quasi-saint realm. Grandfather is here. With a cheeky gesture towards Guanyin, he mockingly added, May the Buddha bless you, Guanyin, that you have no ancestral grave. Boom. Countless golden lotuses burst forth, only to wither and decay in the realms. The form of the heavenly Peng Zhenjuan vanished without a trace. Chapter 24. I possess a scroll of the Heart Sutra. I wonder if the 3 holy mothers would care to learn. Guanyin was perplexed by the term ancestral grave. Could it be that Zhu Beiji had lost his mind? As she watched his primordial spirit slip into the cycle of reincarnation, she joined her palms and softly chanted, Namo Amitabha. That primordial spirit, now endowed with a millennium of Buddhist teachings, could re-enter the realm of beasts after just a few days, and Zhu Beiji would once again walk among mortals. However, all memories of this life would be erased. Akin to reaccumulating merit for Zhu Beiji and forging anew his physical form, compelling him to sincerely embrace the teachings of Buddhism. Meanwhile, Li Yushu, who had been observing at Gao Laozhuang, chose to remain a bystander. For Zhu Beiji had received the legacy of the Transcendent of Tribulation. This Transcendent's greatest pastime was to unearth treasures from the graves of those with whom he shared karmic ties. Zhu Beiji, being a person of grudges, did not make that warning to Guanyin lightly. Moreover, Zhu Beiji had also acquired the imperial flesh of the Transcendent of Tribulation, which would grow ever more resilient with each cycle of reincarnation, until it became impervious to all laws and indestructible through all epochs. Regrettably, Zhu Beiji had failed to inherit the third killing formation of the mortal realm within his physical form. Li Yushu contemplated how he might aid Zhu Beiji in this regard, particularly with the river map and Luo book, far in the North Sea. Just as Li Yushu prepared to take his leave, a figure descended from the heavens. Disciple Yang Chan, greeting the master. The lively figure of Yang Chan appeared before him. Li Yushu was somewhat surprised, not expecting her return so soon. He merely nodded slightly, refraining from inquiring about the affairs of the Nuwa Palace. Yang Chan's ability to traverse the three realms sufficed to represent the intentions of the Nuwa Mother. Let us depart and wander the world together, enlightening those destined to meet you. Li Yushu feigned solemnity as he spoke. Ah, Master, are we not Taoists? How have we become monks? Yang Chan queried, puzzled. Li Yushu smiled without answering. Striding towards the outskirts of Gao Laozhuang, not far away on Futu Mountain, a quasi-saint awaited his visit. Upon arriving at Futu Mountain, auspicious birds and mythical beasts guided Li Yushu and Yang Chan until they reached a humble abode. There, Master Wu Chao sat in meditation, surrounded by a radiant aura, his halo resplendent like the sun. O Master of Demons, I have failed to welcome you properly. Wu Chao laughed heartily. I in this day and age, who among the demon clan is unaware of the Master of Demons within the 10,000 great mountains? Especially one like Wu Chao, who has long since entered the quasi-saint realm. Yet, upon witnessing this Master of Demons in his true form, the monk felt astonished. This Master of Demons is, in fact, a post-heavenly human. Li Yushu said, Old Master, I bow to you. Li Yushu had long since resigned himself to the title of Master of Demons. Yang Chan followed suit, bowing with great decorum. Although Li Yushu regarded the smiling Wu Chao with caution, he understood that Wu Chao openly sought to accept Zhu Beiji as a disciple, repeatedly advising against his journey to the west. Across the entire three realms, even Zhen Yuanzi, who had yet to reach the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, would not dare to forcibly sever the journey to the west, let alone snatch someone from the Buddhist realm. Yet Wu Chao dared to do so. In the original tale, Wu Chao had gifted a scroll of the Heart Sutra to Tang Sang, assuring that any encounter with demonic obstacles would be harmless if recited. Should I address you as Master, Buddha, Taoist, or Prince? Li Yushu suddenly inquired with a smile. Wu Chao regarded Li Yushu with a hint of surprise. Quickly dissipating and with hands joined replied, All that has transpired is like yesterday's death. Just as Li Yushu had surmised, Wu Chao's audacity stemmed from his formidable power. He is none other than the current Buddha of the Great Sun. Furthermore, he is the infamous Luya Taoist, renowned during the Fengshan Tribulation. His flying knife, capable of slaying anything, and the 7 arrows of the nail head that cursed Zhao Gongming are treasures of this individual. His so-called princely identity is that of the Golden Crow Prince of the Demon Clan, the last surviving 3-legged golden crow from the days when Hui shot down the suns. It is precisely due to this identity of the Golden Crow Prince that Li Yushu was willing to meet with him on Futu Mountain today. The merit of this Master of Demons, had it been during the ancient demon court, would have reached the pinnacle. Wu Chao began to engage Li Yushu in riddles, smiling lightly. Reach the pinnacle? Li Yushu thought this rather absurd, and instead spoke plainly. The demon clan is in dire straits. I wish to avert catastrophe. May I ask if the master would consider emerging from seclusion? Wu Chao said little, but gazed northward, stating, Had it not been for Kuanpeng's theft of my father's river map and Luo book, would our demon court have suffered such a defeat? His meaning was clear. He wished for Li Yushu to reclaim the river map and Luo book from Kuanpeng for the demon clan. This was Wu Chao testing Li Yushu's strength. If one could not suppress Kuanpeng, How could they hope to avert catastrophe during the journey to the west? Wu Chao had devoted thousands of years to the cultivation of Buddhist teachings. To emerge for the sake of the demon clan would mean forsaking the grand aspirations established long ago. He was unwilling to gamble, unwilling to let the tragedies of the ancient demon court repeat themselves. Li Yushu could preach among the 10,000 great mountains, bestowing great fortune upon numerous great demons. But that was all. Whether Li Yushu or his identity as the Golden Crow Prince, Wu Chao believed that even now, Niuhua had abandoned the demon clan. How could one hope to restore the glory of the ancient demon court? Niuhua had merely sent a disciple to traverse the three realms, bestowing blessings upon the demon clan. This was far from sufficient, merely a drop in the bucket. Li Yushu sighed helplessly. Master Wu Chao has sat on the Buddhist platform for a millennium, yet remains mindful of the suffering of all beings. Instead, he chooses to meditate in Futu Mountain rather than rescue the unjustly perished demons. Wu Chao remained as tranquil as ever, smiling gently. Master of demons, there is no need to provoke me. Tio claimed that a mortal form can avert catastrophe for the demon clan is indeed a grand statement. Were it not for your acknowledgement by Niuhua, even I would have been blind and thought you mere folly. Hearing this, Li Yushu merely smiled slightly. Whether Wu Chao had truly given up his identity as the Golden Crow Prince in pursuit of Buddhist attainment, or bore the burden of humiliation to one day wash away the demon clan's shame, was of little importance to Li Yushu. All that mattered was that this Golden Crow Prince refrained from intervening in the affairs of the Buddhist realm or aiding in suppressing his disciples. Very well, I shall take my leave, and upon capturing Kuanpeng for execution, I shall pay another visit. Just as Li Yushu prepared to depart, Wu Chao suddenly spoke. I possess a scroll of the Heart Sutra. I wonder if the three holy mothers would care to learn. The corners of Li Yushu's mouth curled upward as he exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Chan. Indeed, the favor of the Niuhua saint is immense. Chapter 25. Who goes there? Yang Chan was reluctant to part, but alas, Li Yushu had issued a firm command to acquire the Heart Sutra from Wu Chao in the original journey to the west. Wu Chao merely recited it before Tang Song. Yet now, with the direct disciple of the demon clan's saint present, it would not be a simple recitation but a profound learning experience. Under Yang Chan's mournful and resentful gaze, Li Yushu transformed into a streak of rainbow light and departed from Futu Mountain. Simultaneously, within the 6 paths of reincarnation, a primordial spirit rampaged through the underworld, disregarding even the likes of Meng Pur and the Oxhead Horseface, the deities of the netherworld. How bold! Who dares to act so recklessly in the underworld? He Wuchang bellowed, preparing to wield his soul-purging staff. Yet, Meng Pe, standing on the Naiha Bridge, discerned the spirit's identity and shook her head in resignation. Let it be. Allow it to enter the cycle of reincarnation. He Wuchang, taken aback, inquired, Meng Per, who is that primordial spirit? Meng Per replied calmly, the first disciple of the human teaching, Tian Pong. What? He is not already. He Wuchang immediately caught himself, fearing he had breached a taboo. With Meng Po's permission, the primordial spirit grew even more reckless in the underworld, boldly plunging into the 6 paths of reincarnation, choosing the path of humanity. This was the first time since the establishment of the 6 paths that a being acted with such audacity. The announcements from numerous Yama and judges of the underworld echoed incessantly in Meng Po's ears. Meng Po maintained her composure as she stood upon the Naiha Bridge, diligently preparing the Meng Po soup that could lead souls to forget all. Let him be. Meng Po remained unchanged. Yet she suddenly set down the bowl of soup and gazed in astonishment towards the realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation. What extraordinary powers were at play? Meng Po, a benevolent entity of Lady Pingxin, had not shown herself for thousands of years since the Great War of the Gods, even with the Buddha sect implanting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva into the underworld, establishing the Avicii Hell and the Buddhist paradise. Lady Pingxin still remained absent. At the foot of the floating pagoda mountain, Li Yushu departed alone, his mind pondering whether the Rolling Curtain General could be recruited under his banner. For the Rolling Curtain General was not ensnared by deception, but willingly cast into the river of quicksand by the Jade Emperor. This general was a loyal fool, oblivious even when sold out by the Jade Emperor. Li Yushu was reluctant to waste time on a rock in a latrine. His profound teachings were better suited for the Rolling Curtain General, which was akin to playing music to a cow. Suddenly, Li Yushu halted, glancing towards Gao Laozhuang with a raised eyebrow. Perhaps it would be prudent to first visit the Tang monk and the Monkey King. The Tang monk, the reincarnation of the second disciple of Buddha. The golden cicada had cultivated the merits of 9 lifetimes. Now in his 10th life, he bore the heavy responsibility of journeying westward to obtain the scriptures. Yet, before his reincarnation, the golden cicada was a fierce individual who dared to question even the Buddha's teachings. Engaging in debates with the 2 saints of the West, upon noticing a beam of Buddhist light escaping from Gao Laozhuang, Li Yushu resolved to visit the Tang monk and the Monkey King. That beam of light signified the completion of a task by Guanyin. Over 100 miles from Gao Laozhuang lay a dilapidated temple. Currently, Sun Wukong and the Tang monk were resting there. Initially intending to cover more ground, they were compelled to linger for a few days due to the appearance of Guanyin Bodhisattva, who issued a divine decree. After the incident on Black Wind Mountain, the Monkey King had developed a new perspective on the 81 tribulations. The Tang monk, with his hands joined in prayer, acquiesced to the delay. Thus, the long-abandoned temple was once again filled with the sound of sacred chants. Sun Wukong sat on the threshold, haunted by the terrifying visage of the Black Bear Demon. Did all the monsters of the 81 tribulations possess such formidable powers? Had he truly been too ruthless with that Black Bear Demon? Was it possible he had wronged it? As thoughts swirled in his mind, furrowing his brow in concern, a figure strolled leisurely towards him. Instinctively, Sun Wukong grasped his Rui Jingu Bang and barked, "Who goes there?" Upon closer inspection, he saw a young Taoist, garbed in patched hemp robes. Though he bore an air of ethereal grace, the sudden appearance of a Taoist in this desolate wilderness made Sun Wukong cautious. Flames ignited in his eyes as the true form of the young Taoist materialized. Just an ordinary wandering Taoist? Sun Wukong relaxed, calling out loudly, "What brings you here?" Li Yushu smiled faintly, performed a bow, and replied, "Nonsense. I am here at the invitation of the venerable Gao Laotai, to rid Gao Laozhuang of a lustful pig demon. How could I be merely a mortal? It is you, monk, with your grotesque face and thunderous demeanor, who frightens passers-by." Enraged, Sun Wukong was about to retort, though he knew he couldn't strike down the Taoist outright. He felt compelled to vent his frustration. Yet, within the temple, the Tang monk halted his chanting, urgently calling, "Wukong, do not act rashly. The Buddha and the Tao are one family. Please invite this Taoist to rest inside." Sun Wukong held great respect for his master, but he still shot a fierce glare at the unwise Taoist. "You, with your cow nose, remember this. I am the great sage equal to heaven, who caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. Go on in," Li Yushu mocked. "Have you forgotten another title?" Sun Wukong's eyes brightened with anticipation as he inquired, "Oh, you recognize me by another name?" Li Yushu replied without hesitation, "Baima One." "You insufferable Taoist!" Sun Wukong exploded with fury, gritting his teeth and raising his golden staff to strike. Yet, Li Yushu merely placed his hands behind his back, leaning forward and laughing. "A mere stick cannot extinguish me. Your master's tightening spell might just send you to be reincarnated." A mere mischievous monkey was hardly a challenge for him. Sun Wukong's face flushed with rage, more vibrant than a monkey's backside. Yet, recalling the fate of the Black Bear Demon and the Tang monk's admonitions, he could only watch helplessly as the arrogant Taoist strode into the temple before him. Arrogant, presumptuous. Sun Wukong glared at the Taoist's disdainful back, seething with frustration. Inside the temple, the Tang monk greeted Li Yushu warmly, joining his palms and speaking softly, "Benefactor, my disciple is lacking in etiquette. I hope you can forgive him." Li Yushu returned the gesture, saying, "No harm done. I merely saw a connection between us and jested Abit Li Yushu, and the Tang monk found common ground in their conversation." However, Sun Wukong, sitting on the threshold, was filled with resentment. If glares could kill, Li Yushu, who was sharing laughter with the Tang monk, would have perished countless times. Li Yushu observed the kind-hearted Tang monk, especially the radiant Buddha heart within him, which left him somewhat astonished. Such a Buddha heart, even if the Tang monk were to be cremated now, could lead him to attain the Bodhisattva status. One must remember, how many trials had they faced on this westward journey? The scripture-collecting team had yet to be fully assembled, and the Tang monk's Buddha nature was already so formidable. The Tang monk spoke of the prosperity of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty, particularly revering the emperor. Li Yushu suddenly interjected. Looking at the fuming Sun Wukong on the threshold, and asked, "Holy monk, as you journey westward to obtain the scriptures, you will encounter many demons along the way. If your disciple were to slay them all to acquire the true scriptures, would those innocent demon souls, who perished under the golden staff, be granted salvation? Would the deaths caused by the holy monk result in karmic retribution for you?" Had Guanyin not departed, she would surely have trembled with rage upon hearing Li Yushu's queries, her Buddha heart in turmoil. The slaughter during the 81 trials occurred without the Tang monk's awareness. And aside from a few truly blind creatures, how many came bearing orders to deliver their heads? Sun Wukong's earlier rampage in the heavenly palace was not simply due to the Jade Emperor's decree as a saint. It was also driven by the same intent. The Tang monk's expression shifted slightly, astonished as he responded, "I am merely traveling westward to seek the true scriptures. Why would those demons die because of me?" Li Yushu, channeling the devouring heaven demon technique, used supreme power to obscure the heavenly secrets of the temple. "I possess a scroll of the Heart Sutra. Would you care to hear it, holy monk?" Li Yushu's lips curled slightly, knowing he had hooked the Tang monk. "Master, do not." Sun Wukong sensed danger. Initially, he thought the Taoist was merely a celestial being indulging in idle chatter, but now he recognized the hidden malice. Sun Wukong, already fuming, could not care less about the tightening spell. He raised his Rui Jingu Bang and swung it down. The staff erupted with divine light, akin to 100,000 mountains crashing down. Were it any ordinary demon, a single blow would send it scattering. Yet, alas, Sun Wukong was now facing a presence 1,000 times more terrifying than the Black Bear demon. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Yushu unleashed an extraordinarily formidable force. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong's proud Rui Jingu Bang struck down, only to be effortlessly deflected by the Taoist's robe. It was as if the staff had struck the immovable Mount Buzhou, failing to budge an inch. Subsequently, the Rui Jingu Bang was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Sun Wukong stood there, empty-handed, dumbfounded. Li Yushu regarded the bewildered Sun Wukong and remarked, "You, foolish monkey, were meant to be an immortal guest for eternity. Yet you chose to collide headlong into calamity, becoming a puppet at the mercy of others." At this moment, Sun Wukong felt no anger. The once spirited gleam in his eyes was replaced by an unprecedented sense of confusion. He had been suppressed under Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years. Were the beings outside now so terrifying? Why did this Taoist claim he was a puppet? Why? "Sit tight," Li Yushu commanded, waving his sleeve. Sun Wukong, as if guided by an invisible hand, knelt obediently, resembling a compliant student. All unfolded too rapidly. The Tang monk was taken aback, mouth agape, yet the words "Wukong, save me" remained stuck in his throat. Wukong was powerless to save himself. How could he rescue another? "Do not panic, holy monk. I am merely here to impart teachings," Li Yushu stated, rising, his power swirling around him, sleeves billowing, locking eyes with the Tang monk while wearing a seemingly harmless smile. However, the Tang monk felt a chill at that smile. The six-winged golden cicada, how had it become a disciple of the Buddha? How could the second disciple of the Buddha question his cultivation of the Mahayana teachings for millennia? This golden body, cultivated over 9 lifetimes, was ultimately for whom? The Tang monk needed not say more. He implored, "Please allow the golden cicada to emerge and meet." Li Yushu, hands clasped behind him, cast a disdainful gaze and coldly questioned, "Where is the golden cicada?" The six-winged golden cicada is indeed a primordial aberration, a being of innate existence. It even compelled the 2 saints of the West to join forces in a battle of sorcery for a century before they could subdue this six-winged golden cicada. Its comprehension of Buddhist doctrine is so terrifying that it pushes them to their limits. Thus, even amidst the calamity of the deification, the Western teachings chose to conceal this six-winged golden cicada, unwilling to let it become tainted by the divine slaughter. Merely from its 9 generations of merit and virtue, one can perceive its grand ambitions. It seeks to leverage the tribulations of the Western journey, the fate of the 3 realms, and the millennia of Buddhist teachings, to have the heavenly mandate fall upon this golden cicada, enabling it to attain the pinnacle of quasi-saintly power and elevate Buddhist teachings to new heights. If primordial purple chi were to manifest, Li Yushu even suspects that the Buddhist sect might be attempting to forcibly cultivate a saint. Good sir, what utterances are these? I am the designated scripture seeker appointed by His Majesty of the Tang dynasty. How could I possibly be that golden cicada? The monk Tang, taken aback, hastily exclaimed. Li Yushu's lips curled into a smile, his fingers converging. A terrifying aura of killing intent erupting at his fingertips, he remarked. Do not attempt to evade me. You may deceive the Buddhist sect and the two saints of the West, but you cannot conceal yourself from me. As he spoke, Li Yushu's fingers were poised to strike down upon Tang. This blow was intended not only to obliterate this physical form, but also to sever the 9 generations of merit and virtue that Tang had cultivated. As for the repercussions of severing the merit and virtue, that was not a concern for Li Yushu at present. His target was the golden cicada, not the pedantic monk. Just as those 2 fingers were about to descend, suddenly, a golden light enveloped the entire world, and a luminous Buddhist radiance stretched for millions of miles. Tang, bathed in the golden light of merit, slowly closed his eyes, resembling a meditative cicada. This meditative cicada does not observe the myriad external phenomena, but instead, within itself, perceives the emptiness of the 5 aggregates, achieving a state of effortless freedom in both progress and retreat. Dear friend, why go to such lengths? Tang reopened his eyes, which now shimmered with a golden hue. Imbued with life, wisdom, the Tao, compassion, and a harmonious embrace of all existence. All cycles of life and death, joy and sorrow, were continuously evolving within. Following this, an overwhelming aura of primordial force erupted from his true being. Terrifying beyond measure, Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and he was instantly dazed by this overwhelming aura. Seeing his scheme succeed, Li Yushu immediately withdrew. Chapter 27. The Contest of the Tao. The golden cicada gazed at this exceedingly unfamiliar presence before him, a hint of confusion surfacing in his brow as he asked, May I inquire, esteemed friend? Li Yushu raised his hand to interrupt the golden cicada, stating directly, I am a being of the postnatal human race. Though they refer to me as a demon master. Demon master? The golden cicada nodded slightly, yet the golden light of merit surrounding him grew even more resplendent to impart the Tao to me. Even the 2 saints of the West of you were ensnared for a century before succeeding. Now, with my millennia of Buddhist teachings condensed within this 9 generations of merit and virtue, and with the support of heavenly principles, how dare you utter such presumptuous words? Li Yushu offered no further response. The 6-winged golden cicada, by nature ferocious and bloodthirsty, had already claimed the lives of millions before being subdued by the 2 saints of the West. Even millennia of Buddhist teachings could hardly erase the remnants of ferocity embedded in the golden cicada's nature. Shall we engage in a contest? Li Yushu's aura surged, his quasi-saintly power rising, exuding an ancient pressure. Quasi-saint? The golden cicada's eyes flickered with surprise as he nodded. After 500 years of inaction, it would not be amiss to engage in a duel with you. As his words fell, the golden cicada summoned radiant Buddhist light, refining the surrounding 100 miles into a realm of his own. Buzz! A 6-winged golden cicada manifestation, exuding primordial aura, stood tall within the river of time, gazing down upon countless beings. Simultaneously, the entire 3 realms trembled. In an instant, innumerable powerful beings directed their thoughts toward this small realm of existence. What? The golden cicada has not already reincarnated as a mortal. How could its true form and manifestation reappear? Million years ago, this 6-winged golden cicada slaughtered countless primordial beings as though they were mere livestock. Its power is terrifying. What kind of great terror has this monk encountered to compel the unveiling of his hidden true self after 9 generations? Although the entire 3 realms could not fathom why the 6-winged golden cicada had suddenly manifested, the thunderous cicada cry that resonated throughout the 3 realms made it clear to all. A cataclysmic battle was about to erupt. In the heavenly court, upon the emergence of the 6-winged golden cicada, 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals, along with numerous quasi-saintly powers, were dispatched to maintain order. Given the notorious ferocity of the 6-winged golden cicada, its rampage could potentially devastate the entire realm. The Buddhist sect was equally alarmed. Asked the overseer of the Western scripture seeking, they approached with great urgency from the South Sea. Within mere breaths, numerous powerful beings had gathered outside this small realm. They were not only puzzled by the sudden appearance of the 6-winged golden cicada, but also astounded. What kind of terrifying existence could force the true self of the monk to emerge? Even if all the monsters from the trials of the 99 and 81 tribulations gathered here, they could not provoke such a reaction from the monk. Yet, alas, the realm refined by the six-winged golden cicada had severed the connection to heavenly secrets. Even if it had not, ordinary quasi-saints would not dare to probe recklessly. Within the palm of the Buddha realm, the golden cicada clasped his hands together, slightly bowing in respect. Dear friend, you may unleash your full power here without fear of this three realms being shattered. Li Yushu nodded, stating, the contest of the Tao. The golden cicada's lips curled upward, revealing pristine, sharp teeth as he laughed heartily. The contest of the Tao is indeed a struggle of life and death. Boom! As his words fell, the golden cicada's aura surged dramatically, climbing to the mid-stage of quasi-saintly power. Naturally, Li Yushu would not take advantage of his superior realm, suppressing his own power to the mid-stage. I must apologize for any offense caused. The golden cicada sat aloft in the air, hands clasped, beginning to chant the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. Following this, the entire Buddha realm was filled with the imposing presence of four golden-bodied Buddha manifestations standing tall as if they were celestial beings. 88 Bodhisattva manifestations arranged themselves in formation, while 180 Arhat manifestations aligned alongside them, resembling stars in the heavens, casting down myriad rays of Buddhist light. Suppress! The golden cicada commanded, and his aura surged. Empowering the multitude of manifestations above, the four golden-bodied Buddhas grew in might, as if the true bodies of Buddhas had descended, instilling awe and reverence, compelling all to bow their heads in submission. The four golden-bodied Buddhas moved in unison, shattering the void, transcending the immortal realm, and advancing toward Li Yushu to suppress him. In that instant, the entire palm-sized Buddha realm trembled violently, unable to withstand the terrifying might of the four golden-bodied Buddhas. Devour the heavens, Li Yushu, undeterred by the might of the four golden-bodied Buddhas, took a bold step forward, activating the Devour the Heavens technique to push against the sun, moon, and stars. Instantly, the world lost its color. The sun and moon dimmed, fierce winds howled, and gods and demons lamented. A female emperor's manifestation, shrouded in chaotic mist, slowly approached from the ancient river of time. The female emperor's manifestation, adorned with countless shattered armor fragments, roared as she lifted the imperial weapon, the black gold ding inscribed with dragon patterns, to suppress her foes. The dragon-patterned black gold ding hovered high in the heavens, suppressing the entire realm, as over 100 towering dragon patterns erupted with overwhelming might. Boom! Amidst countless astonished gazes, the female emperor's manifestation exhibited an invincible stance, using the dragon-patterned black gold ding to suppress the four golden-bodied Buddhas. Terrifying and strange black mist continuously spewed from the black gold ding, completely engulfing the palm-sized Buddha realm. The two quasi-saints, in their very first confrontation, had already reduced the Buddha realm to fragments. When the female emperor's manifestation reappeared in the three realms, the dissipating Buddhist light revealed Li Yushu's true form once more. The three realms erupted in shockwaves, leaving innumerable powerful beings astounded. It is the demon master who once preached in the 10,000 great mountains. What? He is actually a quasi-saint. Even ordinary quasi-saints would struggle to contend with the golden cicada's true form and millennia of Buddhist teachings. Who on earth is this person? Why was his name not heard a million years ago, yet he suddenly emerged during this Western journey calamity? When Guanyin beheld Li Yushu's true form, she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. It was precisely that Taoist who had appeared in Gao Laozhuang. The root of all this chaos was that Taoist, however. As Guanyin gazed upon the shattered Buddha realm, a glimmer of hope flickered in her heart. This was a formidable individual capable of matching the golden cicada, the second disciple of the world-honored one. If she had been troublesome at that time, perhaps, Guanyin dared not hesitate further and promptly sought assistance from Ling Mountain. Meanwhile, the heavenly court, dispatching 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals to maintain order, was led by the esteemed Zhao Gongming, the true monarch of the Golden Dragon and the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Such a powerful being still lurks in the primordial realm? Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself as he cast a wary glance at Li Yushu. Although the golden cicada had not participated in the deification war, Zhao Gongming would never underestimate its strength. However, This Li Yushu instilled an overwhelming sense of trepidation in Zhao Gongming. Chapter 28. Reincarnated Self? The golden cicada sat aloft, surrounded by a radiance of merit, dazzling beyond comparison, even overshadowing the light of the Buddha. The female emperor's manifestation could shatter the four golden-bodied Buddha manifestations and pulverize the entire Buddha realm, yet it could not harm the golden cicada in the slightest. With a protective aura of merit enveloping him, even the Devour the Heavens technique could not approach. Truly impressive, esteemed friend. The golden cicada blinked and suddenly smiled. Remarkable. Li Yushu surveyed the observing quasi-saints and the countless thoughts swirling in the void. Feeling as if 1,000 divine beasts were galloping through his mind, I have been deceived. Yet, the golden cicada did not anticipate that Li Yushu possessed a system capable of concealing his aura. In the future, by merely altering his appearance, he could continue to swagger along this journey to the west, gathering disciples with ease. However, for now, it is imperative to subdue this golden cicada. Without further ado, let a battle determine the fate of the universe. Li Yushu raised his hand, and a surge of profound yellow energy erupted around him, the terrifying might of a mid-stage quasi-saint intensifying. The emanating pressure compelled beings below the quasi-saint level across the four continents to kneel in reverence. At that moment, the golden cicada, with its eyes embodying the essence of all things, slowly closed them. In the next instant, the entire three realms was engulfed in an unfathomable darkness. Roar. Following that, echoes of primal beast roars reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Countless primordial beings traversed the river of time, manifested by the golden cicada through its supreme Buddhist magic. Towering mountain ranges, reaching millions of zhang, and boundless seas appeared in succession. Subsequently, the cosmos radiated with the light of Buddha. As if Pangu himself had reopened the heavens, and brilliance once again illuminated the three realms, a creature, colossal as an ancient divine mountain and resembling a 6-foot flying dagger, descended. It was the six-winged golden cicada. Known for its brutality, the six-winged golden cicada feasted indiscriminately upon beings from the 6 realms: heavenly, earthly, human, divine, and ghostly. Moreover, its physical form was indestructible, reaching a state impervious to all laws and eternal in its existence. In the past, the 2 saints of the West subdued it, while it was still a 6-foot golden silkworm, during its transformation into a cicada, taking advantage of its weakness to confine and tame it for a century. Later, they brought the 6-winged golden cicada to the Zixiao Palace to hear the teachings of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Now, its true form reemerges, and countless beings of the 3 realms felt an unprecedented terror coursing through their veins. The 6-winged golden cicada opened its cavernous maw, capable of refining all, and prepared to devour Li Yushu. If one cannot shatter your merit golden body with divine abilities, then one must resort to treasure. Li Yushu sat cross-legged within the void. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a series of resounding chimes, imbued with supreme pressure, echoed through the heavens, as if 3,000 bells were ringing in unison, striking fear into the hearts of gods and demons alike. Upon hearing this magnificent sound, the expressions of all-powerful beings changed dramatically. Countless astonished gazes turned towards Li Yushu's head. There, a grand bell, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, surrounded by the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, radiated a terrifying aura. The bell erupted with 5-colored brilliance, illuminating the heavens, its chaotic sanctity overwhelming the universe. The chimes resonated, the cosmos glimmered, the heavens and earth dimmed, and the gods and demons bowed in reverence. This was the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell was a 100-fold reward bestowed upon Li Yushu by Xin Yuanzi, who had received the primordial bell from the primordial emperor. Li Yushu, in turn, had obtained the Chaos Bell, the proof of enlightenment from the Eastern Emperor Tai. The Chaos Bell, steeped in profound mysteries and boundless transformations, could not only suppress time and space, but also rebound any attack from divine abilities and treasures, rendering them ineffective. With the Chaos Bell atop his head, Li Yushu stood undefeated. One Chaos Bell crushed the ancient rivers of time, as its 5-colored radiance illuminated the heavens, forcibly binding the true form of the 6-winged golden cicada beneath it. To his surprise, it had to be you. The golden cicada gazed at the Chaos Bell, a bitter expression crossing its face as it forced a smile. With the appearance of the Chaos Bell, The identity of the enigmatic demon master was inevitably revealed. The ruler of the ancient demon court, Eastern Emperor Tai. Such an innate treasure possessed spiritual awareness. Who but Eastern Emperor Tai could earn its acknowledgement? At this moment, the entire three realms fell into an eerie silence. The powerful beings looked at Li Yushu as if they were witnessing a ghost. It was known that the ancient demon court had been vanquished, and Eastern Emperor Tai had perished in a self-destructive clash with the ancestral witches. Since then, the Chaos Bell had vanished into the vast chaos, impossible to find. To their astonishment, after countless tribulations, the Chaos Bell not only resurfaced, but Eastern Emperor Tai's reincarnation also returned to the three realms in an indomitable form. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao treasure hall. How could it be him? The Jade Emperor was furious, slamming the celestial table. For the first time in 10,000 years, the Jade Emperor lost his composure. The ancient demon court was truly a ruler acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, and Eastern Emperor Tai had once patrolled the primordial wilderness on behalf of heaven. This was unlike the current heavenly court, which required the Tao ancestor Hongjun to orchestrate the sealing of the gods to restore the celestial ranks. The return of Eastern Emperor Tai was undoubtedly a threat to the heavenly court. It was likely that the suppressed demon race, after 10,000 years, would rise completely. Reincarnation? Suddenly, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, sensing something, and immediately issued a decree to the station Zhao Gongming. Everything was too murky and uncertain. The fall of the demon court was irreversible, and now the heavenly court reigned over the three realms, with the Buddhist sect flourishing. A fate decreed by the heavenly Dao. It was not something Eastern Emperor Tai could alter. Instead, this situation presented the Jade Emperor with an opportunity to overturn the tribulations of the journey to the west. In the west, at Ling Mountain. Eastern Emperor Tai? The Buddha, Sakyamuni, halted his recitation, a look of astonishment crossing his face as heavenly secrets surged before him. The 10,000 mountains preached to the demon race, the demon behind the calamities of the journey to the west, forcing the true form of the golden cicada to emerge. Truly a clever scheme. Sakyamuni suddenly smiled and issued a decree. But what of Eastern Emperor Tai? The 81 trials of the journey to the west could not be resisted by him alone. Once more, the ethereal and profound chanting echoed within the great hero hall. Li Yushu did not torment the golden cicada, nor did he covet its merit golden body, and retrieve the Chaos Bell. How about it? May I have the pleasure of imparting my teachings? Li Yushu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze commanding, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that made the very heavens and myriad paths tremble in reverence. The golden cicada laughed heartily towards the heavens. Enough, enough, I cannot defeat you, so I shall simply listen to your teachings. However, the golden cicada turned to the numerous powerful beings gathered to observe, grinning as he inquired. It seems you have more troublesome matters at hand. Just as Li Yushu was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted. Ding, ding, ding. The Chaos Bell resonated once more throughout the three realms. Golden cicada, do not slumber yet. A commanding voice echoed from beyond the heavens. Chapter 29. Do you wish to compete with me for souls? Immediately, an overwhelming force akin to countless ancient divine mountains descended upon the three realms. All beings within bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We welcome the arrival of the saint. May the saint live for eternity." Even the quasi-saints were compelled to lower their heads in reverence under this terrifying aura of the saint. Only Li Yushu, relying on the Chaos Bell, stood undefeated amidst the primordial chaos. Do you wish to compete with me for souls? A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Li Yushu's eyes. Saints cannot enter the three realms. What has been transmitted is merely a voice from afar. Break for me, Li Yushu bellowed, unleashing his terrifying powers at the peak of the quasi-saint level. Coalescing within the void into an extraordinarily strange black lotus radiating an aura of immortality. With the blessing of that lotus, the overwhelming Buddhist light that was originally descending from the heavens was instantly dissolved. Peak quasi-saint level? The golden cicada appeared astonished, wryly smiling. It seems I have been complacent. The entire three realms once again trembled under Li Yushu's peak quasi-saint cultivation. It had only been a few days since Zenyuanzi had stepped into the peak quasi-saint realm. To their surprise, another formidable being at the peak quasi-saint level had emerged. Has the peak quasi-saint realm become so commonplace? The eyes of the primordial powers turned towards Li Yushu, filled with trepidation. A reincarnated being reaching the peak quasi-saint level? What a grand joke. There was only one possibility. That is, the Eastern Emperor Tai, who raised his hand to suppress the six-winged golden cicada, is not a reincarnation. He did not perish in the calamity of the witches and demons. The calamity of the witches and demons had been secretly instigated by the two saints of the West, leading to the mutual destruction of the ancient demon court and the 12 ancestral witches. Now, after lying dormant for millennia, he finally emerged during the burgeoning Buddhist calamity of the journey to the West. The purpose was clear: to sever the path of the journey to the West, to settle the profound karmic retribution for the annihilation of the demon court. In the vast expanse of chaos, a saintly visage sat atop the river of time, its holy eyes devoid of any emotional ripples. Even the emergence of Eastern Emperor Tai did not elicit the slightest change in this saint. What of Eastern Emperor Tai at the peak quasi-saint level? He remained but an ant. The Saint of Enlightenment cast a cold glance at Li Yushu, sneering, "You are quite bold." Just as this saint was about to take action to utterly erase Eastern Emperor Tai, a thunderous roar echoed from the boundless chaos. Thunder dragons, transformed from the purple cloud's divine thunder, roared within the void. The Saint of Enlightenment's expression shifted slightly as he asked, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Yet, in the vast chaos, no one responded. The Saint of Guidance said nothing further and instead issued a decree towards Mount Fengzuan. Li Yushu watched the gradually dissipating saintly visage, finally feeling at ease. Just as I suspected, the calamity of the journey to the West has only just begun. The Tao ancestor will not permit any saint to directly interfere. Li Yushu muttered to himself, if the two saints of the West were to intervene forcefully, then the still defiant Tongtian Jianzhong would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to lead the Jie sect back into the three realms. The primordial chaos had already shattered Tongtian Jianzhong, who was later refined by the Tao ancestor Hongjun into the three realms. Should Tongtian and several other saints engage in conflict once more, the entire three realms would surely revert to chaos. Now, all anomalies manifesting are undoubtedly part of the heavenly will. Li Yushu, aware that the saintly visage had vanished, could also feel the watchful gazes of other saints upon him. He bowed respectfully towards the heavens beyond, choosing not to speak further. After all, he now wore the guise of Eastern Emperor Tai, the ruler of the ancient demon court. What was there to fear? When something goes awry, it is all too common to cast blame upon the sovereign of the ancient demon court. It is crucial to comprehend that Dong Huang Tai is not merely the ruler of the ancient demon court. He is also one of the 3,000 worldly guests who attended the teachings at the Purple Cloud's palace alongside venerable figures such as the Buddha, the Zhen Yuanzi, and other esteemed quasi-saints. Li Yushu, at this juncture, is intent on showcasing his brilliance, refusing to adopt a subservient demeanor akin to that of cattle or horses, even in the presence of saints. Saints, if you possess the capability, come forth and confront me across the three realms. With that, Li Yushu summoned the Chaos Bell, forcefully creating a small realm of his own. A female emperor's Dharma form ascended to the heavens, severing all celestial insights, declaring death to any who dared to intrude. This realm, now a battleground for Li Yushu and Jin Shanzi's contest of magic, has drawn the attention of numerous powerful beings. Li Yushu, reluctant to allow outsiders to interfere with his teachings, lifted the restrictions placed upon Jin Shanzi and inquired with a smile, "What is it that you wish to ask?" Suspended in the cosmos, Jin Shanzi remained in a meditative posture, his six-winged golden cicada Dharma form flickering in and out of visibility. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed upon the towering figure of Li Yushu and slowly uttered, "Who exactly are you?" Though the six-winged golden cicada is a rare breed from the primordial wilderness, it could not escape a sense of suppression when faced with a being as exalted as Dong Huang Tai. Yet, in confronting Li Yushu, particularly after revealing his peak quasi-saint status, Jin Shanzi felt no such constraint, only reverence or perhaps fear for his power. Li Yushu chuckled softly, "Do not overthink. If you perceive me as someone, then that is who I am. By virtue of his strength, even if he were not Dong Huang Tai, Li Yushu could claim that title, even that of the Emperor Jun or other great powers whose whereabouts remain unknown. Power is paramount. Had Li Yushu lacked strength, he would have been compelled to kneel at the slightest whisper from a saint. "Very well, I shall now be a student here," he declared. Jin Shanzi sat upright, adopting the demeanor of a diligent scholar, Li Yushu nodded slightly and commenced his teachings. However, instead of imparting magical techniques, he engaged in a profound discourse, aiming to shake the very foundation of Jin Chanzi's Buddhist heart. The Buddha once proclaimed that in the Western Yo-He-Jo, where there is neither greed nor slaughter, the spirit is nurtured in tranquility, and though supreme truth may be absent, all may live long. Yet, in the southern Zhanbu-Zhou, greed and indulgence reign, leading to much killing and strife. I have 3 questions, he began. If southern Zhanbu-Zhou is rife with killing and contention, why does the great Tang dynasty flourish? Filled with song and dance, with its people living in peace. If western Yo-He-Jo is devoid of greed and slaughter, why does it require the sustenance of countless believers? And why, as one approaches the spirit mountain, do the great demons grow increasingly rampant? As Li Yushu posed his questions and provided answers, he began to unsettle Jin Chanzi's Buddhist heart within this small realm. Meanwhile, outside this domain, the atmosphere was equally charged. Numerous golden-bodied Buddhas and Bodhisattvas from the Buddhist order manifested, taking their positions in the western part of the small realm. The heavenly court was similarly represented, with the 3 Shao sisters leading the 4 heavenly kings, the 12 zodiac signs, and the 28 constellations in the east. Since the journey to the west began, the tension between the heavenly court and the Buddhist order has been palpable, particularly after the former suffered humiliation due to the Monkey King's rampage in the Lingxiao Palace. Further inflaming the conflict, moreover, the heavenly court was primarily represented by disciples of the Jiejiao, who harbored deep-seated enmity with the Western teachings. Chapter 30. Even the shameless can attain Buddhahood outside this small realm. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. The heavenly court and the Buddhist order glared at each other, each poised for confrontation. Notably, the wealth god, Zhao Gongming, who had been ensnared by the burning lamp during the calamity of the gods, met a tragic end at the hands of the current Great Sun Buddha. The Golden Buddha now seated in the Buddhist order is the long-eared Dingguang Immortal, a traitor to the Jiejiao. It is astonishing that a shameless wretch like you could attain Buddhahood. Clearly, the Buddhist order possesses profound depth. Zhao Gongming raised his head slightly, disdain etched across his face as he mocked. What a grandiose claim. A mere traitor in the Jiejiao has become a Buddha. Dingguang Huanqi Buddha reclined amidst a sea of Buddha clouds, his heart seething with murderous intent in response to Zhao Gongming's provocation. Yet, he maintained a facade of benevolence, smiling gently. Wealth god Zhao, the past is but an illusion. Why cling to your obsessions? The address of wealth god struck Zhao Gongming deeply, for it underscored the derision aimed at him. How many within the Jiejiao possess a good temperament? The master of that sect, in a fit of rage, once laid down the slaying immortal sword array to eliminate the heavenly saints. Truly, a sharp tongue is no substitute for action. Let us settle this matter through combat. Zhao Gongming, brimming with murderous intent, advanced menacingly toward Dingguang Huanqi Buddha, whose laughter rang out like thunder as radiant Buddhist treasures began to rise around him. That is precisely my intention. As the tension reached its zenith, a portal of void suddenly manifested in the heavens. Following this, an overwhelming aura of terror descended mercilessly upon the entire realm. A figure exuding tremendous power stepped forth from the portal, evoking a collective gasp as all present recognized the countenance of the one who had arrived. We humbly welcome the ancestor of all immortals. All the mighty beings bowed respectfully. Even Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shao, as disciples of saints, offered their reverence. We respectfully welcome the esteemed master. This Zhan Yuanzi is a formidable presence who refers to the likes of Tongtian and Yuanshi as fellow Taoists. With a discerning gaze, Zhan Yuanzi surveyed the tense standoff between Zhao Gongming and Dingguang Huanqi Buddha, stating nonchalantly, if you wish to engage in combat, it would be better to do so in the outer heavens. Zhan Yuanzi, with his terrifying peak quasi-saint might, forcibly quelled the impending confrontation. The assembled onlookers regarded him with unease, speculating on the intentions of this powerful figure. In truth, Zhan Yuanzi had traversed vast distances to serve as a protector for Li Yushu. With his overwhelming presence, he suppressed all, yet his gaze remained fixed on the Guanyin of the Buddhist order. Under the scrutiny of a peak quasi-saint, even Guanyin felt an immense pressure, as if she were being scorched by the true fire of Samadhi. Her Buddhist heart trembled once more. Dingguang Huanqi Buddha, perceiving Guanyin's distress, immediately clasped his hands and began reciting supreme scriptures. Bolstered by the resounding verses, Guanyin finally regained her composure. You should return to Putuo Mountain to stabilize your Buddhist heart. Leave this place to me, Dingguang Huanqi Buddha stated coolly. Guanyin, increasingly wary of Zheng Yuanzi, was reluctant to linger in his presence. As the host of the Western expedition, she had already faced multiple crises and was determined to remain at this critical juncture. Lest someone usurp her role, Dingguang Huanqi Buddha, aware of her thoughts, refrained from exposing them, merely offering a cold smile. Zheng Yuanzi regarded Guanyin with an enigmatic smile, and at that moment, the Jiading Zhenren arrived. Riding a celestial crane from the ninth heaven, I pay my respects to the great immortal Zhen Yuan, he greeted, stroking his beard with a smile. Zheng Yuanzi nodded slightly. I did not expect that your sect would be unable to remain idle. Upon hearing this, Zhao Goming's expression grew graver. Just moments prior, a voice from a saint had echoed in his mind, intending for him to make contact with Li Yushu after he emerged from the realm. As the saying goes, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. To his surprise, the Jiejiao took this matter seriously enough to dispatch the Jiading Zhenren directly. The Jiading Zhenren gazed toward the small realm and smiled wryly. If I had delayed any longer, it seems my disciples in the Jiejiao would have turned to the demon clan at this moment, in the South Sea, on Putuo Mountain. Long ago, Putuo Mountain had become the sanctuary of the compassionate voyage Taoist. Now, this sacred ground was awash in golden lotuses, with Buddhist light radiating for 3,000 miles, teeming with auspicious birds and divine beasts, resembling a place of bliss. Yet within this sanctuary, a mark of the 6 paths of reincarnation suddenly opened in the void. A swaying figure emerged from this imprint. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? Am I back at Gao Lao village? A rotund figure, beaming with good fortune, appeared utterly bewildered by his unfamiliar surroundings. Though this chubby individual seemed harmless, atop his head, 3 flowers blossomed, and within his chest, 5 energies coalesced. He was already a Deluo golden immortal. Wait, is this the Putuo Mountain of Guanyin? Tianpeng surveyed the auspicious creatures and fragrant spiritual fruits scattered about, his mouth watering at the sight. Adhering to the principle of since I'm here, I might as well take it all, Tianpeng decided to seize everything in this blessed land. All of this is mine. With a gaping mouth, Tianpeng devoured all the auspicious creatures and treasures that had been nurtured for millennia, even swallowing streams imbued with spiritual energy. In mere moments, the once bountiful sanctuary lay in ruins. How dare such a beast run rampant in Putuo Mountain? What audacity! Thousands of guardian deities and arhats were roused from their slumber, but upon witnessing the seemingly innocuous Tianpeng, they were all left dumbfounded. Why is there a mere child here? At that moment, Mu Jia, the Huayan boy responsible for guarding Putuo Mountain, descended from the skies, enveloped in radiant Buddhist light. A human child. Mu Jia's eyes glimmered with the light of discernment, penetrating through illusions. Yet how could such a child, capable of devouring an entire sacred site, be trusted? Tianpeng recognized Mu Jia's identity and casually plucked a blade of grass to leisurely pick his teeth. Adopting a rather nonchalant demeanor that, oh, aren't you Li Jing's second son, Mu Jia? Why abandon your path to sanctity to follow the old demon, compassionate voyage, as a traitor? Truly, what a disappointing fellow. Why not learn from your brother Neza, who often threatens to slay Li Jing, crafting a tale of paternal affection and filial piety? The guardian deities stood in astonishment, taken aback by the audacity of this small child. These 3 simple sentences are filled with words that strike at the heart. Ha! What audacity this impudent wretch possesses! How dare he utter such hubris and show disrespect towards my revered master, courting death? Mu Jia brandished the postnatal treasure, the Wu Go sword, his entire being radiating a chilling aura of murder, intent on dismembering the rotund figure before him. Yet Tianpeng remained unfazed, leisurely propping up his round belly, crossing his legs, and fixating his gaze on the Wu Go sword, mockingly stating, "You truly are brazen. Is your master not the Puxian Taoist?" Chapter 31. Annihilation. Mu Jia initially trained under the tutelage of the Puxian real person, who regarded him as his own, imparting not only the esoteric teachings of the Chan school, but also the Samadhi true fire and the Wu Go sword. Alas, Mu Jia, seeing that the Zihang Taoist possessed superior skills, chose to follow him instead. Later, during the Fengshan War, he assisted the Western Zhou in obliterating the Shang dynasty, thereby sharing in their fortune and Dao fruits, ultimately becoming a Deluo golden immortal. Moreover, Mu Jia was one of the few who achieved physical sanctification during the Fengshan War. However, unlike Yang Jian, who single-handedly pierced through the formidable generals of the Shang and the righteous deities of the Jie sect to attain physical sanctification, Mu Jia benefited from a wise master and a powerful background, ultimately achieving the same status and aligning with the Western teachings. The most absurd part is that this great Deluo Golden Immortal, despite his accomplishments, merely held the title of a youth within the Buddhist realm, spending a millennium safeguarding the Puxian Mountain for Guanyin. Tian Peng has always held disdain for such individuals with a misguided mindset. Heh, does he truly believe a few words can disrupt my Zen heart? Holding the Wu Go sword, with a Buddhist will manifesting behind his head, Mu Jia sneered coldly. Slash. His Deluo powers surged forth, entirely converging upon the Wu Go sword. Buzz. The Wu Go sword emitted a resonant vibration, transforming into two piercing beams of sword light, enveloped in Buddha radiance, vanishing into the void with overwhelming force. Aimed directly at Tian Peng, the Wu Go sword, divided into male and female blades, could cleave through anything. A splendid sword. A splendid sword. Tian Peng observed the approaching Wu Go sword with indifference, even praising its craftsmanship. Though his flattery seemed laced with mockery, clang, the twin swords emerged from the void, striking Tian Peng's feeble frame. Yet, in the next instant, Mu Jia and the accompanying guardian Jialan were left dumbfounded. The Wu Go sword, a postnatal supreme treasure, should have cleaved through even the sturdiest of forms, let alone a mere Deluo Golden Immortal caught off guard. Yet, as the Wu Go sword collided with Tian Peng's body, it felt as if it had struck an indestructible Buddha body, reverberating backward for hundreds of miles, while Tian Peng remained nonchalant. How could this be? Mu Jia was taken aback, unable to fathom the events that had transpired. How could this seemingly insignificant human child possess such an indomitable golden body? Tian Peng, noticing Mu Jia's astonishment, waved his hand and said calmly, "Boy, do you know who my master is?" With gritted teeth. Mu Jia turned to the guardian Jialan and declared, "He is a transformed demon. There is no need for moral discourse. Let us attack together." As his words fell, 3,000 guardian Jialan and Mu Jia charged forth. In an instant, the Puxian Mountain was engulfed in a surge of Buddha light. Various treasures and divine techniques rained down upon the seemingly powerless human child, unleashing a torrent of destruction. The Wu Go sword erupted with countless terrifying sword energies, capable of severing stars and celestial bodies, aimed at Tian Peng. Alas, I had hoped to spare you a path to survival, but it seems you are like an old turtle eating arsenic, longing for death. From the 6 paths of reincarnation seal, Tian Peng retrieved the Swallowing Heaven Demon cover, a component of the Swallowing Heaven Demon jar, crafted by the ruthless great emperor from his own body after severing the demon fetus during his path to enlightenment. This Swallowing Heaven Demon cover, forged from the skull of the great emperor, possessed unparalleled might. In the cycle of reincarnation, Tian Peng had already noticed the unique attributes of his physical form. Although he could inscribe grand formations akin to the tribulation transcending Tianzun as taught by his master Li Yushu, Tian Peng had not fully comprehended the third great killing formation of the world but had instead acquired the Swallowing Heaven Demon cover. Thus, he chose an unusual path, directly merging the Swallowing Heaven Demon cover with his physical body. The cover, engraved with a ghostly mask, erupted with overwhelming black energy, engulfing the entirety of Puxian Mountain. A colossal avatar of the Empress, towering 1,000,000 li, traversed the river of time, arriving atop Puxian Mountain, subduing all laws. Once the black energy dissipated, Puxian Mountain had vanished, along with the 3,000 guardian Jialan and Mu Zichai in the void. Only the vast South Sea remained, churning with ferocious waves, amidst the crashing surf. Tian Peng scrutinized the Wu Go sword, murmuring, "This too is a postnatal treasure. If I were to present it to my revered master, would he not bestow upon me further divine powers and techniques?" Tian Peng's heart surged with joy as he pondered, and he promptly vanished into the void, hastening towards the location of Li Yushu. Outside the small realm, the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect, Zhen Yuanzi, and Yu Ding Zhenren stood in a tense standoff. Suddenly, Guanin's aura flared chaotically, her realm turbulent. Biffed. Guanin spat forth a mouthful of golden Buddha blood. Anguish etched across her face as she implored the Dingguang Huanqi Buddha, "Assist me." Dingguang Huanqi Buddha's expression shifted dramatically. Sensing Guanin's distress, and hurriedly extended his help. Namo Amitba. Dingguang Huanchi Buddha clasped his hands, chanting a profound Buddha mantra. As the mantra resonated, Guanin's realm stabilized. Guanin's anomaly heightened the already tense atmosphere, and she glared towards the South Sea. As if recalling something, her rage boiling over as she addressed Jin Yuanzi. Have I, Guanin, ever offended the great immortal Zhen Yuan? Jin Yuanzi, maintaining an air of calm, replied. What brings you to such a conclusion? Guanin retorted angrily. My Puxian mountain has been destroyed. 3,000 disciples and the child Huan Gan have perished, their primordial spirit marks obliterated. Will you not provide a justification for this calamity? Boom. Her words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The Puxian mountain was not merely Guanin's sanctuary. It was the very foundation of her enlightenment and attainment of bodhisattva status. Its destruction was akin to severing a portion of her Tao foundation. All present turned their gazes toward Zhen Yuan's. It was widely known that he harbored intentions against Guanin and had persistently sought to undermine her resolve, regardless of whether he was the perpetrator. What could Guanin do about it? Zhen Yuanzi's demeanor remained indifferent, as he unleashed an overwhelming aura of Xinhuang energy, his voice resonating. Are you laying blame at my feet? Boom. The terrifying power of a peak quasi-saint surged forth without restraint. Pressing down in all directions, even quasi-saint beings would have to exert their might to withstand such pressure, and those beneath the quasi-saint level would have no choice but to bow in submission. Dingguang Huanchi Buddha enveloped Guanin in radiant Buddha light, gently stating, I beseech the great immortal Zhen Yuan not to take offense. Guanin's Zen heart has been wounded, causing her to speak erratically. Chapter 32. Casting ashes of disciples, treading upon graves to sing lamentations as a quasi-saint golden body Buddha. To be in such a lowly position before Zhen Yuanzi was not seen as shameful or cowardly by any present. They recognized the gravity of facing an enraged peak quasi-saint. Even if Guanin were to kneel and kowtow, none would find fault. Most only felt sympathy for her misfortune. The ever-observant Yuding Zhenren stepped forward to mediate. Addressing Zhen Yuanzi, there is no need for anger, as Guanin does not intend any offense. Zhen Yuanzi regarded Yuding Zhenren momentarily before retracting his oppressive aura. Only someone of Yuding Zhenren's caliber, having glimpsed the tribulations of the westward journey, understood that Zhen Yuanzi's restraint in not obliterating Guanin was a gesture of mercy to the machinations of the Buddhist sect. Guanin was to use the three light divine water to utterly destroy Zhen Yuanzi's Tao foundation. Your ancestral master and I share a connection. The past should not be settled upon your generation, Zhen Yuanzi remarked coldly. This statement caused Dingguang Huanchi Buddha's heart to sink. It seemed Zhen Yuanzi had resolved to confront the Buddhist sect directly. The grand schemes of the Western saints to contest this saintly position, which had ensnared the old ancestor Hongyun, would likely be settled in this calamity, with the Buddhist sect currently at its zenith. Only a handful could match Zhen Yuanzi. Dingguang Huanchi Buddha, for one, acknowledged that he was not yet capable of contending with him. That moment, ripples stirred in the void. A figure emerged from the ether. All the great powers turned their attention to the newcomer. A child clad in a Taoist robe, barefoot and appearing no older than 11 or 12, stood innocently amidst the heavens. To the untrained eye, he might seem like an ordinary Taoist disciple, yet the 3 flowers atop his head and the 5 energies within his chest rendered him impossible to ignore. This was a Deluo golden immortal. With a resounding crash, the revered figure made his entrance. Esteemed guests, I humbly present myself. The child, undaunted by the imposing atmosphere, began conversing with the quasi-saint beings. Who might you be, little one? Zhao Gongming inquired, his brow furrowing as he sought to discern the child's secrets. Yet it became apparent that the secrets of this little rotund figure were shrouded in utter chaos, entirely imperceptible. Moreover, he was a postnatal human. Tio achieved the status of a great Luo golden immortal at the tender age of 11, or 12 among the postnatal human race is indeed intriguing. Alas, Brother Gongming, it seems that the mighty often forget their acquaintances. We once shared a drink together, after all. The little chubby boy, exuding an air of familiarity, strolled leisurely to Zhao Gongming's side under the watchful eyes of the powerful. He even leaped up, playfully patting Zhao Gongming on the shoulder. Zhao Gongming's expression darkened in an instant, barely restraining himself from delivering a slap. Zhen Yuanzi, observing the little chubby boy, sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. He was, in fact, his junior disciple. A smile involuntarily spread across Zhang Yuanzi's face. And this individual was none other than the Marshal Tianpeng, who had reincarnated and returned. Who might you be? Zhao Gongming questioned, eyeing the little chubby boy's impertinent demeanor as a particular figure surfaced in his mind. However, that individual had long been cast into the cycle of reincarnation by Guanyin and was likely just newly born, making it impossible for him to achieve the great Luo Dao fruit. I shall not change my name or my surname. A disciple of the Supreme Sage, a direct disciple of the Master Xian Zhan, and the first disciple of the human teaching's third generation. I command 100,000 celestial water troops and am the foremost disciple of the demon clan's master. I am Tianpeng, the little chubby boy proclaimed with a proud demeanor. Indeed, it is Tianpeng. Zhao Gongming's expression shifted slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone was already aware that Tianpeng had been spirited away by the demon master Li Yushu. Yet, no one could have anticipated that after reincarnation, Tianpeng had directly awakened his intelligence, retaining memories of his past life, and achieved the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. What kind of divine ability did that demon master impart to Tianpeng to enable such an extraordinary feat? Upon seeing Tianpeng, Guanin's pupils constricted sharply, followed by a sudden surge of fury. Tianpeng, you are the one who destroyed my Puto Mountain, Guanin shouted, unable to contain her rage. Tianpeng merely glanced at Guanin, unperturbed in the face of a furious quasi-saint, openly acknowledging, yes, it was indeed I who did it. I had intended to excavate your ancestral grave, but could not find it. Such audacity. Even Zhao Gongming, upon hearing this, could not help but inhale sharply in shock at Tianpeng's reckless bravado. I shall not spare you, Guanin declared in fury, her quasi-saint powers stirring as she prepared to subdue Tianpeng. At that moment, however, the heavens and earth trembled violently, a fragment of the small world shattered. Li Yushu had completed his teachings, and the golden cicada made his own choice. Tang Sang had reverted to his mortal form, now slumbering in the Zen temple. The merit golden body that would allow him to return from his journey to acquire the scriptures still existed. Yet the Dharma form of the six-winged golden cicada was nowhere to be found. Li Yushu regarded the ever-present Sun Wukong in the Zen temple and said calmly, My name is Li Yushu. Should you not wish to journey west, you may seek me at Mount Huashan. Sun Wukong merely gazed at Li Yushu with a look of confusion. Li Yushu sighed in resignation, turning to face the multitude of deities awaiting him. What a grand assembly! With one hand behind his back, Li Yushu strode towards the starry river. All the mighty beings present had witnessed Li Yushu's terrifying prowess, each feeling as if they were facing a formidable adversary. Yet, the little Tianpeng, barefoot and with a sycophantic grin, declared, Disciple Tianpeng, respectfully welcoming Master S' emergence from seclusion. Master S' teachings are profound and eternal. Upon hearing such flattery, the assembly regarded Tianpeng with disdain. Words of congratulation such as eternal life were reserved for saints. This Tianpeng truly lacks any sense of shame. Li Yushu looked at the childlike Tianpeng and found it quite amusing, chuckling. It appears your reincarnation has brought you considerable fortune. Tianpeng scratched his head and grinned innocently. This is all thanks to Master S' blessings. I shall continue to show filial piety towards you. I also specially prepared a gift for my esteemed nephew. Li Yushu raised an eyebrow, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. Tianpeng produced a sword enveloped in Buddhist light from his robe, cheerfully stating, This is a postnatal supreme treasure, presented to Master. The Wu Go sword? The Wu Go sword of the Huayan boy Mu Jia? The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Tianpeng is truly incorrigible. He has scattered the ashes of his fellow disciple and is now trampling on their graves while singing elegies. Tianpeng, how dare you insult me so? Guanin's composure shattered. Chapter 33. The Saint's Invitation. Guanin, being a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect and a disciple of a saint, was once among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Now, being so thoroughly humiliated by this young rascal, she could no longer tolerate it, however, when faced with the piercing and formidable gaze of Li Yushu, who was suspected to be the true form of Donghuang Tai. A thunderous sensation overwhelmed her. The sound of 1,000 thunders echoed in her ears. The Buddha of joyful light, seeing Guanin in distress, had no choice but to cross the void and shield her with his immense golden form. How should I address you, esteemed demon master? The Buddha of joyful light clasped his hands together and inquired respectfully. Li Yushu withdrew his gaze, surveying the formidable beings who regarded him with trepidation, and replied coolly, "I am the Taoist of Yushu." This so-called Taoist of Yushu was the title bestowed upon Li Yushu by the Earth Immortals during his teachings at Wuzhuang Temple. As for the alleged identity of Donghuang Tai, Li Yushu would let them speculate on their own without needing to prove anything. They would believe what they wish to believe. We honor the Taoist of Yushu. The Buddha of joyful light responded reverently. The other bodhisattvas and golden-armored arhats of the Buddhist sect followed suit, bowing in respect. Meanwhile, the other mighty beings offered their salutations or bowed deeply. We humbly welcome the arrival of Taoist Yushu. Li Yushu nodded slightly and inquired, "Are you all gathered here to seek justice for Tangsong?" The Buddha of joyful light shook his head with a smile. "Esteemed demon master, you need not worry. I have long heard of your name and hold you in high regard, coming here specifically to pay my respects." Such flattery prompted Tianpong to give a thumbs up in approval. This skill in flattery had already reached a remarkable level. Truly, as expected from someone of the Buddhist sect, they excel in the art of praise. Li Yushu turned his gaze towards the Jading Zhenren, his eyes sharpening. The Jading Zhenren hurriedly spoke. "Esteemed demon master, you need not worry. I have come on the authority of my master's decree to invite you to a gathering at Mount Kunlun." Zhao Gongming seized the opportunity to speak up. "The junior Zhao Gongming, on behalf of my master, invites you to a discussion at Jinao Island." This proposed gathering at Jinao Island refers to the encounters between the Tongtian cult leader and Donghuang Tai at the Zixiao Palace, where they once engaged in discussions. Among all the heavenly saints, apart from Yuhua, Donghuang Tai shares a closer relationship with the Tongtian cult leader. Faced with the invitations from so many saints, even the Western Buddhist sect, Li Yushu did not outright refuse. To accept one invitation would be akin to choosing a side. The Western Buddhist sect had reluctantly endured Li Yushu's prior disruptions to the journey west due to his terrifying prowess at the peak of quasi-saint level. This invitation was merely a means to negotiate interests and ensure a smooth journey west. Should Li Yushu emerge from that small world and Tang Song were to perish completely, the Western Buddhist sect would not afford him any options. They would rather wager the fortunes of Lingshan for millennia to suppress him. I have been discussing matters with the Golden Cicada for quite some time and find myself somewhat fatigued, Li Yushu stated blandly. Although this excuse was rather flimsy, none present dared to question it. At this juncture, Zhen Yuanzi interjected. "Esteemed demon master, why not join me at Wuzhuang Temple for a gathering?" Li Yushu nodded in agreement. "That is precisely my intention." With those words, Li Yushu seized the bewildered Tianpeng and vanished into the void alongside Zhen Yuanzi. Who would have thought that Zhen Yuan Daxian had such an old acquaintance with this demon master? The Jading Zhenren chuckled while stroking his beard. The Buddha of joyful light sneered. It is likely that Zhen Yuanzi's breakthrough is greatly related to this demon master. What of Wuzhuang Temple? The demon race has barely persisted for thousands of years. It is not something a mere peak quasi-saint can revive. With that said, the Buddha of joyful light led the Buddhist disciples in retreat. Li Yushu had displayed his formidable strength at the peak of quasi-saint level, taking Tianpeng with him. With so many anomalies, even the Buddhist sect would need to re-evaluate their strategies. However, as long as Tang Song remained, the journey west would not be interrupted. Zhao Gongming gazed towards the direction of Mount Wanshou, a smile suddenly gracing his lips as he waved his hand. "We too can withdraw." He then instructed the three Shaos and promptly vanished into the void. The Jading Zhenren pondered as he calculated, his brow furrowing deeper as the celestial mechanics unfolded before him. The Jading Zhenren did not head to Mount Wanshou. Given the Jading Zhenren's status, a visit to Wuzhuang Temple would ensure that Zhen Yuanzi would treat him with courtesy. "Do they not wish for me to be with Yang Jian? But alas, my plans in the human realm have yet to be completed. Yang Jian is not yet ready." The Jading Zhenren sighed softly, mounting his celestial crane and heading towards Mount Huashan. Inside the grand hall of the three holy mothers, Yang Jian sat regally in a large chair. Eyes closed in contemplation, deeply pondering the events that transpired outside Gao Laozhuang. As a great Luo golden immortal, he was naturally able to perceive the myriad secrets of the heavens. The howling celestial dog rested at Yang Jian's feet, its watery eyes fixed intently on its master. Meanwhile, the 6 saints of Meishan and 1,200 grass-head deities adorned in golden armor, wielding their divine artifacts, stood with an air of menace within the great hall. The eldest of the Kang family knew of his second master's schemes. Even if his second master were to command an assault on the southern heaven gate with but a word, the 6 monsters of Meishan would not hesitate to slay immortals and gods without a second thought. Second master. Kang Laoda softly called out, and Yang Jian slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue on his otherwise icy visage. Looking at Kang Laoda, he spoke in a low voice. He has finally come down from the mountain to see me. From the golden depths of Yang Jian's eyes, Kang Laoda discerned a trace of anguish, along with a sorrowful emotion that had not surfaced in a millennium. Second master. Kang Laoda hesitated to voice his thoughts, but ultimately held his tongue. Kang Laoda and the other 5 saints of Meishan had been following Yang Jian since the War of the Gods. Fully aware of the burdens he bore, they understood why he chose to relinquish the authority and status of a celestial deity in the heavenly court, opting instead to carve out his own domain at Guanjinku. Listening to orders but disregarding proclamations, he seemed almost mad, ruthlessly exterminating the demon clans marked by bloodshed, earning a fearsome reputation as a god of slaughter throughout the 3 realms. Yang Jian gradually rose to his feet, his gaze sharpening once more as he looked towards Mount Huashan, coldly commanding, "Prepare to welcome our guest. At your command," replied the 6 saints of Meishan and the 1,200 grass-head deities in unison. Following this, the entire Mount Huashan was enveloped in a divine light, completely isolating it from the outside world. A radius of 100 miles was ensnared by a barrier, exuding a chilling aura, as though it had transformed into an ancient battlefield. The 1,200 grass-head deities formed a battle array, standing resolute like stars above the sea of clouds, their monstrous energy coalescing in the void into horrifying demonic manifestations. Each of these grass-head deities had been subdued by Yang Jian himself. After following him into battle for a millennium, their powers far surpassed those of the celestial soldiers of the heavenly court. Chapter 34. Yang Jian, it is not too late to bow your head now. The 6 saints of Meishan, bracing for the impending confrontation, manifested their true monstrous forms. The howling celestial dogs split into myriad incarnations. Shielding Yang Jian's figure, clutching the 3-pronged, double-edged blade, clad in celestial armor, rays of divine light flickered upon his forehead. All of this was prepared solely for one individual. In the next moment, the sky erupted with cascading blossoms, and the earth surged with golden lotuses. A vast expanse of purple energy, akin to a colossal dragon, descended from the horizon, breaking through layers of barriers to arrive at Mount Huashan. Riding upon this torrent of purple energy was a celestial crane. The Jade Ding Zhenren stood atop the crane, observing the grand spectacle his beloved disciple had orchestrated to welcome him, and he could not help but smile. Disciple, have we become so estranged after merely a millennium apart? Yang Jian did not respond to this query but instead slowly raised the 3-pronged, double-edged blade, pointing it directly at the Jade Ding Zhenren. The blade glimmered with a chilling light, emanating an unsettling coldness. Yet, at this moment, the hatred within Yang Jian's heart surpassed even that radiance. The truth. Today, I demand the truth. Yang Jian gazed at the man he once regarded as a father, sorrow evident in his eyes. Yang Jian's parents had tragically perished at the hands of the heavenly court, which had nearly annihilated the entire Yang family. Only he and Yang Chan had miraculously survived, a stroke of luck that he later learned was due to the intervention of Nuwa. Thus began Yang Jian's tragic journey. Just when he thought life could not be darker, the arrival of the Jade Ding Zhenren brought him a glimmer of light, teaching him the ways of cultivation in the golden rosy cave of Yaoquan Mountain. The Jade Ding Zhenren regarded Yang Jian as his own, imparting all his divine abilities without reservation. He even risked backlash from the Tao to unveil heavenly secrets for this beloved disciple, enabling him to participate in the War of the Gods, ultimately transforming him into the formidable war god, Yang Jian, who achieved the coveted fruit of becoming a saint in physical form, sought after by countless powerful beings. However, when that fateful day arrived, as Jiang Zia met his tragic end in Yang Jian's embrace, and when the last human emperor of the post-heaven era self-immolated, all those celestial beings who fell beneath the blade of Yang Jian ultimately became puppets of the heavenly court. Stepping upon the countless celestial corpses, Yang Jian finally glimpsed a sliver of the true heavenly secrets. Especially when Jiang Zia revealed the entire truth, Yang Jian utterly collapsed. The Jade Ding Zhenren, unperturbed by his disciple's shattered resolve, meticulously examined Yang Jian's nearly perfected body, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Indeed, you have not disappointed your master's painstaking cultivation, he murmured, stroking his white beard with satisfaction. Since the War of the Gods, the Jading Zhenren had remained in seclusion within the Golden Rosy Cave after extracting the Xian sword from the slaying immortal sword array. He had hoped that the Chan sect could glean benefits from the fortunes of the Jie sect. And with that fortune, he used the Xian sword to slay a corpse, thus ascending to the quasi-saint realm. However, he did not anticipate that the Tongtian teacher would invoke the longevity of heaven and earth, resulting in mutual destruction between the Chan and Jie sects, allowing the Western sect to reap the spoils. Bereft of fortune, the Jading Zhenren was compelled to seek another path, and his disciple, who had achieved physical sanctification, was the best choice. Yang Jin, witnessing the indifferent demeanor of the Jading Zhenren, had already grasped the answer he had known but dared not accept. So, you sent me into the war of the gods precisely for my heavenly body. If you succeeded in slaying a corpse with great fortune, you could refine me and slay yet another corpse. By eliminating both the good and evil corpses, you would ascend to the late stage of the quasi-saint realm. Yang Jin's heart finally settled, his expression becoming indifferent as he laid bare the truth. The Jading Zhenren nodded slightly, saying, all has become a predetermined fate. Even if you were to apprentice under Dong Huang Tai, this situation would remain unchanged. Yang Jin's aura surged with an overwhelming murderous intent as he coldly retorted, if you cannot slay the three corpses, how can you attain the status of a quasi-saint? Great Luo immortals, Yang Jin, regard as mere ants. With that declaration, the 6 saints of Meishan and the 1,200 grass-head deities sprang into action, shifting their battle formations, unleashing a terrifying demonic energy that fortified Mount Huashan from all directions. The life-and-death struggle between 2 great Luo Golden Immortals was enough to flatten the entire Mount Huashan. The 6 saints of Meishan and the grass-head deities were Yang Jin's trump cards. Should the Jading Zhenren attempt to flee, they could seal off his escape route completely, and if Yang Jin were to be defeated, the 6 saints and grass-head deities would not need to perish alongside him. The myriad causes and effects Yang Jin would bear alone. Slay? Yang Jin's gaze flashed with cold light as the 3-pronged, double-edged blade rose like a bright moon, crashing down upon the entirety of heaven and earth. The blade trembled violently, emitting a sound akin to a ferocious dragon's roar. The overwhelming blade light descended like a vast river of stars, cleaving the celestial bodies in its unstoppable path. Good disciple. The Jading Zhenren called out as he summoned his formidable magical power to confront the oncoming tide of blade light. Out. The Jading Zhenren unleashed the treasure of the Golden Rosy Cave. The Slaying Immortal Sword. When the Slaying Immortal Sword emerged, the very fabric of heaven and earth seemed to be rent asunder by its invisible sword energy. Years ago, the mighty Zhu Tianlin had been cast 1,000 miles away by the Jading Zhenren wielding the Slaying Immortal Sword. Meeting his demise in a single stroke, boom! The cataclysmic clash of blade light and sword energy erupted, releasing a sound akin to the shattering of the universe. The resultant shockwave tore through the heavens, creating a chasm of immeasurable depth, resembling a colossal scar that was horrifying to behold. I never imagined you would grow so rapidly, the Jading Zhenren remarked, astonished by the astonishing blade light before him. The boy who had once wept in the torrential rain had now matured to a level capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. However, this aligns with my intentions, the Jading Zhenren called out, his hand descending in a sweeping motion. Buzz! A crimson light gradually manifested in the void. In an instant, the entire realm, indeed the entirety of the 3 realms, was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. At that moment, ominous blood clouds descended upon Mount Huashan, and countless phantoms of gods and demons wailed in the void, creating a terrifying spectacle. Yang Jin, gazing upon the crimson light, felt his pupils constrict. The Xian sword. That crimson light was none other than the malevolent treasure of heaven, one of the Slaying Immortal Sword array, the Xian sword. Even in terms of its sharpness, the Xian sword could be classified as a congenital spiritual treasure. And when the 4 swords united, they became a congenital supreme treasure. The Slaying Immortal 4 swords were originally bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun to the Tongtian teacher. Later, during the War of the Gods, the Jading Zhenren, acting on the decree of the sage, extracted the Xian sword from the Slaying Immortal Sword array, slaughtering numerous celestial beings of the Jie sect within the myriad celestial formation. Neither bronze nor iron, nor steel, it had once been hidden beneath Mount Sumeru. There was no need to invert yin and yang for forging. How could it lack the baptism of water and fire to sharpen its edge? The slaying immortal is sharp, slaying immortals leads to their demise, while the Xian sword radiates crimson light. The transformation of the immortal is boundless and marvelous. The blood of great Luo immortals stains the garments. Yang Jian, it is not too late to bow your head now. The Jade Ding Zhenren, wielding the Xian sword, fixated his piercing gaze upon Yang Jian, his voice cold as ice. The Jade Ding Zhenren was not motivated by the so-called bond of master and disciple, but was unwilling to harm this splendid body of sanctification. Chapter 35. Mutual Destruction. How could Yang Jian bow his head? He once again swung the three-pronged, double-edged blade. The overwhelming blade light cascaded downward. The Jade Ding Zhenren chuckled, raising his hand to deliver a lethal strike. Boom! The blood-red sword energy shot forth like a torrent, striking down the celestial bodies and slaying gods and Buddhas alike. The very fabric of heaven and earth was utterly severed. The formation created by the 6 saints of Meishan and the 1,200 grass-head deities was instantly torn asunder. The horrifying manifestations of the demon kings shattered into countless fragments, scattering with the wind. The 1,200 grass-head deities were annihilated entirely, and the true forms of the 6 saints of Meishan were also completely severed. Their fates unknown. Even the howling celestial dog, with its myriad incarnations, could not escape its doom, its corporeal form reduced to mere shreds. Yang Jian was struck down by the sword light, the three-pronged, double-edged blade disintegrating into powder. Even in this state of physical sanctification, he bore a horrific wound that nearly split his body in two. Only through the frantic repairs of his profound cultivation could he stave off complete dismemberment. Yang Jian gazed at the falling fragments of flesh and limb. The only remaining sensation within him was one of agonizing pain, an unfathomable depth of suffering. The Jade Ding Zhenren, wielding the Xian sword, traversed the void to stand before Yang Jian, speaking softly, "The heavenly secrets have been revealed. Today marks the day I shall slay a corpse and attain the Tao." The Jade Ding Zhenren's Xian sword radiated crimson light, painting the surrounding 10,000 miles in a scarlet hue, the terrifying aura of malevolence rising to obscure the sun. The method of corpse severing known as the Jade Cauldron's art is a path to enlightenment that was delineated by the primordial supreme being after observing the celestial demons of the outer realms for a millennium. The crux of this technique lies in the possession of a formidable heavenly artifact and an immaculate golden body. The former is already in the hands of the Jade Cauldron, yet the latter remains elusive. Jade Cauldron's prowess places him among the top 3 of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. However, he too fell victim to the calamity of the deification, ensnared by the 3 heavens within the convoluted formations of the 9 curves Yellow River, resulting in the depletion of his 3 flowers atop his head and the quintessence of his being. His millennia of cultivation was rendered null. Moreover, his corporeal form became tainted by the foulest energies, making the path to enlightenment arduous. This explains why several golden immortals of the Chan sect chose to align themselves with the Western teachings, seeking to rejuvenate their golden bodies through the immense fortuity of the Western sect. Fear not, my disciple. Your golden body remains untainted by karmic debts. You shall sever the body for good, and as for my ensnaring immortal sword, it shall transform into a malevolent vessel to assist me in attaining enlightenment. The Jade Cauldron laughed heartily. Go forth with peace of mind. A flicker of ferocity crossed his gaze as he raised the ensnaring immortal sword high, poised to strike down upon the true form of Yang Jian. Yet, Yang Jian had regained his wits, and a chilling aura of murderous intent erupted around him. With his dual pupils, invincibility was already in his grasp. He needed no other S-bones to rely upon. Dual pupil secret technique. Yang Jian suddenly murmured, lifting his head with vigor, as the third eye materialized within his divine gaze, revealing the profound dual pupils akin to the moon's reflection in a well. The 9-eyed dual pupil, an unprecedented visage of a sage. The Jade Cauldron was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at Yang Jian's dual pupils. In the next instant, an explosive sound reverberated. The Jade Cauldron felt as though he was facing a celestial demon of the Grand Tao, his primordial spirit trembling as if it were on the verge of succumbing to the weight of those dual pupils. Yang Jian's dual pupils opened and closed, intricate and terrifying runes shimmered like resplendent stars, unveiling chains of heavenly order. Within those dual pupils resided the essence of the great Tao and the annihilating aura of the myriad heavens, coupled with the vibrant life force of rebirth. In an overwhelming moment, the Jade Cauldron found himself unable to withstand the intimidation of the dual pupils, a mouthful of vital blood erupting forth as he staggered back. Meanwhile, Yang Jian's left eye radiated a pure, gentle light akin to the full moon in the ninth heaven, exuding a vigorous vitality like a spring of life. This enveloped the remaining segments of his corporeal form in a brilliant white glow, illuminating him with a sacred brilliance. A powerful and flourishing life force erupted from Yang Jian's body, akin to the awakening of all things, flourishing anew. In the blink of an eye, the grievously wounded body of Yang Jian began to heal at a visible rate. As if reborn from the flames, the Jade Cauldron gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Yang Jian, particularly the dual pupils that filled him with dread. Such dual pupils only manifest among the postnatal human race. Dual pupils emblematic of saints, of deities. The Jade Cauldron was acutely aware of the deeper secrets behind the dual pupils. A bearer of such might could ascend to the rank of emperor. How could a mere child ever hope to attain sainthood? Such delusions, enraged, the Jade Cauldron swung the ensnaring immortal sword, intent on cleaving Yang Jian's dual pupils from existence. They would both be buried beneath the slopes of Mount Hua. Yang Jian let out a despairing roar, and the terrifying light from his forehead erupted, threatening to obliterate the heavens. That beam seemed to drain Yang Jian, his corporeal form withering as life force swiftly dissipated. Yet, that beam possessed an overwhelming divine might, causing the celestial beings to tremble in fear, unable to gaze directly upon it. No. The Jade Cauldron quivered in dread, attempting to retreat, but it was already too late. The dual pupils had frozen the very essence of Mount Hua in time, rendering the void as solid as the unyielding Mount Buzhou, impervious to escape. A beam of light descended, piercing through the body of the Jade Cauldron, along with the imprint of his primordial spirit through the river of time. It vanished beneath that luminance. Yet, even in his dying moments, the Jade Cauldron expended all his magical energy to strike forth with the ensnaring immortal sword. The entire Mount Hua was cleaved in twain. Yang Jian's eyes, now imbued with sword light, became a fountain of blood, continuously gushing forth crimson life essence. The heavenly eye upon his brow fractured, resembling a deep wound that exposed bone. The upper half of Yang Jian's body collapsed into the pool of blood, releasing a cry filled with fury and sorrow towards the heavens. That desperate cry echoed through the minds of countless mighty beings, resonating with profound tragedy. Mount Hua was no longer the western peak. It was strewn with dismembered limbs, primarily belonging to the 1,200 grass-headed deities. The colossal forms of the 6 saints of Meishan lay shattered, scattered across the ground. This was yet another anomaly of the heavenly Tao emerging. To outsiders, Yang Jian appeared as a true betrayer of his master, audaciously drawing his blade against his revered teacher. However, those who witnessed this extraordinary battle understood the truth. Yang Jian had been left with no choice. The spectacle was utterly shocking. The terrifying powers Yang Jian exhibited were capable of bringing down a mighty being such as the Jade Cauldron at the brink of death. One must remember, this was the Jade Cauldron wielding the ensnaring immortal sword. Now, that very sword lay beside the remains of Yang Jian. Yet no one dared to reach for it. In the heavenly court, within the Lingshao Palace, the Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, gazing at the seemingly lifeless Yang Jian, his eyes filled with astonishment. The Jade Cauldron, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and a direct disciple of the primordial supreme being, a terrifying existence poised to sever the corpse and attain enlightenment, had perished at the hands of Yang Jian. Chapter 36. Never have I encountered such brazen audacity. The entire Lingshao Palace fell into a profound silence. The assembly of celestial beings were all awestruck by the sight of Yang Jian, immersed in a pool of blood. Yang Jian's tragic backstory had led to his ultimate exploitation by the Jade Cauldron, culminating in a mutual demise with the once revered master. The Jade Emperor surveyed the unfolding events within the Haotian mirror, his expression devoid of emotion, coldly commanding. Li Jing, I assign you to lead the various celestial beings to Mount Hua and retrieve Yang Jian and the ensnaring immortal sword. Should anyone dare to obstruct, They shall be met with merciless retribution. Boom. Upon the utterance of these words, the assembly of celestial beings was struck with terror, particularly the righteous deities of the Chan sect, whose expressions morphed into sheer horror. It must be noted, although the ensnaring immortal sword belonged to the celestial lord, it had been largely claimed by the Chan sect. Even after the war of deification, the celestial lord did not reclaim it. The four swords of slaying immortals were now entirely under the dominion of the Chan sect. Now, with the Chan sect having lost a golden immortal, the Jade Emperor sought to seize the moment and lay claim to the ensnaring immortal sword as well. Despite their discontent, no one among the righteous deities of the Chan sect dared to voice opposition, for they were mere puppets of the heavenly court, tools of the Jade Emperor's dominion over the three realms. I accept the decree. Li Jing strode forward, kneeling on one knee with a respectful demeanor. At Mount Kunlun, within the Yushu Palace. What manner of divine power is this? The primordial supreme being observed a thread of heavenly secrets before him, finally revealing a ripple within his sacred gaze. Beside him, Guang Chengzi seethed with indignation, struggling to suppress his fury as he respectfully inquired. Master, Yang Jian's fate is uncertain. May I go to retrieve the ensnaring immortal sword and the body of the Jade Cauldron? The primordial supreme being nodded slightly, responding with a calm voice. You may go, but do not engage. The primordial supreme being had already divined the heavenly secrets. Should Guang Chengzi take action in the mortal realm, it would signify the Chan sect's intent to re-establish its presence in the three realms. The already chaotic three realms would descend further into turmoil. The primordial supreme being understood that if he were to intervene, his ever-discontented junior would certainly not remain passive. Moreover, the primordial supreme being was well aware that Yang Jian's current master was not the Jade Cauldron, but rather Dong Huang Tai. Having served alongside the sage for countless years, Guang Chengzi was naturally attuned to his master's will. After respectfully withdrawing, he hurried towards Mount Hua.At Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Li Yushu, who was preaching beneath the ginseng fruit tree, suddenly halted, casting his profound gaze towards Mount Hua. The hundreds of earth immortals beneath the ginseng fruit tree opened their eyes in confusion, unaware of why Taoist Yushu had ceased his teachings. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi had already sensed the change and inquired, Shall we go retrieve our junior brother? In Jin Yuanzi's view, Li Yushu was the same Dong Huang Tai who had once listened to the teachings in Zhixiao Palace alongside him. Li Yushu sighed softly and replied, Is there not a Zhao Gongming who has long sought an audience? Let him demonstrate his sincerity. Though spoken softly, these words reached Zhao Gongming, who had been waiting outside Wuzhuang Temple. Zhao Gongming was no fool. He understood that retrieving the ensnaring immortal sword would leave the Chan sect with no grounds for dissent. However, to take Yang Jian away would mean defiance against the Jade Emperor. Caught in a dilemma, he hesitated until a voice of the sage echoed once more in his mind. Zhao Gongming addressed Li Yushu within Wuzhuang Temple, saying with reverence, Nephew shall comply with the decree. Zhao Gongming soared into the air, hastening towards Mount Hua. Meanwhile, within Wuzhuang Temple, Tianpeng glanced anxiously at the vanishing figure in the heavens and asked, Master, should I also go? With your Deluo cultivation, you would only be asking for a beating. Li Yushu stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze still fixed upon the unfolding events at Mount Hua. The fates that had been set in motion were now being hastily recalibrated due to the sage's intervention. Wu Chao Zen Master, a golden opportunity lies before you. What are you hesitating for? Li Yushu murmured to himself. At Mount Hua, various powerful factions gathered. The Buddha of the Dingguang Huani arrived without delay, surveying the carnage strewn across the ground. After reciting a verse of the sutra for the departed, he walked unabashedly, unfurling his lotus steps, stirring the cloud seas as he approached the unclaimed ensnaring immortal sword. Yet at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, striking down upon the golden form of Dingguang Huani. Compelling him to retract his hand forcefully above, the 9 layers of heaven opened wide. 100,000 celestial warriors donned in golden armor, resounding the war drums with a thunderous echo that rivaled the heavens. The mighty King Li Jing of the heavenly court commanded the formidable deities such as Neza, the Grand Duke of the Three Altars, the Celestial King of the Four Directions, and the giant spirit god. Alongside the likes of the 1,000-mile listening ear, standing resolutely in the 9th heaven, anchoring the central troops. The vanguard was primarily composed of the righteous deities of the sect, led by the thunder god Wenzhong, who stood amidst the thunderclouds. The fire god Luo Xian commanded the celestial fire deities, standing shoulder to shoulder with the three heavenly maidens. The deities of the Chan sect held their positions in the central army, while the deities were relegated to the front lines. The joyful Buddha Dingguang appeared unscathed. Li Jing raised his chin and inquired with a smile, as a direct disciple of the lamp-bearing Taoist. Li Jing was a pawn planted by the Buddhist sect within the heavenly court. Though he could not directly assist the Buddhists in seizing the trap immortal sword and the two true bodies, he could certainly devise a scheme against the unruly deities. Upon seeing the numerous quasi-saints above, most of whom were disciples of the sect appointed by the Jade Emperor, Dingguang's expression changed. Li Jing, that trap immortal sword is the supreme treasure of our... Oh, you presume that the heavenly court intends to take it away. Dingguang's gaze shifted from the sword to Li Jing, his voice cold. Although the trap immortal sword lay before him, Dingguang understood that unless he first sent the heavenly court's entourage away, even if he were to claim the sword and return to Mount Ling, they would relentlessly pursue him. Merely appearing on Mount Hua had already drawn the fierce gazes of the disciples, who seemed eager to devour him whole. Li Jing cast a glance at the disciples in the vanguard, a cold smile creeping across his face, yet he chose to remain silent. You, long-eared Dingguang, have never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. How dare you still call yourself a disciple of? Thundered the heavenly maiden Yun Shao. Years prior, in a desperate bid to salvage the declining, the teachings of the celestial master had summoned the fearsome Six-Soul Banner to curse the celestial saints, King Wu of Zhou and Jiang Zia. Just as victory seemed within grasp, long-eared Dingguang, fearing the entanglement of karmic retribution and seeing the decline of, defected to the Western teachings with the Six-Soul Banner. This act drastically altered the outcome of the investiture of the gods. With this monumental achievement, long-eared Dingguang was accepted as a disciple by the two Western saints and conferred the title of Golden Body Buddha, even surpassing the Jade Ding real person in fortune. Stepping into the quasi-saint realm a century ago with the aid of the Western teachings and the two saints. Chapter 37. Reckoning facing the furious rebuke, Dingguang joyful Buddha remained unfazed, his hands pressed together in a gesture of compassion. And he replied with a serene smile, Yun Shao maiden, the three pure ones were once of one family. We each govern our own realms. Can we not consider the bonds of the past? Upon hearing such shameless words from Dingguang joyful Buddha, Yun Shao erupted in fury, laughing maniacally. You dare to speak of the three pure ones? Today, I shall settle the karmic debts of the past with you. As her words fell, Wenzhong, a third-generation disciple of, stepped forward first, declaring with righteous indignation, First, we shall slay you, golden body. Boom. Terrifying thunderclaps, imbued with the power to annihilate all, flashed in the ninth heaven, striking the heavens and earth. Following this, 3,000 thunder dragons capable of destruction surged into the sky. The fire god Luo Xian wielded a great flag, unleashing a rain of raging flames that consumed all in its path. The skies raged with thunder and fire, manifesting various extraordinary phenomena. Such mere trifles. Dingguang joyful Buddha sat majestically in the void, his golden body radiating light, remaining unperturbed as the thunder and fire raged around him. Yun Xiao's expression shifted slightly as she coldly remarked, I did not expect a traitor like you to be worthy of the Buddha's six-character golden body. The six-character golden body was renowned as the premier golden body of the three realms. Once perfected, it rendered one impervious to blades and bullets, impervious to water and fire, unbreakable by any force, and indestructible by any calamity. My disciples of the Buddha sect do not cling to past grievances. Yun Shao maiden, you have already attained the status of a righteous deity in the heavenly court. Why still cling to bygone matters? Dingguang joyful Buddha's expression was one of compassion, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. Seeking death, Yun Shao maiden, consumed by rage, summoned forth her treasured artifact, the golden dragon scissors. Roar. The calamity of heaven and earth resonated as the sound of dragons echoed. Shaking the ninth heaven, two golden dragon-like figures soared into the sky, severing the sun, moon, and stars, akin to a blade formed by heaven and earth, aimed at Dingguang joyful Buddha. This scissors, crafted from two dragons, drew upon the essence of heaven and earth and the quintessence of the sun and moon. Soaring above, surrounded by auspicious clouds, their heads aligned like shears, their tails intertwined like a stream. This was a post-heavenly supreme treasure personally forged by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Possessing boundless might and terrifying lethality, Dingguang Joyful Buddha felt the heavenly mysteries unfurl within him, and with a resigned sigh, he flipped his hand, summoning a black soul banner that stood tall within the cosmos. In an instant, the entire realm changed hue. The phantoms of 3,000 great demons of the Tao roared in the void, their terrifying resentments capable of shattering the hearts of even the great Luo Golden Immortals. Upon witnessing the return of the black banner with its tails, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. "It is the sixth soul banner of our master," exclaimed the disciples in shock. This artifact was a celestial malevolent treasure capable of cursing the saints, the sixth soul banner. The sixth soul banner was born from the endless resentment of the 3,000 great demons after their demise. However, since the formation of the 10,000 immortals array was shattered, this sixth soul banner had lost 2 of its tails due to the assaults of the primordial heavenly venerable, significantly weakening its essence. Henceforth, as long as the saints bore defensive treasures, they could remain unafraid of the sixth soul banner. Otherwise, the Buddha sect would never have dared to entrust such a treasure capable of cursing saints to a traitor. Now, however, the previously damaged tails of the sixth soul banner had been restored through supreme Buddhist methods and countless rare materials. The 2 tails glimmered with gold, clearly unable to compare with their former glory. Yet, this was sufficient for Dingguang Joyful Buddha to face numerous quasi-saints without losing ground. Even some seasoned quasi-saints regarded Dingguang with a measure of caution. The sixth soul banner unleashed a torrent of resentment. As the 3,000 great demons coalesced within the cosmos, sending the 2 golden dragons hurtling away for thousands of miles, Dingguang Joyful Buddha raised his head, gazing at Li Jing, who stood in the central army, and slowly declared, "Li Tianwang, this trap immortal sword is something I must possess today." The meaning was clear. If one did not fear the might of the sixth soul banner, they could come forth to contest it. Li Jing's expression darkened, revealing uncertainty. The decree from the Jade Emperor was explicit. No mercy would be shown. Even if a cataclysmic battle of quasi-saint proportions were to unfold, the trap immortal sword must not fall into another's hands. Li Jing yearned to assist the Buddhist sect in obtaining the trap immortal sword, yet the situation was dire. Why did it have to be this traitorous Dingguang Joyful Buddha who sought the sword? But soon, Li Jing made his decision in accordance with the Jade Emperor's decree. Even if it meant death, it would be these disciples who would perish. "All commanders, heed my command. We shall faithfully follow the Emperor's decree. Those who dare obstruct us shall be executed without mercy." Li Jing's face was grim, issuing orders to the 3 armies. "Understood." Then the war drums of the heavenly court reverberated throughout the 3 realms. A battle was on the verge of erupting. Unaware of their impending doom, Dingguang Joyful Buddha shook his head helplessly, extending his hand toward the trap immortal sword. "Get out of my Huashan!" A commanding voice suddenly rang out. The void rippled with countless waves as an unparalleled figure emerged. Clad in flowing white garments, she soared gracefully through the air, embodying ethereal beauty and elegance. "Yang Chan?" Dingguang Joyful Buddha's expression shifted slightly. Li Jing inwardly lamented the situation, hastily ordering the 3 armies to halt their assault. Yang Chan, like Yang Jian, was ostensibly a member of the heavenly court, having received the emperor's decree. Huashan was originally her sacred ground. Moreover, the currently uncertain fate of Yang Jian was her elder brother in regard to the trap immortal sword. Yang Chan was the one truly deserving to claim it. Elder brother, Yang Chan gazed at the half-remaining form of Yang Jian, her heart nearly shattering as tears streamed down her face. "Elder brother, wake up. It's me, Chaner. Chaner has returned." Cradling Yang Jian's remains, Yang Chan wept uncontrollably. She had been at Futu Mountain, listening to Master Wu Chao expound on the Heart Sutra when he suddenly revealed the heavenly secret of Yang Jian's calamity, urging her to return to Huashan. Yet, she had traversed the void in haste, only to arrive a moment too late. The entirety of Huashan lay in ruins, and the loyal Xiaotian dog and the 6 saints of Meishan, who had cared for her, now lay dead. "Elder brother?" Yang Chan suddenly noticed the flickers of life still lingering within Yang Jian's body. Within the blood-soaked remnants of his dual pupils, one damaged eye still struggled to function, desperately emitting vitality to preserve the last remnants of his life. "Elder brother," Yang Chan called softly, reminiscent of her childhood. Yang Jian's lips quivered, as if responding. "Elder brother, rest easy. I will take you to find Master. Leave the rest to Chan'er. Yang Chan produced the primordial spirit treasure, the lotus lamp, placing Yang Jian's fragmented body within to nurture it, and using her power to also enclose the remnants of the 6 saints of Meishan, the Shaotian dog, and the dismembered remains of the 1,200 grass-headed deities. Yet even the lotus lamp could only sustain a flicker of life for Yang Jian. The body severed by the trap immortal sword could not be so easily restored. For Yang Chan, this was sufficient. Although her master was somewhat unreliable, he would undoubtedly be able to bring her elder brother back. But now, Yang Chan had more pressing matters to address. Reckoning. Chapter 38. You devour the corpse I have slain the trap immortal sword? A treasure of extraordinary caliber, possesses its own sentience and recognizes that this individual is not its true master. The blade trembles, unleashing myriad crimson rays. Yang Chan's lips curled into a slight smirk as she derided. A possession without a master dares to act so audaciously. Buzz! The treasure lotus lamp radiated a brilliant light, suppressing the multitude of crimson beams entirely. Gripping the trap immortal sword firmly, strange black mist emanated from her physical form. Under the oppressive force of this dark energy, the seals placed on the trap immortal sword by the Jade Ding Zhenren were completely erased. Tio claimed the trap immortal sword so easily. Could it truly be fate entwining her with it? The expression of the Ding Guang Huan Shi Buddha darkened as he contemplated. Earlier, he had refrained from seizing the sword, wary of its sharpness. Furthermore, with the celestial court's interference, a rash attempt at retrieval could lead to peril. Now, as he witnessed the trap immortal sword falling into another's grasp, it was something he could not abide. Having already acquired one of the treasured artifacts of the Six Souls banner, if he were to also possess the trap immortal sword, he would not only draw closer to the altar of the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas, but could potentially supplant Guanyin, becoming the new overseer of the Western Journey.at that time. Once the scriptures were retrieved from the West, the Ding Guang Huan Shi Buddha could, through the merits and fortunes acquired, stand on equal footing with the burning lamp ancient Buddha. This was the true aspiration of the Ding Guang Huan Shi Buddha. San Shengmu, this artifact is a treasure of mine, not something an outsider can take lightly, the Ding Guang Huan Shi Buddha intoned solemnly. Meanwhile, the celestial Wen Zhong above felt a surge of dissatisfaction and was about to voice his grievances when the Lady of Cloudy Sky intervened, discreetly transmitting, "We must not engage in conflict now. Otherwise, we shall become sacrifices to the celestial court." Moreover, even the Lady of Cloudy Sky had to be cautious of the treasure lotus lamp wielded by Yang Chan. The treasure lotus lamp was not only an innate spiritual treasure, but also a direct heirloom of the Saint Enhua. "If you have the audacity, come and take it," Yang Chan declared, casually planting the trap immortal sword upon the blood-stained peak of Mount Hua, her tone icy. "Then I must take offense," Ding Guang Huan Shi Buddha responded. Fully extending his colossal golden form, a radiant aura and divine power coalesced behind him, manifesting into a Buddha-like figure towering 1,000,000 miles, akin to an unyielding mountain amidst the cosmos. The golden form shone brilliantly. A massive hand crushed the void as it advanced toward the trap immortal sword. This hand bore the supreme magical power of an early quasi-saint, its descent causing the heavens to tremble and the void to fracture. Unfazed by the oppressive presence of a quasi-saint, Yang Chan proclaimed, "Mount Hua is no place for you, bald monk, to act presumptuously." Surrounded by dazzling celestial light, Yang Chan activated the treasure lotus lamp, launching a counterattack. Buzz! The treasure lotus lamp emanated brilliant radiance, illuminating the realms, as if all of creation were suspended in a perpetual daylight, obscuring the sun and moon, with only boundless luminosity remaining. Even the towering golden form struggled to withstand an innate spiritual treasure. Its hand met the blinding light and faltered, forced to retract. "Humph! I advise you to reconsider. As a disciple of the Saint Enhua, I have no desire to engage in conflict with you today." Yang Chan warned. A flicker of malevolence flashed in Ding Guang Huan Shi Buddha's eyes as he scoffed. "What does it matter if you are a saint's disciple? You are merely a great Luo golden immortal. If it comes to it, I shall slay you. Once I possess the trap immortal sword and that Yang Jian's physical form, the Western two saints shall naturally provide me protection." Without uttering a word, Yang Chan summoned her power. The terrifying force of the devouring heaven demon technique surged forth, spreading its overwhelming devouring might across the cosmos. Today, Any who dare to touch Mount Hua shall not escape unscathed. Yang Chan traversed the void, her gaze surveying all beneath her. Behind her, the river of time flowed, and an empress emerged from its depths. As she materialized, the entire three realms quaked in reverence. The empress's divine form commanded the world. Suppressing all adversaries, 3,000 worlds surrounded her, akin to celestial bodies in attendance, revealing sorrowful and melancholic visages. What? This Yang Chan is actually the disciple of the demon master Li Yushu. Thus, both Yang Jin and Yang Chan are disciples of the demon master. How terrifying! The 10,000 heavenly soldiers who had chosen to remain spectators were left dumbfounded. The demon master Li Yushu, also known as the Eastern Emperor Tai of the ancient demon court, possessed the power to suppress even the six-winged golden cicada with a mere gesture. Earlier, Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha dared to confront Yang Chan, fully aware that the three realms served as the domain of quasi-saints. The Saint Enhua was far beyond the heavens and could not enter this tribulation. Yet, the peak quasi-saintly Yushu resided within the three realms. Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha had previously felt the terrifying pressure from that demon master firsthand. Damn it! With a resolute heart, Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha wielded the Six Souls banner, prepared to forcibly summon it. Too late. Yang Chan's voice echoed. The Empress's divine form transcended the mortal realm, her hand akin to an all-devouring black hole, ensnaring all celestial beings, descending toward Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha. Despite being a great Luo golden immortal, the Empress's divine form instilled overwhelming dread in Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha, preventing him from underestimating her. He activated his towering golden form, crushing forward. Boom! In the heavens, two immensely powerful divine forms collided violently, as if countless worlds shattered. The towering golden form even managed to obliterate the Empress's divine figure, scattering it into wisps of eerie black mist. It seems your divine powers are merely this. Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha laughed uproariously. After all, the towering golden form was enhanced by millennia of Buddhist teachings and the collective will of sentient beings. In that Buddhist realm, countless disciples sang praises day and night, empowering it with their collective will. The towering golden form was a manifestation of Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha's cultivation and the essence of his teachings. It was this very form that enabled him to sever a corpse and achieve quasi-saint status. Yet, in the next moment, the mirth on Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha's face abruptly froze, and he turned sharply to gaze at his towering golden form. Unbeknownst to him, the form had been completely engulfed by sinister black mist. What terrified Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha even more was that his cultivation and Buddhist powers were beginning to wane. In contrast, Yang Chan's aura grew increasingly formidable. You are devouring the corpse I severed. Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha stammered in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings were astounded. How could a saint's disciple practice such malevolent arts? Chapter 39. Have you severed the young ruthless emperor? Yang Chan's expression remained indifferent as she observed Ding Guanghuan Shi Buddha's sheer terror, mocking, when you sought to infringe upon Mount Hua. Did you not foresee this day? As her words fell, the devouring heaven demon technique completed its consumption of the towering golden form. The reason this technique was deemed demonic was due to its most extraordinary ability to directly devour an enemy's essence. The towering golden for Li Jing gently stroked his long beard and turned to Tai Bai Jingxing beside him, inquiring with a smile, Tai Bai Jingxing, Yang Chan is also a member of our heavenly court, personally conferred by His Majesty as the Holy Mother of the three sacred mountains. What shall we do now? If a conflict arises, it would merely serve to amuse outsiders, witnessing our heavenly court in fraternal discord. Tai Bai Jingxing was momentarily taken aback. Has he truly turned to me for guidance? Fraternal discord within the heavenly court. When the 10 Golden Crows annihilated Dong Yang's entire family, it was Li Jing who led that charge. Now, in an attempt to evade responsibility, he feigns benevolence, concerned about the reputation of our heavenly court. Yet, at this juncture, it is indeed only Tai Bai Jingxing who can make a decision without facing reproach. After all, he is a favored figure by His Majesty. With a sigh, Tai Bai Jingxing contemplated briefly before addressing Yang Chan, Holy Mother, we have come at the behest of His Majesty. He is well aware of Erlang Shan's tribulations at Huashan and intended for us to protect him and escort him back to the heavenly court for recuperation. Both Erlang Shan and the 1,200 grass-head gods are members of our heavenly court. Now that they are in dire straits, Only His Majesty possesses the power to rescue them. Upon hearing Tai Bai Jingxing's words, Li Jing began to question his own intentions. Am I truly here to assist Yang Jian? However, for Yang Chan, such a statement was the greatest folly. Had their uncle, seated upon the dragon throne, genuinely wished to extend even a modicum of compassion to the Yang family, would they have faced total annihilation? Why would Erlang Shan need to kneel under the tutelage of Yuding Zhenran? Depart from Huashan, or else. Yang Chan lightly waved the Xian sword, unleashing beams of crimson light, and chose to remain silent. The girl, as if grasping the gravity of the situation, radiated a brilliant aura, her quasi-saintly powers unfurling across the expanse of heaven and earth. Now, with 2 quasi-saints stationed at Huashan, she could easily establish her own dominion. Just as Tai Bai Jingxing prepared to speak again, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Sigh. With a resigned smile, he conveyed through his powers. We, the heavenly court, do not engage in fraternal conflict. Relay the command of King Li. The army shall retreat 800 miles from Huashan. Li Jing's expression changed dramatically. Relay my command. He was about to explode while holding the exquisite pagoda. But Tai Bai Jingxing winked at him, secretly conveying, Your Majesty, there is an edict. Li Jing's countenance shifted again, and he hastily waved his command flag. The army shall retreat 800 miles. Thus, the formidable heavenly soldiers withdrew. Yang Chan harnessed her quasi-saintly powers, her vast energy restoring Huashan to its former glory. Meanwhile, the black bear monster, who had been breaking through in a hidden realm at the base of Huashan, remained undisturbed. All was as it should be. Next, she needed to take the girl to Wuzhuang Temple to seek her master, in hopes of restoring her elder brother's corporeal form, and to rescue the howling celestial dog and others from the underworld. This Xian sword would be offered to her master. Yang Chan contemplated thus, when suddenly, a figure descended upon Huashan. Yang Chan, this artifact rightfully belongs to its original owner, a terrifying figure, of mid-quasi-saint realm, appeared. Yang Chan glanced at the figure and spoke coolly, Guang Chengzi, is this the decree of the saints? Previously, Guang Chengzi had been observing the chaotic battle from the void. Regardless of who ultimately possessed the Xian sword, Guang Chengzi intended to reclaim it for his sect. Alas, it had fallen into the hands of the least deserving. Shaking his head, Guang Chengzi replied, There is no need for a saint's decree. The Xian sword was obtained by a disciple of our Chan sect and should rightfully be held by us. Chapter 40. The decree of the saints. Yang Chan's brows knitted slightly, her demeanor radiating a lethal aura. Guang Chengzi was a genuine mid-quasi-saint powerhouse, unlike the likes of Guanyin or Dingguang Huanin, who were mere pretenders. Guang Chengzi was the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, adept in profound Tao, and a celestial being who struck the golden bell within Yushu Palace. It was Guang Chengzi who had slain the Holy Mother of Golden Light, subsequently making 3 pilgrimages to Bo Palace, thus igniting the calamity of the conferred gods. This individual was also the esteemed teacher of the Yellow Emperor. His arsenal of magical artifacts was formidable, particularly the Fan Tian seal, forged from a fragment of Mount Buzhou, which had crushed many a mighty being. Guang Chengzi, do not be insatiable. A figure traversed the void and arrived at Huashan. It was Zhao Gongming, a disciple of the. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming's presence, Guang Chengzi was not surprised but rather inquired with a smile, Zhao Gongming, you are now a deity of the heavenly court. Do you still wish to meddle in our Chan sect's affairs? Zhao Gongming, wielding 2 divine whips, replied coldly, There is no need for us to engage in mere verbal sparring. You shall not take the Xian sword today. During the calamity of conferred gods, Zhao Gongming had attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal, suppressing countless formidable beings, yet he had fallen victim to a treachery that led to his demise. After being inscribed on the conferred gods list, his cultivation was reduced to naught. However, Guang Chengzi had already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Yet Zhao Gongming was unafraid, relying on his formidable backing. He almost wished for Guang Chengzi to crush him with the Fan Tian seal. Then, the disciples of the could retaliate against the Chan sect at Yushu Palace. Having become a cripple, he would willingly sacrifice himself for the sake of the. Guang Chengzi perceived the desire for death in Zhao Gongming's eyes. It was evident he had come seeking an end. This realization rendered Guang Chengzi momentarily speechless. What, do you not dare to face me? Zhao Gongming mocked, in your prime. Guang Chengzi, you were so full of vigor, making 3 pilgrimages to Bo Palace, shattering the golden light formation, and slaughtering numerous disciples of my. Why do you now shy away from reckoning our past? Has achieving quasi-sainthood only made you more timid? Zhao Gongming had hoped to provoke Guang Chengzi's wrath, but instead, Guang Chengzi merely smiled coldly. What of gifting you the Xian sword? As his words fell, Guang Chengzi waved his sleeve, and his figure vanished without a trace. Zhao Gongming let out a cold laugh. Yang Chan stepped forward and offered a bow. Thank you, Taoist friend, for your assistance. Being a direct disciple of the Saint Enhua and the sole pupil, it was entirely appropriate for Yang Chan to address Zhao Gongming as a Taoist friend. Moreover, as a quasi-saint powerhouse, her title bestowed ample respect. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. I am merely carrying out my duty. Holy Mother, you should accompany me back to Wuzhuang Temple, lest any stray fish come to disturb us. Yang Chan nodded in agreement. At Team Mount Wanshou, Wuzhuang Temple, Li Yushu sat beneath the ginseng fruit tree, gazing at the remnants of the shattered body on the ground, sighing softly. Had I known it would come to this, I would have slain Yu Ding Zhanren first. Yet even if Li Yushu had truly done so, Yang Jian would still have faced this calamity. It was fated. Li Yushu refined the ginseng fruit handed to him by Zhen Yuanzi into strands of the purest life force, infusing it into Yang Jian's broken form. Open, a manifestation of appeared in Li Yushu's eyes, releasing torrents of vitality. Ultimately, Yang Jian's shattered body was nurtured within Li Yushu's. Within place, as well as the mastery of 8 or 9 profound techniques and the physique of a saint. He had narrowly escaped death beneath the Xian sword. However, the howling celestial dog and others were not so fortunate. Their true forms shattered, their souls fleeing into the underworld. It seemed a visit to the underworld would be necessary after entertaining guests. Li Yushu pondered the heavenly mysteries, offering a wry smile. The souls of the howling celestial dog and others had already been captured by a powerful being. Only a formidable entity could seize souls within the underworld, and that could only be the esteemed PNGXN Yang. Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi and the others displayed expressions of concern. That being who embodied the 6 paths of reincarnation, PNGXN Yang, was one of the 12 ancestral witches. Though Li Yushu had never openly acknowledged the identity of Dong Huang Tai, the Chaos Bell had effectively cemented it. The fact that PNGXN Yang had not emerged from the underworld to confront Li Yushu for reckoning was already a miracle. Furthermore, within the current Buzhou Mountain, the last remnants of the witch clan still resided. However, due to the curse of the heavenly path, they were unable to take a single step outside, in no matter. It was likely that PNGXN Yang had been awaiting them for quite some time. Li Yushu smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the girl who had been hiding behind Yang Chan. Little one, are you not coming to greet your master? Li Yushu bent down, inquiring with a smile. The girl timidly looked at Li Yushu, clutching Yang Chan's garment tightly. Still somewhat hesitant, it was hard to fathom that this was the very being who had slain the benevolent corpse in quasi-saint realm. Go on, from now on, you shall be the little acolyte by your master's side. When your master imparts teachings, you shall be the great protector. Yang Chan gently encouraged. The girl's face flushed crimson, but upon seeing Li Yushu's beaming expression, she mustered her courage and leaped into his embrace. Ha ha! I hereby appoint you as the great protector. Li Yushu laughed heartily, cradling the girl, his eyes filled with affection. This sight stirred a pang of jealousy in Tian Pong nearby. Master, I wish to be embraced as well. Tian Pong, with a sheepish grin, tugged at his own garment. Squirming awkwardly, Li Yushu shot him a dark look and promptly delivered a sharp rap to his head, causing Tian Pong to yelp in dismay. Meanwhile, the girl in Li Yushu's arms giggled incessantly. Yang Chan retrieved the Xian sword, intending to present it to Li Yushu. However, Li Yushu shook his head, saying, you should keep it. It can be used to slay your malevolent corpse. Yang Chan gazed at the Xian sword, gritting her teeth. Master, I feel that this sword exudes too much killing intent, not in harmony with my Tao. Today, the reason Yang Chan had displayed such formidable prowess was due to her uncertainty regarding Yang Jian's fate, compounded by the teachings of the ruthless great emperor imparted by Li Yushu, which heightened her fear of losing Yang Jian. Li Yushu's eyes glimmered as he directly absorbed the Xian sword into his for refinement. Such a display of divine prowess left Zhao Gongming nearby utterly astonished. That was the Xian sword. Even placed before Zhao Gongming, he would not dare to treat it lightly. Yang Jian will be able to restore his true form in just a few days. With my guidance, you need not worry. Li Yushu said to Yang Chan after contemplating for a moment. Yang Chan replied, Master, I wish to return to the palace of Hua Huang. Li Yushu nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing that he was ultimately just a guiding figure for Yang Chan if she sought to carve her own path to greatness, she must first sever her attachments to the emotions of the world. Once Yang Chan departed, the others gathered beneath the ginseng fruit tree. Li Yushu observed the antics of Tianpeng and Nan Nan, who were climbing the tree, before retracting his gaze to inquire, Might I ask what edict the sage Tong Tian has to bestow? Chapter 41. The Four Swords of Extermination. Zhao Gongming appeared somewhat anxious in response to Li Yushu's forthrightness. After all, the power wielded by this demonic master was sufficient to disrupt the current balance between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sects across the three realms. The Jinyuan Daxian, who had been deep in contemplation, addressed Li Yushu as Taoist Yushu. Yet any discerning observer could tell that his rapid ascension to the pinnacle of quasi-saint status was largely attributable to the influence of this demonic master. With two quasi-saint peak figures present, alongside two early-stage quasi-saint disciples, and with Yang Jin having solidified his reputation as the foremost being beneath the quasi-saint level following his battle with the Jade Ding real person, no one in the entirety of the Honghuang Three Realms could challenge this title of the Great Luo's foremost being. Zhao Gongming let out a wry smile, steeling himself to speak candidly. Might the esteemed demonic master be willing to join the Jiejiao? Currently, there was but a single Jiejiao disciple still vying for fortune in the human realm, and that was a repressed member of the demon race. The other disciples of Jiejiao were either trapped on Jinao Island or had become celestial deities unable to rise again. The Tongtian required someone capable of inheriting the teachings of Jiejiao and spreading them throughout the three realms. Zhao Gongming had anticipated that, given this master's disposition, he would surely scoff at the notion. After all, both Donghuang Taiyi and Tongtian had once been guests of the Zhixiao Palace. To take him as a disciple now would surely disrupt the order of seniority. Not everyone could disregard ethics like the Randang Daoran. However, Li Yushu merely smiled knowingly and asked, Is that all? Zhao Gongming paused, instinctively nodding as he responded, The edict of the master is. Suddenly, he jolted awake, understanding the implication behind Li Yushu's smirk, and laughed heartily. If the esteemed demonic master is willing to take in a disciple from Jiejiao to hear the teachings, we shall certainly not disappoint you. Li Yushu chuckled. Sincerity must be expressed. Merely painting grand visions in the air will not suffice. Zhao Gongming wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Was he about to be taken advantage of? Li Yushu raised 3 fingers, smiling without a word. Zhao Gongming ventured, 3 postnatal supreme treasures? Li Yushu shook his head. 3 and 8 treasures? Not at all. 3 quasi-saint disciples of Jiejiao stationed here? Not that either. Zhao Gongming conceded defeat, respectfully stating, I humbly request the esteemed demonic master to clarify. Although Jiejiao has been cast out of the outer heavens, our foundation remains intact. As long as the esteemed demonic master is satisfied, we shall certainly deliver. Zhao Gongming spoke truthfully, without any hint of exaggeration. The Tongtian was indeed the most favored disciple of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, and few could compare to him among the other saints. During the division of treasures at the Feng Bao Cliff, the Tongtian did not even need to compete. The treasures simply fell into his hands. The 4 swords of extermination, the extermination array diagram, the 6-soul banner, the water and fire chilling gourd, and the sea calming pearl. All these treasures had found their way to the Tongtian. For Jiejiao, what use were treasures if they were merely collecting dust for millennia? Li Yushu's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. The remaining 3 swords of extermination? Zhao Gongming exclaimed in shock. The 4 swords of extermination were indeed classified as innate treasures. Although they had always remained in the hands of the Chan sect's disciples, Jiejiao's disciples had continuously sought to reclaim them. Now, this esteemed demonic master was directly demanding the other 3 swords, if all 4 swords of extermination were gathered by Li Yushu. Zhao Gongming dared not entertain such thoughts. The immense karma associated with them could easily lead to the downfall of a quasi-saint. Yet, he could not outright refuse. Instead, he rose and bowed. The matter of the 4 swords of extermination is of great significance, and I must seek my master's edict on Jinao Island. Li Yushu nodded, saying, Should the sage Tongtian be willing to part with them, I shall ensure the protection of the Jiejiao disciples across the 3 realms. I can also rescue Wu Yunxian from the merit pool in Ling Shand. Wu Yunxian. Zhao Gongming's pupils constricted slightly. Li Yushu noticed the unusual expression on Zhao Goming's face and continued, "Of course. I, Li Yushu, will not forcibly take what is beloved by others, especially not the four swords of extermination. If the sage Tong Tian does not agree, we can sit down and discuss the matter slowly." Good, with the esteemed demonic master's words, I feel reassured. Zhao Gongming sighed in relief and, after bidding farewell to the others, tore through the void and vanished towards Jinao Island. At that moment, Zenyuanzi opened his eyes and asked, "The remaining swords of extermination are still with the Chan sect, and once they are gathered, the karma will be immense. The murderous intent and karma that the swords accumulated during the Fengshan calamity will undoubtedly fall upon you." "Master, is it truly worth it?" With a loud thud, Tianpeng misstepped and fell from the ginseng fruit tree. Li Yushu looked at him with disdain, caught him mid-air, and promptly tossed him aside. "I want to play too." Nanan giggled innocently, mimicking Tianpeng as she leapt from the ginseng fruit tree. Li Yushu's attitude shifted dramatically as he swiftly caught Nanan with glee. "Nanan, we mustn't imitate fools," Li Yushu teased, pinching Nanan's nose as they both burst into laughter. Only Tianpeng, from a distance, felt wronged but chose not to contest it. "But Qing Feng, who does my master refer to as a fool?" Tianpeng wiped the dust from his face, asking in confusion. Qing Feng shot him a glance. "If not you, then who else could it possibly be?" After placing Nanan down, Li Yushu addressed Zenyuanzi. "Tianpeng's physical body requires a killing array to be inscribed. The extermination sword array is the best choice. If we can obtain it, that would be splendid. If not, we shall not fall out with the sage Tong Tian." Zhu and Daxian nodded in agreement. "However, we must also prepare for contingencies. The Kuanpeng has lain dormant in the North Sea for millennia. The time has come to settle the score." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Li Yushu's eyes as he gazed towards the vast northern horizon. Zenyuanzi laughed heartily. "I have long had this intention. Go and suppress him." After Li Yushu finished his instructions, he gave Tianpeng, who had been grumbling, a good thrashing, and then took him along as they headed towards the underworld. Chapter 42. I am not a saintly gentleman in the underworld. The bullhead and horseface, along with the 10 great Yin commanders, intended to block the two figures that had intruded. However, upon recognizing their true identities, their faces turned pale with fear. Demonic Master Li Yushu has come to pay his respects to Lady Pingxin. Li Yushu did not make things difficult for these underworld soldiers. Standing outside the Naiha Bridge, he transmitted his voice. Tianpeng, seeing the underworld soldiers daring to block their path, naturally felt furious. He raised his middle finger, but still felt it was insufficient to vent his anger. Thus, this rascal performed a daring stunt, standing on the Naiha Bridge, and brazenly pulled down his pants to urinate into the rushing waters of the yellow springs below. "What? Boldly? How dare you insult us?" The underworld commanders were infuriated. Not only was urinating on the Naiha Bridge a disgraceful act, but even a great Luo Golden Immortal would not dare to bear themselves in such a manner. This was a grave disrespect. Even Li Yushu found himself caught between laughter and tears at Tianpeng's antics. "Tianpeng, do not act recklessly," Li Yushu admonished. Tianpeng shrank back in fright and lowered his head, obediently standing beside Li Yushu, refraining from further mischief. Tianpeng, he was the one who rampaged through the underworld earlier. They sighed in resignation, for Mengpa had already issued an edict, upon realizing that the mischievous boy was Tianpeng. The underworld soldiers were filled with rage, yet they could only watch helplessly as Tianpeng stuck his tongue out from behind Li Yushu, provoking them. There was nothing they could do. Moreover, they understood that Li Yushu, as a powerful figure at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, standing on the Naiha Bridge and engaging them in conversation was already a significant concession. Had he been of a more irritable temperament, those underworld soldiers who dared to obstruct him would have been obliterated in an instant. Since it was an old friend's visit, a gentle voice resonated throughout the underworld. Li Yushu seized Tianpeng and, with a single leap, appeared before the 6 paths of reincarnation. The woman clad in plain garments, with an exquisite visage and an ethereal aura, seemed to belong to a realm beyond this world. It was none other than Lady Pingxin. "Should I address you as Taoist Yushu or?" The Lady of Tranquility paused momentarily, a flicker of cold light flashing in her eyes, before she broke into a knowing smile and remarked, "Dong Huang Tai Yi?" Li Yushu chuckled softly and replied, "Does the Lady of Tranquility, who presides over the 6 paths of reincarnation, truly believe that I am the reincarnation of Dong Huang Tai Yi? The Lady of Tranquility shook her head and laughed. Whoever the Chaos Bell recognizes as its master, that person becomes Dong Huang Tai Yi. Even the few saints from beyond the heavens regard you as Dong Huang Tai Yi. The burdens of the Wu and Yao, stemming from ancient times, rest upon your shoulders. As she spoke, a ripple of unprecedented emotion stirred across the lady's visage. Sympathy, compassion, and a fleeting surge of indignation and regret. Liu Shu burst into a hearty laugh. His hands clasped behind his back as he gazed upon the vast expanse of golden light emanating from the cycle of reincarnation, saying, "In days of yore, the Earth Mother, moved by the suffering of all beings, transformed herself into reincarnation to alleviate the plight of countless primordial creatures." Recalling the glorious past, the 12 ancestors of the Wu stood united, causing the heavens and earth to dim in their presence. Yet after the battle between the Wu and the Yao, both factions were left severely wounded. The ancient demon court was obliterated, and the 12 ancestors were annihilated. When shall the myriad causes and effects of those days be reconciled? The Lady of Tranquility's calm demeanor stirred slightly, and she replied gently, "Since the great battle between the Wu and the Yao, the Earth Mother has become reincarnation itself. Thus, the notion of reconciliation is moot. All matters of the past are entrusted to the heavenly Tao. There is no need to mention them further." Hearing their cryptic exchange, Tianpeng grew disinterested, yearning to dive into the 6 paths of reincarnation for physical refinement, but was met with a fierce glare from Liu Shu, which prompted him to obediently retreat. Entrusted to the heavenly Tao? Liu Shu playfully tapped Tianpeng on the head, unable to suppress his laughter upon hearing the lady's words. The Lady of Tranquility frowned slightly, her displeasure evident. Liu Shu unabashedly mocked. "In the past, you considered the welfare of all beings, forsaking the Wu clan and your true form. Yet when the 2 saints of the West lured 10 golden crows from the Soup Valley, plotting against the Wu and Yao clans, the toll was immense. Over 100,000 great Luo golden immortals perished, countless others beneath them, as the primordial lands ran red with blood. But how did the heavenly Tao punish those 2 Western saints?" The Lady of Tranquility fell silent. Liu Shu continued with a cold smile. After the battle of the Yao clan, they were utterly reduced to mere playthings for the deities and Buddhas, slaughtered without restraint. Meanwhile, after Gong Gong's wrathful clash with Mount Buzhou, the heavenly Tao retaliated with karmic retribution, severely diminishing the Wu clan's fortunes, condemning them to forever remain within Mount Buzhou. And what of the 2 saints of the West? Not only did they seize the benefits of the Chan and Jie sects during the Fengshan calamity, but they also received the heavenly Tao's sanction to thrive in the West. You lament for the people. But who has ever shown you compassion? Boom! The Lady of Tranquility suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Liu Shu before the cycle of reincarnation. The tranquil lake of her heart, undisturbed for millennia, now surged with tumultuous waves. Indeed, I transformed into reincarnation for the sake of all beings, only to be met with an endless prison, eternally bound to the underworld, a torment worse than death. Yet in the end, what did it yield? It resulted in the Wu clan's karmic burdens, struggling for survival within Mount Buzhou, enduring daily the flames of retribution. The great Wu of the Wu clan are nearly extinguished. Liu Shu, be silent. Do not speak recklessly of the heavenly Tao. The Lady of Tranquility's eyes glowed crimson, her expression fraught with emotion and indignation as she exclaimed, "I have done nothing wrong. The wrongdoers are the 2 saints of the West. The fault lies with." The Lady of Tranquility fell into a daze, lowering her head as a nearly imperceptible tear slipped down her cheek. Liu Shu regarded the Lady of Tranquility with a softened expression and said, "Lady of Tranquility, you have awaited me for quite some time. I now comprehend your request." The lady's eyes, tinged with red, fixed upon the enigmatic man before her, a figure shrouded in mist. For a moment, she found it impossible to discern his true nature. Too mysterious, too terrifying, evoking both wariness and resentment, Liu Shu's aura surged with power as he declared a solemn oath to the heavenly Tao. "I shall bear the karmic burdens of the countless causes and effects between the Wu and Yao clans." Boom! Above the 33 heavens, golden tribulation clouds, infused with the majesty of the heavenly Tao, materialized. This signified the heavenly Tao's approval of Liu Shu's vow. Should he breach or regret this oath, these clouds, capable of annihilating a quasi-saint, would eradicate his very existence. In the next instant, torrents of karmic fire erupted from Li Yushu, causing his cultivation to plummet to the early quasi-saint realm. Yet Li Yushu maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. The chaos bell hovering above his head, radiating multicolored light across the heavens, forcibly suppressing the surrounding karmic fire, allowing his realm to stabilize once more. The Lady of Tranquility was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. As Li Yushu extinguished the last remnants of karmic fire upon him, he looked at the Lady of Tranquility and said, "I am no saintly gentleman." Chapter 43. The fortunes of the Wu clan rest upon you. The Lady of Tranquility regained her composure. Yet her gaze upon Li Yushu now bore a hint of something distinctly different. "I have restored the true forms of the Hound of Heaven and others for you, and those of the Wu clan within Mount Buzhou shall also be at your command. The fortunes of the Wu clan shall all be conferred upon you." The Lady of Tranquility spoke as though she were the embodiment of celestial mandate. Streams of fortuitous power surged from all directions, coalescing upon Li Yushu, countering the overwhelming karmic forces. Although these fortunes were somewhat tenuous, what Li Yushu truly sought was the lady's assurance. Her willingness to bestow the Wu clan's fortunes upon him signified her genuine trust in him. This marked a solidified stance, a resolute decision to settle accounts with the Western sect during this calamity. Li Yushu smiled, playfully nudging Tianpeng, who had been sulking behind him. The Lady of Tranquility immediately understood, her eyes narrowing in amusement as she replied, "In the future, should Tianpeng undergo reincarnation, I shall personally intervene to protect him and aid him in mastering his great art." Tianpeng's lips curled into a broad grin, revealing his pearly white teeth as he laughed heartily. "Hee, thank you, Lady of Tranquility. The lady is not only beautiful but possesses a beautiful heart as well." With just a few words, Tianpeng managed to elicit laughter from the Lady of Tranquility, who had transformed into the cycle of reincarnation. This clever boy, with his silver tongue, brought joy to her. The Lady of Tranquility chuckled. After Li Yushu expressed his gratitude, he cast Tianpeng back into the 6 paths of reincarnation. As he was about to depart, the Lady of Tranquility hesitated for a moment before addressing Li Yushu. "Though I have decreed this, the great Wu are inherently obstinate. It will be difficult to subdue them without my presence." Li Yushu nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall bear the karmic burdens of the Wu clan alone. They may safely leave Mount Buzhou and seek me at Mount Wanzhou." Li Yushu also wished to explore the Pango Hall within Mount Buzhou. But there were more pressing matters at hand, subduing Kuanpeng in the North Sea. The North Sea was even more frigid than the North Julu continent, as if the very heavens and earth were encased in ice. Any being capable of surviving within the North Sea was extraordinarily powerful. Zhen Yuanzi traversed the void, unleashing his quasi-saint powers upon the North Sea. "Kuanpeng, why not reveal yourself for a meeting?" Zhen Yuanzi's voice echoed through the air with his magical energy. As he departed from Mount Wanzhou and journeyed north, he drew the gaze of the entire 3 realms. The actions of a peak quasi-saint were sufficient to stir tremendous waves throughout the 3 realms. Yet, in response to Zhen Yuanzi, all that greeted him from the North Sea were the howling winds. "Let us see how long you can hide." Zhen Yuanzi bellowed, unleashing his magical energy, which surged with immense power. Piercing through the heavens and earth in an instant, his hand descended upon the entire North Sea. Boom. His palm shattered the heavens and earth, crossing the realm of immortality, directly shattering miles of the North Sea. Waves of formidable magical energy surged deep into the North Sea. "Do you truly believe that I cannot subdue you?" A furious roar echoed through the North Sea, akin to the sound of 100,000 thunderclaps. From the fissure, torrents of yin and yang energy erupted. Soaring towards the heavens, a figure slowly emerged from the swirling energies of yin and yang, clad in a robe of these energies, their gaze sharp as a blade. Advancing menacingly towards Zhen Yuanzi, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he scoffed. "After surviving for 10,000 years in the North Sea, I never imagined you would be brought forth by my hand today." The figure was none other than the ancient demon court's master, Kuanpeng. The demise of the venerable Hongyun ancestor was orchestrated by the 2 saints of the West, while the one who annihilated his primordial spirit was the Lord of the Underworld. "I have no desire to be your enemy. Depart now, and I may spare your life," Kuanpeng declared, supporting the post-heaven treasure, his palace, upon one hand, before the great battle between the Wu and the Yao. Kuanpeng, recognizing that the 12 ancestors of the Wu had manifested the true form of Pangu, understood the demon court could not withstand the confrontation. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fierce battle between Dong Huang Tai-yi and Emperor Jun against the Wu clan, he absconded with the Hichu and Luoshu. He subsequently hid within the North Sea, utilizing the Hichu and Luoshu for his cultivation, and had since ascended to the late quasi-saint realm. His own power, combined with the Hichu and Luoshu, rendered the demon clan powerless to settle old scores. Once the foremost of the 10 demon marshals, Baze was well versed in both celestial and terrestrial knowledge, aware of the past and the future. Yet he recognized his inability to confront Kuanping and led the remnants of the ancient demon court into hiding within the North Julu continent. This was why the heavenly court frequently swept through the North Julu continent. However, Kuanping had not only incurred the animosity of the demon clan. His number one nemesis was Zhang Yuanzi, who had relentlessly pursued him for eons. Additionally, the two saints of the West had long desired Kuanping's conversion to Buddhism. Kuanping sought refuge in the North Sea with the Hichu and Luoshu, but unexpectedly, during this calamity, Zhang Yuanzi not only broke through to the peak quasi-saint realm, but also came to confront him. Zhang Yuanzi laughed heartily. "Spare you? I have traveled countless miles today to capture you, foul beast." Kuanping's fury ignited. Arrogant. As Kuanping's formidable powers surged with the culmination of his late-stage quasi-saint realm, they coalesced entirely upon the demonic Master Palace held in his grasp. The demonic Master Palace, an extraordinary treasure of the postnatal realm, possesses the ability to suppress all laws, with a resounding command. The palace soared into the heavens, manifesting a terrifying form reminiscent of the unyielding Mount Buzhou, casting a shadow over the entire Biming, obscuring the sun and sky. Boom! The demonic Master Palace shattered layers of void, resembling an accumulation of countless ancient divine mountains, barreling towards Zhen Yuanzai with unstoppable force. Zhen Yuanzai remained unperturbed, stepping forth to unleash a radiant treasure light, aiming to suppress the celestial presence above. This brilliant light was none other than the Earth Book, one of the 3 primordial scriptures of heaven, earth, and humanity. The Earth Book, a congenital spiritual treasure, served as the very womb of heaven and earth, it hung high, supporting luminous barriers forged from the essence of the cosmos. From a distance, it appeared as a protective membrane enveloping Zhen Yuanzai. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion akin to the earth-shattering upheaval, it unleashed a blinding radiance. When the brilliance subsided, the entire Biming lay reduced to rubble. Yet Zhen Yuanzai stood unscathed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of invincibility. Such is the nature of the quasi-saint conflict, where the great Luo meets its demise. Kuanping, gazing at the precious Earth Book, was consumed by avarice, licking his lips and scoffing. "With the acquisition of this Earth Book, I shall sever the 3 corpses," Zhen Yuanzai retorted with a cold chuckle, a mayfly shaking a tree, unaware of its own insignificance. Kuanping, shrouded in an aura of murderous intent, radiated brilliant light, laughing maniacally. "Today, even if you clear the karmic debts, I shall ensure your demise is unequivocal. I shall send you to the underworld to reunite with Hong Yun." Buzz! The primordial treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book, hung above the 9 heavens, showering down countless brilliant starlight. The myriad stars of the heavens revolved majestically, encircling the river diagram and Luo book like loyal subjects. The celestial power of the stars was forcibly refined by the river diagram and Luo book, amplifying Kuanping's strength exponentially. Chapter 44. A single fist shatters all laws. Having drawn upon the ancient demon court's fortune, Kuanping had already stepped into the quasi-saint realm eons ago, subsequently revered as the demonic master by countless demon clans. Through the river diagram and Luo book, he had quietly cultivated in the Biming across several epochs. His strength now firmly established in the late quasi-saint stage. With the enhancement of the river diagram and Luo book, he emanated the aura of a peak quasi-saint. Though such enhancement could not be sustained for long, it sufficed for Kuanping to suppress Zhen Yuanzai, allowing him to gauge the weight of this ancestor of Earth immortals. Kuanping wielded the demonic Master Palace, with the river diagram and Luo book above his head. Behind him, the dual forces of Yin and Yang coalesced into a colossal rock with wings spanning millions of miles. Amidst the shattered Biming, a massive black fish, capable of swallowing the heavens, emerged from the ground. Zhen Yuanzai let out a cold laugh, summoning the Earth Book to manifest barriers of light, isolating the entirety of the Baiming. After all, the life and death struggle of two peak quasi-saints, coupled with the participation of a primordial-grade treasure, could lay waste to this realm. In such a scenario, even if he managed to suppress Kunpeng, the benefits would outweigh the costs, leaving him vulnerable and concerned for the human realm in such a pursuit of death. I shall reluctantly grant your wish, Kunpeng snarled, once again launching the demonic master palace to suppress. The palace did not enlarge to millions of miles, but remained merely a few zhang in size. Shattering layers of void, hurtling towards Zhen Yuanzai with unstoppable force. Come if you dare, Zhen Yuanzai bellowed, as the aura of yellow and black surged skyward, in the void. A ginseng fruit tree, formed from primordial defensive earth energy, swayed gently. Each ginseng fruit tree, radiant as the stars, appeared to cradle the essence of 3,000 worlds. Boom! The demonic master palace tore through the void, striking the ginseng fruit tree and unleashing cataclysmic waves of destruction. Had it not been for the blessing of the Earth Book, everything within a million miles would have been reduced to dust. Zhen Yuanzai's powers surged, and with a sweeping motion, he forcibly suppressed the demonic master palace within the void. No wonder even the esteemed figure of Yushu Palace would rather collaborate with the Buddhist sect than allow you to exist. Kunpeng regarded the towering ginseng fruit tree, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Although Kunpeng had long remained dormant in the Baiming, the river diagram and Luo book allowed him to perceive all heavenly secrets. Just as he prepared to taunt further, a sudden sense of unease gripped him. And his expression shifted. This is bad. There is an anomaly. I must conclude this confrontation with Zhen Yuanzai swiftly. Upon uttering these words, Kunpeng withheld no further reserve, stepping forth to manifest his terrifying true form with wings spanning millions of miles. The dual forces of yin and yang swirled around him, rivaling the might of the sword of immortal slaying, tearing through the void and cleaving the sun and moon. Above him, the river diagram and Luo book, akin to a dragon orb, were poised atop his head, stirring a tempestuous gale as he lunged towards Zhen Yuanzai. Such overwhelming force began to shatter the layers of light established by the precious Earth Book. In an instant, the world lost its color, and the sun and moon dimmed. The myriad beings of the three realms trembled beneath the weight of his terrifying true form. Zhen Yuanzai, sensing the imminent strike, merely sat cross-legged, facing away from the heavens, seemingly murmuring to himself. At the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak? Upon first sight, the eternal path turns to nothing. Boom! A chaotic mist swirled around Zhen Yuanzai, his figure towering as he gazed at the heavens, penetrating all truths. With each movement, the beings of heaven and earth quaked, instilling fear in the celestial deities and revealing the true visage of an emperor. Above and below, he stood unrivaled, suppressing the ages with his singular might, none daring to challenge him. The primordial bell, enveloped in an aura of yellow and black, resonated like 3,000 chimes, echoing throughout the realms. Under the system's enhancement, the primordial bell ascended to the level of a congenital treasure. Even the lowest grade primordial treasure is still an artifact of offensive prowess. The river diagram and Luo book, while not offensive treasures, possessed the terrifying ability to deduce heavenly secrets, capable of manifesting one of the four great killing formations, the great array of celestial stars, accompanied by the tolling of the bell. The primordial bell charged towards the river diagram and Luo book atop Kunpeng's head, striking it down. Bereft of the river diagram and Luo book's protection, Kunpeng became as vulnerable as a fish upon the butcher's board under Zhen Yuanzai's implementation of the primordial emperor's law. Zhen Yuanzai, resembling a sovereign of heaven and earth, unleashed an immortal punch. Boom! It reverberated as if countless universes erupted simultaneously, shattering the barriers of light woven by the precious Earth Book. A single fist shattered all laws. Under the astonished and horrified gazes of countless beings, Zhen Yuanzai sent Kunpeng's colossal form flying for billions of miles into the nine heavens. The nine heavens were pierced by Kunpeng's immense body. Forced to reveal his human form, Kunpeng, whose indestructible body was now marred with a bloody wound, gasped, spitting blood, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at Zhen Yuanzai. How could this be? Both of us stand at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Yet how could there be such a disparity in power? Kunpeng gazed at Zhen Yuanzai, his eyes trembling as if he were facing an ancient beast poised to devour him. His greatest reliance, the river diagram and Luo book, had been struck down by Xinyuanzai's bell. Even his proudest form, the true Kunpeng, faltered before Xinyuanzai, unable to withstand a single round. Why is there such a vast difference in strength despite both being peak quasi-saints? What law has Xinyuanzai cultivated? Years ago, you were instigated by the two saints of the West, fully aware of their schemes. Yet you coveted the primordial purple chi of Hongyun and still acted against them. Today, I, Xinyuanzai, shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure. A glint of cold light flickered in Xinyuanzai's eyes as he spoke in a solemn tone. This is bad. Kunpeng's wings of yin and yang transformed into rock wings. Soaring beyond the heavens, Xinyuanzai attempted to pursue, only to find Kunpeng's speed was insurmountable. Cursed. Xinyuanzai's face contorted with rage. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Secure the river diagram and Luo book. I shall capture Kunpeng myself. Xinyuanzai's expression brightened, replying respectfully, Thank you, master. Kunpeng was not fleeing aimlessly. He was heading directly towards the western blissful land. Among the heavenly saints, the one meant to protect him, the Saint Nuwa, had been utterly disappointed in him 1,000,000 years ago and would no longer intervene to offend an ancestor of the earth immortals. Most of Tongtian's disciples were demons. If he ventured to Jinao Island, he would likely be met with a brutal end at the hands of the disciples of the Jie sect before he even encountered Tongtian.as for Yuanshi Tianzun. Kunpeng perceived that it was better to confront Xinyuanzai to the bitter end. The Taishang Three Pure Ones, with Yuanshi Tianzun's schemes being the most formidable. There remained only the two saints of the West, who still harbored some lingering affection from years past. Moreover, the two saints of the West were at odds with Xinyuanzai. Kunpeng, filled with dread, would not have been shattered by Xinyuanzai's punch if he were not terrified. Yet, his wings continued to soar higher and higher. And in mere moments, he would reach the western blissful land. Chapter 45. Establishing the human emperor, slaying the heavenly court, reviving the demon clan, annihilating the Buddhist sect, seizing the heavenly path. Kunpeng soared for millions of miles. Yet the scenery around him remained unchanged. Cold sweat poured from Kunpeng as he surveyed the surrounding stars, a sense of unease welling within him. He realized he was ensnared within this cosmic river by a great power. Who could it be? Kunpeng, bearing the demonic master palace, began to recklessly suppress the surroundings. The demonic master palace crushed the stars into a cloud of dust. Yet, Kunpeng still found no escape from this cosmic river. Buzz! A portal to the void suddenly opened, and a figure of terrifying might slowly stepped into this realm. This figure was imposing, radiating a five-colored brilliance that illuminated the heavens, with red light bursting forth like a primal true dragon soaring upwards. It was none other than Li Yushu, who had come to hunt Kunpeng. Kunpeng, do you recognize me? Li Yushu's eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly observed Kunpeng, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, a radiant sword of formidable power, the Xianxian sword, was gripped in his hand, emanating a chilling brilliance that dimmed the sun and moon of the heavens. Upon seeing this figure, Kunpeng's pupils constricted, and he stammered, It's you. When Li Yushu initially preached in the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, he inadvertently attracted the attention of a genuine demon master. At that time, however, Li Yushu was merely a mortal, and Kunpeng regarded him with disdain. In Kunpeng's eyes, this newly emerged demon master was nothing more than a mere buffoon. Unworthy of Kunpeng risking the ire of various forces to eliminate him, little did he expect that so little time would pass before that once insignificant jester had ascended to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Even rumored to be the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Some powerful beings even speculated that Li Yushu might be the true essence of the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had fortuitously escaped death in the past. Demon Master Li Yushu, he declared, or you may also refer to me by my other esteemed title. With his sword pointed at Kunpeng and a slight smile gracing his lips, Li Yushu seemed to delight in the hunt. As if pursuing a frightened bird. Eastern Emperor Tai, is that truly you? No. It cannot be. I witnessed with my own eyes your demise alongside Emperor Jun, your primordial spirit's mark utterly erased. How could you have resurrected during this Western tribulation? Kunpeng's face was etched with terror, and his innermost resolve trembled violently as he gazed at Li Yushu. his eyes filled with dread. To Kuanpeng, Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun represented an insurmountable ancient mountain. Observing Eastern Emperor Tai felt akin to a mayfly attempting to comprehend the vast sky. Moreover, he bore the weight of immense karmic debt. Li Yushu shook his head and slowly spoke. Even if I am not the Eastern Emperor Tai, today I must settle the debts of the demon court from years past. Kuanpeng, both enraged and fearful, bellowed hoarsely, you are clearly a postnatal human. What right do you have to settle debts with me? With one hand resting behind his back, Li Yushu regarded the somewhat frenzied Kuanpeng with a cold smile. It is quite simple. I intend to use your Kuanpeng to establish my authority, compelling all the ancient demon lords and generals of Beiju Luzhou to heed my command. The demon race is currently fragmented. If we do not unite, we shall merely become fodder for the gods and Buddhas. What does it matter if I am a postnatal human? My path is one of peace in all directions, with myriad races rising together, resurrecting the ancient primordial chaos. Kuanpeng felt as though struck by lightning. Frozen in place, murmuring to himself, peace in all directions, resurrecting the primordial chaos. The next moment, Kuanpeng suddenly raised his head, shock coursing through him as he exclaimed, You wish to establish a human emperor, slay the heavenly court, revive the demon race, and annihilate the Buddhist sect. You intend to usurp the heavenly Tao. Such a terrifying scheme seemed to pit one man against the myriad saints of heaven. Even the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun of yore, along with the 10 great demon lords, could not have accomplished such a feat, nor would they have dared to harbor such ambition. Before him stood a postnatal human whose sword pointed not merely at the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, but at the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who had already merged with the heavenly Tao. That was a supreme existence that transcended the myriad worlds and billions of lives. Li Yushu was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. This was self-destruction. Should Li Yushu truly become the Eastern Emperor Tai of the demon race and establish a human emperor, it would undoubtedly lead the demon race and humanity alike to a path of ruin. He had gone mad. Li Yushu gazed at the frenzied Kuanpeng, his voice cold as ice. Heaven and earth are devoid of compassion, treating all beings as mere fodder. How many lives shall perish at the hands of these heavenly saints? Kuanpeng's face was a mask of terror. Madman, what you propose is no different from the foreign celestial demons. Li Yushu let out a chilling laugh. Indeed, Kuanpeng had struck upon the truth. His identity as one who had traversed through realms was that of a foreign celestial demon. Now you have two choices. Either I shall sever your true form with a single stroke of my sword, casting you into the abyss of eternal suffering, or you shall kneel at my feet, serving as my hound, hunting the gods and Buddhas of the heavens alongside me. With an expression of indifference, Li Yushu emanated a chilling aura of murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Kuanpeng's eyes, swirling with the dual energies of yin and yang, moved with a strange intensity, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, Kuanpeng gritted his teeth and spoke solemnly. Since death is inevitable, I might as well cling to life. Thus, Kuanpeng cast aside the dignity of a powerful quasi-saint and relinquished the identity of the revered demon master. In that moment, he became Li Yushu's hound. I bow before you, demon master. Kuanpeng knelt upon the ground, his expression earnest. Yet, the absurdity of uttering those words was palpable. Li Yushu slightly nodded and, with a wave of his hand, released the bindings of this realm, preparing to take him away. However, at that moment, Kuanpeng's eyes glinted with murderous intent, suddenly raising his head as the dual energies of yin and yang surged behind him. Boom! A colossal yin-yang giant Pong, with wings spanning millions of miles, soared upwards, unleashing a torrent of energy capable of annihilating heaven and earth, charging at Li Yushu. Kuanpeng wielded the demon master's palace, unleashing the full force of his quasi-saintly power, shattering layers of void and breaking through the restrictions of heaven and earth, all in a bid to suppress Li Yushu. Madman, I shall not accompany you to death. I, Kuanpeng, am a dignified demon master. How could I become a mere hound for you, a human? Kuanpeng laughed maniacally, as if he believed Li Yushu would soon meet his demise at his ambush. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding chimes of a great bell echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A massive bell hung high above the 9 heavens, its 5-colored light utterly suppressing the giant yin-yang Pong within the vast void. Even the Demon Master's palace was drawn into the chaotic bell. Li Yushu, with one hand behind his back and the other holding his sword, stood smiling as he gazed at Kunpeng, playfully inquiring, "It seems my 3 warnings have shattered your sense of brotherhood." Kunpeng's face was filled with horror as he staggered back several steps, his previous arrogance evaporating, and exclaimed, What do you want?" Chapter 46. Big Fool Chun. "What are you up to?" "Guest," Li Yushu replied with a faint smile. Swinging the immortal severing sword, a torrent of sword light rent the heavens, cutting through all in its path. Accompanied by the piercing wails of despair, cries echoed throughout the cosmos. "My lord, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Spare me, spare me." Kunpeng was forced out of his true form by the sword light, yet he could not evade its sharpness. Each stroke of the sword cleaved away chunks of flesh from Kunpeng as if he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Until, at last, Kunpeng's wings were entirely severed. Only then did Li Yushu sheath the immortal severing sword, extending his hand across the void to grasp Kunpeng, as one would a mere chick, rather than a formidable quasi-saint. Kunpeng, his resolve shattered, wept bitterly. For the first time in his life, he experienced the true horror of a fate worse than death. What filled Kunpeng with despair was the realization that before Li Yushu, his quasi-saintly prowess was rendered utterly insignificant. He could still contend with the peak quasi-saint, Zhen Yuanzi, but before Li Yushu, he felt as insignificant as a mayfly in the vast sky. Reduced to human form, Kunpeng found his hands severed, his body drenched in blood. The terrifying murderous intent emanating from the immortal severing sword continued to gnaw at his flesh. Kunpeng was genuinely terrified. He surrendered wholeheartedly. "Demon Master, spare my life. For all eternity, I am willing to serve as your steed," he pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Li Yushu nodded slightly, channeling a terrifying force that penetrated Kunpeng's mind, marking him. Throughout this process, Kunpeng dared not resist in the slightest. From this moment forth, should Kunpeng entertain any treacherous thoughts, Li Yushu need only will it, and he could easily obliterate him. "Return with me to Wanshou Mountain," Li Yushu stated calmly. Kunpeng immediately manifested his true form, lowering his head for Li Yushu to mount. Thus, this true demon master became Li Yushu's steed, carrying him towards Wanshou Mountain amidst the astonished gazes of all 3 realms. At that moment, the entire cosmos fell into silence. Who would dare believe that the once revered demon master, a powerful quasi-saint, had become another's mount? Even the saints would not dare to act with such audacity. Moreover, countless powerful beings from the 3 realms were filled with trepidation at the terrifying power Li Yushu had displayed. With a single sword strike, he shattered Kunpeng's resolve. A seasoned quasi-saint like Kunpeng was treated like an ant, easily manipulated by Li Yushu. Those with karmic ties to the events were now filled with trepidation, fearing the day when a figure holding the chaotic bell and the immortal severing sword would come to settle accounts with them. Regrettably, due to the obscuration of heavenly secrets, they were unable to discern the nature of the conversation between Li Yushu and Kunpeng, leading to Kunpeng's overwhelming fear. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened as he gazed at the divine eagle within the Haotian mirror, lost in thought. The Jade Emperor initially intended to employ the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, using Li Yushu to sever the Western journey and suppress the Buddhist sect. This way, the heavenly court could sit back and watch the conflict, ultimately reaping the benefits. However, as Li Yushu's brilliance grew ever more pronounced, the Jade Emperor found himself increasingly wary. The question of how to deal with the increasingly formidable Li Yushu had become a dilemma for the Jade Emperor. The celestial beings present in the Great Hall fell into a heavy silence, each one fearful that the Jade Emperor might impulsively send a legion of heavenly soldiers to confront Li Yushu. Such an action would likely lead to their demise at the hands of Li Yushu or reduce them to mere steeds. In any case, it would be a one-way trip, unless the Jade Emperor was willing to stake true assets, mobilizing the several quasi-saints stationed in the heavenly court, rather than merely showcasing power as he had previously done at Huashan. The most perceptive of the celestial beings, the Taibai Jinxing, stepped forward and respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the esteemed demon slayer, having vanquished the malevolent spirits along the Western pilgrimage, ensures stability in the 4 corners of the realm. This person is indeed a commendable contributor. The illustrious Tai-Bai Jinxing emphasized the significance of this accomplished individual, and it was evident that he sought to extend an olive branch. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings could not help but feel that Tai-Bai Jinxing had lost his mind. However, their doubts were not directed at the heavenly court's might or its right to issue a peace decree to Li Yushu, but rather at the formidable incentives the heavenly court must offer to placate the formidable demon slayer. The Jade Emperor pondered briefly, casting a glance at the Tai-Bai Jinxing seated before him, and slowly spoke. "You are permitted. The matter of reconciliation shall be entrusted to Tai-Bai Jinxing in the depths of the Blood Sea." A gaunt figure sat upon a mat, his blood-red eyes opening to reveal an agitated sea of crimson. "Zhen Yuanzi, you have indeed chosen a worthy master, as even such karmic ties are accounted for you." The grand ancestor of the River of Souls let out a cold chuckle, yet a flicker of trepidation lingered in his blood-red gaze. If the Kuanpeng was Zhen Yuanzi's foremost enemy, then the grand ancestor of the River of Souls, who had once intercepted the soul of the venerable Hongyun by the 6 paths of reincarnation, was the next karmic debt Zhen Yuanzi would have to reckon with. At that moment, a radiant light pierced the underworld, illuminating the Blood Sea. Millions of Azura warriors, under the blinding glow, writhed in agony, transforming into a pool of blood, only to be resurrected once more. "Interesting. The Buddhist sect grows wary and seeks my presence." The grand ancestor of the River of Souls laughed heartily at the sight of the divine light. On Mount Wanshou, within the Five, the brought-back Kuanpeng had been forcibly transformed into a bird of yin and yang energies, perched upon Li Yushu's shoulder. Tianpeng, fresh from the 6 paths of reincarnation, gazed at the massive bird, poking it vigorously with a branch. "What is this? They say the Kuanpeng has a wingspan of 1,000,000 li, soaring to the heavens. Why does it appear so limp, like a drenched chicken, not moving at all?" Finding it rather dull, Tianpeng tossed the branch aside and raised his fist. "Here, take a punch from me." Li Yushu seized Tianpeng's hand, coldly stating, "Big fool Chun, what do you intend to do?" Tianpeng awkwardly smiled, retracting his hand and feigning innocence. "I merely wish to vent my brother's frustrations." Seeing Tianpeng's reckless behavior, Qing Feng and Ming Yue exchanged worried glances. Fortunately, Li Yushu was present. Otherwise, should the Kuanpeng become enraged, it would surely tear Tianpeng to shreds. Before Li Yushu, the Kuanpeng was but a hound, a slave. Yet to the outside world, it was a powerful being on the verge of sainthood. Zhen Yuanzi, observing the fearful expression of the Kuanpeng, could not help but chuckle. This Kuanpeng, trailing Li Yushu day and night, was destined to endure boundless terror, remaining a slave for eternity. Now that was true suffering. Chapter 47. Scheming Master, how should we handle the river map and Luo book? Zhen Yuanzi inquired, revealing the river map and Luo book. One of the 4 great killing formations of the primordial era, the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation, was devised by Emperor Jun utilizing the river map and Luo book. This formation harnessed the powers of the 360 stars in the heavens, with the sun and moon as its focal points, serving as the ancient heavenly court's protective array. However, its arrangement was exceedingly challenging. Even the Kuanpeng, having possessed the river map and Luo book for millennia, could not replicate its former glory. Presently, only one person in the entire 3 realms could recreate the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation, the foremost of the 10 demon commanders. Bai Zhe, for now, let this remain on Mount Wanshou, serving as your watchful eye over the 5. It seems we must venture to the northern continent to subdue the ancient demon court's forces and enlist Bai Zhe's aid. Li Yushu pondered aloud. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi appeared somewhat hesitant. Li Yushu channeled his magical energy, suppressing the river map and Luo book atop the ginseng fruit tree, drawing upon the celestial stars to bestow their powers upon Mount Wanshou. Even isolating the heavenly secrets, seated slowly on the mat, Li Yushu glanced at Zhen Yuanzi and then spoke. "Are you concerned that my revival of the ancient demon court may provoke the heavenly court's ire?" Zhen Yuanzi did not deny his worries, voicing his concerns. "The heavenly court has refrained from attacking us, all because the Jade Emperor wishes to observe from the sidelines. Yet, once the ancient demon court is involved, the Jade Emperor may no longer remain passive. Currently, Mount Wanshou appears formidable, with 2 pinnacle quasi-saints in residence, but compared to the deep-rooted foundation of the heavenly court, we remain vulnerable and isolated. Moreover, the remnants of the ancient demon court are arrogant. Lurking in the northern continent, avoiding contact with the outside world. As the progenitor of Earth immortals, I find it impossible to unite those ancient demons under one banner. Instead, it may lead to numerous adversaries. Not only have we yet to fully rally the demon race, but we may also incite discontent among powerful demons like Bai Zhe. Even if you have eliminated the traitorous Kuanpeng from the ancient demon court, convincing them to submit will be a challenge. As for the identity of Dong Huang Tai, since the emergence of the Chaos Bell, no great demons have come forth to pledge allegiance, which speaks volumes of their sentiments in the northern continent. The risks of courting the demon race are far too great. Liu Shu had contemplated Zenyuanzi's concerns as well. Moreover, the demon race currently only heeds the decrees of the Saint Nuwa. Even though the Saint Nuwa had once decreed for Yang Chan to traverse the three realms, it had not swayed those great demons to align themselves. Yet, given the pressing circumstances, Liu Shu must unite all forces possible. The great demons of the northern continent were not to be underestimated. They represented a crucial strength against the heavenly court, a necessity. Otherwise, even if Liu Shu were to conquer the heavenly court, he would be unable to assume its mantle and responsibilities. Only by revitalizing the demon race and reinstating the ancient demon court could he directly supplant the current heavenly court, which treats all beings as mere pawns. The Wu and Yao tribes were a goal Liu Shu was determined to achieve. Rest assured, with this Kuanping as a demon leader, even if the great demons resist, they will be compelled to serve me. Liu Shu patted the Kuanping, which hung its head in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Let us hope I am merely overthinking this, Zenyuanzi murmured, casting a glance at the Kuanping, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. While Liu Shu weighed the pros and cons, contemplating how to persuade the Jie sect to engage in conflict with the Chan sect, he noticed auspicious clouds descending from the heavens. A benevolent figure clad in white robes, exuding an innate charm that elicited no aversion, appeared before him. Little immortal Tai Bai Jinxing has come to pay respects to the demon slayer and to the esteemed Zhuan Daxian. Tai Bai Jinxing stroked his long beard, his eyes squinting slightly, and spoke in a hearty laugh. Though Tai Bai Jinxing was a denizen of the heavenly court, he was renowned for his amiable demeanor throughout the three realms. Even in the underworld and the blood sea, he commanded a measure of respect. His reputation as the affable figure of the three realms was not without merit. As the Jade Emperor was mentioned, Tai Bai Jinxing had arrived. What a fortunate gathering! Liu Shu smiled upon seeing the amiable figure. Zenyuanzi exchanged a knowing glance and waved his hand, conjuring an additional mat within the assembly. Such treatment was reserved for few. Only those seasoned quasi-saints in the heavenly court could enjoy such privileges. Tai Bai Jinxing took his seat on the mat, chuckling as he noticed the Kuanping on Liu Shu's shoulder, his expression shifting slightly. The scene was simply too splendid. Meanwhile, Tianpeng, who had been frolicking with the little girl, also recognized the arrival of his old acquaintance and was filled with delight. Isn't this the favored one of His Majesty, the venerable Tai Bai? What brings you to this remote corner today? After leaving the little girl by the ginseng fruit tree, Tianpeng approached Tai Bai Jinxing, adopting an accusatory stance. Greetings, Marshal Tianpeng. Today, I bring an edict. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled. Tianpeng was taken aback. An edict? As these words left his lips, even Liu Shu's expression shifted slightly. Tai Bai Jinxing, though appearing genial, was a master of subtlety, his depths unfathomable. He had once issued a decree at Huagua Mountain that transformed the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, into a stablekeeper, casting a long shadow over Wukong's life. In just a few words, Tai Bai Jinxing had toyed with Wukong as if he were but a pawn. This individual could not be underestimated. Tianpeng sensed the tense atmosphere and obediently sat beside Liu Shu. His eyes filled with resentment directed at Tai Bai Jinxing. He still harbored grievances over his demotion from years past, perhaps bearing a grudge against the Jade Emperor. If Liu Shu were to issue an order to assault the southern heavenly gate, Tianpeng would likely be the first to respond enthusiastically. Zenyuanzi broke the somewhat heavy silence. Tai Bai Jinxing, we have been old friends for many years. There is no need for this pretense. Has the Jade Emperor sent you to convey a message to us? Tai Bai Jinxing was startled by this inquiry, his face turning pale, instinctively glancing at Liu Shu. Yet, the demon slayer merely directed his gaze toward the little girl who continued to play, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. This only served to further perplex Tai Bai Jinxing regarding the mindset of this pinnacle quasi-saint. Steeling himself, Taibai Jinxing replied, Genuine Daxian, you are the progenitor of Earth Immortals, ruling over all Earth Immortals in the mortal realm. Your authority great enough to instill caution in His Majesty. The Jade Emperor is a figure appointed by the Taoist ancestors and the celestial saints, having endured countless tribulations to ascend to this exalted position, benefiting the beings of the three realms. Yet now, the hard-won situation in the three realms faces turbulent changes and unseen currents. Chapter 48. A warning upon noticing that Taibai Jinxing was about to launch into another lengthy discourse. Zenyuzi raised his hand to interrupt, a faint smile gracing his lips. Taibai Jinxing, why do you persist in uttering such nonsensical drivel? The implication behind Taibai Jinxing's words was unmistakable. The influence of Mount Wanshou was overwhelmingly vast. And while he referred to the mountain, his true target was the demon master Li Yushu. Li Yushu shifted his gaze from the girl to the celestial emperor and inquired with a smile. Your Majesty, do you seek to extend an offer of allegiance? The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. Taibai Jinxing's expression shifted dramatically. Tianpeng abruptly rose to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Taibai Jinxing. Exclaiming, Old immortal with a nose like a cow, are you planning to bestow upon us a title of Baima Weng as well? An offer of allegiance? How many masters does the Jade Emperor possess? Li Yushu regarded Tianpeng with a quizzical look. Whose words were these? Taibai Jinxing, feeling somewhat awkward, hastily replied, General Tianpeng. Please calm your wrath. With a cold chuckle, Tianpeng retorted, Calm my wrath. That depends on what kind of compensation you are willing to offer. If it is insufficient, I may very well explode with fury. Zenyuzi, meanwhile, was savoring his tea, finding amusement in Taibai Jinxing's predicament. After a brief pause, Taibai Jinxing unveiled the conditions promised by the Jade Emperor. The esteemed demon master shall ascend to the heavenly court and establish a new realm, reigning as a new emperor, overseeing the affairs of the demon clan. Furthermore, the heavenly court's 100,000 water troops shall be at your command. His Majesty bestows upon you the treasured Haotian sword. Upon hearing the mention of the Haotian sword, both Zenyuzi and Tianpeng's eyes gleamed with interest. The notion of establishing a new realm and the title of emperor, along with the affairs of the demon clan, were mere hollow honors. In fact, this meant that Li Yushu would essentially be working for the Jade Emperor, tasked with subduing the formidable demons of the northern Julu continent. As for the water troops, they had been under Tianpeng's command for countless years. The current commander was incapable of commanding them unless the Supreme Old Lord personally issued an edict or Tianpeng returned to his former position. However, the Haotian sword was indeed a genuine treasure. The Haotian sword, a primordial spiritual treasure, was personally granted by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Long ago, it was wielded by Haotian himself, who used it to behead Xingtian. Observing Tianpeng and Zenyuzi's reactions, Taibai Jinxing believed the offer of allegiance was nearly secure and felt a swell of pride. However, when he glanced at Li Yushu, he found the demon master wearing an expression of nonchalance, with an undercurrent of displeasure in his gaze. Displeasure? This was an offer that included even the Haotian sword. Yet, to Li Yushu, this so-called Haotian sword felt less like a reward and more like a warning. Why? Because the Haotian sword had been bestowed upon Haotian by the Dao ancestor Hongjun during his days as a novice, enabling him to achieve the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. This was a clear attempt to leverage the Dao ancestor's authority over him. It was evident that the Jade Emperor was aware of Li Yushu's journey into the 6 paths of reincarnation, bearing the burdens of the witch clan's karma. Should he accept the Haotian sword, it would likely incite significant discontent among the witch clan, potentially leading them to reclaim the sword and avenge past humiliations. A clever scheme indeed. Li Yushu let out a cold laugh, rising to his feet to dismiss his guests. The Jade Emperor's sincerity leaves much to be desired. I can sever the calamities of the Western journey and quell the burgeoning power of the Buddhist sect without threatening the heavenly court's standing. I demand the Zhou Tian star flag, personally bestowed by the Dao ancestor in years past. The Zhou Tian star flag? Taibai Jinxing's complexion turned ashen, his eyes widening in shock. The Zhou Tian star flag was essential for establishing the Zhou Tian star array. Given the current state of the demon clan's fortunes, it could not be reforged in earlier times. Taibai Jinxing might have readily agreed to such a request, but now, it was common knowledge that the treasured He-Tu and Luo Shu had fallen into Zenyuzi's possession. Should Li Yushu acquire both the He-Tu and Luo Shu along with the Zhou Tian star flag and venture to the northern Julu continent to summon the ancient demons? The formidable Zhou Tian star array could very well re-emerge in the three realms. The true terror of the He-Tu and Luo Shu lay not only in their capability to conjure a grand array of slaughter, but also in their potential to obliterate the universe and imprison saints within the Hunyuan He-Luo array. The convergence of these two great arrays would compel even saints to regard them with heightened reverence. This matter was of utmost importance, and I must report to His Majesty. Tai Bai Jinxing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, quickly mounting his cloud and departing for the heavenly court. Meanwhile, Xinyu, puzzled, inquired, "Surely the Jade Emperor will not acquiesce. Why must you intentionally complicate matters?" Li Yushu shook his head, replying, "It is not complicating matters. I have always held a divergent agenda from the heavenly court. A confrontation is inevitable, and how could I accept his offer of allegiance? Should I do so, I would lose the hearts of the people." Tianpeng, supporting Xinyu with one hand, sighed in resignation, "Master, in truth, I need not inscribe such a grand array of slaughter. The 9 curves Yellow River array of the 3 heavens would suffice." Li Yushu playfully delivered a sharp rap to Tianpeng's head, causing him to grimace in pain. The 9 curves Yellow River array was only second to the 4 great arrays of slaughter. Barely sufficient. In reality, the most suitable arrays for Tianpeng were the Zhou Tian star array or the Zhuxian sword array. Either would suffice. It seemed I must personally journey to the northern Julu continent. Li Yushu mused aloud. Xinyu raised his hand and began to deduce the myriad heavenly machinations. Within this intricate web, the monk Tang Sang and Sun Wukong had resumed their journey, having recruited the general of the Rolling Curtain, and were en route to the Yellow Wind Ridge. "Should my disciple personally oversee the situation at the Yellow Wind Ridge?" Xinyu inquired. Li Yushu pointed to the pouting Tianpeng and said, "Let him go and gain some experience." With that, Li Yushu transformed into a radiant streak of light and swiftly departed. In the northern Julu continent, amidst the vast mountains, numerous ancient and exotic tribes still inhabited the region. The savage struggle for survival, reminiscent of the primordial era, raged incessantly on a towering peak. A figure clad in white robes, adorned with a silk cap and wielding a feather fan, surveyed the 10,000 mountains below. This individual was Bai Zai, the foremost of the 10 demon marshals of the ancient demon court, a sage of heavenly principles and an expert in the dualities of yin and yang. Though his combat prowess may not have been the strongest, he served as the strategist for the entire demon clan. It was largely due to Bai Zai that the ancient demon court could devise the Zhou Tian star array and the Hunyuan He-Luo array. And it was he who had led the 10 princes, including Luya, along with the remnants of the demon clan to the Wahuang Palace, ensuring that the ancient demon court did not meet complete annihilation. "Will he come?" inquired a strikingly alluring woman dressed in azure, standing gracefully against the mountain breeze. Bai Zai gently brushed his feather fan, gazing into the distance, and replied softly, "He will undoubtedly come. We need not fret over this matter. The great Emperor Jinwu has already conferred with me, instructing us to await the heavenly court summons." Shang Yang, an esteemed soothsayer of the ancient demon court and one of the few remaining demon masters, regarded Bai Zai with a glimmer of disdain in her beautiful eyes. "The heavenly court seeks to trample us underfoot with a mere decree, reducing us to sacrificial pawns in their struggle against the Buddhist sect. Is the Jade Emperor truly wary of us in the northern Julu continent, or is he merely fearful of him?" It was evident that the him Shang Yang referred to was none other than the revered demon master, Li Yushu. The Jade Emperor was a thorn in their side. Had it not been for the decree issued by Lady Nuwa years ago, the northern Julu continent would have long been razed to the ground by the heavenly court. What appeared to be an offer of allegiance to the demon clan was, in truth, a veiled threat. Bai Zai lightly waved his fan, weariness and helplessness evident in his voice. The effort to maintain the fragile existence of the demon clan had drained the ancient beast of his vitality. Without Bai Zai's mediation, the demon clan would have dwindled to nearly extinction, with only a handful of powerful demons above the Tai Golden Immortal Realm remaining. Those beneath that level were being systematically divided among various factions, relegated to mere livestock in their respective sanctuaries. Bai Zai's gaze shifted as he peered into the void, slightly bowing as he intoned, "I welcome the esteemed demon master." However, Shang Yang, unlike Bai Zai, stood tall and scoffed. "Why does our demon clan require 2 demon masters?" Buzz. The void rippled with energy as a formidable presence emerged from within, a towering figure, radiant with 5-colored light, stepped forth, exuding an aura of majesty and instilling fear in all who beheld him. Upon his left shoulder perched a terrifying rock, embodying the duality of yin and yang, its gaze sharp and fierce, fixating on Xiangyang and Bai Zhe. Though numerous demon masters existed, only a scant few of the 10 demon marshals remained. Li Yushu stood serenely, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the 2 demon marshals from a position of authority. Bai Zhe offered a slight smile, stating, "We are but struggling to survive. Now that our demon clan's karma resides with you, it seems we owe you a significant debt. However, if you have come merely to extend an offer of allegiance, you may take your leave." As his words fell, a rumble reverberated through the air. The entire expanse of 10,000 mountains trembled violently, rising to reshape the ancient landscapes and the rivers of the primordial world. Thousands of formidable demons emerged, akin to ancient stars aligned in formation, creating an ancient and fearsome array that encircled Li Yushu within the void. To dare impersonate the Eastern Emperor, sparing you would be a grave injustice to our demon clan. You have the audacity to present yourself today. Xiangyang unleashed her formidable magical might, transforming into the focal point of the ancient array. A piercing cry resonated through the void as a single-legged divine bird soared into the sky, its cry echoing across the heavens. Within the veins of Xiangyang flows the blood of the sovereign of all birds, the phoenix, and he has mastered the profound abilities of the phoenix lineage, rendering his strength formidable and not to be underestimated. Empowered by the 10,000 great mountains and myriad formidable demons, Xiangyang's realm has soared to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. For 10 millennia, the 10,000 great mountains have been refined by Beis using the fortune of the demon race, which can even be understood as 10,000 postnatal treasures. Not only has this formed the protective array of Beiju Luzhou, but it has also suppressed the dwindling fortune of the demon race. Before this grand formation, even seasoned quasi-saints dare not act recklessly. What is most to be feared is not Xiangyang, who can utilize the formation to reach the mid-stage of quasi-saint, nor the might of the 10,000 postnatal treasures. Rather, it is Beis, who oversees the entirety of Beiju Luzhou. Beis was once the most trusted strategist of Emperor Jun, holding a position second only to one in the demon court. Li Yushu gazed at such a grand display and could not help but sigh. "Beis, you know my intentions and understand my schemes. Why go to such lengths?" Beis chuckled softly. "One must test the might of a fellow Taoist, or how else can one command respect? Very well. Let us engage in battle. If you can defeat me, I shall bestow upon you the chaotic bell. But if you lose, you shall bow and submit." Li Yushu stood proudly, hands clasped behind his back. The chaotic bell hung high in the heavens, casting 5-colored glimmers that completely isolated Beiju Luzhou from the outside world. Without the enhancement of the chaotic bell, Li Yushu was engulfed in terrifying karmic fire that blazed furiously. This karmic fire was so fearsome that even the Kuanpeng was startled and soared upwards, daring not to touch it. Meanwhile, Li Yushu's realm plummeted, barely stabilizing at the initial stage of quasi-saint. Seeing the karmic fire surrounding Li Yushu, Xiangyang, who had always harbored discontent towards him, could not help but glance sideways, secretly astonished. He truly bears the immense karmic burden for our demon race. It is known that bearing such karmic weight is tantamount to relinquishing the fruits of the peak of quasi-saint. Even with the infusion of primal purple energy, should one fail to sever their own karmic ties, their attainment of saintly fruit would be flawed. Xiangyang turned his gaze towards Beis. Beis stroked his snow-white beard, waving his feather fan forward. "Then let us engage in a battle. If we are unable to prevail, we shall honor you." As Beis paused, his expression growing serious, and said solemnly, "Demon Emperor." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiangyang's eyes, and without a shred of hesitation, he advanced. As in the days of ancient battles, wherever Beis pointed with his feather fan, Xiangyang would unleash his offensive. The resounding cry of the single-legged divine bird from the void heralded a terrifying deluge. The divine bird danced gracefully amid the torrential rain. Suddenly, a scene that instilled dread unfolded. The raindrops falling from the deluge were forged from the remnants of ancient stars. The torrential rain pierced through the void, crashing down upon Li Yushu, who was engulfed in terrifying karmic flames. An extraordinary phenomenon of dual pupils emerged in Li Yushu's eyes, while his body bore the marks of the 6 realms of reincarnation. He had already achieved a flawless physical form, with his dual pupils breaking through myriad laws, Li Yushu seemed to glare fiercely, unleashing a torrent of chaotic mist from his eyes. The terrifying rain of light capable of leveling all of Beiju Luzhou fell upon the chaotic mist. Yet it sank as if into the sea. The chaotic mist reformed into remnants of stars, shooting upwards in a dazzling arc. What a remarkable supernatural power! Even Baise, upon witnessing such a defiant display of might, slightly altered his expression and shouted, "Shangyang, do not be careless! Leave no room for retreat." As he spoke, Baise waved his feather fan, commanding the Grand Array to suppress Li Yushu. The refined ancient mountain ranges erupted with brilliant light, beginning to reverse the flow of time and space around Li Yushu with unparalleled force. Ancient visions of the primal wilderness emerged, followed by terrifying phenomena such as the sea turning to mulberry fields and snow-capped mountains transforming into oceans. Li Yushu felt his very being begin to dissolve within the array, as if caught in a great mill capable of erasing the very fabric of reality. This was the Hunyuan Halua array, one of the four great killing formations of antiquity. The Kuanping, observing the battle from the safety of the chaotic bell, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the primordial visions manifest. This Hunyuan Halua array was devised by the ancient demon emperor Donghuang Taiyi based on the river diagram and Book of Changes. Baise directly articulated its postnatal principles, deducing the 3,000 great arrays to assist Donghuang Taiyi in successfully establishing such a killing formation. Even Li Yushu, who was being continuously worn down within the array, was astonished. Though this Hunyuan Halua array lacked the enhancement of the river diagram and Book of Changes, its might was still considerable enough to threaten a quasi-Saint. It is important to note that even if Donghuang Taiyi himself were to attempt to deploy such a formation with the aid of the 10,000 great mountains and myriad great demons, it would be utterly impossible. Yet, Baise had accomplished this feat. Truly, Baise's wisdom and prowess were formidable. As the chaotic mist swirled around Li Yushu, it was swiftly extinguished by the array. Li Yushu's indestructible body began to show signs of injury from the great paths, with flesh and blood splattering as if he were enduring a cruel execution. But Baise had prepared more than just this. The focal point of the array, Shangyang, had yet to truly make his move. "If you truly serve Donghuang, you will surely recognize this sword," Shangyang exclaimed, extending a hand to reveal a 3-inch small sword crafted from jade bone, resembling a bone needle. The blade was engraved with a multitude of demon runes, which would forcibly suppress any ordinary great demon that beheld it. This sword was none other than the treasured sword of Donghuang Taiyi from years past. The postnatal treasure, the Demon Emperor's sword, represented the authority of the ancient demon emperors. "What other killing moves do you possess? I shall shatter them all." Li Yushu stood proudly amid the array, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of unmatched grace. "Humph! Reduced to the initial stage of quasi-saint and still so arrogant. Prepare to die," Shangyang scoffed, channeling all his vast quasi-saint power into the demon emperor's sword in his palm. In the next moment, an array of indelible strange demon runes surged upon Li Yushu's body. With a swift motion, the demon emperor's sword erupted with terrifying force, traversing the immortal realm, severing the river of time, and striking towards Li Yushu. At this moment, even if Li Yushu were to transcend time and return to the past or venture into the future, he could not escape the pursuit of this sword. The small Hunyuan Halua array, forged from the 10,000 great mountains, unleashed a dreadful killing intent, its might escalating as it began to obliterate Li Yushu's true form. In the face of such menace, even the Kuanping outside the array felt trepidation, instinctively desiring to distance itself from all of Beiju Luzhou. Was he truly to be slain? A shock coursed through the Kuanping's mind as it hesitated, contemplating whether to forcefully intervene and rescue Li Yushu, who was at the initial stage of quasi-saint, regardless of the cost. For the Kuanping believed that even its own late-stage quasi-saint power might not withstand the array's erosion and the onslaught of the Demon Emperor's sword. Yet throughout, the Kuanping dared not entertain thoughts of fleeing. What if he survived? In that case, the Kuanping would face a fate worse than death, subjected to countless tortures. Such a possibility was a gamble the Kuanping could not afford. The very foundation of its resolve had been shattered by Li Yushu. Meanwhile, Li Yushu remained unfazed within the array, sensing the impending doom yet laughing heartily. "Let all your myriad laws come forth. I shall raise my hand to suppress the 3,000 great paths." As the words fell, an overwhelming, unfathomable terror akin to the celestial bodies erupted from Li Yushu. The Thunder Emperor's divine technique. Thunder rumbled around Li Yushu. This technique was derived from the insights gained by the three great demons, tiger, deer, and sheep, during their teachings in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The hundredfold feedback Li Yushu received propelled the Thunder Emperor's divine technique to unprecedented heights, allowing it to stand shoulder to shoulder with the purple clouds of Tao ancestor Hongjun. Dark clouds of calamity rolled forth from the void, and a terrifying being, seemingly forged from thunder, descended, clad in armor and exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear of the celestial will. It was as though this being embodied the very will of heaven, thunder, a decree of the heavens. The terrifying being raised its hand to strike, summoning bolts of heavenly thunder from the storm clouds, annihilating all beings. This was the highest evolution of the Thunder Emperor's divine technique, executing the law on behalf of heaven. It suppressed millions of beings in accordance with the celestial will. Millions of gods and demons trembled beneath this divine might. Boom! The terrifying being summoned a bolt of purple cloud divine thunder, piercing through the river of time, directly suppressing the demon emperor's sword within the void. The purple cloud divine thunder, bearing the will of heaven, began forcefully erasing the strange demon runes inscribed upon the sword. The 10,000 Great Mountains, despite the support of mighty demons, could not withstand the overwhelming celestial might, shattering one after another. This is impossible. Bei's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the deluge of golden divine thunder. His eyes, which could discern the mysteries of heaven, were filled with disbelief. This was the small Hunyuan Hulua array he had painstakingly crafted over 10 millennia. To think it could be shattered by Li Yushu, with the mountains refined into postnatal treasures exploding under the might of his thunderous magic. Could this truly be the power of a mere initial stage quasi-saint? Bei's gazed at the chaotic bell above, revealing a resigned smile. I, Bei's, concede. Were it not for the protection of the chaotic bell over Beiju Luzhou, Bei's firmly believes that with Li Yushu's earlier thunderous might, the entire demon race of Beiju Luzhou would face utter annihilation. Xiangyang stared at the demon emperor's sword, which had been forcibly stripped of its runes, his eyes filled with disbelief, unable to accept this incredible and terrifying reality. This was the array painstakingly crafted by Bei's over a decade, and with the might of a quasi-saint in the mid-stage, that man shattered it all with sheer force. He even willingly relinquished the assistance of the Kuanping at the late stage of quasi-saint. Regarding even the treasured Chaos Bell as mere external objects, using them to protect the northern Julu continent, the foremost individual beneath the saints, Xiangyang gazed upon the towering figure in the sky. And a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Experiencing the overwhelming power of that celestial being at such close proximity instilled in Xiangyang an absurd notion. It seemed as though the Kuanping at the quasi-saint late stage served as a mount for this person. And it was not at all a matter of disgrace, but rather a perfectly reasonable arrangement. However, at this moment, Xiangyang was utterly captivated and in awe of this future sovereign of the demon race. Both his strength and the ability to bear the entire demon race's karma while safeguarding the northern Julu continent left Xiangyang with no grounds for criticism. The Kuanping in the heavens trembled in shock. Fortunately, he had not harbored any treachery earlier and had chosen to escape with the Chaos Bell. When Li Yushu was trapped, Li Yushu retracted the Thunder Emperor's divine technique, walking upon the void to stand before Bei's. Looking down upon this demon master from a position of superiority, the demon emperor's sword, now refined anew, orbited around Li Yushu like the sun and moon. Bei's, have you perceived these celestial machinations? Li Yushu inquired slowly. Bei's sighed with a bitter smile. I have seen myriad celestial machinations, yet I cannot perceive you. Chapter 51. Meeting the demon emperor, Bei's could ascertain that the person before him was neither the Eastern Emperor Tai nor a glimpse of the celestial machinations. It was precisely because Li Yushu's celestial machinations were imperceptible. Whether it be the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had already perished, or the supreme existences of the three realms like the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. Even the newly born small demons of the northern Julu continent, all their myriad threads of celestial machinations would manifest before Bei's eyes. But when Bei's looked upon Li Yushu, he was enveloped in boundless chaos. As if he did not exist within this world at all, Li Yushu smiled and said, Do you then think I am an otherworldly celestial demon? Bei's lightly shook his feather fan and replied, An otherworldly celestial demon amidst the three realms is still a being of our three realms. Li Yushu nodded slightly, summoning the Chaos Bell back. Under the suppression of the Chaos Bell, the raging karmic flames gradually extinguished. The Kuanpeng, perched upon Li Yushu's shoulder, became increasingly silent. Baize and Shangyang stood side by side, respectfully proclaiming in unison, "We, Baize, Shangyang, pay homage to the Demon Emperor. Long live the Demon Emperor." Subsequently, the entire demon race of the northern Julu continent knelt in unison before the magnificent figure in the sky. Congratulations on the arrival of the Demon Emperor. Long live the Demon Emperor. In an instant, the fortunes of the entire demon race surged dramatically, no longer fading but instead wildly increasing. The fortunes of the demon race had previously been exceedingly thin. Akin to a mere lake of water after bays, had refined the 10,000 great mountains, resulting in the scarcity of quasi-saints among the demon race, where even those great demons at the Tai Jingxian realm were destined to remain stagnant. Even with the best of bloodlines and the highest of talents, they could only remain at the Tai Jingxian realm, helpless against the passage of time. Now, with the emergence of a demon emperor and the return of the Chaos Bell that could suppress fortunes, the fortunes of the entire demon race soared to great heights, akin to a great river capable of nurturing formidable demons. At this moment, many great demons of the northern Julu continent broke through their realms. Those ancient great demons who had been stuck at the Tai Jingxian realm for millennia, now breaking through effortlessly under the augmentation of fortune. The great Luo Jingxian demons emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, their terrifying demonic aura soaring into the heavens. Yet, this did not alarm the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect, as they were suppressed by Li Yushu's Chaos Bell. Subsequently, the fortune of the entire demon race gathered around Li Yushu like subjects responding to their sovereign, rapidly converging with the force of 100 rivers flowing into the sea, causing Li Yushu's cultivation to skyrocket. However, the threshold between quasi-saints and saints could not merely be crossed by fortune and cultivation alone. The primordial purple qi, the grand trend of the heavenly way, fortune, merit, and more were all indispensable. Even so, Baize, witnessing the grand aura of Li Yushu, seemed to murmur, "The foremost being beneath the saints must surely be this one before me." In Baize's view, Li Yushu had already stepped into the realm of half a saint. Among the three realms, there were no more than a handful of individuals who could be compared to him. Even some incarnations of saints would find it difficult to stand alongside Li Yushu, remaining far behind. Even the Eastern Emperor Tai of Ur might not have achieved the heights that this demon emperor has now attained. The sudden surge in the fortunes of the demon race was a clear indication of this. This demon emperor had already ushered in a renaissance for the demon race, capable of overturning the long-standing decline and re-establishing their prominence among the myriad races. The only regret was that for a quasi-saint like Baize, such great fortune was still but a drop in the bucket. Li Yushu raised a hand, dispersing the phenomena surrounding him. "Has the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect ever attempted to woo you?" Li Yushu suddenly inquired while seated upon the great stone. Baize nodded. "The Jade Emperor has intentions of pacification, yet it is, in truth, a threat. The Buddhist sect has always looked down upon our demon race, considering us mere livestock, disdainful of associating with us. Many great demons of our race have been eliminated by the Buddhist sect, using the 81 tribulations as an opportunity." Upon hearing this, Li Yushu lifted his gaze toward the 33 heavens. With the fortunes of the demon race rising, it is certain to attract the covetous eyes of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. It seems we are on the brink of yet another great war. Baize's expression grew grave as he nodded. The current number of Luo Jingxian demons in the demon race was several times greater than before, with 2 quasi-saints stationed, along with the great Hunyuan He Luo formation. A rising momentum had already emerged. Naturally, the Jade Emperor, who had long suppressed the demon race, would seek to stifle this momentum in its cradle, undoubtedly dispatching troops to conquer. Coincidentally, the demon race was in need of a battle to establish their might. The battle between the witch and demon races resulted in our humiliating defeat, forcing us to endure shame in the northern Julu continent for millennia. Now, it is time for our demon race to once again shine with the brilliance of the ancient demon court. A glint of cold light flashed in Baize's eyes, and an inexplicable aura began to spread. Shangyang appeared somewhat preoccupied, her beautiful eyes flickering as she continuously scrutinized Li Yushu. Li Yushu glanced at the crowd. The ancient demon court's demon masters Kuanping and two demon commanders had gathered here. It was indeed an opportune moment for imparting teachings. However, Li Yushu still needed to suppress the Kuanping for a while. Kuanping, you shall serve as our protector. Li Yushu arranged himself. Asu command. The Kuanping soared upwards. Bei's and Shangyang had long been aware of this demon emperor's teachings. The first among the Luo Jingxian, Yang Jian, as well as the formidable Yang Quan, who had repelled 100,000 heavenly soldiers, both learned from this demon emperor's methods. Even the Zhan Yuanzi, who had stepped into the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, had received assistance from this demon emperor. This was indeed a tremendous fortune. Bei's and Shangyang seated themselves on the ground. The tens of thousands of great demons also settled down, preparing to listen to the teachings of the demon emperor. Go! Li Yushu summoned forth the chaos bell. It suppressed the void entirely, isolating the entire northern Julu continent. No living being could step foot into the northern Julu continent, even the celestial machinations concealed under Bei's cover. Unless a saint intervened, no one could pry into it. Without the chaos bell, Li Yushu was once again engulfed in raging karmic flames. However, due to the support of the demon race's fortunes, these karmic flames lacked their previous terror, deterring even a powerful being at the late quasi-saint stage from approaching. The assembly of great demons watched as Li Yushu, engulfed by the karmic flames that burned his flesh, remained unmoved. The sheer agony of the karmic flames was something even a Luo Jingxian could hardly endure. Yet, Li Yushu remained indifferent, commencing his teachings. Our demon race has the ancient 10 great demon commanders, gazing back to the distant epochs. There exists a myriad of worlds, home to the 10 ancient fiends. The 10 ancient fiends are the 10 taboo races, possessing powerful divine abilities and secret techniques. In the heavenly court, within the Lingshao treasure hall, Your Majesty. In the southern Jambu continent, 2 monstrous beings have broken through and attained the Luo Dao fruit. Your Majesty, in the eastern Shangshan continent, another great demon has attained the Luo Jingxian realm and fled towards the northern Julu continent. In the northern sea, there is also a dragon king, who, despite not yet shedding his serpent form, has already attained the Luo Dao and is heading towards the northern Julu continent. Reports continued to arrive from the day and night patrolling deities responsible for monitoring the 3 realms. The deities in the Great Hall were all utterly astonished. Chapter 52. The Heavenly Court strikes. On this day, the demon race, long regarded as mere ants, seemed to have erupted in full force. Millennia of enduring humiliation had merely been a period of dormancy. All for this moment. The soaring fortunes of the demon race set the deities in the hall on edge. The fortunes of the 3 realms had already been nearly depleted. The human sect occupied the fortunes of the postnatal human race, while the remaining fortunes were predominantly within the heavenly court. The fortunes of the Western Yohajo had been absorbed into the Buddhist sect's merit pool since the beginning of the Western journey. The Jade Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, wore a terrifyingly grim expression. He had already issued pacification edicts to the remnants of the ancient demon court in the northern Julu continent. Yet Bei's remained exceedingly arrogant, unwilling to bow to Haoyan even after millennia, especially with the unsettling presence of the demon master Li Yushu. The heavenly court absolutely would not allow a second Mount Wanshou to emerge, threatening its supreme rule. At this moment, the Haoyan mirror could no longer reveal any celestial machinations of the northern Julu continent, rendering the Jade Emperor intolerant of the remnants of the ancient demon court. A thorn in his side, compared to the merits gained from the remnants of the ancient demon court achieving enlightenment and the descent of fortunes, he entrusted the pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li Jing to lead the divine forces and an army of 100,000 heavenly soldiers to eradicate the northern Julu continent. A cold light flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes, his murderous intent palpable. This time, it would not merely be a display of power, but a complete eradication of the demon race in the northern Julu continent. In the Enhua Palace, Bei's revered him as the demon emperor, shouldering the burden of restoring the ancient glory of the demon race. The mother of Enhua sighed softly, a hint of compassion, or perhaps pity, flashed in her sacred eyes. As a celestial being known as Nuwa, she had long been aware of the postnatal human race while Li Yushu was imparting teachings within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Despite being of the postnatal human lineage, he chose to convey wisdom to the 10,000 demon clans. How could Nuwa, the compassionate mother of both humans and demons, remain unmoved? The significant responsibility that should have been hers was shouldered by Li Yushu instead. His aspirations were vast, and the path he sought was monumental. Nuwa's gentle gaze turned towards the third Holy Mother, Yang Chan, who wore a visage of deep concern, inquiring, will he perish in the struggle for the great Tao? Nuwa, with a tender smile, replied, the heavenly secrets within him are as inscrutable as chaos itself. As the calamity descended upon Beiju Luzhou, she instructed, let my dear one lend a helping hand. With a wave of her jade hand, a grand banner transformed into a radiant light, vanishing into the void as it journeyed towards Wanshou Mountain. Master, what about me? Yang Chan's expression reflected her anxiety. Nuwa softly cautioned, your Tao heart bears flaws. You must not recklessly engage in the turmoil of slaughter. Subsequently, a great bell tolled within the Nuwa Palace, and a protective array began to operate. The doors of the Nuwa Palace were closed to all, forbidding even sages from stepping inside. In Beiju Luzhou, the 33 heavens opened up like a series of celestial ladders, revealing an infinite array of heavenly soldiers clad in golden armor. The great Emperor Jinwu stood firm atop a tortoise and snake, sword in hand, his eyes gently closed, radiating divine light. 360 guardian deities surrounded him like stars and moons, protecting him. The Emperor of the Hook and Chan, Lei Junzi, conjured the thunderclouds of the heavens, as serpentine bolts of lightning surged around him, showcasing his celestial might. 2 towering figures stood above the 33 heavens, commanding the multitude of heavenly soldiers. Meanwhile, the towering King Li Jing led the likes of Prince Neza, the 4 heavenly kings, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. The many righteous deities of the Jie sect were once again utilized as vanguards by Li Jing. The fire god Luo Xian and Wen Zhong stood side by side, coldly surveying the obscured Beiju Luzhou below, shrouded in thick mist. The heavens erupted with divine light, revealing terrifying manifestations of Li Jing, stroking his long beard, felt a surge of pride and bellowed, beastly creature bays. Why do you not lead your ancient demon court to surrender? This proclamation of power was intentionally spread throughout the 3 realms, a splendid opportunity for establishing authority. With 2 emperors stationed, what fear did they have of the remnants of the demon court? It was nothing short of a colossal joke. Even if Beis possessed hidden methods, Li Jing would order those righteous deities to fill the gaps, as for his own troops and the righteous deities of the Chan sect. They could not only reap merits from this battle, but also retreat unscathed. The 3 realms were already aware of the demon race's rising fortunes, and the entirety of Beiju Luzhou was enshrouded in a vast, chaotic mist. However, they did not anticipate the heavenly court's decisive stance. They intended to eradicate the entire Beiju Luzhou, leaving no ancient demons behind. The humiliation suffered at Mount Hua would surely be avenged in Beiju Luzhou. Seeing that Beiju Luzhou remained eerily silent, Li Jing's expression darkened, and he turned to the giant spirit god beside him, coldly commanding, Giant Spirit, hasten to challenge them. I shall record your merit. The giant spirit god, his expression a deep blue, was elated, brandishing a colossal hammer as he traversed the heavenly soldiers, deliberately striding past the righteous deities of the Jie sect, drawing countless hostile glares. Yet the giant spirit merely scoffed. A bunch of beasts, why do you not hasten and come forth to meet your demise? With a thunderous roar, the giant spirit's voice reverberated through heaven and earth. Just as he anticipated a one-sided battle, a colossal hand, formed from the dual energies of yin and yang, materialized, holding the sun and moon, stretching across millions of miles, descending with an oppressive force. The giant spirit's face turned pale. He sought to escape, but it was already too late. As the hand fell, a piercing scream echoed. The giant spirit, who had fought alongside Li Jing for 1,000 years, met a tragic end before the 10,000 heavenly soldiers. The events transpired too swiftly for Li Jing to discern the origin of the colossal hand. Li Jing was utterly dumbfounded. The giant spirit had been a carefully nurtured general, and now he had been effortlessly slain with a single strike? Even during his confrontation with Sun Wukong, the giant spirit could endure hundreds of rounds. With 10,000 heavenly soldiers backing him, how could the giant spirit have died so suddenly? When Li Jing instinctively glanced at the many semi-saint level powers supporting him, he found them all on high alert, already activating their treasures or divine abilities for protection. A reprimanding voice resonated through the heavens, its volume not loud, Yet even the great Luo golden immortals felt as if thunder roared in their ears. A terrifying figure clad in the robes of Yin and Yang emerged from the chaotic mist, strolling with an air of ease. Upon witnessing this apparition, Li Jing's complexion drained of color, cold sweat pouring from him. How had this plague god appeared in Beiju Luzhou? He instinctively glanced at the indifferent Neza beside him, regretting not having sent this rebellious child to the forefront. The other divine beings of the heavenly court shared his dread. Kuan-Peng, merely glancing at the two great emperors' manifestations above, clasped his hands behind his back and arrogantly declared, "Return to the South Heaven Gate, and I shall spare your lives." Upon uttering these words, the 10,000 heavenly soldiers fell into a profound silence, and not a single divine being dared to speak. This was the intimidation of a late-stage quasi-saint. Chapter 53. The Great Array of the Stars in the Heavens. Kuan-Peng, a quasi-saint of the late stage, wielded the treasured artifact, the Yao Master Palace, capable of obliterating the entire 9 heavens. Before him, the 10,000 heavenly soldiers were but ephemeral insects shaking a mighty tree. What instilled greater fear and trepidation was that Kuan-Peng had long been claimed as a steed by Li Yushu. With Kuan-Peng's appearance, it was clear that Li Yushu must also be present in Beiju Luzhou. Perhaps Kuan-Peng had come at Li Yushu's behest. The great Emperor Zhenwu stood firm, his quasi-saint power cascading like a protective barrier over the 10,000 heavenly soldiers. Yet, he had no intention of engaging Kuan-Peng in battle. The Emperor of the Hook and Chan, Lei Zhenzi, wielding control over the heavenly thunder, looked down upon Kuan-Peng and, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. "Kuan-Peng, having become another's steed, do you still dare to speak so boldly?" "Steed?" Kuan-Peng, with an indifferent expression, slightly raised his head to glance at Lei Zhenzi and sighed. "Then I shall accept these 10,000 heavenly soldiers on behalf of Beiju Luzhou. Is just in time to settle the score with you and the Chan sect." With that, Kuan-Peng, wielding the Yao Master Palace, soared through the immortal realm, descending upon the heavens and earth. The Yao Master Palace seemed to descend from beyond the heavens, akin to Mount Buzhou pushing forth. Wherever it passed, stars and moons, even the void itself, could not withstand the terrifying might of the quasi-saint, shattering into pieces. Witnessing Kuan-Peng's attack, Li Jing was greatly alarmed, hastily waving his command flag, furiously reprimanding the vanguard. "Wenzhong, Luo Xian, what are you two waiting for?" This was clearly a command for Wenzhong and Luo Xian to march to their deaths. Both were great Luo golden immortals. How could they withstand the might of a quasi-saint? Above, the Emperor of the Hook and Chan summoned 3,000 heavenly thunders, calling forth a storm of tribulation clouds to protect all the disciples of the Chan sect. This was the secret collusion between the Buddhist and Chan sects. Intending to leverage Kuan-Peng's might to eliminate the disciples of the Jie sect within the heavenly court, Wenzhong and Luo Xian unleashed towering manifestations of law, bombarding the Yao Master Palace with an onslaught of heavenly treasures and divine abilities. Countless terrifying spells pierced through the void, continuously striking the descending Yao Master Palace, yet failing to inflict any damage. "Why life ends here." Wenzhong sighed in despair, gazing skyward. Yet in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The seemingly hopeless Yao Master Palace did not target the unprotected disciples of the Jie sect. Instead, it surged directly towards the Emperor of the Hook and Chin, with a thunderous explosion that echoed like the silence of the heavens. The Yao Master Palace effortlessly broke through the Emperor's thunderous defenses, annihilating the Chan sect's righteous deities into mere puddles of flesh. This forced Li Jing and the others to summon their treasures in a frantic retreat. Sensing the dire situation, the great Emperor Zhenwu swung his postnatal treasure, the demon-slaying sword, and struck down with all his might. As the sword fell, it seemed as if heaven and earth were cleaved in two. Only then could they barely withstand the terrifying killing intent of Kuan-Peng alongside the Emperor of the Hook and Chan. Observing such a farcical scene, Kuan-Peng couldn't help but chuckle, finding amusement in the celestial deity's internal strife. His casual strike had ignited the contradictions within the heavenly court. Aware of the collaboration between the Jie sect and Li Yushu, he would naturally choose to let the Jie sect owe him a favor. Slaying those Jie sect disciples would serve no benefit to Kuan-Peng. Instead, it could lead to retribution from Li Yushu, who had become a demon emperor. The great Emperor Zhenwu shot a furious glare at the Emperor of the Hook and Chan, bellowing, "This is not the time for your foolishness." The great Emperor Zhenwu did not belong to the Chan sect. Nor was he a member of the Jie sect, but rather a direct subordinate of the Jade Emperor. Long before the Fengshen War, the great Emperor Jinwu had already cleared away the outer celestial demons or suppressed malevolent spirits within the heavenly court. The merits he had accumulated were immensely formidable, allowing him to transform his life-bound treasure into one of the few postnatal treasures of merit in the primordial realm. If the great Emperor Jinwu lacked strength, how could he maintain his position in Beiju Luzhou for millennia? Confronting ancient demons like Baize? The Emperor of the Hook and Qian dismissed him with a smile, shifting his gaze towards Kuanpeng, mockingly stating, Kuanpeng, should my heavenly court slay you in Beiju Luzhou today? Would it not be considered a grand jest of the world? Both the Emperor of the Hook and Qian and the great Emperor Jinwu were at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. Even with their combined efforts and the support of 10,000 heavenly soldiers, it was still a delusion to contend against an established quasi-saint. Kuanpeng, one hand behind his back and the other holding the Yao Master Palace, scoffed, Lei Zhenzi, without your sect, you lack even the qualification to stand before me. Now you dare to speak boldly and provoke me? Lei Zhenzi, merely a postnatal human, had fortuitously consumed a celestial apricot, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. The immortal apricot flourishes within the Yuzhu cave of Zhongnanshan, belonging to the enigmatic Yunzongzi. For millennia, it has borne but 2 fruits. These 2 fruits were ultimately wielded by Lei Zhenzi, transforming into the wings of wind and thunder, allowing him to shine brilliantly during the battle of the gods. Later, under the meticulous arrangement of his master, even a figure of Lei Zhenzi's formidable prowess, who, despite his illustrious accomplishments, fell short of the likes of Yang Jian, ultimately achieved sanctification in body and was conferred the title of Emperor of Gochen. His true strength merely resided in the mid-tier among the 3 generations of disciples of the Chan sect. Akin to resting upon the laurels of the Chan sect's achievements, becoming an emperor. Enough, silence. The Emperor of Gochen, enraged and humiliated, felt the tempest of wind and thunder surge around him. He turned to the side of Jinwu the Great, his voice a thunderous roar. This man is exceedingly arrogant. He shall be subdued to demonstrate the might of our celestial court. Why do you not swiftly summon the treasured relic? Jinwu the Great spoke little, instead raising his mighty hand with a sweeping motion. Buzz! Suddenly, the heavens erupted with the dazzling brilliance of countless stars, illuminating the 33 layers of heaven. 365 great Zhou heavenly star banners cascaded from those celestial bodies, forming an intricate and profound formation imbued with the essence of the primordial world. Formation. The Emperor of Gochen brandished the demon-subduing sword, commanding the 3 armies. By decree, 14,800 celestial generals of the heavenly court promptly retrieved the small Zhou Tian star banners nurtured within their beings. These corresponded to the 14,800 stars above, coalescing the vast fortune of the heavenly court into a formation capable of instilling dread in both celestial beings and demons alike. Moreover, these 18,000 celestial generals were the personal guards of the Jade Emperor. Having fought for a millennium in the heavenly court, their might not to be underestimated, sufficient to unleash the full wrath of the Zhou Tian star formation. Jinwu the Great presided at the formation's heart, with starlight swirling around him, emanating a single thread of stellar power potent enough to obliterate deities and Buddhas. While this formation could not rival those of the ancient demon court, it was still capable of severing the mighty Kuanpeng. Jinwu the Great, his visage imbued with a chilling aura, spoke coldly. The Zhou Tian star formation, laid out by the ancient demon court, was not only empowered by the He Tu and Luo Shu but also manned by formidable great demons of the Luo Golden immortal caliber. With the presence of the quasi-saint powers Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun, it was capable of overwhelming the heavens, compelling all beings of the primordial world to submit. Yet, the current Zhou Tian star formation need not clash directly with the true form of Pangu. Transformed from the 12 ancestor witches, it merely needed to slay a quasi-saint of late stage. Chapter 54. The execution platform for immortals, the Zhou Tian star formation. Upon witnessing the formation's emergence, Kuanpeng's expression shifted dramatically, an instinctual fear igniting within him, prompting thoughts of retreat. As a demon master of the ancient demon court, Kuanpeng understood the terror of the Zhou Tian star formation all too well. Unlike other killing formations, which claimed a space of their own, isolating all celestial mysteries, The Zhou-Tian star formation had no such boundaries. It could be comprehended as existing wherever one stood in the primordial realm. Leaving no avenue for escape, however, Kunpeng swiftly suppressed his disquiet, and no matter how fearsome the Zhou-Tian star formation laid by the celestial court, it paled in comparison to the horror of Li Yushu, who had nearly rendered him into a mere mass of shredded flesh. In fact, dying within the Zhou-Tian star formation would be a more merciful end, devoid of suffering, leading to a swift dissolution of his soul. This demon master was eager to test the might of the Zhou-Tian star formation. With a cold shout, Kunpeng revealed his terrifying true form, stretching 1,000,000 miles across. The overwhelming duality of yin and yang surged forth from the void. Kunpeng soared upward, harnessing his quasi-saint powers to confront the Zhou-Tian star formation head-on. A mere insect shaking a tree, Zhenwu the Great channeled his formidable quasi-saint power into the Zhou-Tian star formation. Boom! The Zhou-Tian star formation summoned the primordial universe's might, coalescing unparalleled strength, and the power of countless stars erupted forth. Waves of cataclysmic stellar force descended from the 33 layers of heaven. Even De Luo golden immortals, or ordinary quasi-saints, appeared as feeble as ants beneath this stellar might. Subduing demons and annihilating the heavens, the stellar power, with a force capable of crumbling mountains, instantaneously pierced through Kunpeng's 1,000,000-mile formidable form. Roar! Kunpeng let out a furious bellow. He summoned the overwhelming duality of yin and yang, charging towards the celestial generals wielding the great Zhou star banner. With his indestructible quasi-saint body, he withstood the first wave of lethal intent from the Zhou-Tian star formation. Were it any ordinary quasi-saint, they would have long been obliterated. Kunpeng's wings eclipsed the sun, tearing through the void, unleashing a barrage of terrifying true feathers forged from the essence of yin and yang. A desperate struggle. Zhenwu the Great summoned the demon-subduing sword, empowering it with stellar force, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. The sword energy cascaded down like a river of stars, intercepting Kunpeng's true feathers. Zhenwu the Great activated the Zhou-Tian star formation once more. The primordial stars shone brightly across the heavens, unleashing an even more terrifying stellar force to subdue Kunpeng. Kunpeng sought to ascend 90,000 miles, to break free into the void and flee. Yet, no matter the magnitude of his divine abilities, he remained forcibly confined within this realm by the Zhou-Tian star formation. Waves of stellar power pierced through Kunpeng's 1,000,000-mile body, crimson blood cascading like a waterfall. Yet, despite this, the terrifying vitality within him continued to function. However, the stellar power did not dissipate. Instead, it suppressed Kunpeng within the void, rendering him unable to summon even a whisper of magical energy. His physical strength subdued. Thus, Kunpeng became like fish on the chopping block of the heavenly court, awaiting slaughter. Be the decree of his majesty. The vile beast Kunpeng colluded with the remnants of the ancient demon court. Conspiring against us, he shall be executed upon the execution platform for immortals. Zhenwu the Great proclaimed with authority, echoing through the 3 realms. All understood that the celestial court intended to slay a chicken to scare the monkey, to serve as a deterrent. Yet this chicken was not the entirety of the demon race in Beiju Luzhou, nor the remnants of the ancient demon court's quasi-saints, but rather the demon master Kunpeng. This decree fell like a hammer. Also serving as a warning to Li Yushu it is known that one must consider the owner when beating a dog. The Emperor of Gochang glanced at Li Jing in the central army and spoke coolly. Li Jing, you shall guard Kunpeng here. Allow him no chance to escape. Once we have vanquished the demon remnants of Beiju Luzhou, we shall escort Kunpeng to the execution platform. With victory assured and the Zhou-Tian star formation backing them, even Bai Zhe could not stir up trouble. The remaining issue was how to divide Beiju Luzhou. As Li Jing was a disciple of the Buddha sect, the Emperor of Gochang was reluctant to let him take any part. Beiju Luzhou could only be divided between the Chan sect and the Jade Emperor. Li Jing wished to argue, but upon witnessing the cold glint in the eyes of the Emperor of Gochang, he held his tongue. The Emperor of Gochang smiled with satisfaction, turning towards the ailing Kunpeng, mocking, Kunpeng, you are truly pitiful. You were beaten by Zhen Yuanzi in the northern underworld, nearly subdued by the counterfeit demon master Li Yushu. And now, you are but a captive of my heavenly court. Were I in your place, I would feel such shame that I could not bear to live any longer. Kunpeng, reduced to a mere flicker of vitality. With his magical powers suppressed by the Zhou star formation, was unable to restore even his physical form. He had truly become a prisoner. Yet, Kunpeng bore no anger. He simply gazed at the Emperor of Goqian with a cold smile, declaring, "Should I break free, I will annihilate your entire Lei Zhenzi clan, from Yunzongzi down to your celestial generals, leaving none alive." Before the threat of a late-stage quasi-saint, anyone would tread carefully. Even though Kunpeng was currently restrained by the Zhou star formation, should he truly choose to go mad and self-destruct, the entire three realms would be forced to pay the price. The Emperor of Goqian understood this dynamic. He was merely posturing with borrowed authority. Yet with so many eyes upon him, how could he, as a celestial emperor, show any sign of weakness? Kunpeng, you are on the brink of death yet still dare to speak defiantly? The Emperor of Goqian raised his hand, summoning a bolt of heavenly lightning to strike Kunpeng. Yet, even without his magical powers, Kunpeng's form was not easily harmed by a mere early-stage quasi-saint. A single bolt of lightning fell, failing to breach his wings. Kunpeng cast a look of pity towards the Emperor of Goqian before slowly closing his eyes, opting to conserve his energy. Only Kunpeng understood that the heavenly court aimed to use him as an example, merely to showcase their might to Li Yushu. They would first strike with a powerful blow, then offer a sweet reward to coax his submission. Such tactics were second nature to the heavenly court. As long as he remained alive, Li Yushu would undoubtedly come to his rescue, cutting through the entire heavenly court to save him. Kunpeng felt no need to worry for his safety. Humph! Relying on a good master is all you have. The Emperor of Goqian scoffed dismissively. He then addressed Jinwu the Great, stationed at the formation's core. Jinwu the Great, it is time to eradicate the demon remnants of Beiju Luzhou. Using the entire Zhou star formation to obliterate Beiju Luzhou will not only annihilate the demon race, but likely reduce the entire region to rubble. Jinwu the Great hesitated momentarily. The Emperor of Goqian's expression darkened, as he calmly inquired, "Do you question His Majesty's decree?" Jinwu the Great met the Emperor of Goqian's gaze, their eyes clashing like blades, filled with an air of hostility. Chapter 55. The Phoenix Ancestor outside Beiju Luzhou. A tumult raged, with the Zhou star formation, one of the four great calamities of the primordial world, being invoked. Within Beiju Luzhou, Li Yushu, who was imparting teachings, was acutely aware of all that transpired. Having concluded the splendid tales of the 10 fiends of antiquity, he regarded the formidable demons seated before him with a glimmer of anticipation. If the 10 fiends were placed within the journey to the west, they would surely be classified among the great demon clans. After all, even primal beings like Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun were of demonic essence. Ding, disciple Shangyang has comprehended the phoenix art. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for evolving the phoenix art to its perfected state. The host has now acquired the bloodline of the Phoenix Ancestor. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the innate spiritual treasure, the Phoenix Staff. As Li Yushu listened to the system's incessant notifications, a broad smile spread across his face. It was unexpected that Shangyang possessed such profound comprehension. Achieving enlightenment of the Phoenix Divine Art, one of the 10 ancient fiends. The system's 100-fold reward for Li Yushu was astonishingly terrifying. Not only did it completely transform the foundation of this postnatal human clan, but it also granted him an innate spiritual treasure, the Phoenix Staff, a supreme treasure of the Phoenix clan, embodies the fortune of the Phoenix lineage. During the ancient primordial era, it was this dragon and phoenix that ruled over countless beings in the wilderness. Following the outbreak of the Dragon Phoenix calamity, a cataclysm ensued, leaving the heavens and earth in chaos, and countless primordial races were utterly extinguished in the catastrophe. After the calamity, the Dragon Clan was confined to the 4 seas. And for several epochs, no quasi-saints emerged, barely surviving through the merits of guarding the seas. The Phoenix Clan, on the brink of extinction, saw a few true phoenixes hiding in Mount Buzhou, relying on the overwhelming pressure of the Panga deity to continue existing. Had it not been for the vow of the goddess Nuwa to protect the Phoenix Clan, it is likely that even their descendants would have been taken by the Western teachings. Shangyang, seated on a mat, was the first to open his eyes, surrounded by undying flames transforming into a dancing phoenix. The bloodline of the phoenix within him grew increasingly potent, hinting at a phenomenon of ancestral return. Shangyang pays respects to the demon emperor. Shangyang, feeling the boiling power of his bloodline and the supreme divine abilities he had comprehended, was filled with excitement. Behind him, tens of thousands of great demons also reaped their own rewards. Although these great demons lacked the same comprehension and could not grasp the ancient fiend's divine arts, they still gained significantly. Some experienced ancestral returns, manifesting as ancient great demons, while others broke through their realms. These tens of thousands of great demons constituted the greatest foundation of the entire North Julu continent. The Hunyuan He Luo formation still required the support of these great demons. Otherwise, it would be challenging to take shape. They would also serve as the main force against the heavenly court in the future. When Xiangyang gazed at the demon emperor, his expression changed dramatically. In her eyes, the demon emperor resembled a sun illuminating all realms, radiating an incredibly intense light that made it hard to look directly at her. Xiangyang also sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from his bloodline. Phoenix ancestor? A dreadful thought suddenly crossed Xiangyang's mind. Li Yushu perceived Xiangyang's intent and merely nodded slightly, not denying the Phoenix ancestral bloodline burning within him. Xiangyang's complexion shifted drastically, and his heart raced with excitement. Finally, Li Yushu turned his gaze toward Bai Zai, who was still in a state of enlightenment. Given the duration of Bai Zai's enlightenment regarding the ancient divine arts, Li Yushu had formed a rough hypothesis. The divine arts of that ancient fierce beast were not inferior in destructive power to the Thunder Emperor's divine arts, and their ferocity far surpassed that of the true Dragon Clan. You all shall protect Bai Zai here. Xiangyang, follow me to meet the Great Star Array. Li Yushu issued a decree. Bai Zai was a key focus for Li Yushu. Whether it was the complete Hunyuan He Luo formation or the Great Star Array, even the future layout of the Demon Clan would not be complete without Bai Zai. We shall adhere to the decree of the Demon Emperor. The great demons replied in unison. Immediately, the 10,000 great mountains began to operate once more, stacking layer upon layer like Mount Buzhou. Shielding Bai Zai. I shall stabilize the formation for you, Li Yushu said to Xiangyang. The figures of Li Yushu and Xiangyang soared into the air, breaking through layers of chaotic mist. Above the sea of clouds, as another decree from the Jade Emperor descended, we shall comply. The great martial emperor sighed helplessly, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Yet, in the face of the Jade Emperor's decree, the great martial emperor could only obey that moment, a single-footed divine bird. Enveloped in flames capable of incinerating heaven and cooking the sea, broke through the chaotic mist and stood atop the North Julu continent. A cerulean single-footed divine bird danced gracefully amidst the heavens and earth. It was none other than Xiangyang. The Emperor of Guochun is indeed ruthless. Our North Julu continent's demon clan has not been tainted by the karma of slaughter. If they seek to eradicate the remnants of our ancient demon court, what sin have we committed? Xiangyang's gaze burned fiercely as he angrily confronted the two great emperors above. The great martial emperor remained silent, even daring not to meet the piercing gaze of the ancient great demon. Only the great martial emperor understood that since the investiture of the gods, the heavenly court had changed, and the Jade Emperor had also transformed. The heavenly court, once a sanctuary for countless beings, now opened the gates of slaughter for the sake of so-called balance and a trifling amount of merit. Had it not been for the great martial emperor's presence in the North Julu continent, even with Bai Zai's protection, the great demons would likely have been completely exterminated. The Emperor of Guochun laughed heartily, regarding Xiangyang with mockery. Xiangyang, had you not instigated the slaughter during the calamity between the shaman and the demons? How could the myriad races of the wilderness be reduced to mere bones? The three realms operate on the principle of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. Must we mourn for the death of an ant? The flames surrounding Xiangyang blazed even more fiercely as he roared, Emperor Guochun, why must you bark so wildly? Today, you and I shall engage in battle, and we shall see who the real An is. The Emperor of Guochun's form crackled with thunder, gripping the innate spiritual treasure, the golden staff, tightly in hand, as the heavenly thunder roared, showcasing his divine might. With a single strike, he intended to crush this remnant in the North Julu continent to demonstrate his overwhelming power. Die! The Emperor of Guochun unleashed countless bolts of heavenly thunder, summoning a storm of calamity clouds, and struck down upon Xiangyang. Boom! The golden staff descended like the heavenly calamity, bringing forth thunderous might. The demons and spirits across the three realms trembled in fear at the thunderous roars, their souls nearly scattering in terror. In an instant, the golden staff shattered the divine form of Shangyang, who had been dancing gracefully in the void. Chapter 56. Ancestral Return. The remnants of the ancient demon court dare to be so audacious. Surrender your head. The emperor of Guoqian manifested wings of wind and thunder, his form resembling myriad bolts of heavenly lightning as he charged forth again. The heavens echoed with the resounding thunder, as if millions of demons were wailing within, sending shivers through the souls of all. Boom! A bolt of lightning, with the force to annihilate all, obliterated the heavens. As Shangyang's body disintegrated under the might of the thunder, it was cleaved in two, showering the sky with blood. This was the terrifying divine might of one of the four heavenly emperors of the heavenly court. In the same realm, the four heavenly emperors, bolstered by the terrifying fortune of the heavenly court, were nearly impossible to contend with. The emperor of Guoqian, gazing at the two severed halves of the body, taunted the great martial emperor beside him. The ancient demon court remnant you are so intent on protecting has been slain. Will this affect your resolve? The great martial emperor's expression darkened, and in the face of the emperor of Guoqian's heart-wrenching words, he could only feign indifference. Seeing the great martial emperor's silence, the emperor of Guoqian's smile grew increasingly smug. As a disciple of the Guoqian teachings, it was difficult to fathom why such a powerful quasi-saint like the great martial emperor would feel pity for those who were born from eggs or wombs. Beasts are beasts. Even if they achieve the Tao and become something of significance, they are merely demons struggling to survive. Just then, a righteous deity from the Guoqian teachings exclaimed in shock, "What is that? A phoenix?" The emperor of Guoqian furrowed his brows and turned to look at the remnants of Shangyang, his expression suddenly shifting. Unbeknownst to him, the remnants of Shangyang had transformed into a vast sea of flames. Burning fiercely, the undying flames caused even the void to burn intensely, and from miles away, one could feel the terrifying heat emanating from it. It was likely that even a great Luo golden immortal would not dare to approach such flames capable of incinerating heaven and boiling the sea. A resounding cry, infused with the aura of the primordial, echoed throughout the three realms. Amidst countless astonished gazes, a single-footed azure bird, engulfed in undying flames, danced gracefully within the sea of fire, in the void. A figure of unparalleled terror, revered by all spirits and demons, stood as a phoenix statue towering through eternity. The remnant of Shangyang, which was supposed to be slain, had remarkably undergone a rebirth through flames. Akin to a phoenix, thunderous child, you have slaughtered my demon clan for a millennium. Today is the time for reckoning. Phoenix annihilation technique. With a powerful flap of his wings, Shangyang soared upwards, the phoenix's sacred form, capable of igniting the heavens, surged forth in tandem, recklessly charging toward the emperor of Guoqian. The emperor of Guoqian's expression turned frenzied as he sneered, "Just a remnant. What are you pretending to be? A true phoenix?" The emperor of Guoqian's true form loomed large, wielding the golden staff, summoning 3,000 heavenly thunders to push through the void, launching an assault. Boom! The overwhelming thunder clashed with the flames of annihilation. The phoenix's shrill cry and the thunder's roar reverberated through the three realms, sending tremors through the spirits of countless beings. The undying true phoenix was momentarily dispersed by the 3,000 heavenly thunders. Yet it quickly regained its form and continued the battle. Wherever the flames passed, everything was consumed in a relentless sea of fire. As the 3,000 heavenly thunders struck the true phoenix's form again, they vanished without a trace, as if a cow had sunk into the sea. The undying flames clung to the emperor of Guoqian's true form, burning fiercely. The intense heat even ignited the emperor of Guoqian's primordial spirit, threatening to incinerate the heavens. The emperor of Guoqian attempted to suppress the undying flames with his magical powers, but as he unleashed his quasi-saint powers, it only intensified the flames, further augmenting the true phoenix's might. The invulnerable quasi-saint form began to perish under the flames. Not good. This beast has returned to its ancestry. Fear finally crossed the face of the emperor of Guoqian, and he could no longer care for his dignity as he sought aid from the great martial emperor, who was stabilizing the formation. However, how could the formidable Shangyang so easily let go of the great Emperor Gaochen? Attempting to flee, with a swift motion, he unleashed the phoenix claw. Shangyang raised his hand, unleashing a devastating force. The raging flames transformed into the terrifying claws of a true phoenix, tearing through the void and shredding the true form of the great Emperor Gaochen into mere fragments. In an instant, those fragments were completely consumed by the indomitable flames, erasing even the lingering essence of his soul in the river of time. Vanishing under Shangyang's phoenix sorcery, the great Emperor Gaochen was slain. The swiftness of it all left even the true martial emperor, stationed at the grand celestial array, helplessly watching as the great Emperor Gaochen perished. The bloodline of the Phoenix clan? The true martial emperor's expression turned to one of shock. Staring incredulously at the fire-soaked Shangyang, the Phoenix clan had not produced a true descendant for countless epochs. Only a few impure bloodline remnants walked among the three realms. The Phoenix was the king of all birds, and even the most powerful demons found it nearly impossible to reclaim their ancestral bloodline. Yet, Shangyang was the first great demon to emerge from the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, bearing the true Phoenix bloodline. In that moment, the entire world fell into a profound silence, save for the raging inferno that continued to wreak havoc. Countless righteous deities of the Chan sect were struck with terror, their minds engulfed in dread, their eyes reflecting boundless fear toward Shangyang, in the heavenly court, within the Lingshao treasure hall. You dare to slay my heavenly emperor, Bai Zai. Is this your scheme after millennia? The Jade Emperor's face darkened ominously, a chilling, murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. An icy dread permeated through the gathered celestial beings in the Lingshao treasure hall, leaving them utterly speechless. This was meant to eradicate the demon race of the northern Julu continent, to thoroughly eliminate the remnants of the ancient demon court, thereby establishing dominance. Alongside this, it was intended to firmly reprimand the audacious Li Yushu for daring to demand the Zhou Tian star flag. Yet, unexpectedly, it was the heavenly court that found itself in disarray. However, the death of a single heavenly emperor would not sway the Jade Emperor's resolve to cleanse the northern Julu continent. After all, it was a member of the Chan sect that had perished. The Fengshen list was bestowed by the primordial celestial venerable, granting the righteous deities of the Chan sect immense power within the heavenly court, often suppressing the Jie sect. Even some of the elder deities, led by the Taibai Jinxing, had repeatedly become targets of scrutiny. Let's see what other transcendent methods you possess. Bai Zai, a flicker of cold light passed through the Jade Emperor's eyes. In the northern Julu continent, the true martial emperor's gaze sharpened with fury as he bellowed. Shangyang, you have severed my heavenly court's dominion. You cannot escape your death sentence. Surrender and face your punishment. Shangyang regarded the true martial emperor above with a similarly complex expression. Although the true martial emperor belonged to the heavenly court, he was an anomaly. Stationed in the northern Julu continent, the true martial emperor could have mercilessly slaughtered the demon race, even capturing all the ancient great demons. The merits gained would have been sufficient for him to break through to a higher realm and be crowned as heavenly emperor. Yet, the true martial emperor only executed those demons who were guilty. Even Bai Zai held the true martial emperor in high regard and once sought to negotiate with him, but was rebuffed, as the true martial emperor wished to have no ties with the demon race. Suppressing the tumult of thoughts within her heart, Shangyang's beautiful eyes shimmered as she solemnly declared, "True martial emperor, you should retreat at once." Chapter 57. In the three realms, no one can judge me. The true martial emperor let out a cold laugh and said, "We share no kinship, nor any ties. Let us settle this with a battle. Even if Bai Zai appears, what of it?" At that moment, Shangyang recalled Bai Zai's assessment of the true martial emperor. A fool blinded by loyalty to As she observed the gradually rotating Zhou Tian star array, she dared not confront its brilliance and chose to withdraw. Attempting to flee? The true martial emperor roared, his demon-slaying sword erupting with countless radiant starlights. Above the heavens, innumerable vast stars twinkled, and a torrent of celestial power, more terrifying than heavenly tribulations, descended upon them. Shangyang's ancient phoenix form, under the onslaught of the celestial force, transformed once more into an endless sea of flames, entering a state of rebirth. With the might of the Zhou Tian star array, even if Shangyang were to be resurrected 100 times, she would ultimately fall within its grasp, with no escape in sight. After suppressing Shangyang, the true martial emperor turned his gaze toward the northern Julu continent. Shrouded in chaotic mist, though reluctant, even the true martial emperor could not defy the heavens. to eradicate the northern Julu continent. The true martial emperor unleashed his divine power, which surged forth like the rising tides, resonating with the millions of stars above. The might of the Zhou-Tian star array intensified, becoming even more fearsome in an instant. The celestial power erupted, resembling the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, threatening to engulf the entire northern Julu continent. As the celestial force dispersed the thick mist, the chimes of a monumental bell resonated throughout the world, and the terrifying celestial power was instantaneously suppressed. Rushing towards the true martial emperor. What? The true martial emperor's expression shifted as he activated the Zhou-Tian star flag in his hand, once more harnessing the celestial power to shield the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. In the entire three realms, only one artifact possessed such divine might, capable of reversing the power of the Zhou-Tian star array. The Chaos Bell. The true martial emperor felt as if facing a formidable adversary, his body radiating divine light, while his demon-slaying sword quivered with anticipation. The trapped Kunping suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze filled with murderous intent, shooting forth two piercing beams toward Li Jing. Hearing the chime of the bell, Kunping understood that victory was assured. As long as Li Yushu made the slightest move, not only the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, but even the true martial emperor would struggle to return to the southern heavenly gate. Meanwhile, Li Jing's complexion turned pale with fear, regretting his decision to wade into this turbulent situation. Li Yushu stood upon the void, the Chaos Bell casting a five-colored radiance over the heavens, while the Demon Emperor's sword encircled him like the sun and moon. Showcasing its divine-powered it, seemed that my request had been firmly rejected by the Jade Emperor regarding the suppression of the northern Julu continent with the Zhou-Tian star array. Li Yushu clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze piercing as he stared directly at the Zhou-Tian star flag. The true martial emperor, wielding the demon-slaying sword, and the terrifyingly lethal Zhou-Tian star array were both disregarded by him. The true martial emperor, well aware of Li Yushu's formidable nature, which ranked among the pinnacle of the three realms, remained undaunted and sought to counsel Li Yushu. You were once in the 10,000 mountains, enlightening the demon race and awakening their spiritual wisdom. This was a great merit. Why now do you repeatedly violate heavenly laws, disturbing the peace of the three realms and causing untold suffering? If you turn back now, I will petition the emperor on your behalf. The true martial emperor's expression was earnest. Li Yushu sighed softly and then slowly responded. In this three realms, no one can judge me. The true martial emperor furrowed his brow, his voice heavy. If you remain obstinate, then let you be struck down on the spot. The true martial emperor, facing the apex of this quasi-saint killer, dared not show the slightest negligence. He immediately manifested his towering true form, which transformed into a complete primordial star, radiating a celestial force capable of slaying even a great Luo golden immortal. Join me in slaying Li Yushu, the true martial emperor roared. The Zhou-Tian star array erupted with an unprecedented terrifying divine might. In that moment, primordial stars from eons past emerged from the void, illuminating the heavens with their brilliance. The starry sky of the 33 heavens erupted, as if the entire sea of stars were plummeting toward the northern Julu continent. The sun and moon shattered. The cosmos inverted, the void shattered, as if the very fabric of reality within this array were to be utterly destroyed and return to chaos, a mere mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Utterly unaware of its own insignificance, Li Yushu swung his hand, channeling the vast power of the quasi-saint apex into the Chaos Bell. Ding! The Chaos Bell emitted an eternal, indestructible radiance, sweeping towards the Zhou-Tian star array. The Chaos Bell was the foremost defensive treasure of the primordial era. Back in the ancient demon court, the Eastern Emperor Tai wielded it with quasi-saint might, standing firm against the assaults of 8 ancestral witches. The entire sea of stars was suppressed by the Chaos Bell, with visions of primordial mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, and stars manifesting upon its surface, creating a spectacle that shook the universe. If the river diagram and Luo book were present to stabilize the array, perhaps there would be some concern. Unfortunately, you are neither the Eastern Emperor Tai nor by Li Yushu, wielding the immortal trapping sword, resembled a great demonic figure awakened from the primordial chaos, his aura surging with murderous intent as he slowly approached the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. My Zhou-Tian star array cannot harm him in the slightest? Seeing this scene, the true martial emperor could hardly conceal his astonishment. He understood the might of the Chaos Bell. Under equal circumstances, it could reflect any offensive force and suppress all treasures. Yet, he never expected that in Li Yushu's hands, the Chaos Bell could even suppress the Zhou Tian star array. How could this be fought? In that moment, the true martial emperor felt an overwhelming sense of dread, uncertain of how to proceed. Apart from shock, despair filled his heart. Li Yushu's immortal trapping sword descended. Its crimson light resembled the evening glow of a sunset. Spreading across the 33 heavens, the celestial generals of the heavenly court, holding banners, did not even have time to let out a cry before being cleaved in two. With a single stroke, he severed 30,000 celestial generals. The Zhou Tian star array faltered. The celestial stars dimmed once more, plunging into silence. Damn it, such a useless fool. Li Jing berated the impotent true martial emperor, instinctively preparing to flee. However, a terrifying figure raised a hand to block his path. The direct disciple of the Burning Lamp Taoist, a favored pupil of the Western Two Saints. Why the haste to leave? Let us debate before you take your leave. Kuanpeng, cradling the Demon Master Palace, obstructed the way. Sneering, Li Jing's face turned ashen with fear, retreating in haste, instinctively shouting to his side. Neza, why are you not coming to help? Before he could finish, Li Jing was horrified to find himself utterly alone. The guardians and deities have long since met their demise. Even formidable figures such as Neza and the four heavenly kings have been pierced by the duality of yin and yang. Their faces etched with terror as they exchanged glances with Li Jing. With a sinister laugh, Kuanpeng reached out with a mighty hand, forcibly subduing Li Jing and suspending him above the sea of clouds with the essence of yin and yang, leaving him in a most precarious state. Chapter 58. The art of the 9 nether beasts to slay Li Jing so easily would be to grant him an undeserved mercy years ago. The two Western saints had not only plotted against the venerable Hong Yun, but had also ensnared Kuanpeng in their schemes. After vanquishing Hong Yun, Kuanpeng had anticipated that the final sanctified position would be his alone. However, upon returning to the Zixiao Palace, he found that the seat had already fallen into the hands of the Western saints. He had been coerced into the calamity of the journey to the West. With Li Yushu as his stronghold, setting the stage for a reckoning with the Buddhist sect in a mere instant, the heavenly soldiers were annihilated by Kuanpeng and Shangyang, leaving only the more formidable deities of the heavenly court, who clung to their lives under the desperate protection of the great Emperor Jinwu. And of course, the disciples of the Jiejiao emerged unscathed, while those of the Chanjiao suffered significant losses. The great Emperor Jinwu could only contend with Shangyang to a limited extent. A mere flick of Kuanpeng's hand sent him flying thousands of miles, shattering his golden form. This was merely the result of one of Li Yushu's mounts. Had Li Yushu truly wished for the demise of the great Emperor Jinwu, he would have acted decisively instead of watching as the great emperor retreated with his remaining troops towards the southern heavenly gate. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. The Jiejiao disciple Wenzhong, standing outside the southern heavenly gate, bowed deeply to Li Yushu, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. If gratitude were genuine, one would need to persuade the Tongtian cult master to not only agree to leave the remaining 3 swords of extermination to him, but ideally to hand over the diagram of the extermination sword array as well. Inside the southern heavenly gate, the great Emperor Jinwu regarded Li Yushu with a complex expression. He did not comprehend why Li Yushu had chosen to spare him. Was it due to his connection with his friend? Marshal Tianpeng? Marshal Tianpeng, the foremost among the 4 saints of the North Pole, could be considered Jinwu's superior. This wasn't due to Tianpeng's prowess, but rather his solid connections. The deities of the heavenly court regarded Jinwu as an anomaly. With only Tianpeng establishing a deep rapport with him, Li Yushu had not only allowed the Jiejiao disciples to escape, but had also permitted some Chanjiao disciples to slip away. He had specifically instructed Shangyang and Kuanpeng to exercise restraint, as the truly valuable prize had already been captured. Qian Tongguan's general, the king of the heavenly kings, Li Jing, a disciple of the Radiant Lamp Taoist. Indeed, seeing is believing. Li Yushu approached Li Jing with measured steps. A smile gracing his lips, Li Jing appeared utterly disheveled, his complexion pale, terror etched upon his face, trembling from fear. In stark contrast, his unfilial son Neza, despite being pierced through the chest by the duality of yin and yang, maintained an air of indifference. Neza almost seemed to wish for Kunpeng to inflict pain upon him, yearning for his sorrowful puppet life to come to a definitive end. My lord, I am merely executing the divine edict of His Majesty. I did not come here with intentions to target you. I certainly did not mean to suppress the demon clans of the northern Julu continent. Li Jing hastily defended himself, seeking a path to survival. Such a timid demeanor was hard to reconcile with the once spirited General Li Jing of Chen Tongguan. After being enlightened by the radiant lamp, Li Jing had embarked on the path of longevity, yet had grown increasingly apprehensive about his own life. Li Yushu merely chuckled and inquired, Li Tianwang, why the panic? We are both beings of the postnatal human race. I have no intention of harming you. Li Jing was overjoyed at these words, ingratiatingly exclaiming, indeed, we are both postnatal humans. There is no need for us to turn against one another. Before his words could fully dissipate, a resounding slap from Kunpeng landed squarely on Li Jing's face, rebuking him. What right do you have to associate yourself with the Demon Emperor? Do you dare to overstep your bounds? Even without the invocation of magical powers. The sheer physical strength of Kunpeng was comparable to a mountain crashing down upon Li Jing's sanctified visage. One half of Li Jing's face swelled grotesquely, resembling a pig's head, with blood oozing from his mouth. As not a single tooth was spared. Had he not attained sanctification through his physical form and been endowed with the merits of the heavenly court, that slap would have surely led to his demise. Why yes, the Demon Emperor, Li Jing stammered, profusely apologizing, yet suddenly lifted his head in shock, staring at the smiling figure before him. The Demon Emperor. He truly was the reincarnation of Dong Huang Tai Yi, keeping him in the northern Julu continent until the Buddhist sect comes to redeem him. Li Yushu replied nonchalantly, as you command. With a malicious grin, Kunpeng extended his hand, drawing Li Jing into his sleeve. Meanwhile, Li Yushu's gaze was keenly fixed upon the indifferent Neza. Neza was notorious for his rebellious spirit. In the future, during the tumultuous events instigated by Chan Xiang in the heavenly court, Neza would undoubtedly come forth to assist. Even when Yang Jian had stormed the southern heavenly gate for the sake of his mother, Neza had stood by his side. In any case, should anyone dare to assault the heavenly court, Neza would certainly provide support. Yet, few truly understood the pain that resided within Neza's heart. The original Neza had perished at Chen Tongguan, his body sinking into the eastern sea. What emerged from that lotus flower was merely a pawn of the Chan Jiao, strategically placed to navigate the divine calamity. The realms no longer offered him refuge. Li Yushu sighed softly, extending his hand to seal Neza within the Demon Emperor's sword that had always followed him. This was not out of sympathy, but rather because Neza's background among the many innate beings within the Chan Jiao could be considered exceptional. However, after the War of the Gods, Neza had been taken by the Radiant Lamp Taoist, strategically positioned within the heavenly court. Now that Neza had escaped, he had fallen into the hands of Li Yushu. It was clear that a forceful reclamation by the Chan Jiao would not suffice. Instead, something of value would need to be offered in exchange. Even without the remaining 3 swords of extermination, Li Yushu believed that the Fantian seal of Guangqingzi would suffice. Neza, I will take you to Wanqiu Mountain. The rest, you may handle as you see fit, but ensure to fetch a high price. Li Yushu instructed Shangyang. Rest assured, my lord, Shangyang replied, though he cast a worried glance at Kunpeng's sleeve. After all, once Li Yushu departed from the northern Julu continent, he would inevitably take Kunpeng with him. Yet, Li Jing was a direct disciple of the Radiant Lamp Taoist. Should the Radiant Lamp Taoist come seeking retribution, the entire northern Julu continent would likely be laid to waste. The Radiant Lamp Taoist had now ascended to the status of one of the 3 Buddhas of the Buddhist sect, wielding unparalleled power. Even with Kunpeng stationed here, without the He-Tu and Luo Shu, he might not stand a chance against the Radiant Lamp Buddha. Rumors had circulated that the Radiant Lamp Buddha had severed the 2 corpses. Leveraging the furthermore, concerning the traitors of the, Li Yushu will undoubtedly hold the Tongtian accountable for their transgressions. Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling within him, Li Yushu smiled at Shangyang and remarked, the White Zhai has reached fruition, firmly established within the early stages of the realm, unmatched by any other. Even with your presence and the stationed at, should the true form of the burning lamp Buddha arrive. One must consider the gravity of the situation. At that juncture, I shall take action. It is quite clear. As long as you can withstand a single strike from the burning lamp Buddha. Should you survive, I will personally come forth to impart some lessons upon him." Shang Yang, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy and sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed." Li Yushu then gestured to the, indicating to dispose of Li Jing right there. With a mysterious smile, he extracted the sealed Li Jing from his sleeve. It seemed as though the sleeve was not merely a small space, but rather a gateway to the 18 layers of hell. Li Jing's corporeal form had been brutally stripped away by the relentless forces of yin and yang, leaving behind only a skeletal frame. His upper body was riddled with arrows, blood pouring forth. The excruciating pain inflicted upon him by his mangled flesh had driven Li Jing to the brink of madness. Upon witnessing this gruesome sight, Shang Yang could not help but change at this moment. Upon witnessing the true form of Li Yushu's descent, Xingtian unexpectedly knelt on one knee, his expression reverent, and solemnly proclaimed, "The Great Witch Xingtian, under the decree of the Empress, respectfully welcomes the esteemed master of demons." Although Xingtian's heart brimmed with indignation, the overwhelming aura of Li Yushu, a bearer of the witch tribe's karma, compelled his submission. Furthermore, the chaos bell atop Li Yushu's head, coupled with his peak quasi-saint cultivation, was another reason for Xingtian's kneeling. It was evident that Li Yushu had already allied himself with the witch tribe. To his astonishment, not only had he subdued the Bai Zai of the North Julu continent, but he had also brought Xingtian of the witch tribe to his knees today. Was this game of chess he played perhaps too grand? The expression of Ancestor Mingi darkened, realizing the perilous scheme of this young Taoist before him. To have both the witch and demon tribes utterly submit, what formidable power had been coalesced? What was Li Yushu's ultimate ambition? The heavenly court, the Buddhist sect, or perhaps the myriad saints of the heavens? Li Yushu chuckled. "Why must you inquire about me? Who stands behind you? What benefits has the Buddhist sect bestowed upon you? Or what grand oaths have you sworn that have brought the underworld blood sea and the Buddhist sect together?" Chapter 61. Let us fight together. Those who lose must kneel and sing conquest. The countenance of Ancestor Mingi shifted slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he sneered, "Li Yushu, do not presume that because you have reached the peak of quasi-sainthood, you can act recklessly in these three realms. To us, you are but a jumping clown." And no sooner had his words left his lips than, boom! The Kuanping transformed into a surge of yin-yang energy, cleaving through the void and severing the river of time. A wave of yin-yang energy swept forth, tearing Ancestor Mingi's body asunder. In the future, I shall indeed seek guidance from the underworld blood sea." Li Yushu remarked indifferently. "Arrogance." Ancestor Mingi scoffed, his external manifestation dissolving into a foul, putrid pool of blood, vanishing into the void. Ancestor Mingi had claimed, "As long as the blood sea remains, the Mingi shall not perish." His place of proving was the entire underworld blood sea. To truly eradicate this Ancestor Mingi would require either a saint's intervention or the use of great supernatural powers or treasures to drain the entire underworld blood sea dry. Boisterous, Li Yushu replied, his demeanor remaining unfazed, entirely dismissive of Ancestor Mingi, and instead turned to the Great Witch Xingtian, speaking slowly, "Are you willing to join me in battling the 8 desolations and slaying Haoyan?" To slay Haoyan is a taboo of the heavenly Tao. A bolt of divine thunder descended from the 33 heavens, crashing down upon Li Yushu's true form. Yet, it was entirely thwarted by the Chaos Bell, leaving him unscathed. Even with the decree of the Empress of Equanimity, Xingtian still harbored discontent, for he had learned of Li Yushu's subjugation of the demon tribes of the North Julu continent. The animosity between the witch and demon tribes was as fierce as fire and water. Even after several epochs, such hatred was difficult to set aside. Undoubtedly, Haoyan must be slain, but I disdain to ally with the demon tribes. Your merits I, Xingtian, shall remember, the gaping maw on Xingtian's belly declared. The Kuanping displayed a displeased expression, about to act forcefully, only to be halted by Li Yushu, who cautioned, when abroad, one must govern through virtue. The Kuanping paused, nodding in a semblance of understanding. At this moment, over 100 remaining great witches in the Pango Hall watched Li Yushu from the shadows, their curiosity piqued. Why, when the postnatal human race had ascended to the peak of quasi-sainthood, did he still bear the burdens of the heavenly Tao's karma for the witch tribe? If he truly wished for the witch tribe to serve him, why then did he seek to subjugate the demon tribes? Did he genuinely believe that these great witches would yield to him? It was nothing short of a grand joke. Li Yushu surveyed the dwindling number of great witches in the Pango Hall, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. In days of yore, the witch tribe had been heralded as 1,000,000 strong, clashing fiercely with the ancient demon court for over a century. Even after the cataclysmic encounter with the unrestrained mountain, several thousand great witches had still survived. Yet now, the entire witch tribe harbored only a handful of great witches. Their strengths varied. Over a dozen were Tai Golden Immortals, while the Deluo Golden Immortals were scarce. Only Xingtian remained at the quasi-saint level. It seemed he would have to draw upon the might of the celestial immortal tree. After resolving within himself, Li Yushu's gaze leisurely settled upon Xingtian. An inexplicable tension gripped Xingtian's heart as he sensed the unusual scrutiny from Li Yushu, and he sternly declared, "In the name of the Empress of Equanimity, I shall address you with respect. How could our witch tribe bow before you, even if you truly were the reincarnation of Donghuang Tai? If you were, we would rather slay you here." Upon hearing this, the other great witches emerged from the shadows, their indignation palpable, brandishing their weapons and igniting their battle spirits. "It seems I must truly govern through virtue," Li Yushu sighed. "What?" Xingtian was momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, bang! Li Yushu's figure suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing before Xingtian, unleashing an explosive surge of physical power with a single punch. A dull thud echoed as Xingtian was sent hurtling millions of miles away, the very Pango Hall trembling as if it were a fragment of heaven and earth. The terrifying aftershocks reverberated for miles. Xingtian's colossal form was embedded against an ancient pillar, a gaping wound piercing through his abdomen. Shock and horror filled Xingtian's eyes as he gazed incredulously at the figure millions of miles away. This punch conveyed an unparalleled physical strength, devoid of any magical or treasure augmentations. It is known that a great witch's physical form had become so formidable that it could slay enemies across realms. Although Xingtian's power had diminished to the early quasi-saint realm due to decapitation and the curse of heavenly Dao Karma, his great witch body was still capable of directly contending with a mid-quasi-saint powerhouse without losing ground. In the past, this very body had withstood a myriad of Haotian's brilliant spells and divine powers, remaining unscathed. Until that moment when Haotian, in a fit of disregard, unleashed the Haotian sword, imbued with the merits of the heavenly Dao. But how could Li Yushu possess such a body? Xingtian could feel that this punch was delivered at the same realm. Otherwise, a full-force strike would have shattered his entire physique into mere pulp. This singular blow not only shocked Xingtian but left the other great witches utterly speechless. This was their invincible war god, Xingtian. Yet he had been sent flying millions of miles away with a single punch? This grand physique of the great witches could not withstand even one strike. Surely he had employed some supernatural technique? It had to be so. If you are capable, suppress me at the same realm and battle my great witch beast. The towering forms of the great witches emerged from the darkness, some of the defiant ones directly questioning, eager to engage in combat. Seeing this, Xingtian's complexion paled, unable to intervene in time. Li Yushu regarded the defiant great witches, nodding slightly, and directly stowed away the chaos spell. The towering flames of karma once more engulfed him, raging fiercely as Li Yushu's cultivation plummeted. He confronted the over 100 great witches of the witch tribe at the early quasi-saint realm, calmly declaring, "Let us engage together. Those who lose shall kneel and sing conquest. If you win, the chaos spell shall be bestowed upon you." Upon witnessing the raging karma flames enveloping Li Yushu, the great witches were initially filled with guilt. Yet, even without understanding the meaning of singing conquest, they could surmise it was likely a humiliation directed at them. Anger ignited within them, and they manifested their terrifying true forms, roaring as they charged at Li Yushu. This terrifying scene left even the Kuanping astounded. Though as a member of the demon tribe, he regarded the witch tribe as simple-minded brutes, their physical prowess was not to be underestimated. Moreover, now Li Yushu had to endure the torment of the karmic flames. Should he fail to allocate a significant portion of his physical strength to suppress the flames, he would likely be reduced to cinders. However, it was abundantly clear that Kuanping's worries were unfounded. Chapter 62. The Primordial Spiritual Roots. Boom, boom, boom. The Pango Hall reverberated with the sounds of colossal impacts. The true forms of the great witches appeared to Li Yushu as diminutive chicks, with a mere flick of his hand. He sent one ancestral witch's true form soaring millions of miles away. With a single punch, he sent over a dozen of their true forms flying thousands of miles away. These great witches indeed possessed formidable power, endowed with terrifying defenses akin to postnatal defensive treasures. Yet, under Li Yushu's awakened ancestral phoenix bloodline and his dual pupils, they were hardly a match. As Xingtian roared. Rejoining the fray, Li Yushu's speed of attack accelerated, darting in and out among the 100+ true forms of the great witches with a ferocity surpassing even Xingtian. The Kunpeng, perched upon Li Yushu's shoulder, was shaken to his core. Was this what it meant to govern through virtue? The virtue Li Yushu spoke of was, in fact, martial virtue. Finally, under Li Yushu's relentless persuasion, over 100 bruised and battered great witches stood obediently in formation. Even the most ferocious of their true forms could not recover from the injuries Li Yushu had inflicted upon them in such a short span. Only Xingtian, gazing at the broken axe in his hand, fell into deep contemplation. This Li Yushu was of the postnatal human race. Was this the physical form attainable by a postnatal human? Li Yushu summoned the chaos bell, the flames of karma gradually extinguishing, and inquired, "Xingtian, are you moved?" Xingtian's hands trembled in fear, the broken axe clattering to the ground. The surrounding great witches quickly chimed in, "We dare not move. We dare not move." The witch tribe, devoid of cunning, was composed of straightforward individuals who revered absolute strength, coupled with Li Yushu's patient persuasion. Even if they felt unwilling in their hearts, they had been subdued. Furthermore, having languished for millennia within the Pango Hall, they were now filled with longing for the outside world. The witch tribe yearned for war. "From this moment forth, my witch clan shall regard you with the utmost reverence." The great witch Xingtian knelt on one knee, finally bowing his head. "Master Yaoshi, may you enjoy eternal longevity." The great witches simultaneously knelt, their voices resounding in unison. Upon witnessing this scene, Kunpeng felt as though he were in a dream. He understood that the title of Master Yaoshi referred to Li Yushu, not himself. Even the typically haughty witch clan had submitted at the feet of Li Yushu. Thus, becoming Li Yushu's mount no longer seemed a matter of disgrace to Kunpeng, who found solace in this thought. While Li Yushu had subdued the witch clan, only Xingtian was now capable of being taken along. The other great witches of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm needed to remain as guardians within the Pango Hall, while others required further strength enhancement. Otherwise, venturing out would merely invite a beating. The true great battle had yet to arrive, and this assembly of over 100 great witches could be deemed a significant trump card. "Lead me to the blood pool of the witch clan. I have a boon to bestow upon you," Li Yushu declared. The blood pool of the witch clan was the birthplace of their kind, where the 12 ancestor witches had also emerged. Moreover, this blood pool was formed from the essence blood of the great Pango. The great witches trembled at the mention of a boon and hastily guided Li Yushu toward the Pango blood pool. Even if Li Yushu had not subdued them by force, his connection to the witch clan's karma alone qualified him to enter the Pango blood pool. Deep within the Pango Hall, an expansive, boiling blood pool appeared before Li Yushu's eyes. The terrifying aura of slaughter emanating from the blood pool was so intense that it conjured the phantoms of numerous great witches. However, only 2 crimson lotus flowers remained unwithering atop the blood pool. These 2 blood lotuses were formed from the essence blood of Pengyu Dai in the past. During the calamity between the witches and the demons, there had been no fewer than 1,000,000 blood lotuses blooming upon that blood pool. A glimmer of delight flickered across Xingtian's fierce visage as he spoke. "After being entangled by the karma of the heavenly Tao, the blood lotuses of our witch clan's blood pool have never been born, only withering. But now, a blood lotus is in the process of gestation." Li Yushu also noticed a blood lotus that had just taken root in the sea of blood, nodding in reassurance. The celestial tree, which had been rooted in the void surrounding Li Yushu, transmitted a message. "Master Yushu, I require but a single blood lotus. In due time, it can yield 108 peaks of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm." Li Yushu raised an eyebrow, taken aback. He had initially thought that consuming the celestial fruit would enable him to attain the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. To his astonishment, after the celestial tree was enhanced by the system, it was now poised to elevate him directly to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. This was truly astonishing. Pointing to one of the blood lotuses, Li Yushu spoke. I possess a primordial spiritual root known as the Celestial Tree, and I require one of the blood lotuses to be taken. Xing Tian, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. Wait, primordial spiritual root? Xing Tian paused, perplexed. He had only heard of the 10 innate spiritual roots. When had a more formidable chaotic spiritual root emerged? Suddenly, the entire Pango Hall trembled as if the earth itself had turned over. A spiritual root, imposing as the unyielding Mount Buzhou, emerged from the void, its serpentine roots preparing to plunge into the blood pool. Seeing this, Xing Tian's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted urgently, "Do not!" The concentrated malevolence of this blood pool would dissolve even a Deluo Golden Immortal's physical form. Yet the spiritual root ignored his warning, its roots penetrating directly into the blood pool. In an instant, the entire sea of blood appeared to diminish significantly, with one of the blood lotuses transformed into concentrated essence blood of Pangu, fully absorbed. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the heavens trembled. Within the Pango Hall, a wondrous phenomenon materialized, as celestial flowers rained down and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. The myriad ancient tribes of the primordial era and countless auspicious creatures reappeared in the world. A multitude of auspicious signs paraded across the surging sea of malevolence, like a grand procession. Boom. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the 33 heavens, as if a treasure born of a defiance against the heavenly Tao had come into existence. The sheer magnitude of this spectacle left Xing Tian and the others dumbfounded. To think that a spiritual root could withstand the might of the blood pool and grow rapidly was beyond belief. It was not until the 108 crystal-clear celestial fruits, resembling stars, fully matured upon that chaotic spiritual root that the celestial phenomena gradually subsided. Consuming that celestial fruit will enable you to attain the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Li Yushu stated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. What? Consuming it will allow one to achieve the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Upon hearing this, even Kuanpeng could no longer remain composed. Revealing a look of utter astonishment. Even the 10,000-year-old purple core Xiangwen peach merely allowed mortals to attain the celestial realm, while the Tao Foundation Ginseng fruit tree of Zhenyuanzi only permitted ascendance to the golden immortal realm. This chaotic spiritual root, however, could facilitate the attainment of the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. An incredible revelation. Chapter 63. 9 phoenixes. The 108 celestial fruits were distributed among the weaker great witches. Even these great witches would require several days to refine and stabilize their Tao fruits after consuming the fruits, resulting in a significant enhancement of the entire witch clan strength. The only price paid was a single blood lotus from the blood pool. Now that the witch clan was no longer burdened by the curse of karma, the resurgence of 1,000,000 blood lotuses in the Pango Hall was merely a matter of time. After the celestial tree had completely absorbed the essence blood of Pangu, it radiated with pure vitality, and the entire tree bore the patterns of blood lotuses, appearing somewhat uncanny. The celestial tree once again vanished into the void, re-establishing its roots within the void surrounding Li Yushu. Unfortunately, the Pango blood pool was the birthplace of the witch clan. Otherwise, nurturing the celestial tree with the entire blood pool would yield an extraordinarily terrifying quantity of celestial fruits. Although it would not lead to an abundance of Deluo Golden Immortals roaming the land, the sight of Tai Golden Immortals being commonplace in the realm of quasi-saints would still be a most remarkable sight. Your purpose in following me to battle in the Four Corners is to settle the karma with the Buddhist sect and to earn merit for your witch clan. You must not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Li Yushu warned Xing Tian, considering the current state of the witch clan's merit, which was even scarcer than that of the previous demon clan. Should Xing Tian unleash a rampage and create further bloodshed, the overwhelming karma would once again descend upon the witch clan. For Li Yushu, being entangled by karma was a troublesome affair, though he had the chaos bell to forcibly suppress it. After we go out, I shall heed your commands, Xing Tian replied solemnly. Li Yushu nodded slightly and, accompanied by Xing Tian, prepared to leave the Pango Hall. Farewell, Master Yao Shi. The great witches within the Pango Hall knelt on one knee, offering the highest tribute of the witch clan to Li Yushu. Li Yushu had bestowed upon the entire witch clan a chance for rebirth, whether by shouldering their karma alone or by creating 108 Tai Golden Immortals. Of course, his formidable strength garnered the utmost respect from the great witches. Upon exiting the Pango Hall, Li Yushu gazed at the mountains and rivers outside the Buzhou Mountain, reminiscent of the ancient primordial era. His eyes flickering with indecision. It was said that after the Phoenix clan suffered a great defeat, they took refuge outside Buzhou Mountain, clinging to the remnants of the primordial aura to survive. Presently, the heavenly court also housed phoenixes, though they were but impure descendants, exploited as laborers, their plight utterly pitiable. Xing Tian, do you know of the Phoenix clan? Li Yushu suddenly inquired. Having awakened the ancestral Phoenix bloodline, which was of such purity that it rivaled that of the legendary ancestral Phoenix who once battled the ancestral dragon, Li Yushu could, should he wish, bring the Phoenix clan under his wing and become the new ancestral Phoenix. However, the karmic entanglement of the dragon and Phoenix calamity was immense, causing these two powerful primordial races to struggle for millennia without recuperation. Furthermore, the current state of the Phoenix clan warranted Li Yushu's conquest. Xing Tian's expression soured as he sneered. A group of mixed-breed birds, long past their prime. Their population has dwindled to the point of nearly rivaling my witch clan, and they have established an ancient formation. For millennia, no phoenix has emerged from that formation. Moreover, Xing Tian hesitated, as if touching upon a subject he wished to avoid. Li Yushu sensed something and slowly spoke. The surviving great witches from that time, Ying Zheng, Feng Bo, Bai Qi, and the 9 phoenixes, most succumbed to the curse of karma from the heavenly Tao. Yet there should have been 1 or 2 survivors, but they are no longer present within the Panga Hall. A flicker of melancholy crossed Xing Tian's eyes as he admitted, as you say, the current leader of the Phoenix clan is none other than our witch clan's great witch, the 9 phoenixes. Li Yushu felt a twinge of surprise, raising an eyebrow. The Phoenix clan has weakened to such an extent that they would allow your witch clan to govern them. With the conversation reaching this point, Li Yushu persisted in digging deeper. Xing Tian gritted his teeth and divulged this secret. The Great Witch 9 Phoenixes was an extremely unique and formidable entity within the witch clan. Aside from the 12 ancestor witches, she possessed the purest bloodline of Pangu and was the only member of the witch clan, aside from the 12 ancestor witches, to possess a primordial spirit. Consequently, 9 phoenixes became the sole inheritor of the Shimming witchcraft, her power falling just beneath that of the 12 ancestor witches. Even Hou-Yi, who had once shot down 9 golden crows, would find it difficult to stand alongside her. The other great witches could only look up to her in admiration. During the Witch-Demon War, she was among the 10 demon generals of the ancient demon court, facing few rivals. Only Bai Zhe, who established a formation, could suppress her in conjunction with Shang Yang. However, after that ancestral witch perished alongside the ancient demon court, 9 phoenixes became the remaining leader of the witch clan. She had once rallied her kin to contest territory against humanity, but alas, the human race flourished, leading to a disastrous defeat for her. The losses were catastrophic, and some of the witch clan's leaders abandoned her in discontent with her actions. 9 Phoenix lingered in the vastness of the primordial starry sky, observing the internal strife among the witch clan, filled with profound disappointment. Despite the gradual decline of the witch clan, 9 Phoenix was unwilling to extend her hand in assistance. Instead, she chose to protect the Phoenix clan. Bound by blood to the Phoenix clan, she possessed a primordial spirit and had received the inheritance of Xianming. This could also be seen as a form of karmic repayment. At this moment, the Kuan-Ping perched upon her shoulder spoke, laced with a hint of trepidation. 9 Phoenix bears the bloodline of the colorful phoenix, with 8 heads as phoenixes and 1 as a witch. Had it not been for Baize's suppression back then, who knows how many demon clans 9 Phoenix would have slaughtered. I have deduced her great path. 9 Phoenix has long since attained enlightenment in the primordial starry sky. Her power, Kuan-Ping contemplated, gazing at his formidable mistress, and remarked, not to be underestimated. Hearing this, Xing Tian, resembling a drenched chicken, raised an eyebrow. I never expected this ugly bird to possess such profound knowledge of heavenly secrets. Xing Tian was aware of Kuan-Ping's strength, but could not comprehend why he always found him displeasing. Enraged, Kuan-Ping bristled. Though he had become a mount, he had merely succumbed to the tyranny of Li Yushu. Even without this shoulder, he remained a great master of the demon clan, a powerful being on the verge of becoming a sage. How dare this simple-minded, brawny witch bark at him? Xing Tian, Kuan-Ping roared, ready to curse Xing Tian's entire family. Yet, Li Yushu interrupted him. Having been trapped within the Pangal Hall and lacking a primordial spirit to venture outside, Xing Tian was naturally unaware of the happenings in the outside world. The information regarding Li Yushu came solely from the Lady Pingxin. Unbeknownst to him, the ugly bird perched on Li Yushu's shoulder was none other than the demon master Kuanpeng, a sworn enemy of the witch clan. Then let us meet this great witch, Li Yushu decided. Strolling leisurely, Li Yushu admired the majestic primordial mountain ranges. Chapter 64. The forbidden land of the primordial realm. Amidst the sprawling mountains, an ancient and malevolent formation unfolded in the world. This ancient formation was set against the backdrop of the shattered primordial starry sky, with fragmented stars above casting down myriad rays of starlight. The primordial mountains, rivers, and the starlight shimmered in a dazzling interplay. Toxic miasma flowed slowly within the formation, and even a typical Great Luo golden immortal would not dare to be careless. At the heart of the formation lay 12 terrifying auras, as if primordial beasts lay in wait within. This formation bore resemblance to the Zhou Tian Star Do formation of the ancient demon court and the Du Tian divine killing formation of the ancestral witches. Upon witnessing such a marvelous formation, Li Yushu couldn't help but nod in admiration. At that moment, a terrifying aura detected the presence of the outsider, and a pair of fiery eyes suddenly opened within the formation, filled with vigilance and displeasure. This is the forbidden land of the primordial realm. Depart swiftly. A melodious phoenix cry rang out. If it had been any other primordial being, the sound of that phoenix would have sent them fleeing in terror. Yet this time, the intruder was more ferocious than any before. Especially the Kuanpeng, who harbored a deep disdain for the witch clan, roared in contempt as the Phoenix clan returned to the command of 9 Phoenix. Impudence. Our demon emperor graces you with his presence. Do not kneel in welcome. In ancient times, when Dong Huangtai traversed the primordial realm, he forcibly incorporated the Phoenix clan into the demon race. Though the Phoenix clan was greatly displeased, they had no objections after the fall of the Chaos Bell. Kuanpeng's words triggered a resurgence of 12 terrifying auras from the formation, each gaze filled with overwhelming fury. As if they wished to devour Li Yushu alive, Li Yushu uttered no more words. With the might of a peak quasi-saint, he pressed down upon the entire formation. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of bells resounded powerfully, suppressing the 8 directions. What? Another chaos bell? Trouble. It's that demon master Li Yushu. The 12 auras appeared somewhat flustered. The fear that had once nearly eradicated their clan surged anew from their very bloodlines. The ancient malevolent formation operated frantically, as torrents of starlight cascaded from the primordial sky. Yet before they could land, Kuanpeng spread his wings for 1,000,000 miles, flapping them to send the celestial starlight back into the cosmos. A bunch of pathetic birds, come out and meet your doom. Xing Tian laughed wildly, using his physical strength to forcibly break through the hundreds of primordial mountains in his way, directly confronting the ancient malevolent formation. Upon hearing this, Kuanpeng glared fiercely at Xing Tian, his face etched with murderous intent. A cacophony of phoenix cries erupted from the formation. Boom! Torrential flames erupted, transforming the surrounding area into an endless sea of fire. Numerous fusang trees stood tall amidst the inferno. Noble phoenixes, bathed in flames and exuding an aura of grandeur, perched upon the fusang trees, eye in the sky. Countless birds flocked, a deluge of avian creatures taking flight, including ancient divine birds. Upon witnessing this, Li Yushu retracted the Chaos Bell and forcibly pulled back the nearly slain Xing Tian. Demon Emperor Li Yushu, he declared calmly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing the title of the Demon Emperor, the hundreds of phoenixes displayed expressions of terror. Once, Dong Huangtai had nearly annihilated the entire Phoenix clan with a mere flick of his hand. With the revival of the Chaos Bell, how could the Phoenix clan not be afraid? If it had been 10,000 years ago, perhaps the Phoenix clan would have had the strength to fight back. Now, the entire clan was left with only the old, weak, sick, and disabled, their fortunes nearly depleted. Even their treasured artifact, the Phoenix Staff, which carried their destiny, had been destroyed in the Dragon Phoenix War. Even the Witch Clan had the protection of the venerable Pingxin, a being comparable to the saints of the heavens, a true phoenix, exuding an incredibly long aura, transformed into a figure clad in white, with flowing white hair, stepping gracefully upon the sea of fire. This true phoenix had lived for at least 10,000 years, Yet her cultivation remained at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, a clear sign of lacking fortune. Our Phoenix clan had pledged allegiance 10,000 years ago and has since remained hidden from the world. I wonder if the Demon Emperor has come today to seek retribution? The White Phoenix, hunched and trembling, bowed deeply. Behind her, younger phoenixes, unwilling to bow so low, longed for battle. Yet the overwhelming pressure of Li Yushu's peak quasi-saint realm spread across the heavens and earth. Hundreds of phoenixes fell from the Fusang trees, forced to reveal their human forms and kneel upon the ground. Please, esteemed Demon Emperor, spare our wrath. The White Phoenix implored, her expression filled with terror. Li Yushu's gaze swept over the hundreds of phoenixes behind her. And he too was taken aback. The Phoenix clan had weakened beyond belief. The only great Luo Golden Immortal among them was this White Phoenix, while the number of Tai Golden Immortals was merely a handful. In contrast, the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas commanded the reign and reaped vast merits. The world's treasures had all been gathered within the East Sea Dragon Palace, where four great Luo Golden Immortals stood guard over the boundless seas. Although they no longer matched the glory of the ancient Dragon Clan, their current lives were still comfortable. The Phoenix Clan, even with 9 Phoenixes' protection, was destined for extinction without fortune, trapped in these sprawling mountains, and would eventually perish. Yet, should they venture out, they would be coveted by the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Faced with the covetous gaze of these two colossal powers, 9 Phoenix found herself powerless. Arise! I have not come to seek retribution but to save your Phoenix clan. Li Yushu sighed softly, stepping forward to assist the White Phoenix in standing. This startled the White Phoenix greatly, her face a mask of astonishment. Save my clan? The White Phoenix instinctively feared that this Demon Emperor intended to sacrifice their Phoenix bloodline, nearly causing her to faint. If I truly wished to annihilate your Phoenix clan, it would be as simple as raising my hand. Li Yushu explained. Upon hearing this, the White Phoenix felt a wave of relief wash over her. I possess a chaos spiritual root, which can create 108 Tai Golden Immortals, given time. Every member of your Phoenix clan can become a Tai Golden Immortal. Within a century, your clan will flourish, free to traverse the 3 realms, Li Yushu declared. Such a proposal sounded incredibly enticing. Even this White Phoenix, who had lived for 10,000 years, found herself momentarily dazed. What Li Yushu offered was precisely what the Phoenix clan needed, true assistance in their time of need. However, the very allure of the offer made the White Phoenix wary. Her expression filled with hesitation. Elders, do not agree to him. He surely has ulterior motives. He nearly wiped out our clan back then. If worst comes to worst, we can die fighting. Our clan's supreme treasure, the Nirvana Pool, still remains. What is there to fear? A true phoenix at the Golden Immortal Realm spoke angrily. Kuanping sneered ominously. Very well. If you all wish for death, I shall grant it to you foolish birds. The aura of a peak quasi-saint surged forth, coalescing into piercing yin-yang feathers capable of penetrating the heavens. Chapter 65. Why resort to the immortal sword when one hand suffices? Enough, Li Yushu admonished sharply. Startled, Kuanping quickly retracted his yin-yang feathers, hanging his head in silence, afraid to utter another word. How many times must I say it? One must win over others with virtue, Li Yushu stated calmly. Kuanping nodded repeatedly. However, Xing Tian, standing behind, felt a tightening in his chest. I don't know, he's going to resort to virtue again. This time, Li Yushu truly intended to win over others with virtue. This was due to the Nirvana Pool mentioned by the young true phoenix. The Nirvana Pool was originally a postnatal treasure of merit, nurturing countless true phoenixes and ancient phoenixes. Yet it could also be considered a significant postnatal spiritual root. Any Phoenix clan member who underwent nirvana within it would surely break through their realms. However, such a treasure likely suffered due to the decline of the Phoenix clan's fortune. Li Yushu cast his gaze upon the young true phoenix and inquired, "What is your name?" The young true phoenix lifted her head defiantly, disregarding the elder's warnings, and coldly replied, "I am Yuan Yi, a descendant of the Phoenix ancestor, Yuan Feng. The elders may fear you, but I, Yuan Yi, do not." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Feng's complexion turned ashen, and she forced herself to stand, rebuking sternly, "Yuan Yi, cease your insolence." Li Yushu's eyes glimmered with approval as he stepped forward, wielding the Xianxian sword, a crimson radiance surging forth. and calmly declared, "For your reckless words, I shall cleave you in two with a single stroke." A scene unfolded that left both Kunpeng and Xing Tian in astonishment. "My sword is not without its merit." Yuan Yi steadied himself, brandishing the Fengyu sword, pointing it defiantly at Li Yushu. Young and impetuous, Yuan Yi was oblivious to the terrifying accomplishments of the Reaper before him, especially the elder Bai Feng, who was well aware of the dread that this slayer commanded. Even Kunpeng had been subdued by a single stroke of his sword. How could Yuan Yi dare to draw his blade in defiance? Bang! Bai Feng struck down the magical sword from Yuan Yi's grasp, forcefully compelling him to kneel as she yelled, "Yuan Yi, do you wish to doom all your kin?" Gritting his teeth, Yuan Yi remained unwilling to kneel, but the words that followed struck him like a sharp blade. Severing his pride, with reddened eyes, he was on the verge of submission. Oh, not kneel. Yet a large hand forcibly lifted him up. Yuan Yi raised his head, staring in shock at the man before him, whose presence was as formidable as Mount Buzhou. "Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, forgive my transgressions." Bai Feng knelt directly, perhaps once possessing her own pride and youthful exuberance. However, after millennia, all she sought was the survival of her clan. Li Yushu gazed at the youthful Zhen Feng and inquired with a smile, "Are you willing to join my ranks and accompany me in battling the deities and Buddhas across the realms?" Yuan Yi's heart was deeply favored by Li Yushu, and he bore the bloodline of the ancestral phoenix. From a peculiar perspective, Yuan Yi was, in fact, a descendant of Li Yushu. After all, no longer did the blood flowing within Li Yushu's veins belong to the mundane human race, but rather was it the pure bloodline of the ancestral phoenix. Yuan Yi gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. The Eastern Emperor Tai was an enemy to their phoenix clan. How could he pledge allegiance to his foe? A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. Even as the elders around him fervently urged him to comply, at that moment, the primal starry sky shimmered, and a figure resembling a sovereign of heaven and earth descended. Treading upon the void, "Dear Demon Emperor, shall we not settle the debts of the past together?" An unparalleled beauty emerged, her 3,000 strands of hair gently flowing, radiating brilliance akin to the stars. Her celestial visage captivating even the deities. Upon witnessing this woman, Kunpeng's pupils constricted suddenly. The great witch, Jiu Feng, Xing Tian instinctively retreated behind Li Yushu, seemingly unable to bear the encounter. Li Yushu maintained his calm demeanor, even taking the time to pat Yuan Yi's stubborn head before leisurely speaking. During the war of witches and demons, the Phoenix clan did not raise a single hand, so it hardly constitutes a significant debt. Now, I merely feel pity, unwilling to see the Phoenix clan wither into extinction. Hearing this, Jiu Feng laughed heartily, mocking, "Pity, you say? I might have believed a word or two while you preached to the demon race in the 10,000 great mountains. But since your emergence, the killing intent across the three realms has surged. You have severed the journey to the west, opposing the heavenly court and the Buddhist realms, dragging that headless Xing Tian along to meet death. Why must you involve the Phoenix clan?" Jiu Feng's power lay just beneath the 12 ancestor witches, and after numerous epochs in the primal starry sky, she had attained the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, capable of contending with those in the later stages. Though the primal starry sky lay fractured, she had been watching over the entirety of the three realms. Her words reflected her dissatisfaction with the current state of the witch race, nearly leading her to hurl accusations against Xing Tian. Jiu Feng had once warned Xing Tian not to follow in her footsteps. The heavenly sovereign was a disciple of Hong Jun, a fight he could not win. Yet Xing Tian disregarded her counsel and clashed with the heavenly sovereign, resulting in his own decapitation and the depletion of the witch race's last vestiges. Li Yushu, however, remained unfazed, laughing heartily, pointing at Yuan Yi. And what of him? With the blood of the ancestral phoenix flowing through his veins, he could have aspired to the position of quasi-saint, or at the very least, a great Luo golden immortal. Yet, he languishes beneath Mount Buzhou, devoid of fortune, lacking spiritual energy, without a sect, still not even a Tai golden immortal. In the past, the Phoenix clan numbered in the hundreds of thousands, yet now they are reduced to a mere few hundred. Li Yushu steadied his mind, sneering, "If it were up to your reasoning, the Phoenix clan should continue to survive for another millennia until the last vestige of fortune is extinguished, leading to their complete annihilation." Jiu Feng, well aware of these shortcomings, retorted, "Even if we were to emerge, It would not be to become your pawn. In this era of Buddhist resurgence, how can we stand against them? How can we contend for fortune with the Buddhists? Li Yushu coldly pointed at Jiufeng, retorting, a woman's perspective. After the Buddhists' rise, do not think that the Phoenix clan, or even the Four Seas Dragon Kings, will not be reduced to mere playthings in their hands. A woman's perspective? Jiufeng's fury ignited. Her voice rising, Li Yushu, do not think that with the Chaos Bell as your shield, I cannot slay you. Li Yushu chuckled lightly, then turned to the stunned Yuan Yi, saying with a smile, foolish boy. Take a good look. He is your protector and leader, and I am your ancestor. Why ancestor? Yuan Yi seethed with rage, raising his sword to strike, daring to insult him thus. But Li Yushu simply stowed the Chaos Bell, and a torrent of infernal flames erupted from him. The infernal fire swept through, forcing even the endless sea of flames to retreat. Yuan Yi was startled, retreating several 100,000 miles, as the infernal flames blazed fiercely. Li Yushu's realm dropped to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Had it not been for the flourishing fortune of the demon race due to him and the Chaos Bell, he would have fallen straight to the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. Jiufeng narrowed her eyes, sneering, in the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, even with the Xianxian sword. You cannot slay my true form. Great Witch Li Yushu stood with his hands behind his back, nonchalantly stating, no need for the Xianxian sword. A single hand will suffice. Chapter 66. I am your ancestor Jiufeng, furious to the point of laughter, declared, truly arrogant. Then prepare to die and present me with your head. As her voice fell, the shattered primal starry sky trembled violently, and radiant starlight cascaded from the heavens. The celestial power of the stars enveloped Jiufeng's true form, making her glow even more brilliantly, impossible to behold directly. The Big Dipper extinguished, and the 9 suns illuminated the sky. Jiufeng manifested her 9-headed form. Just as Kuanping had said, 8 of the 9 colossal heads were genuine phoenix heads. In the next moment, those 9 heads, radiating an overwhelming primal aura, transformed into 9 blazing suns under the power of the stars. The 9 suns incinerated the heavens and earth, obliterating gods and demons alike. Instantly, the area surrounding Mount Buzhou within 1,000,000 miles ignited in roaring solar flames. The solar flames consumed all things in the world. Under the illumination of the 9 suns, even Li Yushu, who could withstand infernal fire, found himself ablaze with solar flames. The infernal fire primarily consumed karma, incinerating the primordial spirit, while this solar flame was fiercely aggressive, aiming to erase Li Yushu's quasi-saint body from existence, plunging him into an endless sea of fire. The terror of these solar flames was so profound that even Kuanping perched upon his shoulders had to soar upward. Seeking to avoid its brilliance, chaos reopened. Li Yushu exhibited a miraculous dual pupil phenomenon, vitality coursing through his eyes, allowing the solar flames to scorch him. In the next moment, his flesh was restored by an unfathomable surge of life. The dual-pupils.it is you. It is you. Upon witnessing the dual pupils, Jiufeng's expression shifted to one of excitement, filled with grief and indignation. One of the ancient human emperors, Zhuangzi, also possessed dual pupils. The reason for Jiufeng's prior defeat at the hands of the post-heaven human race was that the human emperor had been her once beloved Zhuangzi. Little did she know, the 10th prince of the Golden Crow, Liu Ya, sought to avenge the witch race, providing counsel to the human emperor Zhuangzi. Thus, the human emperor feigned a marriage alliance, only to betray Jiufeng during their union, stabbing her in the back. At that time, Jiufeng had genuinely fallen in love with Zhuangzi, only to be tragically backstabbed, fleeing into the primal stars, never to re-emerge. With your innate dual pupils, you carry the bloodline of beasts. Jiufeng's eyes streamed with blood tears, filled with profound sorrow. Phoenix's cry. Jiufeng disregarded everything, her true form as the Great Witch transforming entirely into 9 suns, the solar flames growing ever more terrifying. Even the void began to dissolve under the searing heat of the solar flames, revealing the boundless chaos. The world fell into a profound silence. The entire shattered primal starry sky had been completely refined by Jiufeng, now transformed into an infinite expanse of solar flames, cascading down upon the earth. These solar flames were derived from the innate flames of Dong Huang Tai Yi and Dijun during the War of Witches and Demons, further amplified by Jiufeng's true form, which remained undying while the flames persisted. Such terrifying solar flames caused Liu Shu to furrow his brow slightly, yet it was merely a slight frown. True Phoenix Treasure Technique. True Phoenix Burning Heaven Technique. Liu Shu's magical power surged forth, his blood boiling as he manifested the utmost ancestral phoenix bloodline. Boom! Liu Shu, as if embodying his true form, became an ancient phoenix that overshadowed the skies. Bathing in the undying divine flames, when the ancient phoenix appeared, all birds in the world emitted sounds of submission, akin to subjects before a king. Ancestral phoenix, that is the ancestral phoenix. Bai Feng gazed at the ancient phoenix, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed with emotion, as she knelt upon the ground. The hundreds of clansmen wept bitterly, bowing beneath the ancestral phoenix. They all felt the pressure emanating from their bloodlines. Only the ancestral phoenix could re-establish their connection. At this moment, the most astonished of all was Yuan Yi, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief, muttering, "He truly is my ancestor." Boom! In the heavens, the ancient phoenix clashed with the 9 blazing suns that consumed the 33 heavens. Had it been any other quasi-saint realm, the ancient true phoenix would have long since sent them flying into the void. Yet, the true form of the 9 phoenixes' great shaman was fearsome beyond measure, far surpassing that of Xing Tian, as it forcibly endured the onslaught. However, the cascading sea of flames that fell was swallowed whole by the ancient true phoenix, forcefully suppressed within its belly. No. You are the ancestor phoenix? Impossible! You are clearly the offspring of that beast. The 9 phoenixes gazed at the ancient true phoenix, appearing as if driven mad, howling towards the heavens. Liu Shu revealed his true form, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze aloof as he calmly declared, "The cause and effect end here." Liu Shu was well aware of this ancient secret. Yet, as a member of the post-heavenly human race, how could he criticize the human Emperor Zhuan Su for being a scoundrel? Everything Zhuan Su did was solely for the sake of ensuring the post-heavenly human race could survive peacefully on the vast land of the primordial world, and of course, Zhuan Su was beyond reproach. Afterward, seeking trouble with Master Wu Chao at Futu Mountain was still an option. End here? Your post-heavenly human race is even more despicable and detestable than the demon race. Die. All of you, die. The 9 phoenixes seemed to be besieged by inner demons, the brilliance of treasure erupting from their wrists. This was the post-heavenly supreme treasure, the Killing Star Bracelet, forged from fragments of the 7 Kills, Break Army, and Greedy Wolf, 3 unparalleled evil stars collected from the primordial starry sky. As the Killing Star Bracelet was summoned, 3 ancient malevolent stars crushed forth from the void. Has it succumbed to madness? Liu Shu furrowed his brow, casting the phoenix staff towards the still-burning sea of flames. Boom! Sturdy pillars of Fusang wood, akin to the towering Mount Buzhou, rose continuously, forcefully suppressing the 3 ancient malevolent stars in midair. That is the ancestral treasure of my clan, the Phoenix Staff. Upon seeing the Phoenix Staff, Bai Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. Bearing the bloodline of the ancestor Phoenix and possessing the Phoenix Staff, this was indeed the long-lost ancestor Phoenix Yuan Feng. Our clan has hope. Tears streamed down Bai Feng's face as the clansfolk behind her were reduced to tears. Liu Shu cast a helpless glance at the weeping phoenixes. How could it feel that even the headless Xing Tian seemed more rational than those phoenixes? Regaining his composure, Liu Shu crossed the void and appeared before the 9 phoenixes. Still not awake, Liu Shu bellowed. The 9 phoenixes were now mired in endless hatred and fury in their eyes. This Liu Shu, imbued with the weight of dual pupils, was not the ancestor phoenix, but rather the offspring of that scoundrel Zhuan Su. Die! All must die! The terrifying true form of the 9 phoenixes lunged straight at Liu Shu. Liu Shu had no choice but to summon the Xianxian sword. Thrusting it forward, a crimson light filled the sky, directly severing the 8 shrieking phoenix heads of the 9 phoenixes. Not even this great shaman's true form, let alone the genuine ancestor which S true form, could afford to confront the sharpness of the Xianxian sword. With their true form gravely wounded, the 9 phoenixes were forced back to their human forms, yet still remained in a frenzy. Die! Accompany me into death. The 9 phoenixes continued to charge forward, in utter exasperation. Liu Shu sighed lightly, raising one hand high. Slap! A crisp sound suddenly echoed. The entire world seemed to fall into silence. Whether it was Kuanping or the multitude of phoenixes, They were left dumbfounded. Chapter 67. Welcoming the Phoenix Ancestor. Who would have thought that Li Yushu would raise his hand and deliver a loud, resounding slap directly to the somewhat deranged Nine Phoenix's face? With Li Yushu's absolute physical strength, 5 particularly conspicuous red handprints were left on the Nine Phoenix's face. Indeed, this slap left the Nine Phoenixes stunned, bringing them to full awareness. You dare strike me? The Nine Phoenixes covered half their face, incredulity lacing their trembling voice. Li Yushu grandly admitted, if I had not struck you, you would have likely succumbed to your inner demons. The Nine Phoenixes, furious beyond measure, prepared to strike again, but upon seeing Li Yushu's indifferent expression, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within. Memories of past pains began to resurface in their heart. The few human emperors of the post-heavenly human race had already been imprisoned, enduring for millennia, forced to watch the decline of their race. Even their fortune had been nearly entirely divided among others. Was that not enough? Li Yushu spoke slowly, his tone softening slightly. The Nine Phoenixes lowered their heads in despondence, falling silent. It was the 10th prince of the Golden Crow, Luya, who had conspired against you back then. In the end, it was all a consequence of the witch-demon cataclysm. I can promise you, I will allow you to settle scores with Luya, as long as you do not kill him. Li Yushu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, directly selling out Master Wu Chao, who was far away at Futu Mountain. The Nine Phoenixes suddenly lifted their head, their beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as they spoke solemnly. Really? Li Yushu no longer paid attention to the Nine Phoenixes, instead slowly walking towards the Phoenix clan, leisurely stating, believe it or not. Gritting their teeth, the Nine Phoenixes chose to follow in Li Yushu's footsteps. At that moment, 100,000 miles away, Master Wu Chao, who was meditating and contemplating, suddenly sneezed, an inexplicable sense of crisis washing over him. Who is plotting against me? Master Wu Chao opened his eyes in confusion, attempting to decipher the heavenly secrets, yet found nothing unusual, only to continue his meditation. Welcome, Phoenix Ancestor. Bai Feng led the remaining hundreds of Phoenix clan members, all kneeling on the ground. They welcomed the Phoenix Ancestor they had long awaited for tens of thousands of years. Only the Phoenix Ancestor could lead the Phoenix clan back to glory. The unruly youth, Yuan Yi, also performed a kneeling salute, though traces of defiance and discontent lingered in his expression. Li Yushu needed no further words. The bloodline flowing within him was sufficient to prove everything. Even if that ancestor Phoenix Yuan Feng, who had battled the ancestral dragon for 100 years, were to come here, their bloodline power would not necessarily match Li Yushu's purity. Li Yushu's bloodline had become so potent that it resembled the first true phoenix in the world, unmatched by any other. His gaze fell upon Yuan Yi, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and he spoke lightly. You shall leave this forbidden land with me to wage war across the 3 realms. Perhaps Yuan Yi had previously been unwilling, yet in the face of the decree from his ancestor, no matter how resistant Yuan Yi was, he could not defy the command arising from his bloodline. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Yi proclaimed, Yuan Yi obeys the decree of the ancestor. Li Yushu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Bai Feng, asking, May I use the Nirvana pool? Bai Feng hurriedly replied, Ancestor, please feel free to ask. Don't mention the Nirvana pool. Even if it meant offering up my heart, I would not hesitate for a moment. Bai Feng clapped towards the void. Bang! A phoenix's harmonious cry resonated through the heavens and earthed a pool, surrounded by countless wudong trees and ablaze with an endless sun, emerged from the void. However, the wudong trees had long since rotted, rendering them uninhabitable for the Phoenix clan. The phoenixes could only dwell in wudong trees. The Nirvana pool is said to be the place where the first true phoenix and the ancient phoenix were born during the calamity of heaven and earth. It is also where that Phoenix ancestor fell. The Nirvana pool, a post-heavenly treasure of merit, could protect the Phoenix clan in their rebirth. It was through this yet-to-fall treasure of merit and the protection of the 9 phoenixes that the phoenixes had not perished. As long as they did not leave Buzhou Mountain recklessly, they would not attract the scrutiny of other forces. If the Phoenix clan were truly pushed to the brink, they would take the Nirvana pool down with them. Destroying a post-heavenly treasure of merit would surely incur terrifying retribution from the heavenly Tao. Even ordinary quasi-saint powers would be loath to touch it. Only Li Yushu could suppress it with the Chaos Bell. Can the heavenly immortal tree take root within? Li Yushu inquired. The heavenly immortal tree responded with a low hum. If it takes root there, I can refine it together, allowing the Phoenix clan to dwell upon my branches. Li Yushu nodded. Proceed with the refinement. Buzz! The towering and terrifying form of the heavenly immortal tree emerged from the void, directly rooting itself in the Nirvana pool. The entire Nirvana pool ignited in blazing flames, as if myriad fire dragons and fire phoenixes entwined around it, stirring up a surging sea of fire. What is that? Upon seeing the spiritual root that could take root in the Nirvana pool, Bai Feng was also taken aback. The 9 phoenixes gazed at the heavenly immortal tree, their brows furrowing slightly, lost in thought, their eyes betraying hints of wariness and caution. For they sensed the oppressive aura of the Pango blood pool emanating from the heavenly immortal tree. Though Xing Tian seemed brainless, would he truly provide the Pango blood pool to Li Yushu? The 9 phoenixes cast a dubious glance at the silently brooding Xing Tian. Xing Tian appeared as if playing dead, his fierce eyes tightly shut. When the heavenly immortal tree finally took root, a terrifying phenomenon erupted around it. Celestial flowers rained down, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Even the Nirvana pool, resembling a sea of flames, was adorned with clusters of azure lotuses. Rolling purple chi surged forth like a coiling dragon rising from the eastern horizon, obscuring the skies. The trunk of the heavenly immortal tree resembled the legendary Kunlun divine wood, reaching towards the 33 heavens, while countless auspicious birds and divine beasts nestled upon it. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed between its branches, resembling countless waterfalls cascading down. Kunlun wood? What kind of spiritual root is this? If we can dwell upon it, our cultivation speed would increase by hundreds of times. The Phoenix clan was utterly astonished by such a spiritual root. Moreover, this spiritual root was far more alluring to them than the Wudong tree. The Wudong trees had withered away thousands of years ago, leaving the Phoenix clan without a place to roost. Even the Fusang wood was unwelcome for them to dwell upon. Fortunately, the 9 phoenixes had intervened, establishing an ancient malevolent formation to recreate the primordial mountains and rivers. Yet, everyone understood that such a spiritual root was likely beyond the reach of their Phoenix clan. Bai Feng looked at Li Yushu, her eyes filled with urgency, yet she hesitated to speak. This was the only way for the Phoenix clan to secure a foothold in a corner. This was the chaos spiritual root, the heavenly immortal tree, far surpassing the top 10 spiritual roots of the innate. Thereafter, you may reside upon the heavenly immortal tree, no longer needing to vigilantly protect your kin day and night. Li Yushu said to the gathered phoenixes with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix clan erupted in joyous cheers. For Li Yushu, this is indeed the most effective means of safeguarding these phoenixes. Chapter 68. Seizing the creation of heaven and earth, forcibly transforming into Tao fruits. The celestial immortal tree takes root in the vast void, perpetually shrouded by the chaos bell, obscuring the secrets of heaven, and constantly accompanying Li Yushu. The Phoenix clan, able to roost upon it, naturally enjoys Li Yushu's protection. Furthermore, cultivating alongside this chaos spiritual root proves to be exceptionally fruitful. Although the phoenixes possess low cultivation, the combined assault of hundreds of them can unleash flames fierce enough to scorch the 9 heavens. Grant the fruit, Li Yushu proclaimed. Boom! In that instant, it was as if the heavens and earth roared, and the spiritual energy within a radius of millions of miles centered around Buzhou Mountain was instantaneously drained. The vast spiritual energy, along with the bubbling Nirvana pool, became nourishment for the celestial immortal tree. Such a tremendous commotion left even the 9 phoenixes utterly astonished. Is this the seizing of the creation of heaven and earth? They murmured, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was nearly exhausted. The celestial immortal tree bore fruit once more, producing celestial immortal fruits that could drive gods and demons into madness. Yet, due to the absence of Panga's essence, this tree yielded only 88 celestial immortal fruits. Go forth, roost upon it, and consume the celestial immortal fruits. Li Yushu gestured to the multitude of phoenix kin. With a flap of their wings, the phoenixes soared high, eagerly flying towards the celestial immortal tree. Under the guidance of the White Phoenix, the 88 most talented young members of the Phoenix clan eagerly consumed the fruits from the tree. Yuan Yi was among them, gazing at the celestial immortal fruit in hand. Resembling a star, he hesitated for a moment before swallowing it in the next instant. An overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy and the power of creation coursed through his limbs and bones. The shackles that had confined him for a millennium felt as if they had become nothingness. He achieved the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in a single step. In that brief moment, Li Yushu had bestowed upon the Phoenix Clan 88 pinnacle Tai Golden Immortals. Moreover, as the Celestial Immortal Tree continued to absorb the Nirvana Pool, the number of Celestial Immortal fruits would only increase. This is. The White Phoenix gazed at the 88 pinnacle Tai Golden Immortal kin, tears of joy streaming down her face. The other clan members were equally overwhelmed with emotion, weeping with happiness. This day would be forever etched in their memories. From a mere corner of existence to the resurgence of the ancient glory of the Phoenix clan, today marked their first step forward. The 9 phoenixes, witnessing the Celestial Immortal Tree for the first time, were filled with astonishment and exclaimed, seizing the creation of heaven and earth, forcibly transforming into Tao fruits. Who would have imagined such a spiritual root still exists in the primordial chaos? Kuinpeng, who had previously crossed paths with the 9 phoenixes and harbored animosity towards them, seized the opportunity to mock, hiding within the primordial starry sky. You know nothing of my master's divine might. Each utterance of my master elicited scornful laughter from the 9 phoenixes. Then you truly are a fine lackey. Kuinpeng, unabashed, laughed heartily. If you're not convinced, come and challenge me. The 9 phoenixes glared with anger but dared not strike. One must respect the master of the dog, especially considering this was a Kuinpeng at this moment. Li Yushu summoned the phoenix staff, placing it atop the Celestial Immortal Tree to consolidate the clan's fortune. In an instant, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A torrent of merit descended from the 33 heavens, resembling a golden rain shower that fell solely for Li Yushu. Li Yushu, unreserved, absorbed the entirety of this merit into his. To reconstruct Yangjian's true form, the heavenly ways granting of merit not only acknowledged Li Yushu's current status as the Phoenix ancestor, but also ensured the flourishing fortune of the Phoenix clan with the Phoenix staff's presence. The Phoenixes and True Dragons are indeed the favored children of heaven and earth, embodying the creation of the heavenly way throughout their lives. Li Yushu's intervention naturally attracted the heavenly way's rewards. Already endowed with the fortunes of the witch and demon clans, the addition of the Phoenix clan's fortune now coalesced within him. This gradually extinguished the karmic flames that Li Yushu bore. Henceforth, he could slay gods and demons as a pinnacle quasi-saint without any concerns. Watching the hundreds of phoenixes soaring freely upon the Celestial Immortal Tree, Li Yushu felt immense satisfaction. Yuan Yi? Come here. Yuan Yi obediently fluttered his wings and approached Li Yushu, transforming into human form to respectfully bow. Greetings, ancestor. Li Yushu nodded slightly and instructed, you shall cultivate by my side from now on. Yuan Yi nodded in agreement. Under Li Yushu's guidance, the Celestial Immortal Tree, along with the Nirvana Pool and the Phoenix clan, vanished into the void. With a chaos spiritual root to roost upon, there was no longer a need to live in constant fear beneath Buzhou Mountain, perpetually activating the primal fierce formation. Having gathered the Phoenix clan and secured a satisfactory companion, only the 9 phoenixes remained, caught in a web of infatuation. What about you? Will you continue to return to the primordial stars? Li Yushu inquired with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. The primordial chaos had long since shattered. Within the fragmented primordial stars, the great Tao's rules were incomplete, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sparse, rendering it an unsuitable place for cultivation. It resembled more of a cage. Yet, the 9 phoenixes, capable of breaking through even in such confinement and devising ancient fierce formations for artifact refinement, demonstrated their formidable strength. If they were to traverse the 3 realms for a millennium, accumulating merit for the Witch clan or certifying their path through the realms, their achievements would likely surpass this. The 9 phoenixes fell into silence. Standing amidst the thick fog, she pondered her future choices. The Phoenix clan had received Li Yushu's protection, their fortunes flourishing. Even the Witch clan had been rejuvenated under Li Yushu's influence. What, then, was her purpose? After a moment of contemplation, the 9 phoenixes finally lifted her head and spoke coldly. You made a promise to me, to hand over that old rogue Luya for my disposal. I will follow you until you fulfill this vow. Li Yushu smiled faintly. Kuanping manifested his true form, carrying everyone towards Mount Wanshou. With the support of merit, Li Yushu's Yangjian, reborn within his, was about to make his appearance. Naturally, Li Yushu had to meticulously plan for this favored disciple. Moreover, the Chan sect and Heavenly Court would soon come to collect the ransom for their captive in the Heavenly Court, the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, which should have been bustling with countless immortals, now appeared somewhat desolate. Once filled with celestial deities, the celestial ranks now lacked a significant number of righteous deities from the Chan sect, such as the righteous deity of the Three Mountains, Bingling Huang Tianhua, the Five-Grain Star Yin Hong, the Nine Ugly Star Long Xiuhu, and others. Even Neza and Li Jing had been captured. The Emperor of Heaven, Zhanwu, knelt in the Great Hall, awaiting the Emperor Jade's wrath. The Emperor Jade gazed at the empty celestial ranks, sighing helplessly within. The ongoing open and covert struggles between the Chan sect and the Jie sect had ultimately impacted the dignity of the Heavenly Court. Li Jing's demise was inconsequential, requiring no concern from the Emperor Jade. However, Neza and the other righteous deities from the Jie sect were absolutely irreplaceable. It appeared that the demon sovereign Li Yushu could only be temporarily appeased. The Emperor Jade calculated in his heart. In his view, the current situation was one where the Chan sect and the Buddhist sect had joined forces to besiege Li Yushu. Chapter 69. The Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation. Although the Zhou Tian star banner was indeed precious, the unfolding events compelled a painful sacrifice. Tai Bai Jingxing, return to Mount Wanshou, and regardless of the conditions he proposes, agree to them all. However, Li Yushu must ascend to the Heavenly Court to receive the command for pacification. The Emperor Jade issued a decree. Meanwhile, at Beiju Luzhou, the Buddhist light was boundless, obscuring the heavens. A colossal golden-bodied Buddha, towering 1,000,000 zhong, radiated light with a wheel of Dharma illuminating the world, surrounded by hundreds of protective bodhisattvas. 3,000 golden-bodied arhats sat cross-legged on either side, reciting scriptures and showering countless rays of Buddhist light. Behind them, billions of Buddhist disciples sat in layers upon the Buddhist clouds, covering the entire sky. The resplendent Buddhist light reverberated through the heavens and earth, as if the entirety of Beiju Luzhou had descended into a Buddhist realm. Such a terrifying spectacle even surpassed that of the Jingguang Huanin Buddha. Bai Zhe, why not come forth for a meeting? The golden-bodied Buddha shone with blinding light, impossible to gaze upon directly. Within Beiju Luzhou, the demon clan had laid out the minor Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation, with the 10,000 great mountains forming a formidable array. Over 10,000 great demons revealed their terrifying true forms, overshadowing the skies. Bai Zhe stood side by side with Shang Yang, preparing to confront the Buddhist sect. The radiance of the great Buddha was so brilliant that even Shang Yang could not penetrate it. Yet Bai Zhe, with keen insight, waved his feather fan and smiled. Namo Guancher Deng Buddha has not stepped out of the spirit mountain for a millennium. Yet today he graces our Beiju Luzhou. Upon hearing the name of the great Buddha Namo Guancher Deng, Shang Yang's expression shifted slightly, his eyes filled with apprehension. Namo Guancher Deng Buddha was precisely the benevolent corpse severed by the ancient Buddha. Namo Randing. His teachings far surpassed those of the likes of Jingguang Huanin Buddha. His strength was exceedingly formidable. Namo Guancher Deng Buddha, having slain the benevolent corpse with the innate spiritual treasure, the Lingqi lamp, was not a force to be measured by ordinary quasi-saint standards. The Guancher Deng Buddha reclined upon the Buddhist clouds, his expression indifferent, surveying the Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation, and spoke calmly, "There is no need for us to exchange pleasantries. Surrender Li Jing, and I shall spare your lives." Bai Zhe shook his fan, smiling without speaking. Shang Yang, however, coldly mocked as he pulled forth the already tormented and unrecognizable Li Jing from the void. Spare me, Li Jing, reduced to a state worse than death, appeared almost mad, muttering to himself, "Li Jing is right here. If you wish to take him, some price must be paid." Bai Zhe chuckled. The Guancher Deng Buddha remained impassive, showing no change in emotion, and inquired softly, "Are they merely wretched creatures causing havoc in the lower realm, daring to threaten me?" Shang Yang angrily retorted, "Bald donkey, do not be presumptuous." The Guancher Deng Buddha cast a glance at Shang Yang, and in an instant, the Buddhist light around him intensified. The next moment, a figure adorned in fan-like armor and a light yellow robe, with 3 eyes and surrounded by eerie ghostly flames, emerged. "Humph, do the wretched creatures dare to challenge me?" The figure's gaze was piercing and frigid as he spoke coldly, then vanished into the void, awaiting the challenge from the demon clan. Bai Zai instantly recognized the man's identity and discreetly conveyed to Shang Yang. This individual is named Ma Shan, a manifestation of the flame from the innate spiritual treasure, the spirit coffin lamp. He should not be underestimated. Ma Shan's body was composed of the ghostly fire of the underworld, fearless of decapitation, impervious to blades and bullets, and unscathed by water or fire, as long as the spirit coffin lamp remains unextinguished. Ma Shan possesses an immortal form. He had once relentlessly pursued Jiang Zia during the War of the Gods, only to be subdued by the direct intervention of the burning lamp Taoist. Witness how I will shatter his arrogance. With that, Shang Yang ascended into the sky, plunging into the infinite void. The Guanxi Lantern Buddha was somewhat surprised to see Bai Zai allow Shang Yang to depart. It was common knowledge that Bai Zai, despite his profound understanding of countless heavenly secrets, had unparalleled mastery over formations. Yet, the current Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation set by Bai Zai merely housed tens of thousands of monstrous beasts. Had Bai Zai possessed the river diagram and the Luo book, perhaps the Guanxi Lantern Buddha would have held some trepidation. How could Bai Zai, a mere military strategist, compare to the numerous martial generals? In the ancient battle between the Wu and the Liao, had it not been for the protection of Shang Yang and other demon generals, Bai Zai would have long since met his demise. To the Guanxi Lantern Buddha, Bai Zai appeared as defenseless as an ordinary mortal. Submit, or I shall annihilate your demon clan. The Guanxi Lantern Buddha's words dripped with lethal intent. Bai Zai remained unfazed. Waving his feather fan forward, with a thunderous roar, tens of thousands of great demons descended upon the 10,000 great mountains, the Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation unfurling, exuding a formidable aura, a mere trifle. Begone! The Guanxi Lantern Buddha's displeasure was palpable as he issued a decree. The golden-bodied bodhisattvas and arhats assigned to protect him led countless Buddhist disciples forcefully into the Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation. Even without the river diagram and the Luo book, the formation was not something ordinary bodhisattvas and arhats could withstand. Barely entering, hundreds of arhats and thousands of Buddhist disciples were ground down by the formation, dissipating into the radiance of Buddhism. Under the overwhelming tide of fallen Buddhist disciples, golden-bodied arhats sacrificed their forms to forge a path. The hundreds of protective bodhisattvas plunged into the 10,000 great mountains. Engaging in fierce combat with the great demons, countless disciples, arhats, and even bodhisattvas fell within the Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation, blood staining the northern Julu continent. Yet, the tragic demise of these individuals failed to stir even a ripple of emotion in the Guanxi Lantern Buddha. Only when all the Buddhist disciples and arhats were subjugated by the Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation, and the hundreds of protective bodhisattvas were besieged by tens of thousands of demons, did the Guanxi Lantern Buddha begin to feel restless. Especially with the lurking demon kings of the great Luo Jingxian realm hidden within the 10,000 great mountains, the Guanxi Lantern Buddha's expression shifted. How does your demon clan possess such a multitude of great Luo Jingxian? However, the Guanxi Lantern Buddha quickly deduced the heavenly secrets and rose slowly, the heavens trembling in fear. It turned out to be the handiwork of the demon master Li Yushu. Very well, once I obliterate your northern Julu continent, I shall settle accounts with him as well. The Guanxi Lantern Buddha held aloft a lamp burning with ghostly fire, illuminating the netherworld, and then infused it with overwhelming spiritual power. Namo Amitabha, as a long and resonant chant echoed. The spirit coffin lamp erupted with an overwhelming torrent of ghostly fire, seemingly flowing from the yellow springs, unstoppable in its force. The surging ghostly flames surged towards the Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation. The tens of thousands of great demons fought desperately against it, and the entire formation began to whirl violently in a scene that struck terror into the hearts of many, the deceased Buddhist disciples. Arhats and protective bodhisattvas were resurrected within the ghostly flames, charging forth once more. The Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation forcibly tore open a breach against the ghostly fire. Countless great Luo Jingxian demons found themselves unable to withstand even a single breath beneath the ghostly flames, their souls scattering in an instant. Yet, the fallen demons quickly revived within the ghostly fire, engulfed in gray flames, turning against their kin. The entire Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation transformed into a raging sea of gray fire. The wails of the great demons echoing within, rendering the formation akin to a living Avicii hell. Chapter 70. The three realms in turmoil. The innate spiritual treasure, the spirit coffin lamp, Bai Zai dared not be careless. Unleashing his quasi-saintly power upon the Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation, the surging ghostly flames clung to Bai Zai's power like maggots. Prepare to die. The Guanxi Lantern Buddha, wielding the spirit coffin lamp, transformed his million-zhong form into an endless expanse of ghostly fire. Reaching the 9 netherworlds and soaring to the 33 heavens, the entire northern Julu continent seemed to plunge into an abyss of hell, as countless demons were mercilessly consumed by the ghostly flames, their souls scattered, reduced to mere puppets. You seek death, Guanxi Lantern, Bai Zai erupted in fury. The Guanxi Lantern Buddha's power surged, an immortal golden body forged from ghostly fire standing resolutely in the heavens. Following this, the celestial sounds of innumerable Buddhist chants drifted from the Western Pure Land. As Buddhist nations materialized within the void, countless disciples reciting scriptures. The collective force of billions of thoughts retracted the ghostly flames still engulfing countless demons, channeling that power into the immortal golden body, rendering it immensely formidable. The remnants of the ancient demon court speak boldly. Now, I shall send you to the Pure Land. The immortal golden body, ignited by ghostly flames, crushed through layers of void, charging towards Bai Zai's true form. Bai Zai, however, merely smirked coldly. It is time for the ancient demon court to re-emerge. You will serve as a memorial for my fallen comrades. Announcing our return to the 3 realms, Bai Zai laughed heartily, his power surging forth. 9 Netherworld's Devourer technique. He unleashed his ultimate move without reservation. The entire northern Julu continent trembled violently. Bai Zai transformed into a vast expanse of black mist, a terrifying manifestation that instilled dread in countless beings across the 3 realms as it emerged from the void. Bai Zai's true form was not the auspicious tiger-headed, dragon-bodied figure. Rather, it was a towering entity, 10,000 zhang tall, adorned with ancient bull horns, a singular eye rotating at its brow, gazing into the heavens. Behind it, 9 tails bore the heads of dragon-like beasts, fierce and menacing, as if poised to devour all existence. Exuding an overwhelming ferocity, this 9 Netherworld's Devourer opened its gaping maw to swallow the sun and moon, tearing apart the universe in one swift motion. It consumed both the entire cosmos and the immortal golden body of the Guanxi Lantern Buddha. This scene was one of unimaginable terror. The demons still engaged in battle, along with the Buddhist bodhisattvas and arhats, stood frozen in shock. The ghostly flames capable of incinerating everything were extinguished within the belly of the 9 Netherworld's Devourer. An innate spiritual treasure endowed with the power and abilities of a quasi-saint in the mid-stage was devoured whole by Bai Zai's manifested true form. The Guanxi Lantern Buddha, still within the cosmos, now bore a look of utter disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? Cursed beast, return my lamp. Enraged, the Guanxi Lantern Buddha, even without the spirit coffin lamp, remained a quasi-saint in the mid-stage. With hands pressed together, he summoned countless golden lotuses, his voice booming like thunder. Eternal golden body. The Guanxi Lantern Buddha's golden form soared to a height of 1,000,000 li, 360 Buddhist nations appearing on his palms, surrounding him like stars encircling the moon. Seal, he bellowed, the golden body radiating with immense light, his hand sweeping across the void to crush Bai Zai's true form. Unfazed by the final strike of a quasi-saint in the mid-stage, Bai Zai's killing intent only intensified. 9 Netherworld's Annihilation. The 9 Netherworld's Devourer manifested swirling black mist, flashing with chaotic darkness across the 9 heavens. With a thought, 9 tails, transformed from true dragons, morphed into 9 chains of order that pierced through the cosmos, obliterating the Tao, and surged towards the ancient golden body. Under the sweep of the 9 chains of order, the very heavens and void began to collapse. Boom. The 9 chains of order ultimately crossed the immortal realm, shattering the invulnerable ancient golden body before it, effortlessly piercing through. The towering golden body, now in ruins, revealed the Guanxi Lantern Buddha within. Gasping, the Guanxi Lantern Buddha felt the backlash, vitality draining from him as he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. You are not Bai Zai. Who are you truly? He cried in despair. The 9 Netherworld's Devourer did not respond, crossing the void to open its gaping maw and swallow him whole. With a crunching sound, the Guanxi Lantern Buddha perished, witnessing the demise of that is indeed the virtuous corpse of the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp. yet it was devoured alive by the White Tse of the northern Julu continent. Even the Tathagata, seated high upon the lotus throne, could not conceal the astonishment etched upon his visage, solemnly declaring, "I never anticipated that Li Yushu would propagate such formidable supernatural powers in the northern Julu continent. Not even the lamp of the spirit coffin could suppress them." The other golden-bodied Buddhas also exhibited signs of concern. Should Li Yushu continue to spread his teachings in the northern Julu continent, the rise of the demon clan would no longer be a mere phrase of idle talk. Yet, what left the myriad deities in utter shock was not solely this revelation. The White Tse and the merchant sheep led 300 ancient celestial beings who have survived to this day, along with an army of 100,000 demons, raising the banner of the ancient demon court in the northern Julu continent. The demon clans of the world collectively revered Li Yushu as the demon emperor. "We swear to follow him unto death. Should any harbor treachery, let the way of heaven punish them." Today, the demon emperor establishes the ancient demon court to govern the northern Julu continent, commanding all demon clans to heed his call and come forth to serve. The White Tse, through his vast magical prowess, disseminated this decree across the three realms. At this moment, the entire three realms erupted into chaos. Chapter 71. The Bull Demon King gathers 1,000,000 demons. A decree re-establishing the ancient demon court resounded throughout the myriad worlds. Thunderous roars, the oppressive clouds of heavenly tribulation descended from the 33 heavens, unleashing devastating bolts of heavenly lightning upon the White Tse. The White Tse manifested the true form of the nine nether beast, consuming the clouds of heavenly tribulation. No matter how many heavenly punishments were unleashed, the White Tse and his assembly of ancient demons would never retract the banner of the ancient demon court. The ancient demon court was no longer recognized by the will of heaven, standing contrary to the great tide in this era of the flourishing Buddhist teachings and the impending tribulations of the westward journey. To dare raise the banner of the ancient demon court would surely invite divine retribution. Faced with the White Tse's formidable stance, every force within the three realms trembled. In the heavenly court, within the Lingshao Palace, this group of remnants dared to be so audacious. Even the Jade Emperor, the sovereign of the three realms, found it difficult to quell the raging fury within, slamming his dragon desk. His countenance filled with wrath. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The celestial beings all knelt in unison, fearful of incurring the divine wrath. Yet, their faces were painted with shock. Just yesterday, the demon clan was regarded as mere livestock, available for anyone to exploit. But now, the White Tse, the foremost of the ancient demon generals, had not only vanquished the Bodhisattva of the observing world, but had also honored Li Yushu as the demon emperor. Li Yushu? Demon Emperor Li Yushu? The Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, his expression dark and foreboding. Repeatedly murmuring this name he regarded as a thorn in his flesh. The title of Demon Emperor carried immense weight, sufficient to stand alongside his title of Jade Emperor. What truly instilled profound trepidation in the Jade Emperor was not merely the re-establishment of the White Tse's demon court, but the fact that the entire demon clan now revered Li Yushu as their emperor. Even the ancient demon lords, White Tse and the merchant sheep, had bowed their heads in willing submission. Now, Li Yushu had become the supreme leader of the demon clans. Was his prior preaching in the 10,000 great mountains all for this day? The Jade Emperor murmured to himself. Despite his fury, he remained composed enough to discern the current situation. Even if Li Yushu had become the demon emperor, as long as he could subdue him and utilize him to challenge the Buddhist sect, everything remained within the Jade Emperor's grasp. After all, the ancient demon court would only demand a single state from the heavenly court. However, the Buddhist sect sought the fortune of the entire three realms, aiming to suppress the heavenly court entirely, forcing it to languish forever in the 33 heavens. If the entirety of the three realms were to belong to the Buddhist sect, then the common folk would suffer further. As if a piece of flesh were to rot in the northern Julu continent, the Jade Emperor had already made his decision, casting his gaze towards the northern Julu continent, and spoke with a heavy heart. In the west, at the Spirit Mountain, Demon Emperor Li Yushu, I wonder if you can bear such a revered title. A cold glint flickered in the golden eyes of the Tathagata as he pressed his palms together. Reciting a supreme Buddhist mantra, the re-establishment of the ancient demon court and the emergence of a demon emperor, these two matters had long been foreseen by the two saints of the West. However, Should this matter be instigated by the White Zay and not by Li Yushu's own decree, then the implications would be vast, and even the Tathagata would not possess the right to intervene or make any decisions. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace, ultimately, it had become a formidable force. The primordial supreme being sat upon his mat, a trace of thunderous wrath visible in his brow, causing all beings of Kunlun Mountain to tremble in fear. Standing by his side, Guang Chengzi respectfully inquired, "Master, should I go and deal with these remnants?" The primordial supreme being glanced towards the Inhua Palace, his expression shifting slightly to it this moment. The doors of the Inhua Palace were firmly shut. The attitude of Inhua was evidently clear. She had implicitly approved of Li Yushu's position as Demon Emperor. Bring back the sword of the fallen immortals along with Neza. Every disciple of my Chan sect must eradicate this calamity that plagues the world. The primordial supreme being immediately issued an edict, commanding all disciples of the Chan sect, at Golden Ao Island, within the Bo Palace. Zhao Gongming, who had come to report, had long since knelt in the main hall. Now acutely aware of the establishment of the ancient demon court and the emergence of the demon emperor. Even as Zhao Gongming received this revelation, he was drenched in sweat. He had placed his bets on Li Yushu. Now, with such audacity to scheme against the entire demon clan, he would surely enrage the celestial saints. Since Zhao Gongming had conveyed Li Yushu's requests, the Tongtian Patriarch had been deep in thought, wishing to probe Li Yushu. However, now, before the Patriarch could act, Li Yushu had already unleashed a cataclysm across the three realms. The old bull must contend for the position of demon sovereign. After a millennium of plotting, one cannot so easily relinquish it. The Tongtian Patriarch withdrew his gaze from the closed doors of the Inhua Palace and slowly spoke. Most of the disciples of the intercepting sect hailed from the demon clan, which compelled the Tongtian Patriarch to consider leveraging the power of the demon clan to restore the Dao lineage after the Fengshan tribulation. This meticulous plan, cultivated over a millennium, had finally yielded a figure of significant influence within the demon clan, second only to the White Zay. With the rise of the Buddhist sect, the heavenly court would eliminate the northern Julu continent, and it seemed that all was coming to fruition. Oh, his utter disbelief. The White Zay, who had never bowed to anyone in 10,000 years, suddenly chose to submit to Li Yushu.as for Li Yushu's demands. Zhao Gongming cautiously inquired. The Tongtian Patriarch turned around, gazing at his once most esteemed disciple, and smiled. The three swords of the immortals are not in my hands. Give them to him, if he desires the diagram of the immortal extermination sword array. This trifling benefit is insufficient. Zhao Gongming's heart swelled with joy, and he promptly responded, "Disciple understands." The Tongtian Patriarch suddenly smiled mysteriously, raising his hand to summon two beams of treasure light, sending them towards the Flame Mountain. Meanwhile, at Flame Mountain, a million demons gathered in this place, their demonic aura obscuring the heavens. The deities from all directions not only dared not report to the heavenly court, but even shunned the construction of incense temples here, keeping their distance. This was due to Flame Mountain being the territory of the great saint of heaven, the bull demon king. In the past, the heavenly court had dispatched troops to wage war but returned in utter defeat. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the heavenly court tacitly permitted the bull demon king's actions. Damn it. Whatever the White Zay says goes. That position of the demon sovereign should rightfully belong to me, the old bull. What is Li Yushu to be feared? Convey my orders. The army shall depart for the western Yoho prefecture to partake in a feast. Secretly notifying the other 5 great saints, surround and eliminate the so-called demon emperor Li Yushu and show him some consequences. A white bull, towering as high as the unhindered mountain, roared towards the sky. Kill, kill, kill. The million-strong demon army waved their weapons, shouting frantically. The vast demon army surged forth like a locust swarm, heading towards Mount Wanshou. The deities and saints in the vicinity instinctively made way for the demon army at Mount Wanshou. Within the 5, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat awkward. Headless Xingtian stood side by side with the 9 Phoenix, both glaring fiercely at the demon master Kuanpeng. Xingtian had yet to realize that the drenched bird perched on Li Yushu's shoulder was the great adversary of the witch clan. Otherwise, he would have cleaved the foolish bird in two within the Pango Hall. Conversely, the 9 Phoenix merely harbored intense disdain for Kuanpeng. The demon clans of the world were all detestable beasts, of course. Not a single being among the post-heaven human race was any better. Chapter 72. Just an old bull. As for this Kuanpeng, in a certain sense, he could also be regarded as a great benefactor of the witch clan. Had he not backstabbed the Eastern Emperor Tai and Dijuan, the outcome of the witch-demon war might have been even more tragic. Zhen Yuanzi, on the other hand, leisurely savored his tea, keenly observing the 9 phoenix. This was the foremost great witch beneath the 12 ancestors of the witch. Possessing a refined consciousness, Zhen Yuanzi was profoundly astonished by the gains from his master's journey. When he saw a being of pure blood, exuding the aura of an ancestral return, closely following Li Yushu, he was already sufficiently astounded. He did not anticipate that even more shocking revelations lay ahead. When the great witch 9 phoenix appeared alongside Xingtian, Zhen Yuanzi was utterly bewildered. In the entire hall, only the heavenly Peng was notably lively. Plopping down beside Yuan Yi, adopting an air of seniority, and began instructing this younger disciple. Yuan Yi, from now on, you shall be my little junior brother. Do you know who your senior brother is? What? You don't know? Sit down, listen well, I am. Before the heavenly Peng could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a slap from Li Yushu. Get out of here, Li Yushu said coolly. This heavenly Peng had already led the little girl astray, spending all day at the ginseng fruit tree, frequently threatening to annihilate others' families and dig up ancestral graves. After merely a few days' absence, the little girl had transformed from a well-behaved child into a formidable female demon. Now that he had finally found a promising seedling, he could not allow the heavenly Peng to lead her astray any further. Li Yushu was even contemplating sending the heavenly Peng back along the westward journey path. Oh! Tianpeng covered his face, reluctantly sitting aside. Bays had already commanded the demon tribes of the world to head to the northern Julu prefecture, rallying under my banner to revive the ancient demon court. I wonder what opinions everyone holds. Li Yushu spoke slowly. After some contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi remarked, to this day, the Saint Nuwa has not issued any decree, which clearly indicates that Yang Chan has already been persuaded. The only concern at present lies with the Jie sect, which aims to use the demon race as pawns to scheme across the 3 realms. That mighty bull demon king. His charisma is certainly not inferior to that of Bays. He has a wide circle of friends, with connections in both the heavenly court and the western Buddhist realm, as well as in the abyss of 9 Yus, commanding respect from the demon tribes in all directions. Long before the vast primordial era, Zhen Yuanzi had encountered that bull demon king outside the Zixiao Palace. Indeed, the bull demon king is the steed of the Tongtian Patriarch. However, later on, the Tongtian Patriarch personally engaged in the Fengshen calamity and, for reasons unknown, did not bring the bull demon king along, instead riding the Kuei bull into the calamity. If he cannot be subdued, the demon race may very well split in 2, with the Flame Mountain standing in opposition to the ancient demon court. The Jie sect behind him poses the greatest challenge. Zhen Yuanzi voiced his concerns. After all, in the initial plans laid out by Li Yushu and Zhen Yuanzi, the Jie sect was also a potential ally. Without the Tongtian Patriarch to oversee matters, those celestial saints might disregard the consequences of karmic retribution and personally intervene to hunt down Li Yushu. Humph, he is merely an old bull. Xingtian held the demon race in contempt, letting out a cold snort, not forgetting to provoke Kuanpeng with a glance. Unwilling to engage in a futile debate with the mindless witch race, Kuanpeng transformed into a giant bird and returned to perch on Li Yushu's shoulder. Falling into a deep slumber, back in the northern underworld, even with the river map and Luo book, Kuanpeng felt a lingering unease, fearing that upon opening his eyes, Zhen Yuanzi, along with the 2 western saints and other quasi-saint powers like Bays, would come knocking to settle scores. Now, alongside Li Yushu, though his renown may have diminished, he fears no one. Should anyone wish to settle accounts with him, they must first eliminate this harbinger of death. Li Yushu, with his fingers poised, divined the heavenly secrets, perceiving the bull demon king advancing towards him with murderous intent through the river of time. I, Li Yushu, am not someone anyone can casually probe. Li Yushu gazed at the bull demon king within the river of time and smiled faintly. By the name of the demon emperor, I command all 100,000 demon tribes under his banner to return to the 10,000 mountains of the northern Julu prefecture. Li Yushu declared. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled. I shall obey the master's decree. Neither the heavenly court nor the Buddhist realm, nor even that saint on Golden Ao Island, could possibly underestimate the terrifying stature of Li Yushu. The demon emperor, in the hearts of the demon race across the three realms. With the chaos bell atop his head, subduing all divine beings and Buddhas, the ancient great demons like Beis and Shangyang have bowed in submission. Is this not the Eastern Emperor Tai? Just then, the two little ones, Qingfeng and Mingyue, entered the grand hall, reporting to the ancestor, reporting to the master. The true martial emperor and the Tai by star seek an audience. Qingfeng and Mingyue announced. Li Yushu and Zhen Yuanzi exchanged knowing smiles. Surely, the Jade Emperor wishes to sit back and watch the spectacle unfold. This time, he must be bringing what Li Yushu desires. However, merely offering the Zhou Tian star flag would not satisfy Li Yushu's appetite. Quickly, let them in. Li Yushu said with a smile. Upon hearing that his good brother had arrived, Tianpeng felt a surge of emotion, nearly bursting into tears. Yet, observing the composed Yuan Yi and the nightmarish figure, Tianpeng straightened his posture, determined to maintain decorum. How infuriating! I am the favored disciple of the master, Tianpeng cursed inwardly, when the true martial emperor and the Tai by star entered the grand hall. Their expressions shifted upon seeing the terrifying figures within. The peak quasi-saint Zhen Yuanzi stood with his sleeves down, wearing a smile as warm as spring, sending shivers down the spines of the two. The headless Xing Tian and the 9 phoenixes left them utterly horrified. How could Li Yushu have tamed 2 great witches from the witch race? Throughout the 3 realms, who does not know the name of Li Yushu? The demon emperor? To what extent is his terror such that it could dissolve the animosity between the witch and demon races, uniting them in battle for Li Yushu, the demon emperor of the demon race, and the demon master Kunpeng standing alongside the great witches, 9 phoenixes and Xing Tian, on the same battlefield? This scene was far too bizarre, far too terrifying. Across the grand hall, only the poised young swordsman appeared less extraordinary. Of course, there was also the somewhat foolish Tianpeng, who seemed harmless, more dangerous than a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. The Tai by star, witnessing such a grand assembly, could only bitterly smile. Indeed, across the entire 3 realms, who could gather so many quasi-saints in one place? Aside from the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm, who else could achieve such a feat? Only the demon emperor Li Yushu, Li Yushu, who had been seated high above in the grand hall, merely regarded the 2 figures below with indifference, awaiting the Tai by star to speak the words he longed to hear. The Tai by star was not a fool and knew exactly what he ought to do. Little immortal Tai by star pays respect to His Majesty the demon emperor. The Tai by star bowed deeply. Behind him, the true martial emperor, though reluctant, still joined in the formal greeting under the piercing gazes of those present. Chapter 73. Capturing the Old Bull alive. Zhen Yuanzi, upon hearing the title of Demon Emperor, felt a sense of relief. It appeared the heavenly court was not in a hurry to strike against the Wuzhuang Temple and the demon court, opting instead for a more gentle approach. In Zhen Yuanzi's view, this so-called gentleness was merely flattery. The Jade Emperor wished to use Li Yushu as a blade against the Buddhist realm. However, this blade was not one that the Jade Emperor could wield. It's been quite a while since I've seen you, Li Yushu said slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Tai by star managed a sheepish grin. You are only thinking of yourself. Clearly, it is the Zhou Tian star flag that you desire. Before the Tai by star could speak further, Li Yushu raised his hand, guiding Yuan Yi and apologizing. Please allow the 2 esteemed guests to rest for a moment. There will soon be a splendid performance. After saying this, Li Yushu departed with Yuan Yi. This Tai by star raised his head, confusion written all over his face, and trepidation gripped his heart. Could it be that the performance was about himself? At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward, smiling. You are overthinking it, old immortal. Qingfeng, Mingyue, serve tea to our esteemed guests. Right away. The 2 little ones hurriedly prepared tea. Without Li Yushu's watchful eye, Tianpeng dashed like a wild horse into the embrace of the true martial emperor. Brother, I've missed you so much. With so many brothers in the heavenly court, you are the only one who still remembers me. Tianpeng sobbed, clinging to the true martial emperor, leaving his golden robes drenched. Brother. The true martial emperor wore a helpless expression, but was nonetheless filled with emotion. In the back hall, Li Yushu sat cross-legged, the chaos bell casting a myriad of glimmering lights above him, his expression solemn. Yuan Yi sat respectfully on a mat, prepared to receive the ancestral teachings. Li Yushu began to speak slowly. A grain of sand can fill the sea, a blade of grass can sever the stars. Sun and moon. In the primordial era long ago, there existed a tribe known as the Nine-Leaf Swordgrass, originating from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with leaves like swords, each bearing 9 blades. Meanwhile, miles away, a decree of the Demon Emperor, imbued with the terrifying pressure of a peak quasi-saint, swept across the immortal realms. The 100,000 demon troops that had just stepped out of the northern Julu prefecture fell to their knees beneath the decree. By the command of the Demon Emperor, all my demon army shall return to the 10,000 mountains of the northern Julu prefecture and heed the orders of Baze. Any who show disrespect shall be expelled from the demon race and face execution without mercy. As this decree descended, those great demons who had been clamoring for a feast were left dumbfounded. What the hell, Demon Emperor? No, wait. Wasn't it agreed that we would go to the western Bul Huzhou for a feast? Over 100 demon eyes darted about in confusion. That Demon Emperor has already gained the recognition of ancient great demons like Baze. The heavy burden of reviving the demon race and the entire karmic weight of the demon race rests upon that great demon lord's shoulders. How could they possibly attack the mountain where the Demon Emperor resides? Did that old bull deceive us? Without the protection of the Demon Emperor, we are unworthy even of the northern Julu prefecture and would eventually be slaughtered by outsiders. Though we may be illiterate, we at least know how to write the words benevolence and righteousness. Damn it, did the Bull Demon King trick us? The over 100,000 demon warriors did not wait for the Bull Demon King to provide a satisfactory explanation, cursing as they made their way to Baze's stronghold. Even some Tai golden immortal demons pointed fingers at the Bull Demon King's nose, cursing a few words before hastily departing. Only the Bull Demon King remained, bewildered and dazed in place, his mind in disarray. Those who once feasted and drank with him had abandoned him just like that. Damn it, no loyalty at all. The Bull Demon King stomped his feet in anger, further deepening his confusion regarding the Demon Emperor. What kind of postnatal human could impart teachings to the demon race amidst the 10,000 mountains? How could he, step by step, suppress the divine beings and demons of the heavens? Gaining the recognition of the entire demon race to become a generation's Demon Emperor, the title of Demon Emperor bore an overwhelming weight. Even the Bull Demon King, who had plotted for countless years, dared not entertain any thoughts of rebellion. I hope you can satisfy this old bull. Otherwise, it would be in vain. The Bull Demon King felt the 4 immortal swords at his brow, suppressing his thoughts, and made his way towards the 10,000 Longevity Mountain. When the Bull Demon King arrived at the 10,000 Longevity Mountain, he was astonished to find that it was the abode of Zenyuanzi. Why was it that Zenyuanzi, who possessed one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit tree, did not attract the covetous eyes of any great demons? Not only due to the celestial might of Zenyuanzi, but also because of the innate Wutu demon-exterminating great formation composed of the earth veins and the ginseng fruit trees of Mount Wanshou. Should an ordinary Deluo Jinxian trespass into this great formation, they would merely become a substantial nourishment for the ginseng fruit trees. Now, with the formation vanished and the disciples of Wu Zhuangwen absent to impede me, could it be that Li Yushu has decided to surrender along with Jinyuan Daxian? A peculiar thought emerged in Niuemo Wang's mind as he steadied his resolve and bellowed towards the interior of Wu Zhuangwen. You wretched tortoise, the great sage Niuemo Wang has arrived. Demon Emperor Li Yushu, step forth for a duel. I vow this battle shall leave you searching for your teeth, disarmed and stripped of your imperial title. The sound of his roar was deafening, startling those within the hall who were savoring their tea, not out of astonishment at Niuemo Wang's strength, but rather at his audacity to challenge within Mount Wanshou. When it comes to the courage of one's Dao heart, it seems that even ordinary quasi-saints could not rival Niuemo Wang. This meant to be my show of strength. Tai Baijin Xing felt a twinge of unease as he glanced at Zenyuanzi. Zenyuanzi merely smiled knowingly and replied, the old immortal is overthinking. Niuemo Wang is simply being arrogant. Before Zenyuanzi could take action, Tian Peng, grumbling, emerged, dragging Zhenwu Dadi along with him. Upon seeing Niuemo Wang, Tian Peng pointed accusingly, unleashing a torrent of insults. You bovine fool, how dare you bark at the gates of Wu Zhuangwen? Truly, if I do not thrash you today, you will think you can run rampant. Niuemo Wang regarded the childlike Tian Peng with derision and scoffed. You plague-ridden pig demon. When did you earn the right to spar words with me? Tian Peng raised an obscene finger, disdain evident on his face, and said to Zhenwu Dadi, brother, your moment to shine has arrived. Capture that old bull alive, and tonight we feast on bull kidneys and tail stew. With a resigned sigh, Jinwu Dadi turned to Tai Bai Jin Xing, who stroked his white beard, his expression grave as he nodded, signaling for him to act. Zhen Yuanzi saw through Tai Bai Jin Xing's scheme, intending to eliminate Niu Mo Wang and thereby place Wu Zhuangwen in his debt. However, it was evident that Tai Bai Jin Xing had underestimated the situation. Zhen Yuanzi continued to sip his tea leisurely, preparing to witness a grand spectacle, knowing full well that Tai Bai Jin Xing's calculations would come to naught. Chapter 74. The Extermination Sword Array. Jinwu Dadi manifested a towering true form, wielding the demon-subduing sword, standing firm amidst heaven and earth. Upon witnessing Jinwu Dadi's sudden emergence, Niu Mo Wang's countenance darkened. Jinwu Dadi was a uniquely revered figure among the demon race. They both feared his terrifying prowess and respected his character. Regardless of the Demon King, all would show deference in his presence. And even Niu Mo Wang was no exception. However, today was different. The Tongtian Patriarch had issued a decree for Niu Mo Wang to test Li Yushu. Naturally, this was not a directive for Niu Mo Wang. A Deluo Jinxian, to meet his demise. Jinwu Dadi declared, "This matter does not concern you. It is an internal affair of my demon race. You are not my match today, so depart early to avoid straining our harmony." Niu Mo Wang unfurled his Deluo Jinxian powers, and behind him, the primordial mountains and rivers emerged, a white bull avatar brimming with demonic energy suppressing all directions. Jinwu Dadi chuckled, "Today, I am not one of the 4 saints of the north. Let us spar a little." Though Jinwu Dadi spoke of sparring, his quasi-saint power surged forth with ferocity. Boom! Jinwu Dadi summoned a torrent of divine light, stepping upon the void, while his demon-subduing sword grew to an immense size, as if to cleave heaven and earth, striking down towards Niu Mo Wang. This strike was delivered with all his might. In times past, such a blow could have slain Niu Mo Wang's true form. But today was not like any other. Niu Mo Wang showed no fear, instead sighing helplessly before breaking into a triumphant laugh. Today, the name of this old bull will resound across the seas and shake the realms. Extermination Sword Array, arise. Slay the immortals, stand, buzz. From the center of Niu Mo Wang's brow, 4 piercing lights shot skyward. 4 swords radiating terrifying sword light had reached the realm of postnatal treasures, forming a great array that suppressed the heavens and earth. This array was none other than the Extermination Sword Array, one of the 4 fearsome formations of the primordial era, which had nearly eradicated a saint. Even merely 4 postnatal slaying swords possessed a sharpness that a quasi-saint like Jinwu Dadi could not contend with. Once the Extermination Sword Array was established, its overwhelming sword light inundated the cosmos, slicing Jinwu Dadi's true form into mere powder. The emergence of the Extermination Sword Array shocked all corners. Jinwu Dadi, grievously wounded, retreated to Wu Zhuangwen, no longer daring to confront its might. "What, dare you harm my brother?" Tian Peng, witnessing Jinwu Dadi covered in blood, was filled with uncontainable rage. However, upon gazing at the menacing Extermination Sword Array above, he instantly wilted. "Wait for me, brother. I shall summon reinforcements." Without a second thought, Tian Peng rushed into the hall, fearing a sword strike might descend from above. How could this be? Jinwu Dadi wiped the blood from his lips, gazing at the array above with despair etched across his face. The Extermination Sword Array had manifested, and a calamity of slaughter was upon them. Not only Jinwu Dadi, but even the quasi-saints within the hall were utterly astonished. How could the foolish bull have brought forth the Extermination Sword Array? Zhen Yuanzi could no longer remain seated, immediately raising the treasured earth book to protect Mount Wanshou. Tai Bai Jin Xing's face turned pale. Yet he found himself cursing out loud. Is this the grand show you prepared for me? To use an Extermination Sword Array to threaten me? Truly excessive, utterly excessive. Tian Peng rushed into the hall, wailing, "My lord, please come out. They are at your door. They even claim to want to dismember you." The crowd looked at Tian Peng, speechless. If Zhen Yuanzi were not aware of Tian Peng's nature and knowing his heart was not malicious, he would have had to rectify the disciple on the spot. Xingtian inquired, "Shall I assist you in breaking the array?" Jiu Feng crossed her arms, wearing a cold smile, appearing to relish the situation. Zhen Yuanzi glanced at the hall and shook his head, saying, "No need. We shall continue sipping tea. That bull cannot enter." With Zhen Yuanzi's words, the others understood. This was all part of the arrangement by that demon emperor. allowing Nyoamo Wang to prance around for now. Only Tai by Jin Xing and Jinwu Dadi wore complex expressions. The girl, who had remained by the ginseng fruit tree, paid no heed to the great white bull above, instead snuggling against the trunk and drifting into a deep slumber. The gentle breeze and bright moon below carefully watched over her, fearing this little ancestor might disregard her master's commands and charge out. Seeing Wu Zhuangwen remain silent, Nyoamo Wang placed his hands on his hips, standing within the extermination sword array, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Ha ha ha! As long as you do not emerge today, I, the old bull, shall not leave. Nyoamo Wang understood that he was here to test the waters, merely to intimidate Li Yushu, not to throw his life away at Wu Zhuangwen. Had he replaced these 4 postnatal slaying swords with the true extermination 4 swords, he would not only have annihilated this small Wu Zhuangwen, but would have decimated the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect as well. Faced with Nyoamo Wang's actions, especially with the re-emergence of the extermination sword array, it was clear to everyone that Nyoamo Wang had come to Wu Zhuangwen under the directive of the Tongtian Patriarch. Yet, to outsiders, it appeared as anything but a mere test. Waves of mighty divine consciousnesses watched the extermination sword array from the void. It was feared that Nyoamo Wang was acting under the saint's command, seeking the slaying immortal sword. The slaying immortal sword had already fallen into the hands of Demon Emperor Li Yushu. Stained with great karma, how could the Jie sect dare to reclaim it? With the extermination sword array manifest, a slaughter calamity was upon them, and the fall of gods and Buddhas, the obliteration of immortals and demons, loomed ominously. One could only watch how Li Yushu would dismantle this extermination sword array, which had been meticulously laid out for him. Whether from the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect, all were presently watching this grand spectacle unfold. Many powerful beings were astonished by the Jie sect scheme. Nyoamo Wang had come to confront Li Yushu as a Deluo Jingxian, while coincidentally, Li Yushu had just been revered as the demon emperor by the demon race. Should a quasi-saint intervene, it would be a loss of face. However, if not intervened by a quasi-saint, Jinwu Dadi had already tested the sharpness of the extermination sword array and found it devastating. A Deluo Jingxian stepping into the extermination sword array would undoubtedly meet death. The chaotic bell would offer no protection. To activate the chaotic bell with Deluo Jingxian powers, all the mighty beings knew it could not withstand the terrifying sword energy of the extermination sword array. Far within the 10,000 mountains of the North Julu continent, Bai Zhe stood tall, observing the myriad of demon tribes converging from all directions, all settling within the 10,000 mountains. The entire North Julu continent was awash with demonic energy, forcing all other beings of different paths to flee. Even the day and night wandering deities responsible for patrolling the realms dared not appear in North Julu. Bai Zhe had once declared, "Non-demonic beings walking in North Julu shall be killed on sight." The fate of the Guanxi Yin had already proven this without need for Bai Zhe to elaborate. Chapter 75. The Grass Character Sword Technique. The Extermination Sword Array. Shall we go to assist the Demon Emperor? Shang Yang's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of concern. Bai Zhe, however, simply waved his feather fan, smiling lightly. A mere extermination sword array, lacking the 4 swords of extermination, is nothing to fear. Within Wu Zhuangwen, during the final years of the immortal era, for great immortal kings from foreign lands crossed the void and descended upon the roots of the 9-leaf sword grass. The 9-leaf sword grass, with its singular power, stood against the 4 immortal kings, its overwhelming sword energy engulfing the heavens and earth, ultimately leading to a mutual destruction. As Li Yushu's words fell, the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him dissipated, and his gaze turned towards Yuan Yi, who was immersed in the profound understanding of the ancient fierce arts. Li Yushu initially intended to pass on the Phoenix Treasure technique to Yuan Yi, but he recognized that Yuan Yi's mastery of the sword path was unparalleled, far surpassing that of others. Moreover, the Phoenix Treasure technique had already been comprehended by Shang Yang, and Li Yushu harbored a greater desire for the collective inheritance of the 10 ancient fiends to emerge within the 3 realms. The most suitable heir for the 9-leaf sword grass was none other than the true phoenix, Yuan Yi. His Tao heart resonated harmoniously with the 9-leaf sword grass, unafraid of all challenges. With only a single sword in mind, buzz. Yuan Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and a qualitative transformation occurred within him, akin to a sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance. A torrent of sword intent erupted from his being. making it impossible for anyone to gaze directly at him. The center of his brow, a golden imprint of the 9-leaved sword grass emanated a luminous glow. Furthermore, he wielded the innate spiritual treasure. The 9 Spirits' true feather sword, forged from the immortal remains of the 9-leaved sword grass. The blade of the 9 Spirits' true feather sword was adorned with the resonance of phoenixes singing in harmony, bearing the mark of the 9-leaved sword grass severing the heavens. The sharp sword indented exuded twisted the very fabric of space around him. The terrifying sword radiance emanating from the sword's edge even compelled deities and Buddhas to retreat in fear. This filled Li Yushu with immense satisfaction. This was the true embodiment of perfect inheritance. "Thank you, ancestor," Yuan Yi exclaimed with fervor, fully aware of the terrifying nature of this inheritance. Particularly, the rarity of this innate spiritual treasure was nearly impossible to find throughout the ages. Had the Phoenix clan possessed another innate spiritual treasure to safeguard them, how could they have fallen to such a plight? Even some quasi-saint powers, after exhausting countless eons, may never acquire an innate spiritual treasure. Such treasures were scarce, having long been divided among the celestial saints. Now, with the intention of Li Yushu nodded in satisfaction. A system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, disciple Yuan Yi, for successfully comprehending the 9-leaved sword grass." The host receives 100-fold feedback. "Congratulations, host, for comprehending the grass extinguishing sword technique. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Great Luo sword embryo." This 100-fold feedback brought Li Yushu an abundance of rewards, especially the grass extinguishing sword technique, whose lethality far surpassed that of the grass character sword technique. The grass extinguishing sword technique evolved from the grass character sword technique, created by the Emperor of the Wild, who fused the indestructible sutra with his profound insights into the sword path. Additionally, one of the 3 great sword techniques of the ancient era, the peacekeeping technique, was also incorporated, making it a synthesis of countless strengths. When unleashed, it could sever the fabric of time and space, obliterating the heavens and extinguishing all. The Great Luo sword embryo was an unparalleled weapon. Especially after system enhancement, the Great Luo sword embryo became an imperial weapon in the annals of history. For 1,000,000 years, the Emperor of the Wild wielded the Great Luo sword embryo, slaying countless gods, demons, and celestial kings, suppressing the dark turmoil. Now, under the system's enhancement, it had transformed into an innate treasure that shook the very foundations of existence. Its might had grown even more formidable. The Great Luo sword embryo could cleave through anything, even absorbing all divine weapons to form its blade. It carried an ominous aura from birth, causing ordinary quasi-saints to flee in terror. Only Li Yushu could master it. "First, let me slay that old bull." Li Yushu's eyes pierced through the void, catching sight of the extermination sword array in the heavens, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This opportunity to seize the extermination sword array diagram should not be taken lightly. If one wished to gauge their strength, a price must be paid. Understood. Yuan Yi did not hesitate, shouldering the phoenix feather sword and striding forward to confront the bull demon king. When the sword-bearing youth emerged from the Wuzhuang temple, it was not just the bull demon king who was taken aback. Even the likes of Zhen Yuanzi within the temple were astonished. The bull demon king frowned, displeased, and remarked, "Why is it merely a pinnacle Tai golden immortal?" Zhen Yuanzi and others were equally puzzled, for the extermination sword array was no mere decoration. The true martial emperor, a quasi-saint, had already suffered losses. The ancient fierce formation was formidable enough to challenge even quasi-saints. How could a mere pinnacle Tai golden immortal hope to contend against it? It was likely he would perish within the extermination sword array. The hall fell into a hushed silence, yet no one dared to question Li Yushu's decision, choosing instead to wait and observe. Only the true martial emperor and the Tai by golden star wore complex expressions, their hearts filled with worry. Could this pinnacle Tai golden immortal youth, Yuan Yi, truly break the extermination sword array? The true martial emperor let out a bitter laugh and soon dismissed the absurd thought. Looking to the heavens, the sword-bearing youth, for the first time leaving the unusual mountain, faced the formidable bull demon king stationed within the extermination sword array. This was indeed a challenging start. Yet, Yuan Yi remained impassive, his expression betraying no hint of emotion, as calm as a placid mirror. "Hand over the extermination sword array diagram, and I shall spare your life." A terrifying sword intent surged from Yuan Yi. as if thousands of sword lights crisscrossed the heavens. Such overwhelming swordsmanship drew the attention of the 9 phoenixes. The Bull Demon King retracted his mocking demeanor, his expression serious as he intoned, "Little one, I come solely to seek retribution from Li Yushu. Should you truly draw your sword, I will show no mercy and will crush you without hesitation." Unfazed by the extermination sword array, Yuan Yi stepped boldly into the ancient fierce formation. "Very well. If you seek death, I shall grant it," the Bull Demon King bellowed, raising his hand to summon 4 extermination swords, cleaving toward Yuan Yi. Boom! The surging, overwhelming sword energy cascaded down like an entire galaxy pouring from the heavens, inundating the world. Layers of void were cleaved open, creating abysses of unfathomable depth, and all within the 3 realms felt the terror of that sword energy. Trembling in fear in the face of the 4 extermination swords unleashing their cataclysmic sword energy, Yuan Yi remained composed. He slowly drew the 9 phoenix true feather sword from his back. Hiss! In an instant, the heavens and earth resonated with the cries of myriad phoenixes. The world dimmed, the sun and moon lost their light, and only the boundless sword intent engulfed all. The very fabric of existence quivered under the explosive sword intent emanating from that single person and sword. Seeing the 9 phoenix true feather sword, the Bull Demon King's expression shifted. An innate spiritual treasure. Immediately, the extermination sword array whirled into action, unleashing a torrent of sword energy capable of suppressing quasi-saints. Only one sword can stabilize the cosmos. Grass character sword technique, Yuan Yi shouted, as the 9 leaves sword grass at his brow erupted with brilliant light, extending forth with a single sword. Buzz! A towering 9 leaves sword grass took root in the void, its 9 leaves moving like swords in the wind, cleaving through the myriad torrents of sword energy. Chapter 76. A single sword opens the heavens. The razor-sharp grass character sword energy pierced through the heavens and earth, severing stars and the sun, rendering the cosmos dim. Boom! A resounding blast echoed through the 3 realms, akin to the cataclysmic explosion of countless universes shattering. The 9 leaves sword grass unleashed a tidal wave of sword energy, suppressing the extermination sword while also knocking down the 4 extermination swords. The Bull Demon King, as the formation's focal point, felt a sword energy slice through half of his body, letting out a cry of agony. How is this possible? No. Who are you? The Bull Demon King, gritting through the pain, looked at the sword-bearing youth with terror etched across his face, howling in rage. This was the extermination sword array diagram personally passed down by the Celestial Saint. Though lacking the 4 extermination swords, it should be more than sufficient to suppress a quasi-saint. And yet this mere Tai Golden Immortal cannot possibly break through. Yuan Yi stood with his sword in hand, coldly gazing at the Bull Demon King. Not only was the Bull Demon King struck with dread, but all beings within the 3 realms felt a pervasive fear. It stemmed from the terror of the unknown power. What sort of innate being could, through absolute swordsmanship, shatter the extermination sword array with a single sword strike? That innate spiritual treasure, which had never before appeared in the primordial world, astonished countless mighty figures. At that moment, after sheathing his divine sword, the sword-bearing youth cast a disdainful glance at the Bull Demon King and calmly declared, "I am the true Phoenix Yuan Yi, here by the command of my ancestor to slay you." Boom! With this declaration, a tumultuous wave surged through the 3 realms, countless divine thoughts nearly shattered in the void. What? This lad is a true Phoenix? Ancestor? Is Li Yushu not the Demon Emperor? How has he become the Phoenix ancestor? The ability to shatter the extermination sword array with a single strike seemed to be the handiwork of Li Yushu, a warning shot to deter the demon race from harboring rebellious thoughts. It was unimaginable that the Jiejiao would be so thoroughly shaken by Li Yushu. This display of power was truly terrifying. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, bang! The Jade Emperor slammed his palm down, shattering the celestial table before him, his eyes fixed intensely on Yuan Yi within the Haotian mirror. Who exactly is Li Yushu's true form? Donghuang Tai, Phoenix ancestor, who in the 3 realms is unaware of the Phoenix clan's decline, to the point where no one dares to breach the formation and subdue them. Moreover, there is the blessing of the 9 phoenixes. Attempting to subdue the Phoenix clan is an endeavor fraught with imbalance. Yet, this Li Yushu has casually extracted a young phoenix from the forbidden grounds of their clan. This phoenix, upon entering the world, effortlessly shattered the extermination sword array, making a remarkable debut. Furthermore, that innate spiritual treasure has left countless quasi-saints yearning for it. All of this has emerged from the hands of Li Yushu. It seems that this display of power is not merely a warning to the Jie sect, but rather directed towards me. The Jade Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing momentarily as he murmured to himself in the west, at Ling Mountain. Has the extermination sword array truly been broken? The Tathagata, who was immersed in the contemplation of Buddhist teachings, was jolted awake, gazing in astonishment towards Mount Wanshou. The Phoenix ancestor indeed possesses remarkable means. The Tathagata chuckled coldly, then sent forth a decree towards the Western Paradise. It is known that within the Buddhist sect today, there are descendants of the Phoenix. Moreover, this individual was once revered as the foremost under the saints during the Fengshan calamity at Kunlun Mountain in the Yushu Palace. Watching the unfolding drama from a distance, my dear junior, your schemes are rather predictable. The primordial heavenly venerable gazed at the shattered extermination sword array, a sneer continuously forming on his lips. How could he be oblivious to the machinations of his mischievous junior brother, seeking to intimidate Li Yushu, compelling him to submit and relinquish the fortune of the demon clan? Yet in the end, even the extermination sword array was dismantled by a mere Tai Golden Immortal. Furthermore, that individual is but a junior of Li Yushu. It is nothing short of a tremendous disgrace. On Golden Ao Island, at the Bo Palace, the atmosphere within the Bo Palace had turned somewhat peculiar. The disciples of the Jie sect exchanged bewildered glances, all wearing expressions of confusion. Li Yushu is quite intriguing. The Tongtian suddenly laughed. This laughter left the disciples of the Jie sect utterly astonished. The extermination sword array was shattered by a small phoenix with a single strike. It is likely that the diagram of the extermination sword array will also be seized by Li Yushu. Why does the master appear somewhat pleased? He has obtained the extermination sword array diagram, which should be considered a contribution to our Jie sect. The Tongtian's celestial eyes shimmered with hidden wisdom as he smiled faintly. Everything remains within the grand design of the Tongtian. What pleases him further is that Li Yushu chose not to personally break the array, instead delivering a dimensional blow to the entire Jie sect. This time, Li Yushu has truly earned the Tongtian's genuine recognition. Outside Wuzhuang Temple, Old Ox, the ancestor wishes to see you. Follow me. Yuan glanced at the dazed Bull Demon King and spoke coolly. Although half of the Bull Demon King's body had been severed, his terrifying Deluo Golden Immortal power would allow him to recover swiftly. After all, Yuan's intention was merely to break the array, not to behead the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King realized he had fallen into a trap and could neither flee nor escape. At that moment, Zhao Gongming, who had been observing from the void, finally revealed himself. Otherwise, given the Bull Demon King's temperament, negotiating with Li Yushu would likely leave him utterly devoured. Old Ox, go meet your old friend. I shall handle the rest. Zhao Gongming steadied his mind, pulling his astonished gaze away from Yuan. As you command. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming's appearance, the Bull Demon King finally felt at ease. Although the Bull Demon King was the mount of the Tongtian, he strictly counted as a third-generation disciple of the Jie sect. Zhao Gongming, on the other hand, was one of the many direct disciples, and the Three Heavens ladies referred to him as a brother. In the grand hall of Wuzhuang Temple, Li Yushu's imposing figure sat high above, resembling a tiger perched upon a dragon, instilling a sense of awe. The Zhan Yuanzi, Nine Phoenixes, and Xingtian, among other quasi-saint powers, took their seats accordingly. This highly anticipated youth, who had shaken the three realms, Yuan stood beside Li Yushu, sword in hand, clearly cherished by him, particularly with an innate spiritual treasure cradled in his arms. Eliciting envy from all, after Zhao Gongming entered the hall, he instinctively sought a position towards the back to sit down. He understood that the main event had been abruptly overshadowed by Yuan. Now, Li Yushu seemed poised to use the Tai Bai Jin Xing and the Jinwu Dadi to exert pressure on him. Tai Bai Jin Xing felt increasingly uneasy, even daring not to meet the gazes within the hall directly. Ultimately, it was Li Yushu who broke the slightly awkward atmosphere first. Tai Bai Jin Xing, I wonder if this visit is in response to a small request I made to the great heavenly venerable? Li Yushu's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled faintly. A small request? The corners of Tai Bai Jin Xing's mouth twitched slightly as he forced a smile, saying, Your Majesty has granted, specifically bestowing the Zhou Tian Star Banner. The Hao Tian Sword and Mount Wanshou shall heed your call. Not your decree. Point 2 Supreme treasures have thus been handed over. If this were to be known to the outside world, one might think that the heavenly court has willingly softened its stance. This is indeed a protection fee for Li Yushu, to prevent him from channeling calamities elsewhere, lest the heavenly court face another wave of slaughter. Among the 4 heavenly emperors, the emperor of the mound, Lei Junzi, has perished, and countless heavenly soldiers have repeatedly returned empty-handed. The brilliance Li Yushu has displayed is something the Jade Emperor is reluctant to provoke. After all, Li Yushu is intent on suppressing the Chan sect and the Western Buddhist sect. Why should the heavenly court risk mutual destruction to remove this thorn from the path of the West? Upon hearing the Hao Tian sword, Xingtian's eyes ignited with boundless fury and murderous intent. The 9 phoenixes shot Xingtian a glare, preventing him from lashing out at Tai by Jin Xing in rage. The memories of his own beheading remain vivid in Xingtian's mind. Li Yushu nodded in satisfaction, saying, I kindly ask the old immortal to convey to the Jade Emperor that the matters he requested, I, Li Yushu, shall certainly fulfill. Within 3 days, he shall understand that the value of these 2 supreme treasures has not been squandered. Tai by Jin Xing was left utterly bewildered. Your Majesty requested additional matters? The final sentence nearly caused Tai by Jin Xing to spit out a mouthful of blood in frustration. The Hao Tian sword, having severed Xingtian's head, not only commands respect throughout the 3 realms but also carries the fortune of countless millennia. Among innate spiritual treasures, the Hao Tian sword is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional. As for the Zhou Tian Star Banner, there is no need to elaborate. In the hands of Bai Zhe, Li Yushu now possesses the He Tu and Luo Shu. Once the Demon Clan gathers sufficient Deluo Golden Immortals, the Zhou Tian Star Array, one of the 4 fearsome arrays of the primordial era, shall re-emerge. That is the true Zhou Tian Star Array, not the cobbled-together version. Could it be that Li Yushu will uproot the Western Ling Mountain within 3 days? Otherwise, Tai by Jin Xing could not fathom what monumental event could warrant these 2 supreme treasures. If the demon sovereign has no other pressing matters, I shall take my leave. Tai by Jin Xing wiped the cold sweat from his brow and spoke respectfully. This Wuzhuang temple is even more formidable than a den of dragons and tigers. He was unwilling to linger here for even a moment longer. Zhen Yuanzi rose, glancing at Yuan, and smiled. Yuan, come with me to see the old immortal off. Yuan looked at Li Yushu, saw the ancestor nod, and then descended. Thank you, thank you. Tai by Jin Xing clasped his hands in gratitude. Xingtian and the 9 phoenixes also tactfully found an excuse to exit the hall. Only Li Yushu and Zhao Gongming remained in the grand hall. Li Yushu's gaze was piercing, looking down at Zhao Gongming, and he smiled faintly. Has the Tongtian Saint indeed agreed? Zhao Gongming had already witnessed Li Yushu's prowess, especially when Yuan had unleashed a single strike. Zhao Gongming understood that the entire Jie sect could only submit to Li Yushu's whims, unless the 7 fairies of the Jie sect were to reunite. And the 3 heavens ladies set up the 9 curves Yellow River array, they would hardly have any voice against Li Yushu. The master has already agreed, and the remaining 3 extermination swords are at the demon sovereign's disposal. As for the diagram of the extermination sword array, Zhao Gongming forced a smile, and a radiant treasure flew towards Li Yushu. Li Yushu, unceremoniously, accepted it and smiled. I will also rescue the Wu Yun immortal from the 8 treasures pool. Zhao Gongming hesitated, wanting to speak but ultimately refrained. Among the 7 fairies who served under the Jie sect, not only was the Wu Yun immortal captured, but disciples such as the Qiu Shou immortal and Jingguang immortal, who were direct disciples of the Tongtian, had been turned into mounts for the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the Western Ling Mountain, never to rise again. Li Yushu understood Zhao Gongming's thoughts and said, for all disciples of the Jie sect, I, Li Yushu, shall certainly rescue them. With Li Yushu's assurance, Zhao Gongming finally felt at ease, his tightly furrowed brows relaxing, and a smile gracing his face. Compared to the blood extracted by the Jade Emperor, the Jie sect has only parted with a diagram of the extermination sword array. From Zhao Gongming's perspective, as long as the Chan sect does not court disaster, they would absolutely not provide Li Yushu with any opportunity to acquire the remaining 3 extermination swords. Furthermore, the foremost extermination sword, the extermination sword itself, has already been taken by the current number 1 of the Chan sect, Guang Chengzi. Guang Chengzi has long attained enlightenment, possessing profound and vast Taoism. He is certainly capable of contending with Li Yushu. Li Yushu wished to keep Zhao Gongming a while longer, but Zhao Gongming could not remain away from the heavenly court for too long and needed to return. Once everyone had dispersed, a chaotic vitality swirled in Li Yushu's eyes, and the figure of Yang Jian, who had been gestating for quite some time, emerged. Disciple Yang Jian pays respects to master. Yang Jian still retained the handsome visage of the jade-faced youth. But now, his skin, as white as jade, bore golden patterns, resembling myriad true dragons coiling upon his flesh. These golden patterns were the merit golden body that Li Yushu had earned for Yang Jian. Yang Jian had attained the great perfection of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, and only lacked the fortuitous opportunity to step into the Quasi-Saint Realm. Presently, within the three realms, Yang Jian was recognized as the foremost Deluo Golden Immortal. Alongside the newly prominent Yuan, acknowledged as the leading Tai Golden Immortal. Both individuals were disciples of Li Yushu. However, their master, Li Yushu, was unable to claim the title of the foremost quasi-saint due to the multitude of formidable beings in the primordial era, such as the ancestor of the underworld, who possesses the blood sea of the underworld, the emperor of the southern pole, one of the four heavenly emperors, and the ancient Buddha of the lamp of enlightenment in the Western Buddhist sect. Among others, these figures are all capable of contending with Li Yushu, standing at the same pinnacle. The physical forms of the celestial hound have been fully gestated. They merely require a few days within Mount Wanshou to absorb the essence of heaven and earth before they can fully recover. Li Yushu sat in the grand hall, gazing at Yang Jian, his eyes brimming with affection. Yang Jian's performance in the battle at Mount Hua had greatly pleased Li Yushu, for his Dao heart could only be rivaled by Yuan Yi. I express my gratitude to my master. Chapter 78. The monkey with the face of a thunder god. Though Yang Jian was continuously reconstructing his true form within his double pupils, he remained aware of all that transpired in the external world. With Li Yushu as his master, he harbored no concerns for the safety of his brethren. Li Yushu extended his hand and summoned Yuan Yi and Tian Peng, who were still outside. Tian Peng was in the midst of reminiscing with the bold demon king when he was abruptly pulled in, ready to unleash a torrent of complaints. However, upon seeing his master, he instantly donned a sycophantic smile and said, "Master, my shoulders are sore. Allow me to massage them for you." Tian Peng fidgeted like a bashful maiden. Li Yushu couldn't be bothered to spare him more than a glance. "I have met the ancestor," Yuan Yi respectfully saluted, and then turned to Yang Jian, his crimson eyes filled with curiosity. Earlier, he had heard Tian Peng speak of the formidable achievements of this foremost figure among the Deluo Golden Immortals, who had suppressed the Jade Ding Zhenren, one of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, at Mount Hua, seizing the immortal sword and facing its brilliance head-on. Yang Jian looked at his junior disciple with a benevolent smile and slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan Yi awkwardly managed to force a smile in return. Strong individuals always appreciate one another. Li Yushu observed his three favored disciples in the hall. Yang Jian still needed to cultivate at the Wuzhuang Temple to adapt to his new physique, awaiting the emergence of heavenly secrets to prove his path to quasi-sainthood as the most powerful Deluo Golden Immortal. Yuan Yi, though possessing the ability to cleave the heavens with a single sword, remained too immature, having yet to step into the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. This was akin to being offensively strong yet defensively weak. Inno Divine Being would set up a grand formation, idly waiting for Yuan Yi to break it. Most encounters would involve schemes and plots, with even the Buddha himself potentially intervening to eliminate him. At present, the Tang monk had already embarked on his journey westward. Li Yushu had attempted to enlighten both Jin Chanzi and the Tang monk, but the latter's Zen heart rivaled that of the Buddha himself. Ultimately, he managed to take the six-winged golden cicada as his disciple, becoming a hidden piece on the board. However, the Tang monk remained impervious to persuasion. Currently, the best candidate to orchestrate the 81 tribulations of the westward journey was just one person. Li Yushu's gaze fell upon Tian Peng. "Master? Master?" Tian Peng sensed the ominous shift and feigned an innocent demeanor. Blinking his eyes, "I merely assisted the yellow-winged monster." Li Yushu waved his hand dismissively, and before Tian Peng could further lament his fate, he was cast into the void. With Tian Peng gone, Li Yushu felt a significant relief in his ears. The ancient, double pupils of Yang Jian captivated Li Yushu's thoughts. The human race, a creation of the heavenly mother Nuwa, was an acquired life form, such innate phenomena as that could only be possessed by primordial beings. If born among the postnatal humans, it would signify a status akin to that of a primordial saint. Throughout the ages, the first sovereign of humanity, Emperor Xuanqiu, was the first to possess they, but he had since been imprisoned by the Chan sect. After the demise of King Zhou, humanity had been devoid of an emperor. Even the current Tang emperor, Li Shimin, referred to himself as the son of heaven rather than the emperor of humanity. To establish a new emperor of humanity, Li Yushu murmured. Casting Tianping onto the westward journey would not entirely thwart it. Even with his own intervention, it would merely delay the process. The rise of Buddhism was a trend of heavenly fate that could not be obstructed by human effort. Only by altering the great course of heavenly fate could the westward journey and its 81 tribulations be entirely buried. Coincidentally, Yang Jian had provided protection to the human race at Guanjiao, slaying demons and establishing merits, leading the people to construct temples in his honor. The human race was destined to flourish. Li Yushu's magical essence flowed as he gazed towards the 33 heavens above. Yet, to make Yang Jian a sovereign was not a daunting task. The seventh tribulation of the westward journey was the extermination of the Kingdom of France. According to the timeline in the original text, the Kingdom of France had already vowed to slay 10,000 monks. Moreover, in the Kingdom of Wujiguo, the king had been slain by the Buddhist sect, and the dragon-headed immortal, one of the seven celestial beings, had taken his place. After weighing his options, Li Yushu ultimately chose the Kingdom of Wujiguo. Now, he awaited the opportune moment. With a faint smile, Li Yushu prepared to impart teachings to his two personal disciples. At Huangfeng Ridge, within Huangfeng Cave, hundreds of ferocious beasts knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Even their king, the yellow wind monster, was being scolded. On a large tiger-skin chair sat a small child, still in the early stages of growth, pointing an accusatory finger at the yellow wind monster, berating, "How could you, after listening to the teachings of our master in the 10,000 great mountains, still not achieve the status of a Deluo golden immortal? Have you not comprehended the ancient Ten Fiends treasures or the indestructible heavenly arts?" Faced with Tianping's reprimand, the yellow wind monster dared not utter a word in response. After all, Tianping was the marshal of the heavenly Peng, a favored disciple of their master. Most importantly, he certainly could not contend with Tianping. "You are right to scold me," the yellow wind monster admitted with sincerity. "Silence," Tianping shouted, hands on his hips. The yellow wind monster froze, unsure of what he had said wrong. Tianping wore an expression of frustration, scolding, "How many times must I say it? When working, refer to your positions," the yellow wind monster, realizing his mistake, hurriedly replied, "Your words are indeed wise, Tianping Zhenjuan." Tianping nodded in satisfaction, having vented his dissatisfaction. Seated on the tiger-skin chair, Tianping casually grabbed a greasy chicken leg and began to enjoy it, mumbling, "That foul monkey is coming. What do you plan to do?" The yellow wind monster stood up, brimming with murderous intent, and replied, "What to do? Naturally, we shall chop that Tang monk into pieces, preparing a bowl of authentic Tang monk oil-splashed noodles for our master." Tianping paused for a moment, and the yellow wind monster instinctively asked, "Is there something wrong, Tianping Zhenjuan?" Tianping furrowed his brow and replied with utmost seriousness, "Remember to add plenty of chili. He has not had a good appetite recently." The yellow wind monster nodded repeatedly, "Truly, Tianping Zhenjuan thinks ahead." Just as the two conversed, a small demon rushed in a panic, kneeling on one knee and reporting, "Report, great king. The one from the Eastern Tang dynasty, the seeker of scriptures, has arrived." Upon hearing this, the yellow wind monster's body trembled, and he grinned sinisterly, "Excellent timing." However, Tianping did not rush to take action but instead furrowed his brow and asked, "How many people are there?" The tribulations of the westward journey had been repeatedly intercepted by Li Yushu. The Buddhist sect would undoubtedly be on guard. If it were merely Sun Wukong and the Tang monk, there would be no need for him to assist the yellow wind monster. The yellow wind monster alone could easily overpower Sun Wukong. The small demon paused, then began counting on his fingers. Tianping, alarmed, quickly inquired, "Are there many people coming?" The small demon continued counting for a long while before finally responding, "Report, great kings, there is only one person, along with a horse and a monkey with the face of a thunder god." Chapter 79. The wind-calming pill, get out of the way. The yellow wind monster waved his hand, casting aside the demon who could not count. He then turned to Tian Pong, who was still devouring the chicken leg, and asked, "Junior brother, should we directly deal with him?" After savoring the chicken leg, Tian Pong sighed contentedly and nodded. "Our master once said, when friends come from afar, we ought to treat them well." The yellow wind monster was taken aback. "Shouldn't it be said? Brothers, follow me. Tonight, we feast on Tang monk meat." Without further thought, the yellow wind monster raised his weapon and shouted, "Kill, kill, kill." The small demons, invigorated as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline, were eager to partake in the Tang monk's flesh to attain immortality. Moreover, with both their king and the Grand King present, even if the Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect came, they would still be forced to retreat. Boom! The entrance of Huangfeng Cave swung open, and hundreds of small demons surged forth like malevolent spirits escaping from the depths of hell. Not far away, the Tang monk rode on the white dragon horse, while Sun Wukong struggled through the swirling yellow sands, guiding the horse forward. "Not good, there are monsters." Sun Wukong's keen eyes widened in alarm. He raised his Rui Jingu Bang and bellowed at the horde of demons ahead. "Halt! Who dares to obstruct my path?" Yet the hundreds of small demons paid him no heed, surrounding him with weapons drawn, their expressions fierce and menacing. The Tang monk nearly fell off his horse in fright. Not even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, could stand against them. Let alone the Jade Emperor himself, these small demons would slay without hesitation. "Hey, the stinky monkey still has such a temper." A somewhat smug voice rang out from the yellow sands. As the dust began to settle, two figures emerged before the Tang monk and his disciples. Leading them was a sharp-tongued little Taoist boy, while the other bore sharp teeth, resembling a rat. Sun Wukong gripped his golden staff tightly, shielding the Tang monk protectively, and glared fiercely at the Taoist boy, shouting, "What kind of demon are you to act so arrogantly before me?" Tian Pong, filled with disdain, raised his middle finger and scoffed. "I am the foremost disciple of the Chan sect's third generation, a direct disciple of the Xiandu master, and later became a disciple of the demon king Li Yushu. As I traverse the three realms, who dares to lay a hand on me? What of your stinky monkey's arrogance?" The demon emperor Li Yushu. Sun Wukong felt a tightening in his chest, as if he had heard that name somewhere before. Meanwhile, the monk behind him, visibly pale with fear, hastily inquired, "Wukong, what shall we do now?" Sun Wukong snorted coldly, "Master, do not fret. Watch as I, old Sun, wield my staff and vanquish this horde of obstructing demons." With a surge of magical power enveloping him, he prepared to raise his Rui Jingu Bang and strike forth. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, Sun Wukong was propelled away by an incomprehensibly immense force, as though a mountain range had swept through. The sky was once again engulfed in swirling yellow sands, which even blew back Sun Wukong, who had been sent flying thousands of miles away. He felt as if he were but a plaything in the hands of others. The yellow wind monster, sensing an opportunity, unleashed a torrent of yellow winds upon Sun Wukong, rendering him utterly immobile. "What is a sneak attack? Let go of your grandfather's son so we can engage in 300 rounds." Despite suffering grievous injuries, with the golden hair on his head dimming, Sun Wukong continued to roar in defiance, like a cornered beast. The yellow wind monster barely glanced at him, instead turning to ask his disciple, "Should we slay this monkey and feast upon him?" Tianpeng surveyed Sun Wukong with a twinge of pity in his eyes, pondering that had it not been for his master's intervention, his fate would not have been much better than that of the monkey. Moreover, as Tang Seng's first disciple, he would have to bow to him on their journey westward. Let him live for now. I shall inquire with my master if he has a taste for monkey brains. Tianpeng withdrew his gaze from Sun Wukong and approached the white dragon horse, donning a harmless smile. "I am a disciple of the demon emperor Li Yushu, and I have come by my master's orders to invite you to the Yellow Wind Cave for a brief respite." Tang Seng, nearly fainting from fear, thought to himself that he was not given a choice. Whether to gather in the Yellow Wind Cave or even in the depths of the 18 levels of hell, he simply hoped that this group of minor demons would not devour him alive. "Very well," he stammered, suppressing his terror. Tianpeng chuckled, leading the white dragon horse toward the Yellow Wind Cave as the yellow sands began to rage once more, covering an expanse of hundreds of miles. Any celestial being wishing to enter this storm of yellow sand would first have to consider whether their own formidable body could withstand it. Capture that monkey. commanded the Yellow Wind Monster to the other minor demons. Both the Yellow Wind Monster and Tianpeng were not devoid of intellect. They understood the larger picture. Recklessly slaying Sun Wukong would yield no benefit. Instead, confining him within the Yellow Wind Cave would truly hinder the progress of their westward journey. Otherwise, it would be an effortless task for the Yellow Wind Monster to eliminate Sun Wukong with a mere gesture. The minor demons, laughing, swiftly bound Sun Wukong and hurried him toward the Yellow Wind Cave. At that moment, a radiant beam of Buddha light tore through the layers of yellow sand, illuminating the hundreds of minor demons. Under the brilliance of the Buddha light, the minor demons felt as if they were engulfed in flames. Emitting wails of despair as they revealed their true forms in mere moments, the flesh of the hundreds of minor demons was dissolved by the Buddha light, transforming into a pool of blood. "My children!" The Yellow Wind Monster's eyes widened in fury at the sight of the fallen minor demons. However, everything transpired too swiftly, leaving even the Yellow Wind Monster no time to react. The raging yellow winds were rendered ineffective by the Buddha light. In contrast, Tianpeng reacted with remarkable speed, delivering a slap to Tang Seng's face, knocking him unconscious and stepping upon him, allowing the white dragon horse to break free and flee. "Which scoundrel dares to ambush me? If you have the courage, try shooting me and see if I don't crush this monk," Tianpeng shouted angrily while pointing at the Buddha light above. From the heavens, layers of radiant light cascaded down, and a pearl, radiating countless beams of Buddha light like a great sun, stood firm in the cosmos. "I asked that the Dingfeng Dan?" The Yellow Wind Monster gasped at the sight of the pearl. Feeling a chill of fear, a golden-bodied bodhisattva, surrounded by brilliant Buddha light and wielding a magical dragon staff, hovered in the clouds, gazing down upon all beings with indifference. "Wretched beasts, having descended from Ling Mountain to cause chaos. Do you not fear retribution?" Lingji Bodhisattva commanded, unleashing the pinnacle of his celestial powers to suppress the heavens and the earth. Chapter 80. Lingji battles Beiji. Lingji Bodhisattva, one of the 8 revered bodhisattvas of Buddhism, resided on the Lesser Sumuru Mountain, contemplating the Dharma. Once the journey to the west was complete, this being, whose strength rivaled that of Manjushri Bodhisattva, would seize the opportunity to attain the status of a quasi-saint. During the 81 trials, it was Lingji Bodhisattva who subdued the Yellow Wind Monster. The Dingfeng Dan he crafted was specifically designed to counter the Yellow Wind Monster. Even as the yellow winds raged for 100,000 miles, the descent of the golden elixir quelled all forms of magic. Upon encountering Lingji Bodhisattva, the Yellow Wind Monster felt an instinctual dread rising from the depths of his bloodline and even his primordial spirit. Such was the decree of fate. Lingji, the Yellow Wind Monster, stammered, his expression dazed, his voice quivering, yet he still could not bring himself to utter the honorific of Bodhisattva. Tianpeng, noticing the unusual behavior of his senior brother, instantly understood why his master had sent him to assist. The Yellow Wind Monster was undoubtedly powerful, yet encountering Lingji Bodhisattva was akin to a mouse facing a cat. "Old Huang, awaken promptly." Tianpeng summoned his celestial powers. Striking a loud call, the Yellow Wind Monster jolted awake, realizing he had just been lost in confusion, and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, junior brother." Tianpeng, gazing at the Bodhisattva above, smirked and coldly remarked, "What is there to fear? He is but one, and we are 2. Can we not vanquish him? 2 against 1. The advantage is ours." With his strength, Tianpeng believed that he could at most engage in a fierce battle with Lingji Bodhisattva. For how could a mere peaked Daluo golden immortal contend with him? However, Lingji Bodhisattva merely smiled coldly, the Buddha light behind him intensifying. Boom! The sound of the heavenly calamity resonated, and the Buddha light surged for millions of miles, obscuring the sun. 18 golden-bodied arhats, each with distinct expressions, sat majestically upon the clouds. Among them, the arhats of dragon subduing and tiger taming exuded the most formidable aura, both being late-stage Daluo golden immortals. The emergence of these 18 Daluo golden immortals was a testament to the Buddhist order's profound depth. Even Tianpeng felt his countenance darken upon witnessing their arrival. Standing upon the unconscious Tang Song, Tianpeng pointed at the celestial light and shouted, employing numbers to overpower the few. "What kind of righteous sect is this? The Buddhist realm claims to be the foremost in the 3 realms. Are you not ashamed to resort to such tactics?" Such shamelessness tarnishes the face of Tathagata and brings disgrace to the dignity of Buddhism. I now offer Lingji a chance for redemption. Let us duel one-on-one. Lingji Bodhisattva, observing the incessant tirade of Tianpeng, merely smiled coldly and commanded, "Set up the Dingguang Fumo formation to capture him, erasing his memories of both past and present, and send him back on the journey westward." "We shall obey the Bodhisattva's decree," the 18 Arhats replied in unison. The 18 Arhats settled into their positions, their hands joined in prayer, reciting an unparalleled scripture in harmony. In the next moment, an unfathomable amount of Buddha light and mental power surged forth from the true bodies of the 18 Arhats. Within the void, it coalesced into a golden Buddha surrounded by 1,000,000 Buddhist nations, with countless disciples kneeling in reverence. This golden Buddha was a half-step quasi-saint, yet due to the will of heaven, such an existence could not be allowed to rise. Otherwise, the Dingguang Fumo formation laid down by these 18 Daluo golden immortal Arhats could shake the quasi-saint realm. The dragon subduing Arhat, serving as the focal point of the formation, gazed indifferently at Tianpeng, stating, "This formation was originally prepared to suppress that wretched Yang Jian. Now, using it on you is a mark of respect." After the battle at Mount Hua, Yang Jian had firmly established himself as the foremost among the Daluo, prompting Buddhism to prepare for his eventual suppression. The Tathagata had personally transmitted the Dingguang Fumo formation to the 18 Arhats. Once this formation was invoked, all demons in the 3 realms would tremble in fear. Tianpeng, watching the seated Dingguang Buddha, murmured to himself, "Had I known, I would have brought Yuani along." With a swift kick, Tianpeng sent the unconscious Tang Seng away, addressing the yellow wind monster, "Junior brother, take the hit and deal with that Lingji Bodhisattva. Old Huang, you handle those 18 little shrimps. You've hit the jackpot, so just enjoy yourself." Having said that, Tianpeng charged toward Lingji Bodhisattva. After all, it was wise to pick the softer fruit. Meanwhile, the yellow wind monster was left in disarray amidst the howling yellow winds. However, Lingji Bodhisattva had come not only to fulfill the Tathagata's command, but also to secure his own path to quasi-sainthood. How could he expect to gain merit and achieve enlightenment without subduing the yellow wind monster? "Enough of this noise," Lingji Bodhisattva coldly scoffed. "Namo Amitabha." The Dingguang Buddha intoned the supreme Buddha name, extending a colossal hand imbued with immortality toward Tianpeng, seeking to suppress him. The hand summoned tempests, and countless beams of Buddha light coalesced within its palm, exuding boundless might capable of vanquishing any Daluo. As the hand descended, the void trembled, and fierce winds howled, the Buddha light blazing forth. Tianpeng, bearing the mark of the 6 paths of reincarnation upon his brow, unleashed the indomitable might of the imperishable Emperor God, also slapping forth his palm to confront the Dingguang Buddha. Boom! The 2 mighty hands collided within the cosmos, akin to a colossal mountain crashing together and then exploding, sending forth waves of divine light. For a moment, it seemed as if the 800-mile yellow wind ridge would shatter. Tianpeng was forced back several hundred miles by the impact before managing to stabilize himself. Yet, this was only the beginning. He had anticipated great Buddhist might, yet it was not as formidable as he had imagined. Maintaining his composure, Tianpeng imitated Li Yushu's demeanor, casually placing one hand behind his back while brushing off the dust from his garments with the other. In stark contrast, a crack began to form upon the palm of the Dingguang Buddha. "This fellow's physical body is surprisingly formidable." Lingji Bodhisattva's expression shifted slightly. This incident also reminded Lingji Bodhisattva of something Guanyin had once mentioned to him. Tianpeng possesses a body of reincarnation whose flesh could arguably rival the supreme golden form of the Buddhist order, the Shakyamuni, and must not be underestimated. Even Lingji Bodhisattva had once been astonished, questioning whether Guanyin's assessment was overly flattering. Now, upon witnessing it firsthand, he realized that Guanyin's words held no exaggeration. This young man's power is formidable. Directly subduing him would be essential. With his protection, capturing the yellow wind monster would prove exceedingly difficult. Lingji Bodhisattva bellowed. The originally compassionate golden form of the Buddha opened its eyes in fury, resembling a celestial king glaring with wrath, emanating a terrifying murderous intent, with winds and thunder swirling around. Vajra palm of subduing demons. The majestic golden form of the Buddha stood tall as if it were a primordial giant, its boundless divine power surging like the vast seas, extending its great hand towards Tianpeng to subdue him. At that moment, the heavens and the earth lost their color, and the sun and moon dimmed. The entire Huangfeng Ridge trembled under the Buddha's overwhelming presence. The ground fissured, and demons wailed in despair. Yet, Tianpeng showed no fear. Instead, a wicked smile crept across his face. A mere minor deity truly believes that I, Tianpeng, fear you. Today, the entire three realms shall witness who the true foremost among the great Luo golden immortals is. With a swift motion, Tianpeng flipped his hand, revealing the terrifying swallowing heaven demon cap that emanated ominous black energy, and hurled it towards the golden Buddha. The boundless black energy of the swallowing heaven seemed to erupt from the depths of the underworld, soaring into the sky, devouring all in its wake. Chapter 81. An inevitable death. The ruthless emperor's Dharma form traversed the eternal river of time, as the swallowing heaven demon cap unleashed myriad streams of black energy. Sweeping across the entire realm, this Buddhist formation, said to be capable of subduing even those below the quasi-saint level, was instantaneously refined by the swallowing heaven demon cap, transforming into strands of pure essence that nourished Tianpeng. The ancient golden form of the Buddha was completely engulfed by the black energy, dissipating into countless rays of Buddhist light throughout the universe. The 18 golden-bodied arhats, who had formed the great array with their own bodies, were also tainted by the swallowing heaven demon chi, their golden forms visibly consumed. The expression of the dragon-subduing arhat changed drastically, as he urgently cried out, "Lingji Bodhisattva, save me!" Yet Tianpeng, known for his decisive actions, summoned the nine-toothed rake, a precious treasure of celestial origin, which shimmered with starlight, crossing the void and shattering the fabric of reality with a resounding crash, bang, before the dragon-subduing arhat could react. The nine-toothed rake unleashed a torrent of starlight, obliterating his true form. Another strike. Tianpeng raised the rake, which towered over him, and with a surge of murderous intent, charged towards the tiger-subduing arhat. The tiger-subduing arhat had already lost half of his golden form to the swallowing heaven demon cap, and could only gaze in despair as the rake descended, bang. Yet another golden-bodied arhat of the great Luo golden immortal realm fell tragically beneath the nine-toothed rake. But Tianpeng showed no signs of halting his onslaught. As the commander of the 10,000 water army of heaven, if he did not act decisively, how could he instill fear in the demons beyond the realm? Tianpeng slaughtered these 18 golden-bodied arhats as one would cull chickens or dogs. With each swing, blood would rain down from an arhat. His methods could only be described as ruthless. When slaying a golden-bodied arhat, he did not forget to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation seal, erasing their soul's imprint from the river of time. Tianpeng, you dare? Lingji Bodhisattva's rage ignited, his murderous aura manifesting as the visage of a bodhisattva with lowered brows and the wrathful eyes of a celestial king. These 18 arhats were beings with the potential to attain the golden-bodied bodhisattva status in the future, especially the dragon and tiger-subduing bodhisattvas, who had received the personal teachings of Maitreya Buddha. Their future was boundless. They had initially appeared to claim merit, merely to deal with a great Luo golden immortal. Little did they expect that the terrifying power Tianpeng exhibited was already sufficient to contend with Yang Jian. Lingji Bodhisattva summoned myriad rays of Buddhist light, preparing to strike down Tianpeng. Boom! A tempest of yellow sand surged from the void, obscuring the heavens and the earth. The yellow sand roiled with great Luo divine power, resembling a cosmic mill that could grind away all existence. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers all began to dissolve within this deluge of yellow sand. Even Lingji Bodhisattva's wind-stabilizing pill could only ensure his form did not get swept away by the sandstorm. Yellow wind monster, have you lost your mind? If you lay down your weapon and follow me back to Mount Ling to atone for your sins, there may yet be a path to survival. Lingji Bodhisattva, radiating 1,000-fold Buddhist light, fiercely resisted the onslaught of the yellow sand. The yellow wind monster glared back at Lingji Bodhisattva with eyes full of hatred, gritting his teeth as he replied, "I was but a yellow-haired weasel enlightened at the foot of Ling Mountain, wholeheartedly pursuing the path of Buddhism. You, driven by selfish desires, sought to claim merit from the 81 tribulations, scheming to make me consume the pure oil from the glazed lamp, and even set the guardian king upon me. If not for the chance encounter with the demon master's guidance in the grand midst of 10,000, how could I have lasted until now? A mere yellow-haired weasel, not even a golden immortal, had somehow infiltrated the Great Hall of Great Strength, evading the watchful eyes of the guardian King Kalen, the Four Directions revealing truth, and even the quasi-saint immovable king. Consuming every drop of the precious oil within the glazed lamp, such a tale would surely be more shocking than Yang Jin, confronting the sharp edge of the immortal sword with his great Luo golden immortal form. All of this was merely to ensnare the yellow-haired weasel in the calamities of the westward journey, and Lingji Bodhisattva could subdue him, removing one tribulation from the journey, thus gaining greater merit when rewards were distributed. Lingji Bodhisattva's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he sternly declared, "I did not expect Li Yushu to risk being annihilated by the heavenly Tao to divulge this secret to you. Vile creature, but today, you shall inevitably meet your end." Lingji Bodhisattva could no longer concern himself with the 18 arhats being slaughtered by Tianpeng. In all matters, merit must take precedence. Flying Dragon Staff, go, Lingji Bodhisattva bellowed. Channeling his immense great Luo divine power into the staff he wielded, this flying dragon staff was a precious artifact personally bestowed by the Tathagata, possessing boundless transformative capabilities and overwhelming might. Roar! A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the staff, its eyes blazing open as it soared into the sky. The resonating dragon's roar sent tremors through all living beings among the ancient dragon race. The 5-clawed golden dragon stood as a supreme being, second only to the Yinglong and the Zhulong. The flying dragon staff was forged from the complete corpse of a 5-clawed golden dragon during the primordial era by the Taoist master Duobao. Then nurtured for 1,000 years in the Western 8 Treasures pool of merit, making it incomparable to any ordinary postnatal artifact. The swirling yellow sand that threatened to ensnare Lingji Bodhisattva could not hinder the 5-clawed golden dragon in the slightest. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. The 5-clawed golden dragon, expanding to immense proportions, lunged forth towards the yellow wind monster. 3-flavor divine wind. The yellow wind monster remained unfazed, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of yellow sand once more. Yet the 5-clawed golden dragon, with its remarkably sturdy physique, disregarded the raging divine wind, striking down upon the yellow wind monster with a single claw. The yellow wind monster was unable to evade in time. Its true form sent soaring through the air, crashing through several mountain ranges before coming to a halt. Puff! The yellow wind monster collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Neither the fated adversary Lingji Bodhisattva nor the terrifyingly oppressive 5-clawed golden dragon was a match for the yellow wind monster. The great Tao had determined that the yellow wind monster would be subdued by Lingji Bodhisattva, transforming into merit to be returned to the 8 Treasures pool of merit within the Buddhist order. The earlier attack against Lingji Bodhisattva was merely a desperate gambit to buy time with his life. Lingji Bodhisattva looked down from above, surveying the wretched figure of the yellow wind monster, a smirk curling at his lips as he taunted, "Even with Li Yushu's personal arrival, you cannot alter your fate. A beast is ultimately just a beast." Before the words could fully escape his lips, an anomalous force erupted. Bang! Lingji Bodhisattva was sent flying a great distance by the overwhelming force, and had it not been for the protective Buddhist light surrounding him, his true form would surely have been obliterated. "Protect my true form." Lingji Bodhisattva's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted towards the 5-clawed golden dragon above. Roar! The 5-clawed golden dragon, with its colossal form, coiled protectively over Lingji Bodhisattva, glaring fiercely. "What an uproar! How dare you, a mere cat or dog, speak of my master's name?" Tianpeng jeered, shouldering the 9-toothed rake, which dripped with the blood of arhats, creating a golden rain of blood. Lingji Bodhisattva's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the array that had already been breached. Chapter 82. The Dragon's Delight. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 18 golden-bodied arhats within the array had been slaughtered by Tianpeng. Tianpeng regarded the astonished expression of Lingji Bodhisattva, baring his sharp teeth in a sinister grin. "You must understand, though we are both great Luo golden immortals, there exists an insurmountable chasm between us. Long ago in my previous life, I had already ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm, only to be miscalculated by the Jade Emperor and mistakenly cast into a pig's body. Now, with the 6 paths of reincarnation seal and the indestructible heavenly art, I possess the power to act with impunity within the great Luo golden immortal realm, with the swallowing heaven demon cap in hand. I consider myself invincible below the quasi-saint level, and I do not regard you, Lingji Bodhisattva, as anything but an insignificant insect. Very well, you may prepare to meet your demise. With a maniacal laugh, Tianpeng vanished into thin air. Traversing layers of void. Not good, Lingji Bodhisattva sighed inwardly, channeling his Buddhist power into the five-clawed golden dragon. Boom. Tianpeng appeared before Lingji Bodhisattva, his nine-toothed rake descending with the force to cleave mountains. The scales of the five-clawed golden dragon, impervious even to the three-flavor divine wind, were crushed into dust by Tianpeng's strike. It is noteworthy that this nine-toothed rake was crafted by Taishang Laojun from the primordial stars of the outer heavens. Its crafting techniques beyond even those of the Taoist master Duobao, now the Tathagata. Yet, this rake, despite its might, did not sever the five-clawed golden dragon in two, which brought Tianpeng unexpected delight rather than dismay. Just right. This treasure shall be used by the Old Yellow to prevent being easily slain by any random cat or dog in the future. Tianpeng laughed heartily as he produced the Swallowing Heaven Demon Cap. Upon seeing the Swallowing Heaven Demon Cap, Lingji Bodhisattva's spirit faltered, his calm shattered, and thoughts of suppressing the yellow wind monster vanished entirely in the astonished gaze of Tianpeng. The Lingji Bodhisattva delivered a resounding slap to the crown of his head. With a thunderous explosion, a self-detonating form of a great Luo golden immortal obliterated the entirety of Huangfeng Ridge. The resulting shockwaves flattened mountains and rivers in their wake. This was still under the circumstance that a five-clawed golden dragon had mitigated much of the force. Lingji Bodhisattva was acutely aware of Tianpeng's ruthless methods. Should he perish at his hands, even the chance to reincarnate as a pig would be denied. Realizing he was no match for Tianpeng, he opted for the desperate measure of self-detonation, hoping to flee into the abyss of hell, where the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva presided, ensuring that no one could scatter his soul. Junior brother, Tianpeng, Huangfeng Guai called out in terror. You must not die because of me. Cease your cries, or you may truly bring about your own demise. A figure emerged from the void once more. It was Tianpeng, however. He was now drenched in blood. His chest caved in, and one arm completely missing. Yet, in a bewildering twist, that one remaining hand clutched tightly onto the flying dragon scepter. Had Tianpeng not used his body to shield the scepter, his injuries might not have been so grave. Thud, thud, thud. The 6 paths of reincarnation seal upon Tianpeng's forehead emitted thunderous roars, as his indomitable imperial form began to heal at a visible rate. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tianpeng appeared unconcerned about his injuries, tossing the flying dragon scepter to Huangfeng Guai. Huangfeng Guai gazed at the scepter in his hands. Warmth filled his heart, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Enough! Look at your pitiful demeanor, Tianpeng scolded disdainfully. Huangfeng Guai offered a forced smile, wiping away the nearly imperceptible tears, and asked, Junior brother, what shall we do now? With a surge of magical power enveloping him, Tianpeng sneered, You thought you could strike me and escape. I shall descend into the 18 layers of hell and extinguish his primordial spirit today. I must also suppress this audacious arrogance of the Buddhist sect. Huangfeng Guai patted his chest, only to be reminded of his injuries. Life energy reversed within him, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Tianpeng glanced at him with indifference, saying, Do not follow me. Beware of dying in the netherworld, for I shall not retrieve your corpse. Make your way to Mount Hua. The Black Bear Demon awaits you there. You can keep an eye on each other. Huangfeng Guai summoned the 3 flavors divine wind to forcibly stabilize his internal turmoil, still wishing to accompany Tianpeng into the netherworld. Yet, Tianpeng, growing increasingly impatient, swung a fist at Huangfeng Guai. The blow did not cleave him in two, but instead, with layers of great Luo peak magic shielding his true form, forcibly propelled him toward Mount Hua. Junior brother. Huangfeng Guai watched as Tianpeng's figure receded into the distance, tears streaming down his face. Tianpeng, however, merely scratched his ear in annoyance, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. You are not satisfied with merely having one flying dragon scepter? Do you covet the stability pill on me as well? Dream on. Cursing under his breath, Tianpeng charged toward the netherworld. Along the journey, including the self-detonation of Lingji Bodhisattva, a total of 19 great Luo golden immortals had perished at Huangfeng Ridge. Most alarmingly, Lingji Bodhisattva had focused solely on his own escape, neglecting the self-detonation of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Neither Tang Sang nor Sun Wukong could withstand such a catastrophe, meeting a tragic end alongside Huangfeng Ridge. The Buddhist sect's hopes of resurrecting the two would surely drain countless merit lotus flowers from the 8 treasures pool. The more critical issue was that this disgraceful act was committed by their own, tarnishing the reputation of the Buddhist sect. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Good, good, good." 3 times, in less than 3 days, the Buddhist sect's westward expedition had been thwarted, resulting in the demise of 19 great Luo Golden Immortals at Huangfeng Ridge. Even the Lingji Bodhisattva, one of the 8 great bodhisattvas, had been forced into a self-detonation, taking the lives of Sun Wukong and Tang Sang with him. It was a gratifying turn of events. A glimmer of cold light flickered in the Jade Emperor's eyes as he solemnly commanded, "Proclaim my decree. No one in the netherworld shall obstruct Tianpeng." A divine edict descended, illuminating the netherworld. "We heed the imperial command." The deities of the netherworld chorused. However, there was no need for the Jade Emperor to issue such a decree. Mengpa had already decreed. The entire netherworld was open to Tianpeng, and no one could impede his path. Initially, the Buddhist light emanating from the Lingji Bodhisattva's primordial spirit penetrated the 18 layers of hell, making its way toward the deepest depths of the Buddhist abyss. Following closely, Tianpeng wielded the sky-swallowing demon cloak, his murderous aura palpable, as he smashed through the halls of the King of Hell, relentlessly pursuing his target. It was as if the entire netherworld was on the brink of being dismantled by Tianpeng. The 10 halls of hell and the 10 great Yin commanders could only watch in despair, their dissatisfaction rendered futile as they observed Tianpeng rampaging through the underworld. To make matters worse, Tianpeng's tirade continued unabated. "How dare you, wretched beings, claim to be bodhisattvas? If you truly possessed compassion, step forth. Otherwise, I shall annihilate all your reincarnated disciples." Even the heavenly king could not intervene, for Tianpeng's fury was enough to send chills through the ranks of the netherworld soldiers. Chapter 83. The Supreme Bone Lingji Bodhisattva was not merely a singular primordial spirit. He was also endowed with the protection of the Ling Mountain Buddhist light, allowing him to traverse the 18 layers of hell until he reached the abyss. Long ago, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had vowed in the depths of hell that he would not attain Buddhahood until all souls were liberated. This had resulted in the majority of the merit in the netherworld being attributed to Ksitigarbha, propelling him to the late stage of quasi-sainthood, exerting dominance over the blood sea of the underworld. In the meantime, the abyss had gradually encroached upon the 18 layers of hell over the course of thousands of years. As the light of Buddhism guided the souls of its followers directly to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the 10 halls of hell could not afford to open the gates of the 18 layers of hell for the reckless Tianpeng. Lest chaos ensue, they could only watch as Tianpeng carved a path through the barriers of hell. Such a significant disturbance naturally attracted the attention of numerous forces. At Wanshou Mountain, within the 5. Li Yushu had just completed his teachings and was sipping fragrant tea, observing his 2 delighted disciples attain enlightenment. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Seated in meditation, Yang Jian's body radiated with a brilliance akin to jade. As a piece of treasure bone coalesced upon him, birthed from the heart that had once been severed by the sword of the jade Ding Zhenren. Upon witnessing the rune-covered treasure bone, with the imprints of 3,000 great paths emerging and exuding auspicious light, Li Yushu was left astounded. Supreme Bone. Li Yushu's expression shifted slightly. A notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple Yang Jian for successfully comprehending the celestial hand of the supreme art. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100-fold reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Sunshot Divine Bow. Li Yushu gazed at the supreme bone within Yang Jian's chest, stroking his chin as he murmured. With this merit golden body combined with the supreme bone, even an ordinary quasi-saint would struggle to shake it. The supreme bone is a rare endowment, bestowed only upon the most exceptional talents among the human race, surpassing even the ancient dual-pupil beings. The supreme bone grants its bearer a transcendent treasure technique. Once comprehended, they shall inevitably become the supreme of humanity. Furthermore, the supreme bone elevates the physical body to an extraordinarily formidable level, rendering it a true immortal entity. Yang Jian's comprehension of the celestial hand of the supreme art was indeed terrifying. The celestial hand is known as the most fearsome calamity across the myriad realms, the magnitude of which cannot be conveyed in mere words, descending as divine light from the heavens. Should one provoke the celestial hand, they would face a divine retribution that annihilates all, slaying deities and Buddhas alike, standing invincible above the ages, gazing down upon all beings. Yang Jian awakened from his epiphany and immediately bowed, saying, "Disciple Yang Jian, humbly thanks Master for the teachings." Li Yushu nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "All credit goes to your own cultivation." The hundredfold reward received by Li Yushu from Yang Jian could equally be described as a great terror. It was none other than the Sunshot Divine Bow that once felled 9 golden crows. The Sunshot Divine Bow is a postnatal supreme treasure, unrivaled in its lethality across the primordial realm. Forged by the great archer Ho Yi from the innate spiritual root of the Fusang tree found in the Pango blood pool, it was born from the natural calamities of the heavenly way. Its power is limitless, and the karmic repercussions of its use deter numerous quasi-saints from even attempting to wield it. Furthermore, the 9 arrows upon the Sunshot Divine Bow were formed from the bodies and souls of the 9 golden crows, enhancing its already formidable prowess. Any ordinary quasi-saint, lacking a defensive supreme treasure, would find it nearly impossible to withstand a single arrow. Such a devastating weapon had fallen into Li Yushu's hands, and his satisfaction with his esteemed disciple only grew. Tianpong is in the netherworld, intercepting the Lingji Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. You must go and support him. A divine light glimmered in Li Yushu's eyes, penetrating the realm of the netherworld as he spoke slowly. Your orders are obeyed. Yang Jian did not inquire further and promptly rose to leave. The falling immortal sword shall return to its rightful owner. Li Yushu flicked his finger, and a beam of sword light shot forth. The falling immortal sword, a weapon of heavenly retribution, already possessed a spirit, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to wield. Initially, this sword had rested atop Mount Hua, and even the likes of the joyful Buddha and 100,000 heavenly soldiers dared not approach it, for its murderous aura was overwhelming. Yang Jian caught the falling immortal sword, his expression shifting slightly. Buzz! The falling immortal sword trembled violently in his grasp, unleashing waves of ferocious sword intent. The intensity of the sword intent was akin to 10,000 sword energies descending upon him. This divine weapon, the falling immortal sword, was designed to slay deities and Buddhas, having nearly eradicated a sage in its past. Now, it found itself in the hands of a great Luo golden immortal, unwilling to submit. Though Li Yushu had not left a mark of his primordial spirit upon it, he had faced countless powerful foes with it. The quasi-saint level Kuanpeng had been subdued by Li Yushu with a single strike of this sword. Yang Jian felt the sword intent of the Xianjian, and an even more terrifying killing aura erupted from his body. He spoke in a deep voice. "I shall personally slay the gods and demons with a single strike." Honoring the brilliance of your Xianjian, the next moment, the sword intent of the Xianjian receded like the ebbing tide, recognizing its new master. However, as Yang Jian gazed at the Xianjian in his hand, a hint of hesitation lingered. Li Yushu, understanding Yang Jian's thoughts, smiled faintly and said, "This sword was originally seized by you. I am merely safeguarding it for the time being. When I gather the remaining 3 swords of slaying immortals, I will surely lend you this Xianjian." Only then did Yang Jian accept the Xianjian with a smile, imprinting his primordial spirit's mark upon it. The Xianjian transformed into a beam of rainbow light and vanished into Yang Jian's heavy pupil. "Hurry, your disciple's life is at stake." Li Yushu waved his hand, using his quasi-saintly great power to tear open the river of time, sending Yang Jian into its depths. After Yang Jian departed, Li Yushu looked forward to Yuan Yi, who was still in a state of enlightenment. Li Yushu's expectations for Yuan Yi were no less than those he held for Yang Jian. In the abyss of hell, though referred to as hell, the abyss is, in reality, a manifestation of the Tao fruit of the King of the Earth, an unparalleled Buddhist realm. Within this realm, there exists a division of good and evil. Any soul burdened by karmic obstacles within the abyss shall suffer punishments more dreadful than 1,000 cuts or dismemberment. Conversely, those under the protection of the Buddha's light enter a true realm of bliss, reciting scriptures day and night for the Buddhas, enhancing their spiritual power. They are no longer entangled by the mortal world, no longer mere flesh and bones. Presently, Tianpong had forcefully broken into this abyss from the 18 layers of Hell Point, one could hear the resonant sounds of sacred mantras, with golden lotuses blooming everywhere. Countless auspicious birds and beasts frolicked in the Buddha's light, while millions of Buddhas sat atop clouds, hands clasped, engrossed in reciting supreme scriptures. However, the arrival of Tian Peng shattered the tranquility and harmony of this place. Damn it, how many legs did your mother give you? You run so fast that you almost exhausted your uncle. Tian Peng stepped onto this sacred ground, hands on his hips, directly greeting Ling Ji Bodhisattva. Chapter 84. The howling of the hounds. Yet the response he received was not from Ling Ji Bodhisattva, but the furious gazes of countless golden-bodied Buddhas, resembling wrathful heavenly kings seated upon the clouds. Thousands of guardian arhats and the ghostly soldiers of the abyss had already formed a formation, ready to surround and annihilate Tian Peng. Behind the densely packed disciples of the Buddha, a golden-bodied bodhisattva radiating supreme Buddha light observed Tian Peng with a smile on his face. Upon seeing the golden-bodied bodhisattva, Tian Peng's heart sank, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Tian Peng, why do you not bow upon seeing this seat? Why the fear now, when you once spoke so boldly? Guanyin, holding a jade purity vase in one hand and forming a Buddha seal with the other, spoke with a voice like the blooming of lotus flowers. Tian Peng's pursuit of Ling Ji Bodhisattva was driven by the desire to obtain the precious Fengdan. He was not there to offer his life to Guanyin for free. If he were to die, he would at least need to eliminate Ling Ji Bodhisattva first before entering the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, he felt he would regret it for a lifetime. Such an opportunity to honor his master could not be squandered. Steeling himself, Tian Peng coldly smiled and said, "What a grand delusion! How could your Tian Peng fear such a genderless being? You ancient monster, having lived for tens of thousands of years, what is there to boast about by bullying a mere newborn? Genderless, an ancient monster for thousands of years." Guanyin's Zen heart almost fell into chaos again. And with a chant of a Buddha's name, he suppressed his raging fury. He had come with the Buddha's decree to capture Tian Peng and bring him back to Ling Shan. Tian Peng's current identity was quite special. He was not only a seeker of the scriptures, but also a beloved disciple of the demon emperor Li Yushu. Having Tian Peng in hand would compel Li Yushu to yield the benefits he had seized from the Buddhist sect. Allowing for a chance to redeem past grievances, however, Tian Peng's sharp tongue consistently threw Guanyin into disarray, nearly pushing him to the brink of madness. "Tian Peng," Guanyin chuckled softly. Tian Peng raised an eyebrow. "Why summon your grandfather?" Guanyin replied with a ferocious glare. "You truly deserve to die." As his words fell, Guanyin's quasi-saintly power unfurled, transforming into a colossal Buddha hand that descended to suppress him. The Buddha hand manifested terrifying phenomena, such as the golden lotus of the Buddha, causing the abyss to resonate with sacred mantras. Countless malevolent spirits were transcended into the cycle of reincarnation amidst the chanting. "Despicable and shameless," Tian Peng roared. And in an instant, he was seized by the great hand. The indestructible emperor's body was adorned with terrifying golden lotuses infused with Buddhist power, rendering his 6 paths of reincarnation seal ineffective. Such was the might of a quasi-saint. Beneath the great Luo, all were but ants. Throughout the vast epics, who could defy a quasi-saint's will with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal? Even if one could withstand a quasi-saint's slap, it would still be enough to instill fear across the realms. Guanyin looked at the still chattering Tian Peng and scoffed. "Am I shameless? Your fellow disciple Yuan Yi? If not for borrowing your master's innate spiritual treasure and the sword intent, how could he have shattered the slaying immortal sword array with a single strike? And your brother Yang Jian? Without the divine powers passed down by Li Yushu, how could he have subdued the Jade Ding Zhenren wielding the Xianjian? Today, I merely suppress you, this vile creature, with a wave of my hand." "How can you speak of despicability?" Guanyin seemed to release a breath of pent-up frustration, his demeanor noticeably lighter, even sealing Tian Peng's foul mouth with a strand of power. In Guanyin's eyes, Tian Peng's sharp tongue was more fearsome than the demons within. Guanyin addressed the depths of the Buddhist realm respectfully. "I have fulfilled the Buddha's decree and shall take my leave." Yet, no one responded from the depths of the realm. Guanyin sneered inwardly but did not dare to show it. As one of the 3 great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, he was destined to attain Buddhahood. Even the golden-bodied Buddha would show him respect. Yet, the king of the earth remained prideful and aloof. "Once I become a Buddha, I shall turn this abyss into my Puto mountain temple." Guanyin laughed coldly to himself. Speaking of Puto Mountain, his heart swelled with anger. Looking at the still struggling Tian Peng, he resolved to treat him well upon returning to Lingshan. Just as Guanyin was about to take Tian Peng into the void, a figure exuding a murderous aura slowly stepped forth from the river of time. This figure was tall and slender, surrounded by a radiant golden light of merit, clad in garments as white as snow, akin to an eternal sovereign overlooking all beings. Guanyin, why the haste to depart? This voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in the ears of countless Buddhist disciples, shaking their very souls. Is that him? The heir Lang Shan Yang Jian. Those guardian arhats and numerous Buddhist disciples recognized the figure. Their shock palpable, a sudden surge of fear arose within them, akin to encountering a ferocious primordial beast ready to feast on them. The god of slaughter, Yang Jian, had a truly fearsome reputation. In the battle at Mount Hua, he had confronted the unparalleled weapon, the Xianjian, with his great Luo golden immortal cultivation. The key was that the wielder of the sword was none other than the Jading Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Although Guanyin was surprised to see Yang Jian appear, he felt no fear. What of the foremost great Luo golden immortal? Before a quasi-saint, great Luo golden immortals are but pigs and dogs. Yet, Tian Peng, witnessing Yang Jian come to his rescue, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, mouth agape but unable to utter a sound. I never expected he could obtain a golden body of merit for you. Guanyin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yang Jian's new form, and scoffed. Yang Jian, unwilling to waste words with Guanyin, said indifferently, "It is time to settle our karmic debts." Guanyin suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with disdain. Mocking. What, do you intend to blame me for Jiang Ziya's death back then? Even if I personally erased his primordial spirit mark, how could a mere great Luo golden immortal dare to act so arrogantly before me? Jiang Ziya had accomplished unparalleled feats during the Fengshan calamity, destroying the human emperor, initiating the slaughter catastrophe, and orchestrating the entire calamity. His contributions were monumental. Yet in the end, he was plotted against by the Chan sect and the Western Church, ultimately dying in Yang Jian's arms in anger and grief. Perhaps to outsiders, many Buddhist disciples believed Yang Jian possessed immense potential, his killing power rivaling the quasi-saints. Yet in Guanyin's eyes, Yang Jian was merely a jumping clown, or perhaps a fox pretending to be a tiger. Without Li Yushu to back him, without the divine powers imparted by Li Yushu, Yang Jian was ultimately just a minor great Luo golden immortal. Killing the useless Jading Zhenren could hardly be considered an achievement. What a grand jest! Back in the Chan sect, Guanyin, one of the 12 golden immortals, had always regarded both Jading Zhenren and Tai Zhenren as worthless. Chapter 85. The 9-petal golden lotus of merit. Guanyin gazed at Yang Jian and couldn't help but sigh. What a pity that you, the foremost great Luo golden immortal, are destined to perish at my hands. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. There may still be a chance for redemption. The currently acknowledged foremost quasi-saint was a Buddha. Guanyin let out a cold laugh, and her quasi-saint level magical power surged. Her form suddenly soaring to a height of 10,000 miles, transforming into a 1,000-armed Guanyin statue. Countless disciples of the Buddha, upon witnessing this holy figure, fell to their knees, chanting the supreme Buddha name and beginning to empower her with their spiritual energy. The 1,000-armed Guanyin statue held a jade purity bottle, radiating countless beams of precious light, the Buddha light stretching for myriad miles. In contrast, Tianping's raised hand aimed to suppress. Facing the fierce killing intent of Yang Jian, Guanyin remained utterly vigilant and directly summoned her divine powers to subdue him, to prevent others from intervening and rescuing Yang Jian right before her eyes. Yang Jian, prepare to perish, with a thunderous roar. Myriad Buddhist hands manifested the profound principles of Buddhism, unleashing a tidal wave of Buddha light that surged toward Yang Jian in an attempt to crush him. Yet, Yang Jian stood motionless, his eyes swirling with chaotic vitality, the golden light of merit emanating with even greater might. As the countless Buddhist hands seemed poised to reduce Yang Jian to a mere pile of flesh, they collided with the radiant golden light of merit erupting from him. Boom! In this Avicii hell, heavenly calamity clouds materialized, and terrifying heavenly thunder rained down, piercing the void and striking the towering Guanyin statue. Damn it! How dare you shield yourself with merit? Guanyin abruptly withdrew her massive hand, filled with rage, and shouted, Yang Jin, if you fear death, you may kneel and beg for mercy. Why resort to such despicable means? Yang Jin's physical form was largely forged from the merit bestowed by Liu Shu through the heavenly path. Anyone who dared to strike against the golden body of merit would be disrespecting the heavenly way and defying the celestial. Even if one forcibly killed Yang Jin's golden body of merit, the karmic retribution entangled would be utterly terrifying. Guanxian, still aspiring to attain enlightenment and Buddhahood amidst this tribulation, naturally wished to avoid such grave karmic entanglements, unless she could borrow the celestial measurement from the lantern-lighting Taoist. Killing would inevitably bring karmic retribution. As the heavenly thunders struck down, even Guanxian, a quasi-saint, felt a piercing pain, her dignified visage contorting in fury. Did she truly believe that with a golden body of merit, she could do nothing to you? Filled with overwhelming murderous intent, Guanxian coldly declared, "Today, I shall ensure that Yang Jin meets his demise in a Vichy hell." What a first among the Deluo golden immortals. Before the Buddhist sect, you are but an insignificant insect. Yang Jin uttered not a word, but his entire being erupted with an aura of annihilation. Slowly advancing toward Guanxian, a torrent of lethal intent surged upward, targeting the disciples of the Buddhist sect within a Vichy hell. Ah, this is bad. Protect the law. Save me, Bodhisattva, save me. The golden-bodied disciples of the Buddha merely cast a glance at Yang Jin, and the terrifying killing intent struck them, causing them to spit blood. The fierce protectors, fearless of death, brandished their Buddhist weapons and charged toward Yang Jin. Yet, whether they were in the Golden Immortal Realm or the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, the Guardian Arhats found it impossible to approach Yang Jin even slightly. Even before they could descend from the Buddha light, the palpable killing intent pierced through their bodies, severing their heads. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, many disciples of the Buddha had their meditative hearts shattered. Yang Jin was far more terrifying than the Shura demon king in the blood sea of the underworld. In mere moments, tens of thousands of guardian arhats and countless golden-bodied disciples lay slain in a Vichy hell. With each step Yang Jin took, he crossed over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood toward Guanxian. Even Tianpeng was left astonished, realizing he had underestimated the weight of this senior brother. The first among the Deluo, Guanxian watched helplessly as the disciples were slaughtered without mercy. Yet she did not feel anger. Instead, she formed a single-hand seal and recited a long Buddha name. OM! A sixth-grade lotus platform of merit slowly blossomed beneath her, its golden light exceeding that of Yang Jin's golden body of merit. It was as if a golden sun was rising in the ever-dark Vichy hell. With countless ghostly beings and countless souls bowing in reverence, Tianpeng's expression abruptly changed upon seeing the lotus platform, and he stammered, struggling to articulate something, but words failed him. The sixth-grade merit lotus of the Tathagata. Yang Jin suddenly halted, gazing at the merit lotus platform, and slowly spoke. Guanxian sneered, "Indeed, it is the treasured sixth-grade merit lotus platform bestowed by our master." This sixth-grade merit lotus platform was transformed from 3 immature lotus seeds of the chaotic azure lotus, possessing unparalleled heavenly might and creation. Long ago, at the Treasure Division Cliff, the Taoist ancestor Hongjun personally bestowed it upon the Jain Taoist, allowing him to sit upon the lotus platform, free from any karmic entanglements. Originally a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it was later reduced to a 9-grade lotus platform during the Fengshan War when the Mosquito Taoist consumed 3 grades. The Jain Taoist then passed it to the Duobao Taoist, who, upon attaining enlightenment and Buddhahood, bestowed this treasure to Guanxian. Although it has now become an ordinary innate treasure, its might is still beyond that which Yang Jin, a Deluo golden immortal, can contend with. The Yuan Yi sword broke through the Zhuxian sword array, precisely because it was wielding a supreme innate treasure. Yang Jin, let us see how your merit compares to my heaven-opening golden lotus of merit. Guanxian laughed heartily, channeling her vast quasi-saint magical power into the 9-grade merit golden lotus. The 9-grade merit golden lotus, carrying immense holy might, surged with billions of tons of heaven-opening force toward Yang Jin in an attempt to crush him. Even with myriad divine powers and transformations, under the invulnerable merit golden lotus, all efforts would be in vain. Yang Jin, upon witnessing the formidable might of the merit golden lotus, showed no fear. Instead, he stepped forward. Red light surging in his hand, in the next moment, a torrent of red light engulfed the entire Avicii hell, causing both the tormented evil spirits and the Buddhist disciples who were meditating and worshipping to scatter in terror. With a single stroke, Yang Jian's sword descended, faintly echoing the might of the ancient deity Pango opening the heavens. The sword energy stretched for 100,000 miles, piercing through the entirety of Avicii hell. Boom! As the sword energy struck, a sound akin to the shattering of countless universes reverberated, shaking the three realms. Not only did Yang Jian cleave through Avicii hell with a single sword strike, but even the invulnerable 9-grade merit Golden Lotus was severed. It was only because of this 9-grade merit Golden Lotus that Guanxian narrowly escaped calamity. Chapter 86. Slaying Guanxian. The Xian sword? Guanxian gazed at the red light in Yang Jian's hand, her expression changing dramatically. Who in the world does not know the might of the Xian sword? It was precisely due to Yang Jian's interception of the Xian sword's edge that his fearsome reputation spread far and wide. Moreover, Li Yushu wielded the Xian sword, slaying the Kuanping and turning it into a mount, a being already known as a god of slaughter. Once Yang Jian obtained the Xian sword, his prowess became unmatched. The Xian sword could even injure saints, let alone Guanxian, a quasi-saint. As she watched Yang Jian, resembling an ancient demon god, stride through the void with the Xian sword radiating a torrent of red light toward her. Guanxian could no longer concern herself with the karmic entanglements of attaining enlightenment and Buddhahood. Even if Yang Jian now bore the fate of the entire post-heaven human race and the merit of opening the heavens, Guanxian had to kill him, you foolish creature, daring to sever my 9-grade merit Golden Lotus. In an instant, the vast and boundless quasi-saint might within Guanxian unfurled, and a hand of Buddha light, condensed into a palm, crossed the immortal realm, descending upon Yang Jian to subdue him. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars of the heavens were crashing down, displaying the might of a quasi-saint. That palm directly broke through Yang Jian's golden light of merit. As Yang Jian thrust forth his sword to sever the Buddha hand, beams of Buddha light thundered down. Pfft. Yang Jian's arms were severed by that Buddha light, and the Xian sword fell to the ground. Boom! Following that, myriad heavenly thunders crashed down, striking toward Guanxian. Yet Guanxian relied on the radiant light of the jade purity bottle to block all the heavenly thunder, allowing herself to be ensnared by the karmic retribution within. At present, she aimed to eradicate Yang Jian entirely, to completely eliminate this calamity from the three realms, ensuring he would never achieve rebirth. Once stripped of the Xian sword, Yang Jian would become a toothless tiger, a fish upon the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. Guanxian gazed at the Xian sword on the ground, a flicker of greed flashing in her eyes, only to be forcefully suppressed by the Buddha light. The Xian sword was not something that just anyone could wield. The reason that Yuding Zhenren was able to seize the Xian sword was due to the assistance of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Once one grasped the Xian sword, they would suffer its backlash, either having their primordial spirit severed by the sword intent or becoming an endless sword slave to the Xian sword's insatiable slaughter. Tianpeng, witnessing Yang Jian's arms severed, was filled with deep sorrow and let out a low roar. Like a beast driven into a corner, he found himself helpless against the impending doom of slaughter. Yang Jian, kneel now, and there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Guanxian slightly raised her head, looking down upon Yang Jian with disdain, her eyes filled with scorn as she mocked. This Yang Jian is already a dead man. Slaying him would only benefit that wretched creature. He is the direct disciple of the current demon emperor, Li Yushu, and must be thoroughly humiliated. Previously, Zhen Yuanzi and Li Yushu had conspired against her in every way, even attempting to corrupt her 1,000-year meditative heart to disrupt her fundamental Tao. Now that this disciple has fallen into her hands, she would undoubtedly relish torturing him before dismembering his corpse to vent her hatred. Guanxian did not forget to summon a strand of quasi-saint magical power to isolate the Xian sword from Yang Jian, fearing that he might engage in a desperate fight. Yang Jian's arms severed. His expression remained utterly indifferent, like an iceberg, as he gazed at the boastful Guanxian and slowly spoke. To insult my master is to forfeit your life. Guanxian erupted in laughter, ready to continue her mockery. However, her laughter abruptly ceased, her expression shifting dramatically as she suddenly looked toward Yang Jian's chest. A pure and radiant white light, exuding boundless heavenly might, emerged from Yang Jian's chest in that instant. It was as if the will of the heavens was gazing down upon the entire Avicii hell. Observing the resplendent Buddha light emanating from Guanxian, the terrifying killing intent momentarily caused even the already established quasi-saint Guanxian to falter, her inner energy surging chaotically. Damn it! Guanxian cursed, realizing she had miscalculated. She never expected that Yang Jian still had a trump card. Depart from this realm. The roar of Guanxian reverberated through the void, as her colossal hand reached across the cosmos, aiming to obliterate Yang Jian's very essence. Yet, it was too late. The hand of heaven, Yang Jian unleashed the innate supreme technique, and the brilliance of his supreme bone treasure erupted forth. Boom! A terrifying force, capable of eradicating all vitality, pierced through the void from the 33 heavens, relentlessly advancing towards Guanxian. Accompanied by a deafening shattering sound, before Guanxian's hand could descend, her true form was pierced by the heavenly calamity's radiance. The flesh of her chest was obliterated, leaving only the golden light of Buddha desperately connecting her upper and lower body. The immense vitality within Guanxian dissipated in an instant, her corporeal form wilting like a lotus after summer. No, this is impossible. Guanxian gazed in terror at her decaying body, her meditative heart shaken by fear. Shattering completely, this heavenly radiance was an unavoidable decree of the Tao. Even if Guanxian attempted to escape into the river of time, seeking refuge in the past, her corporeal form would still suffer annihilation from the heavenly calamity's light, erasing her from the very fabric of the Tao. Not even a being of quasi-saintly power could save Guanxian now. All they could do was witness her corporeal demise. Thus, Yang Jian became the first in eons to slay a quasi-saint with the might of a great Luo golden immortal. The three realms trembled, Yang Jian's notorious fame echoing far and wide. Even the impartial goddess watching this battle from the 6 paths of reincarnation, Pingxin Yangyang, was taken aback, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. Is this the technique passed down by Li Yushu? To slay a quasi-saint with the prowess of a great Luo golden immortal. The figure of the one who swore an oath by the Tao beside the 6 paths flickered in Pingxin Yangyang's mind. The 10 Yama kings and Mingpu observed this goddess of the underworld, sensing that she had changed in some profound way. Only the gentle Mingpu squinted slightly, a faint smile escaping her lips. In the heavenly court, within the Lingshao treasure hall. Well, my worthy nephew, Yang Jian has actually slain a quasi-saint. Even the Jade Emperor was astounded by his nephew's feat. The pinnacle of quasi-saint power. The Jade Emperor understood the vast chasm between the great Luo golden immortal and the quasi-saint. Theo bridge that gap with treasures would require at least innate level artifacts to have any chance of success. The array of the extermination sword, commanded by the true phoenix Yuan Yi, was merely held by the great Luo golden immortal, Nyuo Wang. Yet, this time, Yang Jian had brutally slain the quasi-saint Guanxian. She was a direct disciple of a saint, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching, one of the 3 great beings of the Buddha sect, poised to attain Buddhahood. As for Yang Jian cleaving the abyss of hell, the Jade Emperor chose to remain indifferent. Chapter 87. Reincarnation of a Mother Pig. The entire underworld, ostensibly under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, was in truth governed by the goddess Pingxin, who embodied the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Jade Emperor merely regarded the cycle of the underworld as a means to wield authority over the 6 paths, without the need for direct control. The abyss of hell, let alone being cleaved by Yang Jian, was something the Jade Emperor wished he could see Yang Jian eradicate the King of Ghosts as well on Lingshan. At the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha Tathagata, surrounded by countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, abruptly opened his eyes, an expression of profound shock flickering within his luminous gaze. Even the resounding mantras echoing through the Great Thunder Sound Temple fell silent. What divine power has Li Yushu imparted? The Buddha Tathagata seethed with anger. A great Luo golden immortal slaying a quasi-saint is an unprecedented occurrence. In the past, even the formidable Dijuan and Donghuang Tai could not shake a quasi-saint within the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Yet Yang Jian has achieved this feat, slaying none other than Guanxian of the Buddha sect. This was a monumental embarrassment for the entirety of Buddhism. Behind all of this, the Buddha Tathagata could not fathom it occurring without Li Yushu's intervention. What further infuriated the Buddha Tathagata was the King of Ghosts, who had remained in the abyss of hell, choosing to remain an observer, watching as Guanxian was ruthlessly slaughtered. The celestial beings and Buddhas were equally astonished. Yet they remained silent in the face of the enraged Buddha Tathagata. not due to fear of his might, but because this matter involved the king of ghosts and the past. The Buddha sect had not only been betrayed by the golden cicada. After establishing the abyss of hell and vowing not to attain Buddhahood until the hells were emptied, the king of ghosts attained quasi-saint status. His authority surpassed that of the 10 Yama kings who governed life and death in the underworld. For millennia, the king of ghosts had never left the abyss of hell nor paid homage to the Buddha of the Western Lingzhang. It was vaguely perceived that he intended to establish a new domain. Though it appeared that the king of ghosts presided over the blood sea of the underworld, the Buddha's golden body Buddhas understood that the Buddha Tathagata was using the blood sea to restrain the increasingly ambitious king of ghosts. In a fit of rage, the Buddha Tathagata issued a decree, heading towards the abyss of hell, eager to see how long the king of ghosts would remain a bystander. The abyss of hell. The entire abyss of hell had shattered into fragments, with countless fleeing malevolent spirits forcibly dragged into the 18 layers of hell. Some malevolent spirits, imprisoned for thousands of years, plunged into the blood sea of the underworld without hesitation. To escape the abyss of hell, any destination, be it the blood sea or the 18 layers of hell, was a welcome refuge. Within the depths of hell, Yang Jian activated the surging vitality, restoring his arms to their former glory. Wielding the immortal trapping sword, pointing it at Guanxian's essence, he coldly declared, "Reveal everything you know from back then." Guanxian's essence was imprisoned within the void by Yang Jian's. Despite the protection of Buddhist law, she could not transcend it. As for the scheme against Jiang Zia, I had no part in it. I too was ensnared, trapped within the 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation. None of this was orchestrated by my Chan teaching. Guanxian's face was filled with terror as she divulged all she knew. Yet, this answer did not satisfy Yang Jian, and the immortal trapping sword advanced closer to her essence, as one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. How could you be unaware? Yang Jian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Tianpeng, having broken free from his restraints, approached and patted Yang Jian's shoulder, nonchalantly stating, "Brother, what do you expect to uncover with such questions? Let me handle this trivial matter." Tianpeng stepped before Guanxian's essence and ominously declared, "Old thing, now that you are but an essence, do you truly wish to perish?" Guanxian gazed at her arch-nemesis. Tianpeng, despair etched across her face as she lamented, "I truly do not know. If I were, slap." A crisp sound of a slap cut through the air, interrupting Guanxian. Even in her current state, Tianpeng wielded the mark of the 6 paths, channeling immense power to deliver a resounding blow. Not even an essence could withstand such pain, akin to being fuel for a long soul lamp. However, this slap was more about sheer humiliation than anything else. Just moments ago, she was in a position of suppression, and now she was subjected to such degradation. Tob so humiliated, Guanxian felt unbearable agony within, even wishing for death. Tianpeng, a man may be killed, but not humiliated, Guanxian roared in fury, resembling a cornered beast with no escape, emitting desperate howls of impotent rage. "Oh, not to be humiliated?" Tianpeng sneered, the mark of the 6 paths slowly rotating above his head, stating, "Very well, I shall grant you a swift end, but I will sever your roots and cast you into the realm of beasts, reborn as a mother pig in your next life. Whether you can attain Buddhahood then depends on the strength of your fate." Tianpeng laughed wickedly, seizing Guanxian's essence and striding towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tob reborn as a pig demon? This fate was worse than annihilation. "Spare me, I implore you, Yang Jian, I beg you," Guanxian exclaimed in horror, hastily seeking Yang Jian's aid. Yang Jian's voice was grave. "Speak." Tianpeng halted, regarding Guanxian with disdain. "Speak quickly. You have but one chance. Seize it well." Guanxian, truly intimidated by Tianpeng's shamelessness, hastily replied, "It was the human teaching." "The human teaching?" Tianpeng froze, pointing at Guanxian with fury. "Nonsense. Although I am shameless, I would never betray the good-hearted Jiang Zia. I see, you are sowing discord. If you remain disobedient, you'll be reborn as a mother pig in your next life, and then I shall inquire further." Tianpeng had already joined the human teaching during the Fengshen calamity. Accepted as a personal disciple by the master Xuandu, becoming the 3rd generation's chief disciple, Jiang Zia, the host of the Fengshen calamity, carried immense weight. The repercussions were terrifying. Guanxian was on the brink of tears, urgently pleading, "Yang Jian, I swear an oath to the Tao. It truly was the human teachings doing. Tianpeng smirked, mocking. Humph, even if you speak the truth, you shall still obediently become a mother pig. Guanxian, shocked by Tianpeng's audacity, turned desperately to Yang Jin, grasping at her last lifeline. Yang Jin's expression remained devoid of any emotional ripples, coldly observing Guanxian, silent as the grave. Guanxian, disregarding everything, gritted her teeth. It is. Boom! A beam of Buddha light pierced through from the depths of the abyss of hell, forcibly snatching Guanxian from Tianpeng's grasp. Subsequently, the once shattered abyss of hell astonishingly restored itself to its former state. A towering Buddha light surged forth from the depths. A terrifying figure of quasi-saint power emerged slowly. Chapter 88. Hoi. Before Tianpeng could react, Yang Jin had already pulled him behind him with a firm grip. Have you finally lost your composure? Yang Jin, wielding the Xianxian sword, gazed at the immense radiance of the Buddha, his Deluo powers unfurling magnificently. Yang Jin, why have you come to this? The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sat gracefully upon a lotus throne, surrounded by a multitude of golden lotuses representing immense merit. There were as many as 1,000,000 golden lotuses swaying around Ksitigarbha, rivaling even the 8 treasures pool of merit. Among them, the essence of Guanyin resided within one of the golden lotuses. As the disciples paid homage to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Guanyin grasped at a lifeline, reluctantly bowing her head. Yet Ksitigarbha regarded her with disdain, dismissing her as merely a foolish jester caught in the trials of the westward journey. Tianpeng, you owe me a life. Ksitigarbha's gaze settled upon Tianpeng, his expression warm and his smile gentle. Tianpeng swallowed hard, understanding that Ksitigarbha was not someone they could provoke. Long ago, the Supreme Lord had warned Tianpeng that there were several figures within the Buddhist realm he should not dare to offend. With Ksitigarbha at the very top of that list, if you seek to collect on that debt, go to the Supreme Lord. Tianpeng steadied himself and replied, lifting his chest defiantly. Ksitigarbha smiled lightly. You too have destroyed my Avicii hell. I do not wish to hold it against you. Having caused enough commotion, it was time to return. Perched upon the golden lotus, Ksitigarbha pressed his palms together, his words resonating in Avicii hell as if they carried the weight of heavenly decree, opening a void portal to the mortal realm for Yang Jin and Tianpeng. Tianpeng realized that he had stirred up considerable trouble for the sake of a wind-settling pill and tugged at Yang Jin, whispering, Senior brother, the best strategy is to retreat. Let us give him face this time, and next time let our master deal with it. Yang Jin shook his head, calmly observing Ksitigarbha, and spoke coolly, hand over Lingji Bodhisattva and Guanyin. At this declaration, Tianpeng was utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that Yang Jin had truly lost his mind? Was he planning to slay Ksitigarbha as well? That was a formidable being at the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Ksitigarbha, taken aback, raised an eyebrow. As a bodhisattva of the Buddhist order, he had already drawn the displeasure of the Tathagata by allowing Yang Jin to annihilate Guanyin's true form in Avicii hell. Ksitigarbha would prefer to see Guanyin and Lingji Bodhisattva perish, but they could not die in Avicii hell, and certainly not before him. With a soft smile, Ksitigarbha flicked his fingers, summoning a strand of merit. Within the golden lotus, in mere moments, Guanyin, who had been slain, was restored to her physical form, albeit her realm had fallen to that of a great Luo golden immortal, making it exceedingly difficult for her to regain her quasi-saint status. Guanyin resides within that merit lotus. Go and kill her, Ksitigarbha gestured with his fingertip. The lotus that nurtured Guanyin's physical body slowly began to unfurl. Guanyin, who initially thought she had escaped calamity, was utterly bewildered to see Yang Jin and Tianpeng standing unscathed. The unfolding layers of the merit lotus that had sheltered her filled her with terror. Ksitigarbha, what are you doing? Are you truly betraying the Buddhist order? If the Tathagata finds out, he will not spare you. Guanyin's voice trembled as she invoked the name of the Tathagata to intimidate Ksitigarbha. However, a single glance from Ksitigarbha silenced her, leaving her speechless. More arrogant than I. Tianpeng could not help but comment on this spectacle. The Xianxian sword in Yang Jin's hand emitted a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar, his murderous intent surging. Ksitigarbha's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, If you can slay Guanyin, I will reveal everything to you. Tianpeng's expression shifted. His concern was not that Ksitigarbha would betray the human teachings. Even if the human teachings were to blame, Tianpeng had no fear. What he worried about was that once Yang Jin took action, he might be swiftly subdued. Senior brother, remain calm, Tian Peng urged, his voice low. Yang Jian said nothing more, stepping forward as he unleashed the Xianxian sword, slicing through the air with a myriad of crimson lights, tearing heaven and earth apart. Save me, Guanyin cried out in desperation as the crimson light approached. Boom! The myriad crimson lights struck the Merit Lotus, unleashing terrifying sword energy. Yet, as the red light dissipated, the Merit Lotus remained intact, and Guanyin emerged unscathed. Instead, waves of karmic retribution and heavenly thunder descended upon Yang Jian. Reopen the heavens and earth. Yang Jian's third eye opened, forcibly containing the heavenly thunder and karmic energy within. This scene left Tian Peng utterly astounded. The Xianxian sword was known for cutting through anything, capable of slaying even quasi-saint bodies. Yet now it could only sever a single Merit Lotus from Xitigarbha. Xitigarbha regarded Yang Jian with a calm smile, stating, I have another 1,000,000 such lotuses. Feel free to attempt your strikes in all 3 realms. Only Xitigarbha could make such audacious claims. The Merit Lotuses within the 8 treasures pool were amassed from the entirety of Ling Mountain. But these 1,000,000 Merit Lotuses did not belong to Ling Mountain. They were bestowed upon Xitigarbha by the heavenly Tao. Even if Yang Jian were to attempt to sever 1,000,000 lotuses, he would be engulfed by endless retribution flames, facing a tragic fate of eternal damnation. The 3 realms do not afford everyone the same fortune as Li Yushu, who had the Chaos Bell to suppress the retribution fire. Xitigarbha pressed his palms together and spoke softly. To see my true form at the great Luo Golden Immortal level is enough for you to take pride in. A victory over your slaying of the Jade Ding. In that instant, the entire Avicii Hell was illuminated by Buddhist light, and countless auspicious signs re-emerged. Those malevolent spirits who had previously fled were drawn back by the Buddhist light, continuing to suffer torment in Avicii Hell. This was Xitigarbha issuing an ultimatum. If Yang Jian and Tian Peng chose to ignore his hospitality, they would face consequences. Though Xitigarbha was reluctant to serve the Tathagata, eliminating 2 reckless insects would not bear significant repercussions. At that moment, far away in Wuzhuang Temple, Li Yushu suddenly rose from his mat and stepped out of the great hall. The Kuanpeng, which had been sleeping on his shoulder, sensed Li Yushu's murderous intent, abruptly opening its eyes and gazing into the depths of the abyss, more arrogant than Tian Peng. This piques my interest. However, I intend to see what Guanyin cannot be slain. Li Yushu ignited with the true fire of the sun, resembling the rising sun that incinerates all. This phenomenon astonished Kuanpeng, whose expression changed drastically as it recognized a familiar aura emanating from the true fire of the sun. The 9 phoenixes and Xingtian within Wuzhuang Temple were equally stunned and rushed out. That is Hou Yi's aura. 9 phoenixes' beautiful eyes widened as she beheld the familiar flames of the sun. Chapter 89. Guanyin's demise. Astonished gazes converged upon Li Yushu, ablaze with the true fire of the sun. Li Yushu merely smiled faintly, giving a few instructions to the Kuanpeng on his shoulder, which then vanished into the void, heading towards Avicii Hell. Soon, a divine bow, radiant as the sun, materialized in Li Yushu's hands. In an instant, a terrifying manifestation of 9 suns appeared behind him. The sun-shooting divine bow was drawn to its full moon-like arc by Li Yushu's pinnacle quasi-saint powers, with the essence of a golden crow soaring upon the arrow. Crying out, "Strike!" Li Yushu intoned softly, whoosh. The arrow transformed into a golden crow, igniting a torrent of flames that surged through the immortal void towards Avicii Hell. The reappearance of the sun-shooting divine bow left both 9 Phoenix and Xingtian speechless in awe. This demon emperor before them seemed like a fated being, possessing not only the Chaos Bell, but also the sun-shooting divine bow of the Witch clan. Within Avicii Hell, the ominous manifestation of 9 suns blared forth, radiating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all, scorching countless malevolent spirits and golden-bodied Buddhas. Some of the deeply sinful began to burn fiercely beneath the blazing visage of the suns, ultimately vanishing into the ether. The emergence of 9 golden crows. Even Xitigarbha was taken aback by this terrifying sight, feeling a twinge of apprehension. As soon as he spoke, a golden arrow, transformed into a sun crow, burst forth from the 9 suns, piercing through everything with unstoppable force. Not good. Xitigarbha raised his hand, conjuring another Merit Lotus to shield Guanyin within it. However, the archer this time was the demon emperor, Li Yushu. Bang! With a sound akin to porcelain shattering, The arrow traversed millions of miles, its divine might unyielding as it pierced through the merit lotus, which Ksitigarbha had empowered with his Buddhist powers. Guanyin, who believed she had dodged disaster once more, was left aghast as the essence of the Sun Crow penetrated her true form. How is this possible? Guanyin stared in disbelief at her body, now filled with holes. Boom! Her golden body ignited with intense flames, leaving no time for her to utter a cry of pain before her essence was obliterated. This all transpired in an instant. The reformed Guanyin was slain by a single arrow, as effortlessly as one might butcher a chicken or dog, without even reaching her true form. Why is the sun-shooting divine bow in his possession? Ksitigarbha was profoundly shaken, abruptly raising his gaze towards Mount Wanshou in the human realm. Guanyin's demise was one thing, but dying so easily before him was a slap in the face. The sun-shooting divine bow was a postnatal treasure steeped in profound causality. Slaying 9 golden crows not only tainted it with terrifying celestial karma, but also transformed it into a weapon of slaughter. The divine bow had manifested, and the calamity of killing had begun. Gazing intently at the abyss of hell, the serene goddess Pingxin found herself momentarily entranced by the 9 suns blazing within its depths. Hunting Yi.is, it truly you who has returned? Her eyes grew misty with emotion as she murmured softly, I in the northern region of Julu. Amidst the vast expanse of 10,000 mountains, the absence of the 9 suns heralded a call to annihilate the 9 revered deities and Buddhas. Igniting a cataclysmic slaughter, Baizé stood atop the mountain peak, gently waving his feather fan, his gaze condescendingly surveying the scene. Within those 10,000 mountains, a million formidable demons had gathered, instinctively casting their eyes towards the direction of Wanshou Mountain, filled with trepidation for the divine bow that could pierce the sun. Indeed, fear was palpable among them. Yet, a sense of reassurance enveloped them, for the bow was now wielded by their demon emperor. The chaos that had ensued was a reckoning for the humiliations endured by the demon race across several tribulations. Baizé's words ignited a fervent battle spirit within these great demons, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the 33 heavens. I in the west, at Ling Mountain, the Buddha of compassion, filled with rage, bellowed, Good, good indeed, Li Yushu. Those 2 wretches shall not escape the abyss of hell. He immediately dispatched a decree towards the underworld. However, this decree did not land in the abyss of hell, but rather in the blood sea of the underworld. Within the abyss of hell, the countenance of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was dark and foreboding. Not only had others disrupted his domain, but they had also committed the grave offense of slaying a fellow disciple before his very eyes. Such acts were a direct affront to his dignity. The shock within Ksitigarbha's heart gradually transformed into fury, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon Yang Jian and Tian Peng, sternly declaring, You dare to act so brazenly while I offer you a chance at survival? Yang Jian, unperturbed, brandished the immortal trapping sword, confronting a furious quasi-saint of the late stage with unwavering resolve. In contrast, Tian Peng, hands on hips, chuckled heartily, Little King. Who was it that said we could do as we pleased? Little King? Ksitigarbha's expression turned ominously dark, as a raging inferno of Buddhist flames surrounded him. He coldly replied, Tian Peng, do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Tian Peng, grinning mischievously from behind Yang Jian, seemed undeterred by Ksitigarbha's ire, his eyes darting about as if in search of something. Surely, the death of Guanyin would yield treasures. The jade bottle she possessed was rumored to contain a drop of the divine 3 lights water, a treasure surpassing even the wind-stabilizing pill in its miraculous properties. The 3 lights water was recognized as the foremost healing elixir of the primordial era, capable of mending even the most grievous of wounds. It was specifically prepared to counter Jin Yuanzi of Wanshou Mountain. Yang Jian's third eye slowly opened, scanning the entirety of the abyss, but failing to locate the Bodhisattva of Lingji. Return to Huangfeng Ridge. I shall handle the rest, he instructed, casting a glance at Tian Peng. Tian Peng, momentarily taken aback, pounded his chest and declared with righteous fervor, How can you speak such cold words, brother? It pierces my heart for our younger brother. You and I are brothers. Even if we must perish today, let us do so together. Yang Jian was taken aback by Tian Peng's resolve. Yet, in truth, Tian Peng was unwilling to abandon the fruits of his labor so easily. If necessary, he would gladly face death again, knowing he had support behind him. He could simply be reborn as a pig demon. How bold and audacious, Xidigarbus sneered, his quasi-saint powers surging forth, coalescing into a massive hand aimed at Yang Jian. Even with the immortal trapping sword in hand, Yang Jian appeared powerless against such a formidable foe in that moment. A tremendous roar erupted as countless yin and yang energies coalesced into a true feather, piercing the void and forcefully halting the descent of the gigantic hand. Chapter 90. Unworthy to be my adversary Xidigarba, why waste your breath on these younger generations? The figure of Kunpeng emerged from the void, cradling the treasured demon master palace, and laughed heartily. Upon seeing Kunpeng's arrival, Xidigarba's expression shifted slightly, and he solemnly stated, "You destroy my sacred ground and slay my disciples. How can I simply allow you to depart unscathed?" Yang Jian and Tian Peng breathed a sigh of relief at Kunpeng's appearance. When Kunpeng had been on Li Yushu's shoulder, he was merely a mount, even his true form suppressed, resembling a drenched chicken. However, once separated from Li Yushu, Kunpeng became the demon master of the ancient demon court, the sovereign of the northern underworld, a quasi-saint of the late stage. Even Xidigarba would regard him with caution. Kunpeng had once stood alongside the two sages of the West, listening to the teachings of the primordial ancestor Hongjun in the Xixiao Palace. Eye in his eyes, Xidigarba could also be considered a younger generation. Unfazed, Kunpeng chuckled. Your petty schemes are merely to use us to suppress the myriad deities and Buddhas sitting in the Mahavairakana hall. Now that we have dealt with Guanyin, it is enough not to express gratitude. Why must you still harbor grievances? As Kunpeng stated, Xidigarba had long harbored ambitions of independence. Otherwise, why would he not send the 1,000,000 golden lotuses of merit into the 8 treasures pool at Ling Mountain? If Xidigarba had no ulterior motives, why had he previously allowed Guanyin to be slain by Yang Jian's sword, bringing great shame upon the Buddhist order? In Kunpeng's view, Xidigarba merely lacked a stepping stone. By offering him this opportunity, Kunpeng had already granted Xidigarba considerable face. If echoing Kunpeng's sentiments, Xidigarba's expression softened, and he pointed towards the void, smiling, "Then let us engage in a contest. Allow me to borrow your stepping stone." Kunpeng snorted, striding towards the void, not forgetting to turn back to Yang Jian and Tian Peng, saying, "You little rascal have stirred up great trouble. Hurry back to Wanshou Mountain." Yang Jian clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Tian Peng, oblivious to anything else, continued his search for the jade bottle. Kunpeng chuckled and vanished into the void to engage Xidigarba in a duel. Should two quasi-saint level beings clash in the abyss of hell, the entire underworld would be at risk of annihilation. Moreover, with the goddess Pingxin stationed there, even Kunpeng dared not act recklessly. Seeing Tian Peng's reluctance to leave, Yang Jian sighed helplessly and forcibly led him away. The abyss of hell had become the focal point of the 3 realms. The Buddhist order had suffered the loss of Guanyin, a bodhisattva with the potential to achieve Buddhahood, while the Lingji bodhisattva had been compelled to descend into the cycle of reincarnation in the abyss of hell. Abandoning all cultivation, it must be noted that the root cause of this turmoil, Tian Peng, had also slaughtered the 18 golden body arhats of the Buddhist order without mercy. How could they simply escape unscathed? Even their master, Li Yushu, was aware of their precarious situation, dispatching Kunpeng, a quasi-saint, to protect them. Remaining in the abyss of hell would only invite further troubles. Yang Jian understood his master's strategies. The ancient demon court was already showing signs of activity. They could not allow a momentary surge of anger to disrupt the abyss of hell. Such disturbances in the underworld could provoke the ire of another powerful being. Tian Peng, this is not the time for recklessness. Yang Jian said calmly. Tian Peng had no choice but to lower his head in resignation, realizing that his efforts were in vain. Now, he pondered whether to retrieve the flying dragon staff from the Huangfeng monster, as he had never formally promised to gift it. Seeking its return now to mitigate his losses could hardly be considered a breach of trust. Just as they were about to depart, a sudden surge of waves erupted from the blood sea of the underworld, with towering blood surges crashing towards the abyss of hell, which loomed over the sea. The terrifying waves resembled ancient mountains crashing down, causing the already fragmented abyss to tremble once more. Countless Buddhas seated within their realms were engulfed by the blood waves, spreading the chaos of the blood sea even further. More vengeful souls and malevolent spirits howled as they surged towards the 18 layers of hell. Countless terrifying Asura warriors had emerged from the blood sea of the underworld, unleashing a massacre within the abyss of hell. Neither the golden body Buddhas nor the vengeful spirits could escape the blades of the Asura warriors. The Asura were the embodiment of slaughter, and once they had killed every living being across the three realms, the leader of the Asura sect, the old ancestor of the Dark River, would achieve enlightenment and sanctity. The entire underworld descended into chaos. Tianpeng, witnessing the grotesque and fierce Asura warriors, exclaimed, "How can there be such hideous beings in this world, brother? We must leave this place swiftly. I refuse to be associated with these ugly fiends, as it tarnishes my illustrious name." Yet at that moment, Yang Jian hesitated. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's duty was to oversee the blood sea of the underworld on behalf of all beings in the three realms. Now, with the guardians of the abyss and the Bodhisattva was slain by Yang Jian's sword, and Ksitigarbha engaged in battle with Kuanpeng, there was no one to guard the blood sea. This negligence had resulted in the Asura warriors launching a massacre, intent on cutting their way from the 18 layers of hell to the human realm. Given Yang Jian's character, he could not stand idly by while the Asura wreaked havoc across the three realms. "Junior brother, you must leave first and report this matter to our master," Yang Jian urged, grasping the immortal trapping sword and moving towards the Asura warriors. Tianpeng was taken aback. "Is my brother truly going to confront them? Those are the Asura warriors created by the old ancestor of the Dark River. As long as he lives, these Asura warriors cannot be killed. Even if they were to be torn to shreds, they would merely dissolve into drops of blood and return to the blood sea of the underworld, where they would be reborn. My dear brother, what use is all your fervor?" Tianpeng sighed as he watched Yang Jian's unwavering determination. At this very moment, memories of the Milky Way beyond the 33 heavens, where he once battled the extraterrestrial demons, suddenly flooded Tianpeng's mind. Known for his unruly nature, Tianpeng had long taken advantage of his status as the Marshal of Heaven to wreak havoc. With the sole exception of the Queen Mother of the Yaoqi, it is indeed hard to fathom if there exists any female immortal who has not fallen prey to Tianpeng's playful antics. Yet, despite his notorious reputation, how could he maintain his position as marshal and command the loyalty of 100,000 water troops? The answer lies in his unwavering commitment to his duties. For a millennium, he valiantly defended the three realms against the relentless extraterrestrial demons, harboring no grievances. Each encounter with the demons saw Tianpeng don his armor, leading the charge and slaying foes with his own hands. His actions were not mere theatrics to curry favor with the Jade Emperor. Rather, they stemmed from a sincere desire to perish in battle for the sake of the three realms. With a sweeping motion, Tianpeng grasped at the void, the stars twinkling around him, his nine-toothed rake firmly in hand. "Alas, what misfortune befalls me," he scoffed, as he donned the swallowing heaven demon cap and the 6 paths of reincarnation seal. Charging toward the countless Asura warriors, in Chapter 91, Suppression of the Abyss of Hell, we witness Yang Jian unleash a sword strike that radiated a myriad of crimson lights, engulfing the surrounding 10,000 miles in its sword aura. Thousands of terrifying Asura warriors who dared approach Yang Jian were cleaved into grotesque, bloodied remnants by the sheer force of his strike. Rather than retreating in fear, the Asura warriors became increasingly exhilarated, roaring as they surged toward him. "Take this, you old rake." Tianpeng advanced with great strides, his nine-toothed rake descending and unleashing a torrent of stellar light that obliterated countless Asura warriors. The swallowing heaven demon cap above him exuded relentless black energy. Harvesting the Asura ranks, together, Yang Jian and Tianpeng stood as the mightiest figures among the great Luo Golden Immortals, their combined strength staunchly resisting the frenzied onslaught of tens of thousands of Asura warriors. The once rampant tide of the Asura horde was now firmly confined within the abyss of hell, unable to breach the 18 levels of hell. The disturbances within the blood sea of the underworld had already alarmed the entire three realms. Within the 18 layers of hell, the 10 Yama kings, under the edict of Lady Pingxin, prepared with the 10 great ghost generals and 1,000,000 ghost soldiers, bracing for battle. They had anticipated a bloody confrontation. But this was swiftly curtailed by Yang Jian and Tianpeng. Many believed that after the calamity wrought by Yang Jian and Tianpeng, the two would flee. However, they stood firm, preventing the Asura warriors from stepping foot into the abyss of hell, allowing the 10 Yama kings only to suppress the fleeing vengeful spirits. Truly a worthy disciple of the demon emperor, such magnanimity befits his exceptional prowess, King Qin Guang remarked, stroking his long beard. The other 9 Yama kings nodded in agreement. Yet, it was unfortunate that the Abyss of Hell did not originally belong to the underworld. It was a realm established after the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva attained enlightenment. For the Yama kings, entering the Abyss would mean facing the rejection of its inherent Buddhist teachings, potentially leading to their demise before even clashing with the Asura warriors, i.e. the heavenly realm. Within the Lingxiao Palace, Your Majesty, chaos has erupted in the Abyss of Hell, and the blood sea of the underworld threatens to descend upon the mortal realm. Minister Zhao Gongming rose from the ranks of immortals, respectfully declaring, I request permission to lead the forces to quell this disturbance. As the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming stepped forward, his voice echoing through the hall. Other disciples of the Jie sect quickly followed suit, kneeling to plead for the opportunity to engage in battle. Their actions were met with scorn and derision from the righteous deities of the Chan sect. However, many of those deities remained under the control of Bai Zai, too weak in numbers to confront Zhao Gongming directly. Their hesitation was further compounded by the close rapport between the Jie sect and the great merit grantaire of the heavenly court, Li Yushu. Yet, the Jade Emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, stroked his beard with a smile that concealed a flicker of coldness in his gaze directed at Zhao Gongming. Go dispatch the heavenly army to clean up after Li Yushu's disciples? To curry favor with the Jie sect? The Jade Emperor was perceptive enough to see through Zhao Gongming's ulterior motives. Moreover, he desired chaos. Only through disorder could the 3 realms be reshuffled, and he, the Jade Emperor, would be the one to orchestrate this reshuffling. The so-called flourishing of Buddhism would be subjected to his will, but only if the chaos was sufficiently grand. The Jade Emperor withdrew his gaze, stroking his beard as he spoke calmly. This matter arises from the demon Emperor Li Yushu. Thus it is only fitting that he should personally go to the northern Julu continent to suppress it. To act rashly without his consent could lead to Lady Pingxin's discontent, who will then explain the situation. Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Zhao Gongming felt a tremor of fear within him and suddenly raised his head. The Emperor's justification was far too tenuous, nearly blatant in its calculation against the demon race of the northern Julu continent. If the Jade Emperor truly intended to mobilize troops, he would hardly need an excuse. Even Lady Pingxin would not object. The Emperor clearly sought the conflict between 2 tigers. Do not let the apparent ability of Tianpeng and Yang Jian to contain the tens of thousands of Asura warriors fool you. Any discerning observer could see that the old ancestor of the river of the underworld was merely testing the strength of all parties involved. Should the heavenly court dispatch troops, the Buddhist sect would suppress the situation, and even the formidable Zenyuanzi might come to settle the score. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld could very well choose to withdraw. But if the heavenly court remained passive while the Buddhist sect stood idly by, leaving only a wrathful Zenyuanzi, the old ancestor would likely seize the opportunity to break free from the abyss of hell. Saints are no longer able to enter the boundless tribulations, and if the blood sea of the underworld descends upon the 3 realms, who could possibly stop him from achieving ascendance through slaughter? However, Zhao Gongming began to speak. The Jade Emperor cast a fleeting glance at him, and a terrifying aura of celestial might spread throughout the hall, causing Zhao Gongming's heart to quiver. He quickly bowed, saying, I shall heed your majesty's command. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly, his gaze shifting toward the northern Julu continent, the northern Julu continent, amidst the 10,000 mountains. Bai Zai, should we send forth our forces to assist? Shang Yang's face bore a look of concern as he turned to Bai Zai for guidance. If we do not act, the Western Buddhist sect and the heavenly court will likely not remain idle. Should the blood sea of the underworld descend upon the 3 realms, the cost of suppressing it would far exceed anything they could currently imagine. It would still be timely to mend the fence after the sheep have strayed. Shang Yang articulated his thoughts, inwardly reluctant to deploy troops to the abyss of hell, fearing that 1,000,000 demon soldiers would suffer considerable losses. A typical Asura warriors might far surpasses that of an ordinary demon soldier or even a heavenly soldier. Most terrifying of all, the Asura warriors seemed to be inexhaustible. Bai Zai shook his head, countless secrets of heaven swirling in his eyes as he spoke softly. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva may not have genuinely left the abyss of hell at the behest of Kunpeng. Shang Yang's heart jolted in surprise. Could all of this be a deliberate ploy by the Buddhist sect? Bai Zai gave a slight nod. The Buddhist sect has orchestrated this, and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva merely went with the flow. As for the heavenly court, They are likely waiting for us to mobilize our forces from the northern Julu continent, then seize the opportunity to reclaim it. Let us not forget, the Chan sect is lurking in the shadows. Watching with keen eyes, Shang Yang, feeling powerless, sank into his seat, exclaiming, "The entire three realms are a web of schemes and plots, obscuring the truth from view." A flicker of concern appeared in Bai Zai's eyes as he said, "In their quest to suppress the demon emperor, the Buddhist sect has become utterly deranged. All these repercussions stem from the demon emperor. Should the blood sea of the underworld descend upon the three realms, every ounce of karmic retribution will fall upon him. Such karma may be beyond even the Chaos Bell's ability to contain. The Azura warrior slaughter of living beings will also accumulate karmic debts. And should they invade the mortal realm, all their sins will be attributed to Li Yushu. For it was he who allowed his disciples to wreak havoc in the abyss of hell, driving the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva away, leaving the blood sea of the underworld unguarded. Li Yushu, now not only the demon emperor, but also the leader of the Wu tribe, will face karmic backlash that could jeopardize his own path, endangering both the Wu and demon races. Even Bai Zai could scarcely fathom the dire consequences that could ensue. Yet whether to send troops to quell the turmoil in the abyss of hell remains contingent upon the will of the demon emperor. Bai Zai promptly dispatched a message to Mount Wanshou. Now, even the smallest action could trigger a cascade of events. In Chapter 92, the great Luo Golden Immortal stirs the blood sea of the underworld. At Mount Wanshou, within the Wuzhuang Temple, Li Yushu received Bai Zai's message, urging him to remain calm. Beside him, Zhen Yuanzi could barely contain his impatience, exclaiming, "Master, this is clearly the Buddha's scheme, thrusting us into a conflict with the old ancestor of the river of the underworld." Zhen Yuanzi raised his hand to gesture in the void, revealing a celestial image. On the journey to the west, amidst the chaos and the abyss of hell, the Tang monk and his disciples had been resurrected at a great cost by the Buddhist sect. Now accompanied by the curtain-lifting general, If Tianpong and the Yellow Wind Monster continued to hold firm at Yellow Wind Ridge, the Tang monk and his disciples would never advance an inch. "It seems I must personally visit the underworld," Li Yushu mused, stroking his chin. The Buddhist sect's strategy was indeed profound, compelling Li Yushu to alter his plans. Initially, he intended to remain at Mount Wanshou to prevent the Chan sect from attempting to seize his disciple, Neza, who was still under his protection. The entire underworld had descended into chaos, and Lady Pingxin needed no further explanation. Li Yushu slowly rose from his mat, gazing at the distant scene where Jufeng frolicked with his daughter, shaking his head in resignation. He had intended to bring Jufeng along to quell the rampant demons, but seeing her like this, it was clear she would not agree to accompany him. As for Xingtian and Zhen Yuanzi, they were required to remain at Mount Wanshou. Zhen Yuanzi, in particular, was a crucial asset for Li Yushu in countering the old ancestor of the river of the underworld. Furthermore, Zhen Yuanzi, stationed at the primal veins of the Honghuang realm, would detect any external manifestation of the old ancestor of the river of the underworld, allowing him to suppress it. For the old ancestor's true form, he would dare not show himself above the blood sea of the underworld. Zhen Yuanzi was confident in his ability to strike should the old ancestor emerge. While he could not completely obliterate the true form, he could confine it within the blood sea of the underworld. At that moment, a system notification resounded in Li Yushu's mind. "Congratulations to the host's disciple, Yuan Yi, for comprehending the sword embrace kill. Congratulations to the host's disciple, Yuan Yi, for achieving the great Luo Golden Immortal. Congratulations to the host for 100-fold feedback. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opening heaven sword technique. Achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal?" Li Yushu turned his gaze towards the grand hall, a glimmer of delight surfacing in his eyes. Yuan Yi had attained 2 significant enhancements, his sword embrace kill rivaling the prowess of the grass character sword technique. The sword embrace kill was not merely a sword technique. It involved condensing one's primordial spirit into a miniature figure atop the head, cradling a divine sword, transcending the constraints of time and space to vanquish all, with a single strike, both the primordial spirit and the physical body, along with all past and future, would be obliterated. Without a protective treasure to shield the primordial spirit, any great practitioner encountering Yuan Yi's sword embrace kill would be no different from cattle awaiting slaughter. The opening heaven sword technique that Li Yushu had acquired, as the name implies, was about opening the heavens, embodying the destructive essence of the demonic god among the 3,000 great avenues. The 3,000 demonic gods had collectively assailed the Pangu great god to prevent the opening of the heavens, with the destruction demon god being the most formidable among them, nearly inflicting grave injury upon Pangu and forcibly halting the momentum of the opening. However, in the end, the Pangu great god utilized his power to open the heavens, annihilating the destruction demon god into the vast chaos. The opening heaven sword technique thus fused the destructive power of the destruction demon god with the might of the opening heaven. With a single strike, both gods and demons would be annihilated, reopening the cosmos. Yet, what pleased and comforted Li Yushu the most was Yuan Yi's breakthrough. Yuan Yi had ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal in the guise of a formidable Tai Golden Immortal. This only heightened Li Yushu's anticipation regarding who would claim the title of the foremost among the great Luo, Yuan Yi or Yang Jian. Although Yuan Yi had been delayed for thousands of years, he had accumulated profound strength, his heart of the Tao sharpened to perfection. He possessed ample qualifications to contend with Yang Jian. Moreover, with the Phoenix clan flourishing under the care of the heavenly immortal tree, there were over 100 Tai Golden Immortal Phoenixes. The fortune had only grown more prosperous as they revered Li Yushu as their ancestral phoenix. Yuan Yi could carve out an invincible path. Perhaps, the Phoenix clan could replace the abyss of hell. A bold thought emerged in Li Yushu's mind at this moment. Yuan Yi, having attained the great Luo, approached Li Yushu. Disciple Yuan Yi pays respects to the ancestor. Yuan Yi bowed deeply. Even after stepping into the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, his heart remained tranquil, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. A rare feat, go experience the abyss of hell. I shall support you from behind. Li Yushu replied with a faint smile. The two vanished into the vast void. Zhang Yuanzi, witnessing Li Yushu's personal departure, finally felt at ease and resumed his contemplation beneath the ginseng fruit tree. The old ancestor of the underworld had yet to emerge, and Zhang Yuanzi was not in a hurry to take action. In the abyss of hell, the endless Azura hordes completely engulfed the entire realm. Only two figures remained, struggling to hold their ground. Yang Jian, having achieved sanctification in physical form, was even more fearsome upon reuniting with his true self, relentlessly forging a bloody path through the dense ranks of Azuras. Meanwhile, Tian Peng was already utterly exhausted, relying solely on the 6 paths of reincarnation seal atop his head to persist. After smashing an Azura charging at him with his rake, Tian Peng was panting heavily. Unable to wield the rake any longer, the Azuras who had perished at his hands numbered at least tens of thousands. Yet, amidst this brief respite, an Azura at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, hidden among the ranks, seized the opportunity, wielding a demonic sword that pierced through the void, launching a sudden assault. Junior brother. Yang Jian's eyes widened in fury, unleashing 2 beams of annihilating light. However, the Azuras, with their flesh, steadfastly blocked those beams, even if it cost hundreds of their own lives. Such a sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. Tian Peng's pupils widened as he caught sight of the demonic sword, yet his body was immobilized. In this critical moment, boom, a tremendous sword energy cleaved through the void, not only intercepting the demonic sword but also penetrating thousands of Azuras. Tian Peng was drenched in cold sweat as he hastily glanced towards the source of the sword energy. There stood a young man clad in crimson, sword in hand, his gaze indifferent. It was Yuan Yi. Beside him, Li Yushu observed his 2 disciples ensnared in peril, stating, "You have fought long enough. Leave the rest to your junior brother." Yang Jian and Tian Peng immediately retreated from the surrounding Azuras and returned to Li Yushu's side. Disciple pays respects to the master. The 2 first performed a salute. However, Yang Jian, gazing at the seemingly endless Azura horde, inquired, "Master, entrusting everything to Yuan Yi may be." Although Yang Jian had already sensed the great Luo's might emanating from his junior brother, it was likely a daunting task for him to fend off these frenzied Azuras single-handedly. Tian Peng plopped down, gasping, "Master, these creatures are endless unless we raise their homeland." Li Yushu responded with a faint smile, "A rare display of wisdom from you." Tian Peng was taken aback. Did he truly intend to uproot the homeland of the old ancestor of the underworld? He then glanced at the sword-bearing youth, who resembled an iceberg. Could a great Luo Golden Immortal truly overturn the abyssal blood sea? Yuan Yi, go forth, Li Yushu instructed calmly. At your command. Yuan Yi's 9 spirit true feather swords surged with intent. The 9 leaves soared grass at his brow, radiating brilliance as he struck down Buzz. The 9 leaves sword grass towered within the abyss of hell, emanating terrifying sword energy that cleaved through the countless Asuras, reducing them to mere fragments. Puddles of foul, nauseating blood covered the ground, resembling countless maggots writhing toward the abyssal blood sea. While in terms of lethality, the grass character sword technique might not surpass Yang Jin wielding the immortal trapping sword. When it came to range, if Yuan Yi wielded it, the sword energy unleashed from his 9-spirit true feather sword could envelop the entire 18 layers of hell. True Spirit Fire Phoenix. Behind Yuan Yi appeared the true Phoenix Dharma, which unleashed a torrential sea of flames, engulfing the entirety of the abyss of hell. The flames of the true Phoenix would never extinguish. This could temporarily stave off the onslaught of the Asuras. Yet it was merely a drop in the bucket. You may all return to your respective places, Li Yushu said to Yang Jin and Tian Peng with a gentle smile. We shall obey the master's command. Yang Jin replied, cupping his hands in respect. Yang Jin's task had been completed, and Li Yushu's mention of a place did not refer to Mount Wanshou, but rather to the brethren who had regained their true forms at Guanjin Pass. Had it not been for Tian Peng causing a stir in the abyss of hell, Yang Jin would likely have reunited with the howling celestial dog and the others by now. Those were truly brothers in arms. Among them was also the benevolent intervention of Lady Pingxin. Tian Peng chuckled, knowing that he was destined to be busy without any reward, and took the opportunity to slip away while his master remained unperturbed, resuming his mischief against the monsters on the journey to the west. After the two departed, a figure clad in plain garments suddenly materialized within the hell. Was this all part of your scheme? Lady Pingxin quietly observed the young Taoist before her. Li Yushu smiled. It was unexpected, yet still within my control. It is a fortuitous opportunity to eliminate this thorn in your side. Lady Pingxin couldn't help but chuckle. It seems Tian Peng's silver-tongued nature has learned from your eloquence. Li Yushu's reference was not merely to the abyssal blood sea, but to the entire abyss of hell. He had even contemplated forcibly subjugating the king of hell. Using virtue to win hearts, Kuanping and Xingtian were the best examples. I merely speak the truth. It is a heart of sincere intent. How could it be mere flattery? Li Yushu stood with hands clasped behind his back, his profound gaze settling upon the suddenly silent abyssal blood sea. Lady Pingxin's phoenix eyes flickered, and she gently laughed. A heart of sincerity indeed. You may unleash your fury without concern for anything else. As she spoke, the unparalleled might of the 6 paths of reincarnation illuminated the entire netherworld. At this moment, even a pinnacle quasi-saint, wishing to intrude into the realm of the underworld, would first have to seek permission from Lady Pingxin. Otherwise, even a quasi-saint would be suppressed by the 6 paths of reincarnation, forcibly extinguished from the Tao and sent into reincarnation. This thoroughly relieved Li Yushu of any concerns. Thank you, he said, bowing. Lady Pingxin's form gradually faded, leaving only a faint echo within the hell. I hope you will live up to the decision I have made. Li Yushu smiled. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi stood with his sword, his gaze sharp as a blade, continuously scanning the abyssal blood sea, awaiting any Asura to reveal itself. The moment one did, it would be suppressed by his sword. Old ancestor, that ruffian is merely a great Luo golden immortal. What is there to fear? When he initially broke the immortal slaying sword array, it was only due to the treasure in his hand. I implore the old ancestor to issue a decree. I am willing to capture that ruffian alive. 8-peak great Luo golden immortal Asura kings knelt within the grand hall, collectively requesting orders. Beyond the hall, an endless sea of over 1 million Asuras, each brimming with murderous intent, could hardly contain their long-suppressed thirst for slaughter. Even if the Jade Emperor or the Tathagata Buddha were to appear, these Asuras would charge forward without fear of death. 4 towering figures, even more fearsome than the Asura kings, also knelt at this moment. Among them was one with 3 heads and 6 arms, who spoke